Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 3746 to Chapter 3833. Lin Feng heard many legends about the Nile River Enlightenment Immortal Stone. When he heard those legends, his expression couldn't help but become slightly solemn. That area involved the number 99. It was indeed too strange. He didn't know. That place. What kind of shocking secret was hidden there? Lin Feng boarded the ancient ship of the 9 major forces. Although he was powerful, he didn't want to encounter those troublesome things. That would only delay his time. Riding the ancient ship of the 9 major forces was obviously the easiest. Of course. The price of riding this ancient ship to the Enlightenment Immortal Stone was not cheap. Each person would need 1,000 immortal stones. However, these immortal stones were naturally nothing to Lin Feng. I am Xianxia. Brother, you look familiar. How should I address you? When Lin Feng stood on the bow of the ship and looked into the distance, a cultivator cupped his fists and asked. Lin Feng didn't know this cultivator. And he felt that this cultivator didn't know him either. This greeting was purely because this cultivator was also a human. Humans were very rare. So, this person naturally felt friendly when he saw him, a human cultivator. It was very normal for him to want to befriend him. You can call me Ji. Lin Feng said. Ji. It was the surname of Lin Feng's mother. Now, Lin Feng planned to use this name as his incarnation to walk in the world. The demon lord was very surprised. In the past, if Lin Feng wanted to befriend someone, he would usually say his real name. Because Lin Feng was fearless. Even if his identity was leaked and strong enemies came, Lin Feng was also not afraid of a battle. But this time, Lin Feng said an alias, which was very rare. Moreover, this alias was very particular. Ji. It was the Ji of the era. It was also the surname of the sovereign emperor clan. So it's brother Ji. Yang Qinghai cupped his fists. Lin Feng also cupped his fists in greeting. It was not easy to meet humans. That was why Lin Feng decided to get acquainted with this cultivator named Yang Qinghai. As for the name Ji, it was not an alias that Lin Feng came up with on the spot. He was the successor of the sovereign clan. Lin Feng thought. The sovereign race shouldn't be buried by history like this. Therefore, in addition to his identity as Lin Feng, he planned to use the identity of Ji to travel the world. The name Lin Feng was a direct descendant of Lin Qi's lineage. As for the identity of Ji, it was an identity that had been passed down through the sovereign clan. Of course, Lin Feng didn't use the identity of Ji because he was afraid of revealing his identity. In terms of Lin Feng's cultivation, in this world, the only cultivators who could threaten him were emperor lords and above. However, experts of this level were too rare. As such, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Now, Lin Feng was using the identity of Ji to walk around. Not long after, he would let the world know. The greatest race. The sovereign race. It was still the torch flame inheritance. Brother Ji, are you from the Bitter Han state? Yang Qinghai asked curiously. I'm not from the Bitter Han state. I'm from outside. Lin Feng said. The two of them began to talk. After a while, Lin Feng found out that Yang Qinghai was also from outside. But there was more information. Yang Qinghai didn't reveal it. At this moment, a commotion came from afar. Some cultivators had arrived on the ancient ship, causing quite a commotion. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw a young man. That man was incomparably handsome. He was dressed in a long robe, making him look like a banished immortal. Who is that person? Lin Feng asked in surprise. With so many people surrounding that young man, it was enough to show how extraordinary that young master's identity was. The 8th Prince of Despair Divine Kingdom, Duga Mingho. Yang Qinghai said. Although there were many forces in the Bitter Han state, all of them, including the 9 great forces, were under the rule of the Divine Kingdom of Despair. The royal family of the Divine Kingdom of Despair was the most powerful force. The 9 great forces. They also bowed their heads. So, to be honest, the 9 great forces. They belonged to the subjects. And the royal family of the divine kingdom of despair belonged to the monarch. In the Bitter Han state, the cultivators with the highest status were not from the 9 great forces. It was from the royal family of the divine kingdom of despair. Especially the son of the divine kingdom of despair's king, the direct descendant, the future successor of the divine kingdom of despair. His identity was the most honorable. No wonder, so many people surrounded that young cultivator like stars surrounding the moon. It turned out that his identity was so extraordinary. Your Highness, I've seen that guy before. At this moment, a cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. Oh? You've seen him before? The 8th prince, Du Mingho, looked at the cultivator beside him in surprise. Previously, outside Yang City, when I was with the eldest princess, I saw this kid. The cultivator said. If Lin Feng saw this person, he might have some impression. This cultivator was one of the group of people he saw outside Yang City. The eldest princess he was talking about was the woman in the lead. After the eldest princess found out about Du Mingho's arrival, she sent this person to meet up with Du Mingho. Then, she brought Du Mingxian to see her. Du Mingho still respected his elder sister very much. Therefore, he followed this cultivator onto the ancient ship and went to see his elder sister. That person is him? Du Mingho raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard about what happened outside Yang City from the cultivators around him. Now, he actually saw the main character. Is this kid really as you said before? In front of so many of you, he's quite arrogant? Du Mingho frowned and asked. He wasn't a second-generation heir. On the contrary, he was a very extraordinary person. He knew how powerful his elder sister was. He also knew how terrifying his elder sister's methods were. If an ordinary person acted like that in front of his elder sister, how could his elder sister spare him? However, his elder sister didn't attack the human cultivator not far away, and even said that the human cultivator was extraordinary. This caused Du Mingho to be extremely surprised. However, Du Mingho really couldn't see anything special about Lin Feng that was worth paying attention to. If he really had to find a reason. In Du Mingho's opinion, Lin Feng's talent was not bad. It's indeed not easy to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm at this age. Could it be that elder sister values this person's talent? Du Mingho was puzzled. However, he felt that things weren't like that. Let's go. Let's go and meet that brat. I want to see what's so extraordinary about that brat. Du Mingho said. As his voice faded, this person walked towards Lin Feng. The rest of the people also followed and walked towards Lin Feng. Many people's gazes followed Du Mingho's footsteps and looked at Lin Feng. Seeing Du Mingho take the initiative to walk towards a cultivator, everyone was very strange. Who was that young cultivator, Du Mingho? Lin Feng saw Du Mingho and the others walking towards him. His expression was indifferent. He did not know why this group of people was walking towards him. Lin Feng did not recognize the cultivator standing beside Du Mingho. After all, there were more than 100 people outside Yang City. Lin Feng only glanced at the crowd. Attention. He focused on that woman. Therefore, Lin Feng did not remember the others clearly. Soon, these people came to Lin Feng's side. Kid. Do you still remember me? The cultivator who had seen Lin Feng before asked. This person was called Lu Senator. His cultivation was at the Imperial Emperor realm. He was very powerful. He was the guard commander of the divine nation of despair. When Lu Sen looked at Lin Feng, he had a condescending expression. Lin Feng said, "Who are you? Why should I remember you?" Lu Sen's expression instantly froze. Lin Feng did not give him any face at all. Lu Sen felt like he had lost face. He was looking at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Kid. Last time, the eldest princess was there, so Tian Meng did not teach you a lesson. Do you think you will be so lucky this time? Lu Sen said coldly. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He felt that this guy in front of him was really crazy. He came to him and said a lot of strange things. However, Lin Feng quickly came back to his senses. Tian Meng's name sounded familiar. Then, Lin Feng remembered who Tian Meng was. Wasn't she the arrogant and self-righteous guy he had seen outside Yang City? The eldest princess this guy was talking about was the woman in the lead. This shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not expect that woman to be the eldest princess of the divine nation of despair. So you're that woman's lackey outside of Yang City. I thought you were some incredible cultivator, said Lin Feng. Kid. You're asking for it. When Lucen heard Lin Feng call him a dog slave, he was furious. This was how Lin Feng had described Tian Meng before. All of this. It was still vivid in Lucen's mind. Now, Lin Feng had described it as such. Lucen's anger reached the heavens. He looked at Lin Feng. It was full of awe-inspiring intent. He stepped forward, wanting to attack Lin Feng. Take care of your dog. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my dog-beating stick technique will accidentally injure his life. Lin Feng glanced at Duge Mingho and said. Who is that kid? How dare he be so arrogant? Are you tired of living? Seeing Lin Feng's arrogant look, many cultivators began to discuss in whispers. However, no one recognized Lin Feng. However, in the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Feng actually dared to offend the 8th prince of the divine kingdom of despair. Wasn't this simply courting death, Lucen? Back off. Duge Mingho said. Your Highness. This kid humiliated me. If I don't teach this kid a lesson, how can I still stand? Lucen said with a gloomy expression. I said. I told you to back off. Duge Mingho's face suddenly darkened. As the 8th prince of the divine kingdom of despair, Lucen did not immediately carry out his orders. Instead, he questioned him. This had already angered Duge Mingho. However, Lucen was the eldest princess's man. Therefore, Duge Mingho couldn't deal with Lu Senator at most. He just scolded him. Lucen's expression was slightly gloomy. If it was said that he was that afraid of the 8th prince, he really wasn't. After all, he followed the eldest princess. And among the princes and princesses of the divine kingdom of despair, the most powerful person in the gate of heaven was the eldest princess. If it wasn't for the fact that the eldest princess was a woman, he would have long been conferred the title of crown prince. But even if the eldest princess was a woman, she would still have the chance to inherit the position of king in the future. In the history of the divine kingdom of despair, it wasn't like there hadn't been an empress. Moreover, over the years, the eldest princess had roped in many relatives of the royal family to support her. The experts who followed the eldest princess were also the most confident. Of course, no matter how confident they had to take into account Duge Mingho's position as a prince. I am Duge Mingho. How should I address you? Duge Mingho introduced himself and then clasped his fists. Ji. Lin Feng said. Ji? Duge Mingho frowned slightly. He searched for this name in his memory, but found nothing. I would like to invite you in for a seat. I wonder if I have the honor? Duge Mingho said with a smile. Many people were very surprised to see what was happening. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They didn't understand. Why was Duge Mingho so polite to Lin Feng? Originally, many people thought that Duge Mingxian would make a move on Lin Feng. However, Duge Mingho did not do so. Therefore, the whole thing was extremely strange. And in their opinion, Lin Feng's cultivation did not seem to be that strong. There was no need for Duge Mingho to be so polite to Lin Feng. This made everyone puzzled. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right. Then let's go in and have a seat. Brother Ji. Please. Duge Mingho made a gesture of invitation. As for Lin Feng, he walked in front as if it was a matter of course. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Perhaps Duge Mingho was only being polite out of courtesy, but Lin Feng was too impolite. Who does this guy think he is? Many cultivators around Duge Mingho looked at Lin Feng with gloomy expressions. Naturally, those with status and identity walked at the very front. And Lin Feng, a brat that no one knew, was actually walking at the front. This made them very angry. However, Duge Mingho pressed his hand down, telling everyone not to be angry. Then, he chased after Lin Feng. Before Duge Mingho arrived, the people below had already taken care of everything. The most luxurious VIP room on the ancient ship had already been prepared for Duga Mingho. Duga Mingho and Lin Feng arrived at the private room and sat down. I heard. At that time, Brother Ji heard the creatures that walked out of the endless ghost sand shouting, "Where is the thing? Where is the thing?" Duga Mingho poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded, and said, "That's right. That's indeed the case. That woman is your big sister, right? I told him about this matter. I heard it from that fellow Lucen." Duga Mingho said. "Your big sister seems to know what that thing is. Do you also know what that thing is?" Lin Feng looked at Duga Mingho and asked. Lin Feng had also heard of the master who was sealed in the endless ghost sand. However, he had only heard of it. He knew very little about the specific situation. Even, Lin Feng was not particularly clear about what kind of existence the so-called master was. The only thing he knew was that the master was definitely an incomparably terrifying existence. Just like the dark erosion, the blood clouds, the huge and terrifying creatures, and other existences. They were all followers of the master. That master had now awakened. However, he was still in a sealed state. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the thing that the creatures in the endless ghost sand were looking for could open the seal and release the master? Therefore, those creatures in the endless ghost sand were crazily looking for that treasure. Do you know the origin of that master? Lin Feng asked. I have indeed heard of it, but I have heard of many versions. I really can't confirm which version is true. Duga Mingho said. Which versions are they? Lin Feng asked curiously. Duga Mingho began to speak. The first version, it is said that this master is an expert who survived the innate life form era and has an immortal body. However, he was suppressed during the innate life form era. The second version, it is said that this master is a super giant from the immortal ancient era. He was even able to compete with an expert like the Master of Gods, but in the end, he was suppressed by the Master of Gods. Hearing the second version, Lin Feng was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly. How did it involve his ancestors? Why did the Master of Gods suppress this master? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Duga Mingho said. We don't know much about what happened back then, but back then, the Lord of Gods was equivalent to the creator god of the post-Xiantian life forms era. Perhaps it was this master who challenged the Lord of Gods' dignity? Lin Feng nodded. The past had indeed become a mystery. Duga Mingho continued, the third theory is that this master is a creature that transcends epochs. Of course, whether this is true or not is not clear. Rumor has it that he was suppressed by the king of the country of 10,000 immortals. Lin Feng was very surprised, but he didn't know if any of these statements were true. If there was, then it would be too shocking. Any kind of origin. They were all extremely extraordinary. It was enough to shock the world. The 5 decays of the celestial being have appeared, and the battle of Armageddon is about to arrive. Thus, this lord can no longer sit still and wants to quickly escape. Lin Feng said. Duga Mingxia nodded and said, that is indeed a possibility. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to resist the 5 signs of decay and the destruction of an era. However, with his strength, if he's able to break out of the seal, then perhaps he'll be able to survive the destruction of an era. After some discussion, Lin Feng had a new understanding of this Duga Mingho. This person. His manner of speech was appropriate, and he looked very wise and far-sighted. Obviously, he was an extraordinary person. Many of the major forces would produce many second-generation young masters. Usually, they would swagger through the streets, not thinking of improving themselves, living under the protection of their ancestors. But in reality, those great forces would also nurture many top figures. For example, someone like Duga Mingho. Lin Feng and Duga Mingho chatted for 2 hours before leaving. After Lin Feng left, the void slightly distorted, and an old man walked out of the distorted void. Elder son. What do you think of this person? Duga Mingho looked at the old man. This old man was no ordinary person. He was a quasi-emperor level expert. Duga Mingho's protector. There doesn't seem to be anything special about him, but I don't know why, but this child makes me feel very uneasy. The old man called elder son by Duga Mingho said. This. Du Minghao's face revealed a look of bewilderment. He knew how powerful Elder Sun was. Such a powerful cultivation. Lin Feng actually made Elder Sun feel very uneasy. This was too inconceivable, wasn't it? There should be a secret on him, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he is so powerful. Elder Sun said with a frown. It was hard for anyone to believe that Lin Feng had such terrifying strength. Perhaps, but no matter what, this guy called Ji is definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, with my big sister's personality, she would not have tolerated him like that. Du Minghao said. Elder Sun said, I heard that the first princess has contacted many royal relatives to secretly discuss some matters. I heard that the royal relatives want to request the first princess to be the first successor to the throne. My big sister is indeed qualified. Compared to her, people of our generation are far inferior. Du Minghao said faintly. Elder Sun said, Your Highness, there is no need to belittle yourself. To be honest, Your Highness' potential is not lower than the first princess. The only disadvantage is that your cultivation time is not as long as the first princess. Du Minghao said, These words can be said to me, but you must not let my big sister hear it. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Elder Sun said. I know. It's just that the first princess is a little too hasty. According to the clan rules. 1,000 years later. It's time for the king to step down. Actually, for us, 1,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. Although my big sister is a little anxious, sometimes, you need to be more decisive. Du Minghao said. There is actually an old man hidden in the void. This old man's strength is not ordinary. After walking out of Du Minghao's box, Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. He cultivated the Tao of space. The old man hidden in the void naturally could not hide from Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not expose him. 3 days later. The river suddenly became turbulent. Lin Feng sensed something and walked out of the box he lived in. He looked into the distance and saw a towering mountain, standing in the center of the Nile River. That towering mountain. It was surrounded by endless immortal light. It was incomparably sacred. That is the Tao Comprehension Immortal Stone, Yang Qinghai walked over and said. Lin Feng suddenly had a dumbstruck feeling. When he first heard about the Tao Comprehension Immortal Stone, Lin Feng thought that it was just an ordinary stone. Even if the area was a little larger, a few hundred meters tall stone was already considered huge, right? Who would have thought? Tao Comprehension Immortal Stone. It was actually a mountain. Moreover, it was probably 10,000 meters tall. Half a day later, the ancient ship arrived at the Tao Comprehension Immortal Stone. Lin Feng saw the 8 blood-red words written on the Tao Comprehension Immortal Stone. Yao Lord, do you recognize the words written in blood? Lin Feng asked curiously. I wonder if the Demon Lord knows them. The Demon Lord is experienced and knowledgeable. Maybe he can recognize them, but this time, even the Demon Lord doesn't recognize those words. He said, This is the first time I've seen these ancient words. I don't know what they mean. This shocked Lin Feng. If even the Demon Lord doesn't recognize the ancient words on it, then, in this world, who else, who can recognize the ancient words on it? One after another, many people flew toward the Enlightenment Immortal Stone. Although it was called an immortal stone, it was actually a mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was surrounded by holy light. Lin Feng and Yang Qinghai. They also ascended the mountain peak. When Lin Feng ascended the mountain peak, he discovered something unusual about this mountain peak. Above the mountain peak, there was indeed the aura of the great Tao. One could comprehend the Tao here. The higher one went. The aura of the great Tao became denser. The Tao of every place is different. The higher one goes, the more extraordinary the Tao is. However, it is also more difficult to comprehend it. Yang Qinghai said. Yes, so at this time, don't bite off more than you can chew. The most important thing is to choose a place suitable for you to comprehend the Tao. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng and Yang Qinghai separated. Everyone found a place to cultivate. At the peak, Lin Feng saw some people, including the woman he saw before. She was the eldest princess of the divine kingdom of despair. Lin Feng already knew her identity. Du Mingho also came here. He stood beside the eldest princess and whispered something to her. The eldest princess and Du Mingho saw Lin Feng, who had reached the peak. The eldest princess frowned slightly. Du Mingho said, "On the way here, I came into contact with this person. This person is very strange." The eldest princess said. "Yes, and his origin is quite mysterious. He should be a human cultivator from the outer realm, but I don't know what race he is. It's not good to directly inquire about his background." Du Mingxian said. "As long as he doesn't stir up trouble in the divine kingdom of despair, just ignore him." The first princess said. "Yes." Du Mingho nodded. Lin Feng didn't care about the first princess and Du Mingho. He found a place to sit cross-legged, wanting to comprehend the heaven and earth great Tao here. He just didn't know. Would he be able to gain something? As time passed, Lin Feng gradually fell into an epiphany of the great Tao. He found himself standing on the peak of a mountain. Other than him, there was no one else. He came from beyond the heavens, and his sword can slay immortals. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in his ears. Beyond the 9 heavens. A silhouette descended from the sky and turned into a peerless light which locked onto Lin Feng. It charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He wanted to get rid of this person. However, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of the other party's lock. The existence that had attacked. It was simply too terrifying. Looking at that terrifying attack. It was about to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes from his epiphany. He realized. There were some more runes in his mind. And within those runes, a powerful divine ability was recorded. The name of this divine ability was "He came from beyond the heavens, and his sword can slay immortals." I really gained something, Lin Feng was shocked. This was definitely a divine ability that had never been seen before. At the highest level, one could transform into sword chi and slay immortals with one sword. Immortals. High above. Looking down on the world. And this divine ability could slay immortals with one sword. So, one could imagine. Just how powerful was this divine ability? Lin Feng got up and planned to leave. He had already obtained the opportunity. Perhaps he could continue to comprehend some other divine abilities here. But Lin Feng felt that it was no longer necessary. The first divine ability that he comprehended was the greatest opportunity. There was no need to force the later divine abilities. Lin Feng left the mountain peak. Until he left, Lin Feng still didn't know what those blood-red words meant. He took out the ancient starship Xianxia. This ancient starship drifted in the Nile River. It was extremely fast. And Lin Feng sat in the ancient starship Xianxia, comprehending the mystery of the divine ability. He came from beyond the heavens, and his sword can slay immortals. Obtaining the cultivation method was one thing. Whether or not he could successfully cultivate this ability with the help of the cultivation method was another matter altogether. Of course, with Lin Feng's comprehension ability, it shouldn't be a problem to cultivate this divine ability. The current Lin Feng not only desired to obtain many powerful treasures, but also to cultivate many top divine abilities. This was all to increase his foundation. Only those who were the most prepared would be able to survive the destruction of the era. It was said that the Nile River led to the imperial capital. So, Lin Feng let his God Realm clone drive the ancient starship Xianxia along the Nile River. He came from beyond the heavens, and his sword can slay immortals. This divine ability was very profound. Lin Feng tried to comprehend it for several days but still didn't succeed. If he wanted to successfully cultivate this divine ability, he would have to be extremely careful. It really wasn't an easy task. Even with Lin Feng's powerful comprehension ability, coupled with the word Lin, he couldn't comprehend it in a short time. This showed how difficult it was to cultivate this divine ability. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't discouraged. Instead, he was somewhat happy. The harder it was to comprehend this divine ability, the more extraordinary it was. On this day, heavy rain poured down in the Nile River. From time to time, huge waves would roll up. Whoosh! A woman landed on Lin Feng's ancient starship Xianxia. She stood outside the ship. A faint sacred light lingered around her body, so the rainwater couldn't drip on her body. This was a woman with an extremely graceful figure. She wore black clothes that accentuated her perfect figure. She wore a black veil, so Lin Feng couldn't clearly see her appearance. However, he could imagine that this woman was definitely a peerless beauty. The rain is pouring down. I want to rest on the ancient ship for a while. May I know if I can enter the cabin? The woman asked. Her voice was very ethereal and sounded very pleasant. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Fairy, you're injured. Are you being hunted? You should leave on your own. I don't want to get into trouble." The woman frowned slightly and said, "Although I'm injured, I don't have any enemies." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Cultivators are sinister people. Many people like to drag innocent people into their quarrels. Fairy, you're so beautiful. You wouldn't do such a thing, right? Young master, do you insist on me leaving?" The woman asked. "Yes." Lin Feng answered very straightforwardly. "Perhaps we can make a deal," the woman said. "I should be able to enter and talk with you, right?" The woman said. "Come in," Lin Feng replied. The woman entered the ancient starship, Xianxia. "You can speak now," Lin Feng said. "You will escort me to the Immemorial sect. I can teach you a powerful divine ability or give you a powerful magical treasure. What do you think? Of course, you can also state your own conditions. If it's within my means, I'll try my best to satisfy you." The woman said. "You must be Meng Bingling?" Lin Feng looked at the woman in surprise. "Yes. I am Meng Bingling." The woman did not hide her identity. "The eldest princess of your divine nation of despair is here. You should be looking for her." "Why me?" Lin Feng asked. Meng Bingling sneered and said, "Sometimes, strangers are safer." Lin Feng fell into deep thought. It seemed Meng Bingling did not trust the eldest princess. Otherwise, she would not have said such words. "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Feng asked. "I saw you from afar when we broke through the encirclement. You are very strong." Meng Bingling said. "I didn't see you at that time. What a pity. However, it's not bad to see you now. I've always been curious about how you look like. Why don't you take off your veil and let me see?" Lin Feng said with a smile. Meng Bingling was one of the top 10 beauties of Bitter Cold Prefecture. Lin Feng naturally wanted to see what she looked like. Even if nothing would happen. However, he wanted to take a look. To nourish his eyes. Not bad, Meng Bingling very generously took off her veil, revealing a delicate face that could be broken by a single blow. This was an extremely beautiful face. She looked like a fairy from a painting. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Lin Feng praised. Meng Bingling said. "You've seen me. What do you think of my earlier suggestion, young master? I can escort you, but I don't want any abilities or treasures." Lin Feng said. "What do you want, young master?" Meng Bingling asked with a frown. Lin Feng did not answer Meng Bingling's question. Instead, he said, "If my guess is correct, those creatures from the Endless Ghost Sand are actually looking for you, right?" Lin Feng said. "No. You guessed wrong." Meng Bingling's voice became cold. "You don't have to rush to deny it. You should have something that the creatures in the Endless Ghost Sand want. The reason why you didn't go to the first princess for help was because you were worried that the first princess would harm you. Or perhaps, the first princess has already harmed you. Because the eldest princess also guessed that the item was in your hands. Of course, there are also some other possibilities. Some top forces know that the item is in your hands, so you are in a very dangerous situation. In addition, you are injured now, so the situation is even more dangerous. Am I right?" Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Meng Bingling. "That's right. You're right." Meng Bingling gave Lin Feng a deep look as she spoke. "I heard that the item is related to unlocking the seal on the Endless Ghosts and Lord. I wonder if that's true?" Lin Feng said. "So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Mang Bingling said. Lin Feng said, if it is, then why are so many people scheming to get their hands on it? Perhaps they want to make some sort of deal with the Endless Ghosts and Lord? If it isn't, then it must be closely related to the creatures in the Endless Ghosts and Lord. Otherwise, the creatures in the Endless Ghosts and Lord wouldn't have sent so many people after it. What are you thinking? Mang Bingling asked. She looked at Lin Feng cautiously. Lin Feng said, don't worry. I won't do anything to you. If you can tell me the whole story, I'll send you back to the Immemorial sect. The reason Lin Feng wanted to know the whole story was because he had heard 3 different theories about the Endless Ghosts and Lord from Duga Mingho. He didn't know why. Lin Feng had a strong premonition in his heart. The Endless Ghosts and Lord. Back then, it was really possible that the Lord of Gods had suppressed it. Of course, he didn't know whether it was true or not. These were all Lin Feng's guesses. So, Lin Feng wanted to know more about the Endless Ghosts and Lord. I do have that thing. There's no harm in showing it to you, Mang Bingling said. Then, with a flip of her right hand, a treasure appeared in her hand. That treasure. It was actually a jade pendant. When he saw the jade pendant, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. This didn't seem to be what he had imagined. Is this the jade pendant? Lin Feng asked in surprise. That's right. Mang Bingling said, it is said that this jade pendant is related to the restriction that suppressed the Endless Ghosts and Lord. If you can control this jade pendant, then you might be able to control the Endless Ghosts and Lord. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the Endless Ghosts and Lord was. Besides the fact that the Endless Ghosts and Lord was terrifying enough, the Endless Ghosts and Lord had many subordinates. Those creatures in the Endless Ghosts and Lord. If they could control the Endless Ghosts and Lord, then it was equivalent to controlling those terrifying creatures in the Endless Ghosts and Lord. One could imagine. That was such a powerful force. Perhaps it could sweep across the great heavenly sage world. So, someone wanted Mang Bingling dead. In that case, that command medallion was theirs. What do you plan to do with this jade pendant? Lin Feng asked. Destroy it. We can't let the Endless Ghosts and Lord come out. Once he comes out, there will be a storm of blood. Who knows how many people will die tragically? Mang Bingling said. This thing does need to be destroyed. If it falls into the hands of an ambitious person, it will cause a disaster. However, you've had this thing for so long. Haven't you destroyed it yet? Lin Feng asked in surprise. This thing was created by the Master of Gods. It's not that easy to destroy. I need to return to the clan and borrow the clan's supreme treasure to destroy this jade pendant. Mang Bingling said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the rumor is true, that the Endless Ghosts and Lord was really suppressed by the Master of Gods? From the clues I obtained, that's indeed the case. I just don't know why the Master of Gods suppressed the Endless Ghosts and Lord back then. However, I'm sure the Endless Ghosts and Lord is not a kind person. Mang Bingling said. Lin Feng nodded. Destroying this jade pendant was the most important thing now. Because if the Endless Ghosts and Lord came out, it would not only cause great suffering. Lin Feng felt that if the Endless Ghosts and Lord discovered him, he would be in for a bad time. His ancestor had suppressed the Endless Ghosts and Lord. All these years, the Endless Ghosts and Lord must have been filled with resentment. And wouldn't all this resentment be vented on him? At that time, he would want to cry but no tears would come out. So, this jade pendant had to be destroyed. If it was destroyed, the Endless Ghosts and Lord would be sealed forever until the end of the era. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship rose into the air, turned around, and flew in the direction of the Immemorial sect. Halfway through the flight, all of a sudden, a huge whirlpool appeared in the middle of the river. Next, the river gushed out. The river turned into a huge wave that swept towards the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship was powerful enough to disperse the huge wave. Roar, a loud dragon roar resounded through the world. A black demonic dragon rushed out of the river. When it stretched its body, it was at least 1,000 meters long. It looked like an Eastern divine dragon. Next, a large number of water tribe creatures rushed out of the Nile River and surrounded the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Those inside, come out. The demonic dragon's cold voice rang out. Lin Feng walked out of the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. This demonic dragon should be an expert from the Nile River Dragon Palace. Why are you blocking this young master's way? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Kid. Hand over the woman inside. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The demonic dragon said coldly. The Dragon Palace controlled the millions of water tribe creatures in the Nile River. Lin Feng wasn't surprised to know that Meng Bingling was here. Lin Feng sneered. What's wrong? The Dragon Palace is also involved in this matter? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. Suppress it for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand. Suddenly, a huge illusory immortal mountain appeared in the void. The illusory immortal mountain pressed down on the demonic dragon. Attack! The demonic dragon roared. A large number of water tribe creatures rushed towards the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. These water tribe creatures wanted to take over the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. At the same time, the demonic dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out a dragon breath that filled the sky. A powerful dragon breath. It rushed towards the immortal mountain that Lin Feng had conjured. Boom! 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 At this time, the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship shot out a large number of giant spirit stone cannonballs. Those giant spirit stone cannonballs. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. With the support of the ancient starship Xuanyuan's top-notch emperor's runes, it was able to unleash a terrifying amount of power. It erupted with a terrifying power that was almost heaven-defying. Huge spiritual stone cannonballs landed directly in the midst of the aquatic tribe army. The huge spirit stone cannonball exploded, killing a large number of aquatic creatures. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship was a top-grade immortal ship with both offense and defense. They wanted to break through the ancient starship Xianxia. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. And at this moment, Lin Feng's immortal mountain collided with the demon dragon's dragon breath. This was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. Even the void was shattered. However, Lin Feng's immortal mountain was clearly superior. It directly broke the dragon's breath that the demonic dragon spat out. Then, it suppressed the demonic dragon. Bam! The demonic dragon's body exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The demonic dragon let out a painful roar as its body rapidly plummeted downwards. There was a thump. The huge body fell directly into the Nile River. The ancient starship Xianxia jumped through the void and left. Lin Feng returned to the ship's cabin. Meng Bingling was still in seclusion to heal her injuries. Her injuries were very strange. Lin Feng had already seen it before. Meng Bingling's meridians were injured. The most important thing was, there was a corrosive power in her meridians. That corrosive power was constantly corroding Meng Bingling's meridians. Meng Bingling tried to swallow all kinds of healing pills. She couldn't suppress the corrosive power. Lin Feng also couldn't help Meng Bingling with her injuries for the time being. That corrosive power was too strange. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing that corrosive power. Therefore, Meng Bingling could only use her magic power to suppress that corrosive power. Then, she would return to the Genu Immortal sect and think of a way to heal her injuries. Genu Immortal sect. They had a strong foundation. Perhaps they could find a way to heal her injuries. That corrosive power. It seems to have its own spirituality. That's why her injuries are constantly worsening. It's really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. That corrosive power was very terrifying. Meng Bingling tried her best to suppress it but couldn't suppress it. Moreover, her injuries were getting worse and worse. If she didn't suppress it, she might lose her life in a short time. Lin Feng finally knew why Meng Bingling wanted him to escort her. If she didn't find someone to escort her, she wouldn't be able to reach the Genu Immortal sect alive. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship continued to fly in the void. Meng Bingling would occasionally wake up, but the situation was extremely bad. Her body was getting weaker and weaker. On this day, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was attacked. Streaks of thick sword chi slashed out, tearing the void apart. A total of 36 sword chi completely surrounded the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Clang, the sword chi slashed at the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Suddenly, a sonorous collision sound was heard. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's defensive restrictions shook violently. What a terrifying sword chi! Lin Feng was shocked. The other party had actually shaken the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's restrictions. His expression couldn't help but turn solemn. Lin Feng walked out of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship and said coldly, "Who is it? Get out here. Kid, you've accepted a tricky mission. If you know what's good for you, you should choose to leave now." Cold laughter sounded. A black-cloaked cultivator with a mask on his face stepped out of the void. After this person appeared. To the left, right, front, and back of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. People appeared everywhere. Everyone was dressed in the same way. They wore black clothes, had their faces covered, and carried immortal swords on their backs. It was unknown who these people were. Since I've accepted this mission, I'll definitely send her over successfully. Lin Feng said indifferently. You're the one who chose a path of no return, the black-cloaked leader said. Buzz. The immortal sword on his back soared into the sky and he grasped it in his hand. The others did the same. They took out their immortal swords and held them in their hands. Those who obstruct the master from undoing the seal shall be executed. The black-clothed leader's expression was indifferent. He held his sword with both hands and slashed it at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. When the black-clothed man said the word master, he had an incomparably devout expression. It was as if he was the most loyal believer. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. This guy looked too abnormal. It was as if he had been converted by the master. Could it be, these black-clothed men were actually being controlled? It wasn't necessarily the master himself who was controlling them. It was possible that some of the master's subordinates were controlling them. Lin Feng was shocked. If that was the case, the power of those terrifying beings in the endless ghost sand was much more terrifying than he had imagined. After the black-clothed leader made his move, the other 35 people also held their swords with both hands and slashed at Lin Feng. Streaks of dazzling sword chi condensed and formed. 36 sword chi merged into one in the void. Then, that sword chi contained the power to destroy heaven and earth and slashed at the ancient starship Xianyuan. Puff, with a tearing sound, the ancient starship Xianyuan's defensive restriction was broken by the joint attack of the 36 experts. After seeing this scene, the joint attack of the 36 experts was too powerful. Now the defensive restriction was broken. Lin Feng had to go out and fight. And he had to do everything he could to hold back the 36 experts and even defeat them. He must not let them board the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. Because the current Meng Bingling was suppressing the corrosive power in her body. She could not be disturbed at all. If she was disturbed, Meng Bingling might go berserk. At that time, Meng Bingling. She would die without a burial place. Lin Feng directly soared into the sky. Then, he displayed the 1 Chi 3 Pure Ones technique. Then, 3 Lin Feng. All of them displayed 3 layers of domineering aura. The 9 layers of domineering aura field superimposed. 36 black-robed men. Their cultivation suddenly plummeted. Everyone's battle power was weakened by at least 30%. Some people's battle power was even weakened by 50%. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the power of the 9 layers of domineering aura field also increased substantially. And the suppression of the 9 layers of domineering aura field on others. It was also greatly improved. What a terrifying technique. But it's difficult for you to completely suppress us. You guys follow me to surround this kid. The rest of you go inside the ancient ship and kill Meng Bingling directly and snatch that thing. The leading black-robed cultivator shouted in a deep voice. Then he led more than 20 people to kill Lin Feng. The other dozen people flew toward the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly sank. Unfortunately, ever since the Great Desolate Lands demon refining insects were destroyed, the second batch of Great Desolate Lands demon refining insects had not been successfully cultivated. If the cultivation was successful, the Great Desolate Lands demon refining insects would be enough to protect the ancient starry skyship Xianxia. But now, he could only rely on himself. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Lin Feng's expression was ice-cold. His sovereign emperor blood, his undying bloodline had completely awakened. The golden figure formed when his undying bloodline was deeply awakened also awakened. A large amount of energy gushed out of the golden figure. And all of that energy poured into Lin Feng's body, supporting Lin Feng's battle power. Meanwhile, the sovereign's armor was also activated, and it enveloped Lin Feng's entire body. A large amount of divine power surged out of the hegemon armor. Those godly powers. It also surged into Lin Feng's body. With the help of the golden dwarf and the sovereign's armor, Lin Feng's combat strength was raised to the extreme. The Blade of Dominion. Slash. Lin Feng roared and activated the Blade of God in his dantian. This was a terrifying ability that Lin Feng had grasped when his sovereign bloodline had awakened to a deeper level. Because Lin Feng could at most multitask, it was naturally impossible for him to take out his magic treasure to fight against so many people. Because the other party had too many people, Lin Feng could only rely on the Blade of Dominion, a divine ability passed down through his bloodline, to contend against the 36 black-cloaked men. Lin Feng's Blade of Domination was extremely terrifying. This was especially true for the Blade of Domination, which allowed it to continuously divide itself. At most, he could create 99 blades of domination. Of course, because of his own cultivation and the short amount of time he had awakened the Blade of Dominion, Lin Feng could only split the Blade of Dominion into 3. But if he counted the 2 clones, Lin Feng could create 9 blades of dominion. Because the Blade of Dominion was a divine ability he had obtained when his bloodline had awakened, this divine ability had a special characteristic. It also required the use of bloodline power to activate it. It could be said that this was a flaw of bloodline divine abilities. However, bloodline divine abilities also had some advantages that other divine abilities didn't have. For example, many divine abilities had cooldowns. For example, Lin Feng's Heaven Patching Technique and Great Death Substitution Technique had cooldowns of several days after they were used before they could be used a second time. For example, some other divine abilities had cooldowns after being used. Generally speaking, there were only 2 types of divine abilities that didn't have cooldowns. The first type was bloodline divine abilities. The second type was created with one's own Tao as the foundation. For example, Lin Feng's Sovereign Reincarnation Fist belonged to the second type of divine ability. Lin Feng's Blade of Dominion didn't have a cooldown, so he could use it continuously. Therefore, Lin Feng used it 4 times in a row. Every time he used it, Lin Feng's original body and clones could create 9 blades of dominion. And he used it 4 times in a row. A total of 36 blades of dominion were created. These 36 blades of dominion, they directly slashed towards the 36 black-cloaked men. The Blade of Dominion was a divine ability that was created by combining bloodline and magic power. Its power was extremely terrifying. Of course, after using the Blade of Dominion 4 times in a row, Lin Feng felt that the magic power in his body had been consumed too much. His body felt very tired. The more powerful the divine ability was, after it was used, the more it consumed the body. Therefore, during the battle, he would try his best to use these powerful divine abilities at the back. Because if he used such a powerful divine ability at the beginning of the battle, the opponent would also be in peak condition. It was very likely that they would be able to block his divine ability. And because he used such a powerful divine ability, his battle strength would decrease too much. At that time, wouldn't it be a dead end? But now Lin Feng had no choice but to use the powerful divine ability, the Blade of Dominion. After the 36 black-cloaked men felt the terrifying power of the Blade of Dominion, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. They didn't even dare to believe that this was really an attack released by a cultivator. One person against 36 people and could still release such a powerful attack. It was really too incredible. The 36 black-clothed men didn't dare to underestimate Lin Feng's attack. They all moved to block the attack of the Blade of Dominion. At this moment, Lin Feng used his second unique skill. Third level of Supreme Aura. Shattering heaven and earth. This was an attack that didn't discriminate. At this moment, the 36 black-clothed men had just collided with Lin Feng's Blade of Dominion. Many of them were sent flying by Lin Feng's Blade of Dominion. Of course, there were also some stronger black-clothed men who blocked the attack of Lin Feng's Blade of Dominion. However, whether it was the cultivators who were sent flying by the Blade of Dominion or those who blocked the attack of the Blade of Dominion, when they collided with the Blade of Dominion, Lin Feng had already used his shattering heaven and earth technique to attack the 36 black-clothed men indiscriminately. And most of them didn't have the time to deal with Lin Feng's powerful divine ability at this moment. So when the shattering heaven and earth technique descended, many of them were directly killed. Bang bang bang, the black-clothed men's bodies directly exploded one after another. 35 of the 36 black-clothed men died. Only the leader of the black-clothed men was still alive. However, the leader of the black-clothed men was also injured by Lin Feng's shattering heaven and earth technique. His body moved horizontally and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood in midair. Lin Feng rushed forward and used his supreme reincarnation fist to kill the man. No! The leader of the black-clothed men screamed in horror. He couldn't dodge in time and was killed by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng stood in midair and panted heavily. This battle. He had used all kinds of methods. It was really too tiring. Lin Feng was also like a lamp that had run out of oil. But at this moment, the void split open. A dense mass of blood-red hair flew out from the void. The blood-colored hair was extremely terrifying. It directly pierced towards Lin Feng's body. Because Lin Feng had used up too much of his dermic powers, the sovereign's armor had already retracted back into his body. The attack of the blood-colored hair was too sudden. When the blood-colored hair pierced towards him, Lin Feng didn't even have time to react. Puchi! Slash! Lin Feng shouted loudly. Using his palm as a knife, he directly slashed at the blood hair that pierced through his body. Puff! The sound of tearing. Following that, it spread out. The blood hair that pierced through the body of Black Dragon. It was instantly cut off by Lin Feng. But that kind of blood hair was very strange. A part of the blood hair remained in Lin Feng's body. And the part of the blood hair that remained in Lin Feng's body wanted to completely destroy Lin Feng's body. The situation. It was very dangerous. Lin Feng's expression became solemn. His divine thought communicated with the 5 types of sky fire. 5 types of sky fire. Inside his body. It burned fiercely. Screech. The hair that was ignited by the sky fire actually let out a series of ear-piercing sounds. This made Lin Feng feel very shocked. Why would the hair that was cut off make such a sound? This was too strange. Fortunately, the sky fire was strong enough. It refined all the hair that had drilled into his body. At this time, a woman walked out of the void. That woman was wearing a white dress. Her face was very pale. She was as pale as a ghost. However, she was incomparably beautiful. This was a woman who was both beautiful and terrifying. The most creepy thing about her was her hair. The blood hair was 30,000 feet long. It danced wildly in the void. You cut off my hair. I have already forgotten the last time my hair was cut off. The woman's voice was extremely cold. After her voice fell. Then, a strange scene appeared. The hair that was cut off by Lin Feng was actually reborn. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. Hair regrowth, what kind of technique was this? You are a creature that walked out of the endless ghost sand? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said. That's right. Boy. You will become my slave. The blood-haired woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. Her head was covered in blood as she enveloped Lin Feng. Her bloody hair. It was as if it blotted out the sun. Each strand of blood-red hair could easily pierce through the void. Its power was simply too great. At the moment when he was attacking Lin Feng, the crimson-haired woman attacked Mang Bingling at the same time. The blood-red hair flew into the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. It wrapped around Mang Bingling. Mang Bingling was swept out by the blood-red hair. PFFF. Mang Bingling, who had been suppressing the corrosive power in her body, woke up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura was weak and her situation was very bad. You took something you shouldn't have. He deserved to die 10,000 times for his sins. But I'll kill you directly. You really got off too easy. I should hand you over to the Lord and let the Lord decide how to deal with you. The crimson-haired woman said coldly. Clang, clang, clang. At this time, Lin Feng wielded the black dragon sword and slashed at the strands of hair. But the hair was too terrifying. They were like divine weapons. It collided with Lin Feng's black dragon sword. The sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard. Lin Feng frowned. The crimson-haired woman's hair was too powerful. Divine weapons couldn't hurt it. So much hair. The threat was too great. And Mang Bingling was still entangled by the blood-red hair. He had to get rid of the crimson-haired woman quickly. Or else. It would be very dangerous. And Lin Feng's current situation wasn't particularly ideal. The previous battle. His magic power consumption was too severe. So he couldn't hold on for more than a few rounds. Lin Feng brought out the 5 heavenly fires. The 5 heavenly fires swept through the world, trying to burn the blood into ashes. Heavenly fire. And it's 5 heavenly fires. Your opportunity. It's really amazing. Mang Bingling looked coldly at Lin Feng. At this time, dense runes appeared on the surface of the blood-red hair. It was unknown what those runes were. Those runes formed a protective effect on the blood hair. Lin Feng's 5 heavenly fires couldn't even hurt the blood hair. Let's end this. The crimson-haired woman looked at Lin Feng indifferently. As if looking at an ant. Endless blood hair flew toward Lin Feng. Those blood hair intertwined in the void. It actually formed an inescapable net. It directly wrapped around Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly had a feeling that he couldn't avoid it. If he was entangled by this inescapable net. At that time. He wouldn't be able to struggle. At this critical juncture. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. Swish, a light flashed. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The heaven patching technique played an important role at the critical moment. The inescapable dragon net made of blood-red hair missed its target. Almighty power of fate, please descend with the power of fate. Let me punish this evil creature that should have been sealed for eternity. Lin Feng stepped out of the void and appeared in front of the blood hair that wrapped around Mang Bingling. Lin Feng knew that the blood hair that was protected by the runes was almost impossible to cut off with divine weapons. So, he directly used the Great Destiny technique. This was the 3000 Great Tao. It had an extremely heaven-defying effect. When the power of destiny summoned by the Great Destiny technique slashed at the blood hair that wrapped around Mang Bingling. The blood hair. It was directly cut off. Lin Feng directly held Mang Bingling in his arms and then took out a void teleportation talisman. Crack. Lin Feng crushed the void teleportation talisman. The next moment. He was teleported out. Can you escape? Seeing Lin Feng leave with the void teleportation talisman, the crimson-haired woman's eyes were cold. She shuttled through the void and quickly chased after him. My body feels so cold. Yizichen said. Mang Bingling's voice was very weak. Lin Feng carefully checked. He immediately discovered. The corrosive power in Mang Bingling's body had begun to spread from her meridians to her organs. This was an extremely dangerous sign. Mang Bingling didn't have a body that could be reborn like Lin Feng. Once some of her vital organs were damaged, she was going to perish. Seeing the former goddess's pale and weak appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He carried Mang Bingling on his back. Then, he grabbed one of Mang Bingling's hands. Magic power continuously flowed into Mang Bingling's body, helping her suppress the terrifying corrosive power in her body. The void teleportation talisman could originally teleport a distance of 300 miles. However, the great heavenly sage world spatial laws were stronger, so it could only teleport a distance of 100 miles. Lin Feng just flew out of the void. The crimson-haired woman shuttled through the void and chased after him. The crimson-haired woman's cultivation was too terrifying. Therefore, her speed was also frighteningly fast. You can't escape. Stay obediently and be my slave. In the void, a huge energy handprint condensed and formed. It charged towards Lin Feng at high speed. The energy palm was shockingly powerful. Lin Feng did not choose to clash head-on with the blood-haired woman. He took out a second void teleportation talisman and crushed it. Swoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng and Meng Bingling disappeared once more. The blood-haired woman's attack landed in midair once more. Lin Feng liked looking for empty space jade and other spiritual treasures to make empty space teleportation talismans. It was to prepare for the worst. However, the materials needed to refine the void teleportation talisman were extremely precious. It was not easy to collect them. Still, Lin Feng had accumulated hundreds of void teleportation talismans over the years. And now, these void teleportation talismans were extremely useful. The next time Lin Feng appeared, he was already 100 miles away. Given the blood-haired woman's cultivation, Lin Feng would not be able to shake her off. Not long after, the blood-haired woman appeared again. She laughed coldly. Why struggle so futilely? If you become my slave now, you can still escape death. If you don't know what's good for you, you'll die. Lin Feng laughed coldly. I do want to take you in as my slave. Now, I'll give you a chance. Acknowledge me as your master and become my slave. Otherwise, when yours truly's cultivation increases, you'll die as well. You? Even if you cultivate for 10 million years, you can forget about catching up to my cultivation. The blood-haired woman sneered. Does it feel good to brag about yourself? Lin Feng laughed coldly. Perhaps in a few years, I'll be able to trample you under my feet. Lin Feng was confident. He had always been a confident person. The blood-haired woman laughed coldly. Do you know that the power in my body has been sealed for many years? The power we can use is only a small part of our total power. Once His Majesty comes out, our seals will be undone. At that time, who will be able to stand against him? Even the 33 heavens of the heaven realm would tremble. Lin Feng was shocked by the crimson-haired woman's words. If what the blood-haired woman said was true, then the creatures in the endless ghost sand had most of their powers sealed. Just like the blood-haired woman, it was hard to imagine how terrifying these existences were before they were sealed. Especially their lord. Countless years had passed, but these living beings had always been loyal to their master. Clearly, the charisma of this lord was so great. His lord's strength was unimaginably powerful. If you know what it means to be afraid, stop right now. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't take it, I'll give you one last chance. Then, I can only let you fall into the endless hell and never be reincarnated. The crimson-haired woman's voice was filled with monstrous killing intent. She wanted to use this to threaten Lin Feng. But Lin Feng completely ignored the crimson-haired woman's threat. He took out a new void teleportation talisman. Then, he crushed the void teleportation talisman again. He and Meng Bingling were teleported out once again. The void teleportation talisman was still very useful. It could help Lin Feng temporarily get rid of the crimson-haired woman. And in this chase, Lin Feng's Fa Li was also constantly recovering. Finally, his Fa Li recovered to its original state. But Meng Bingling's situation was getting worse and worse. Her body was in great condition. Her meridians and internal organs, they were all damaged by the corrosive energy. Lin Feng's expression was very gloomy. He did not know what kind of creature injured Meng Bingling. If this continued, Meng Bingling would definitely not be able to make it back to the Jinyu Immortal sect. When the crimson-haired woman chased again, she could feel the situation of Meng Bingling's body from afar. She sneered and said, "If you give her to me, I can let her live." Lin Feng sneered. If he really gave Meng Bingling to the crimson-haired woman, that would completely push Meng Bingling into the abyss. Lin Feng once again used a void teleportation talisman to temporarily get rid of the crimson-haired woman. He slit his wrist open. Then he let Meng Bingling suck his blood. The immortal god blood could repair the injured body and also heal all kinds of injuries. Lin Feng hoped that the immortal god blood could help Meng Bingling. After Meng Bingling swallowed some of the immortal god blood, Lin Feng found that the corrosive energy in her body was indeed suppressed by the immortal god blood. Meng Bingling's body seemed to be much better. She opened her eyes and saw everything. Her eyes became much gentler. She did not expect Lin Feng to help her like this. She had thought Lin Feng would leave her behind and escape by himself. But not only did Lin Feng not do that. Instead, he fed her precious blood to help her suppress her injuries. What a loss! What a loss! If I had known, I would not have agreed to escort you. Do you know how many void teleportation talismans I lost? Do you know that I was almost beaten to death by that crimson-haired woman? Do you know how precious my blood is? I have a plan now. I'll just leave you here. When that crimson-haired woman sees you, she will definitely not cause trouble for me again. Lin Feng could not help but say. Meng Bingling's face was extremely pale, but she still smiled. She said, I know you won't leave me behind. It seems that my taste is really good. I chose the right person. Lin Feng almost vomited blood. He said, your words are too ambiguous. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to me? Who would take a fancy to you? Meng Bingling snorted. Her situation was still not ideal. Because the corrosive energy had already damaged her body. The immortal god blood helped Meng Bingling temporarily suppress the damage to her body. But it could not heal the damage to her body. Thus, Meng Bingling quickly fell asleep. And for a period of time after that, Meng Bingling slept most of the time, only waking up occasionally. Every time, she would look at Lin Feng and wrap her arms around Lin Feng's neck even more tightly, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would abandon her. Lin Feng used void teleportation talismans to teleport away. He used this to shake off the crimson-haired woman's pursuit. However, the crimson-haired woman continued to chase after Lin Feng. There was no way he could shake her off. In the end, in a forest about 200 kilometers away from the Jinyu Immortal sect, Lin Feng used up all of his void teleportation talismans. The crimson-haired woman caught up to him. You can really run. What? You used up all of your void teleportation talismans? Are you ready to die now? The crimson-haired woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. The crimson-haired woman's 3,000 zhang long hair shattered the void like billions of divine weapons. The ruler's armor appeared. Inside the ruler's armor, a powerful ruler's power was emitted. It also protected Meng Bingling, who was on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng summoned the Skyfire. The 5 Skyfire. They formed the 5 elements Skyfire formation. The power of the 5 Skyfire that formed the Skyfire formation became even more powerful. The 5 Skyfire once again swept towards the billions of blood-red hair that were trying to assassinate Lin Feng. The runes that were wrapped around the billions of blood-red hair emitted an astonishing fluctuation, resisting the burning of the 5 Skyfire. But this time, after the 5 Skyfire formed the Skyfire formation, their power merged with each other. So the power also increased greatly. Even the mysterious runes that were wrapped around the surface of the blood-red hair. They couldn't completely resist the terrifying power that erupted from the 5 Skyfire after the fusion. Some runes began to be destroyed. And the blood-red hair that had its protective runes destroyed was ignited. Of course. Only a small part of the blood-red hair was ignited. And most of the blood-red hair. It was still terrifying. It locked onto Lin Feng. It seemed that it wouldn't stab Lin Feng to death in the void. It wouldn't give up. Sword. Slash. Heaven. Earth. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand. He began to communicate with the black dragon sword. Lin Feng's divine will. He got in touch with the black dragon, the artifact spirit of the black dragon sword. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar was heard. The artifact spirit of the black dragon sword was revived. This was the most powerful ability of the black dragon sword at the current stage. Once the black dragon was revived, the power of the black dragon sword would be raised to its peak level. A dazzling sword light was slashed out by Lin Feng. At the same time, A black dragon phantom also flew out. The black dragon phantom. It fused with the sword energy. It instantly turned into a sword light that was densely covered with black dragon runes. This sword light that was densely covered with black dragon runes had fused with the power of the black dragon sword's artifact spirit. Its power suddenly increased by many times. The defensive runes of the blood-red hair that had not been ignited by the 5 Skyfire after the fusion had already been severely damaged. On the other hand, Lin Feng's sword had reached the level of man and sword as one. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this sword strike was the strongest sword strike Lin Feng had ever slashed out. Therefore, when the sword ray slashed towards the dense blood-red hair, it was as if it had been struck by lightning. First, the runes on the surface of the blood-red hair were shattered. After those runes were shattered, the long blood-red hair was instantly ignited. When the long blood-red hair was ignited, the long blood-red hair was instantly severely injured. Its power was far less than before. On the other hand, Lin Feng's tyrannical sword qi erupted with astonishing power. A large amount of blood-red hair. It was directly cut in half. My hair. The crimson-haired woman couldn't help but scream in anger. His long blood-red hair quickly retracted. Eventually, it reached the height of his waist. The shrunken blood-red hair dissolved the burning of the heavenly fire. The blood-haired woman was infuriated. She looked at Lin Feng with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. I want your life. The crimson-haired woman said coldly. Across the void, palm after palm blasted towards Lin Feng. It was a primordial and desolate aura. It permeated between heaven and earth. That aura was too terrifying. This supernatural power was called the Desolate Palm. The crimson-haired woman's cultivation was terrifying. Naturally, her supernatural power was also extremely powerful. Previously, the crimson-haired woman had attacked across the void. But it was a casual attack, not a supernatural power attack. Most of the time, she used her long blood-red hair to attack Lin Feng. But it just so happened that her long blood-red hair was restrained by Lin Feng's heavenly fire, and with the help of Lin Feng's black dragon sword, the crimson-haired woman's attack was broken. However, when the crimson-haired woman performed a powerful supernatural power, the situation was completely different. The power of the crimson-haired woman's supernatural power made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Without thinking, Lin Feng directly used his trump card to resist the crimson-haired woman's attack. The supernatural power formations in Lin Feng's body began to operate. All the supernatural power formations. They were all added to Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Bang! The Supreme Reincarnation Fist collided with the crimson-haired woman's attack. Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking loud sound. A powerful force suddenly erupted, and Lin Feng's body was sent flying. Even though he was wearing the Dominator's armor, he still felt as if his internal organs were burning. Wah, finally. Lin Feng couldn't withstand the terrifying power that poured into his body. Therefore, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Bingling, who was on Lin Feng's back, woke up in a daze. Seeing the blood that Lin Feng spat out dripping on her hand, her expression changed drastically. How are you? Meng Bingling asked. Don't worry. I'm fine. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. You're quite stubborn. However, I didn't even use 10% of my strength and you were already spitting out blood. If I use 10% of my strength, I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death. The crimson-haired woman walked towards Lin Feng step by step, a cold and emotionless expression on her face. Lin Feng laughed coldly and said, hee hee. What a coincidence. I didn't even use 5% of my strength just now because I've always felt that a good man doesn't fight with a woman. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying you. You're about to die. You're still so stubborn. But don't worry. I won't kill you directly. It's too easy to die. Wouldn't that be letting you off easy? I'll torture you properly. After I've tortured you enough, I'll kill you. The crimson-haired woman's voice was cold. Bang! 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 She directly used the great desolate palm, and palm after palm struck towards Lin Feng. That terrifying attack. It was powerful to the point where people couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to block the crimson-haired woman's great desolate palm. After 4 or 5 consecutive collisions, Lin Feng had used up most of his dermic powers. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist consumed too much of his dermic powers. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Lin Feng. Go. Put me down. Leave quickly. Her target is me. If you put me down, she won't chase you anymore, Mang Bingling said with a pale face. She struggled to get up and stop the crimson-haired woman, but Lin Feng grabbed her. Leaving my companions to escape is not my style, Lin Feng said with a grin. He began to use the 8-9 mysteries. Lin Feng planned to use the 8-9 mysteries to complete the ultimate attack. The power of the 8-9 mysteries was extremely terrifying, but the side effects were also extremely obvious. Once the 8-9 mysteries was used, this divine power would take away Lin Feng's lifespan. In the end, he would only have 10 years of lifespan left. But now, the crimson-haired woman was closing in on him. Lin Feng didn't have any other choice. The operation of the 8-9 mysterious art. It was based on the meridian's reversal. As everyone knew, the operation of the meridians had a specific pattern. Generally speaking, it was rare for the meridians to reverse. Because once the meridians were reversed, the damage to the body would be extremely great. Therefore, this was also the main reason why the 8-9 mysterious art consumed so much of the body. However, how much would be lost in one aspect? In another aspect, how much would be gained? Once the 8-9 mysterious art was operated, the increase in battle strength was naturally significant. A terrifying aura surged in Lin Feng's body. That terrifying aura. It would break out of his body at any time. What kind of supernatural power is this? The blood-haired woman looked at Lin Feng in shock. After feeling the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, the blood-haired woman also revealed an expression of disbelief. Because the aura emitted from Lin Feng's body was too powerful. Even if it was her, she couldn't believe it. Of course. Although Lin Feng's battle strength was greatly improved, the blood-haired woman still didn't take Lin Feng seriously. She was confident in her cultivation. Extremely confident. The blood-haired woman used the Heaven and Earth Collapse Divine Fist to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng was about to make a move. Suddenly, the void split open. A piece of immortal stone flew out. Back off. An old voice came from the immortal stone. It's the ancestor. Mang Bingling's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. The ancestor that Mang Bingling sealed in the stone unexpectedly appeared at this time. Then, he and Mang Bingling. They should be able to get out of danger. Lin Feng hurriedly withdrew the 8-9 mysterious art. Fortunately, he hadn't really used the 8-9 mysterious art yet. Or else, the damage to the body would be too great. Lin Feng carried Dream Bingling and quickly retreated. The expert within the immortal stone collided with the crimson-haired woman. Bang! When the attacks of the two terrifying existences collided, an earth-shaking collision was heard. The cultivators within the immortal stones were extremely powerful. Even if he had to fight against the blood-haired woman, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Who is he? Lin Feng asked Mang Bingling. It was an extremely ancient ancestor who sealed himself in the stone. However, we descendants are not particularly clear about his specific origins. This ancestor has only awakened in recent years. I didn't expect the ancestor to sense our aura here. The ancestor came just in time. A relieved expression appeared on Mang Bingling's face. The battle between the crimson-haired woman and the self-sealed being in the immortal stone was still ongoing. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. However, the crimson-haired woman was unable to do anything to the existence within the immortal stone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after, several figures flew over. The leader was a middle-aged man. It's a creature that walked out from the endless ghost sand, many people exclaimed. Help the ancestor. Let's deal with the crimson-haired woman together. Someone else said. Many experts of the Immemorial sect attacked the crimson-haired woman together. Ling Er. When the middle-aged man saw Meng Bingling on Lin Feng's back, he quickly came over. He looked at Meng Bingling with a worried expression. Meng Bingling had fallen into a deep sleep again, so she did not hear the middle-aged man's call. She's injured. A strange corrosive energy has invaded her body, causing her serious injuries. Lin Feng said. The middle-aged man reached out to feel Meng Bingling's pulse, and his expression suddenly changed. Come with me, he said solemnly. The middle-aged man said solemnly. Lin Feng did not dare hesitate. He followed behind the middle-aged man. Finally, they returned to the Immemorial sect. The Immemorial sect was located in a huge mountain range. There was a huge stone statue in each of the 4 cardinal directions of the Immemorial sect. The stone statues looked like evil spirits. Their faces were ferocious and terrifying. After arriving at the Immemorial sect, the middle-aged man took Meng Bingling away. At the same time, someone brought Lin Feng to rest. After asking around, Lin Feng learned that the middle-aged man was Meng Bingling's father. Not long after, Immortal Shi and some cultivators of the Immemorial sect returned. Someone came to inform Lin Feng. The crimson-haired woman left. Lin Feng nodded and asked about Meng Bingling. He learned that she had been sent to the Immemorial sect's sacred ground to heal. A young girl came to Lin Feng. She was only 16 or 17 years old, very young, and had a mischievous look. The girl looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Are you the one who escorted my big sister Bingling back?" Lin Feng did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Who are you? Why do you call her big sister Bingling? She doesn't have any siblings, right? Why are you so stupid? Can't I be big sister Bingling's cousin?" The girl snorted. Lin Feng said, "So that's how it is. What's your name?" "I'm Nalan Shuling." "You can call me Shuling," said the girl. "Bingling, Shuling. Even your names are so similar." "As expected of sisters," said Lin Feng. "Hee hee. Of course. You still haven't answered my question. Are you the one who risked your life to escort my sister back?" Nalan Shuling continued asking. "Yes. It's me." Lin Feng nodded. "Hee hee, a hero saving a beauty." Nalan Shuling giggled. At this time, Meng Bingling's father and a few elders came to Lin Feng. Meng Bingling's father had a tall and sturdy figure. Although he was middle-aged, he was still extraordinarily handsome. His name was Meng Tianli. His words carried a lot of weight in the Immemorial sect. After the old sect master retired, he would definitely become the new sect master. "Uncle," after seeing Meng Tianli, Nalan Shuling nodded. Nalan Shuling bowed to Meng Tianli. Meng Tianli nodded his head. "Senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Meng Tianli patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Thank you for bringing my daughter back. You can rest here for a while. Once my daughter's injuries are stabilized, I'll personally thank you when she comes out." Lin Feng said, "Senior, there's no need to be so courteous. This is an agreement between your daughter and I. Since I promised to bring her back, I'll do my best. This junior still has some matters to deal with, so I won't be staying in the Immemorial sect any longer. This junior plans to leave tomorrow." Meng Tianli said, "Young friend, there's no need to be in such a hurry to leave. I've taken out one of the 3 great treasures of the Immemorial sect, the Immemorial stone, for you to study. This stone has many secrets and contains many Daos and top-tier abilities. You can study it for a while. It won't be too late to leave when my daughter comes out." After seeing the stone, Lin Feng's eyes twitched violently. The origin of the Immemorial sect. He did not know if it had anything to do with the stone of suppressing prison. However, it was a treasure passed down from such an ancient sect. Its value was naturally unimaginable. Lin Feng said, "All right. Since Senior has invited me, this junior will continue to stay in the Immemorial sect for a few more days. I can also comprehend the extraordinariness of the stone of suppressing prison. Little friend, have a good rest. We'll take our leave first." Meng Tianli said. "Senior, take care." Lin Feng said. I'll take my leave too. I'll come and see you when I'm free. Nalan Shuling said, waving her hand, and then left with Meng Tianli and the others. After these people left, Lin Feng carried the stone of suppressing prison back. Stone of suppressing prison. Stone of suppressing prison. I didn't expect it. There's such a thing in the Yang realm. The demon lord said in surprise. Is the origin of the stone of suppressing prison great? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. Of course. Suppressing, it's suppressing. Prison, it's hell. Stone of suppressing prison, do you think the origin of the stone of suppressing prison is great? Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Stone of suppressing prison. Stone of suppressing prison, this origin was indeed too shocking. Stone of suppressing prison, how do you understand this sentence? Lin Feng asked. Hell itself is very special in the underworld. It's a place where the most terrifying undead go. The stone of suppressing prison suppresses hell. To be precise, it suppresses the terrifying undead in hell. The demon lord said. The existence of the stone of suppressing prison prevents the undead from rushing out of the 18 levels of hell. If those undead were to rush out of the 18 levels of hell, it would definitely be a disaster. Since the stone of suppressing prison can suppress the undead in the 18 levels of hell, it's enough to prove that the stone of suppressing prison is extraordinary. And the stone of suppressing prison that can spread out of the underworld is even more extraordinary. You can properly comprehend this stone of suppressing prison and see what secrets it hides. Lin Feng nodded. He then sat down in a lotus position and began to study the stone of purgatory. As time passed, Lin Feng felt that he had formed a special connection with the stone of suppressing prison. Lin Feng felt as if the stone of purgatory had a life of its own. But when Lin Feng wanted to come into contact with the life energy of the stone of suppressing prison, he was shocked. However, he discovered that life aura disappeared without a trace. This made Lin Feng feel very strange. The stone of purgatory was indeed extraordinary and strange. Lin Feng did not give up. He continued to study the stone of purgatory. This time, Lin Feng discovered that he had appeared in a sinister and terrifying world. In this world, it was just like the legendary Hell world. When he came to this world, Lin Feng felt as if his consciousness was about to sink into this world. Boom, in the depths of this world. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Then, a great battle seemed to have broken out in the depths. Lin Feng wanted to enter the depths of that world to see what the specific situation was like. However, he tried many times. He had been unable to enter that world. That world was filled with mysteries and unknowns. Not just anyone could enter it. Reversing the 6 paths of reincarnation, I will let you reincarnate. Following that, Lin Feng heard a loud roar. This caused Lin Feng's spirit to suddenly rise. This voice, the content contained within it made one's imagination run wild. Trespasser of the 6 paths of reincarnation. You deserve to be killed. Following that, another voice came out. It seemed to be a creature that protected this world. Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely shocked, because these two existences both spoke of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Feng had seen the 6 paths of reincarnation before. But the real 6 paths of reincarnation, Lin Feng had never seen it before. 6 paths referred to the heavenly path, human path, Asura path, beast path, hungry ghost path, and hell path. Reincarnation referred to reincarnation. 6 paths of reincarnation meant that after death, one would be reincarnated as one of the 6 paths of heavenly path, human path, Asura path, beast path, hungry ghost path, and hell path. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation had always been a legend. Because, a person's death was like a lamp going out. The soul would gradually dissipate. Only some extremely powerful cultivators would have their souls trapped in hell, but it was said that they didn't have a good ending. Most of their souls were eaten by some terrifying creatures in hell. As for reincarnation, of course there was such a thing. As far as the current situation was concerned, the reincarnation that Lin Feng knew of wasn't reincarnation through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Instead, it was some extremely powerful cultivators. They had cultivated some extremely powerful corpse dismemberment techniques when they were alive. When their bodies died due to external forces, but their lifespan was still extremely long. To be able to borrow this corpse dismemberment technique, to undergo reincarnation, their souls would enter the minds of some babies that were being nurtured to sleep. Until the moment they woke up, they would remember everything that had happened. As for the legend of the 6 paths of reincarnation, it was too fleeting. The battle deep inside seemed to be getting more and more intense. Scam. It's actually a shocking scam. Suddenly, the cultivator who said even if I reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation, I'll let you reincarnate, roared in anger. He seemed to have noticed something unusual. Die. The creature that protected this world attacked with all its might, wanting to erase that existence. In the end, a stone of suppressing prison was used by those creatures. With the stone of suppressing prison's attack, that cultivator couldn't resist. In the end, he was suppressed. However, the stone of suppressing prison was stained with that cultivator's blood. After the stone of suppressing prison fused with that cultivator's blood, it underwent an extremely strange change. Something terrifying happened just like that. The stone of suppressing prison was no longer under the control of the creature that protected this world. The stone of suppressing prison broke through the void of space. It rushed outside. Lin Feng saw the stone of suppressing prison rushing out. The stone of suppressing prison was stained with blood. It seemed to be the blood of that mysterious existence that was killed. A terrifying creature chased after the stone of suppressing prison, but the stone of suppressing prison still managed to escape. At this time, Lin Feng woke up. Those scenes, could they be scenes that happened in hell? Thinking of the scenes he saw and the sounds he heard, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. He quickly got up and came to the side of the stone of suppressing prison, carefully observing the traces on the stone of suppressing prison. This is blood, dried blood. Finally, Lin Feng saw traces of blood on the stone of suppressing prison. But the blood had already dried up. This stone of suppressing prison was the one that mutated after killing that mysterious combatant and escaped from hell, right? Were these traces of blood left on the stone of suppressing prison after the blood dried up? This is the stone of suppressing prison. I've seen it before. At this moment, the Supreme Demon Iron's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Whoosh, there was a flash of light. The Supreme Demon Iron flew out. This guy had been cultivating in seclusion in the mountain river ring. There had been no movement for a long time. No one knew when he had woken up. You've seen this stone of suppressing prison? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Of course. The Supreme Demon Iron nodded and slammed into the stone of suppressing prison. The stone of suppressing prison was knocked aside by the Supreme Demon Iron. What are you doing? Lin Feng looked at the Supreme Demon Iron in confusion. The Supreme Demon Iron said, You don't know. This guy is not simple. In fact, this stone of suppressing prison contains a rock spirit. What? Contains a rock spirit? Is this true? Lin Feng asked in surprise. He suddenly remembered that he had sensed a trace of life from the stone of suppressing prison not long ago. However, that trace of life disappeared in an instant. When Lin Feng sensed it again, he couldn't sense it anymore. Now, the Supreme Demon Iron said that the stone of suppressing prison contained a rock spirit. In other words, the stone of suppressing prison was alive. His previous senses were not wrong. The Supreme Demon Iron said, Of course. I'm 100% sure that this stone of suppressing prison really contains a rock spirit. Back then, I trained with this guy. Lin Feng was speechless. Hey! Say something, don't put on an act for me. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'll smash you into pieces. The Supreme Demon Iron said coldly. However, the stone of suppressing prison still did not move. The Supreme Demon Iron sneered, Others may not know your weakness, but do you think I don't know? I'll smash you into pieces now. The Supreme Demon Iron said and attacked the stone of suppressing prison. The stone of suppressing prison dodged the Supreme Demon Iron's attack. Then, a cold voice came from the stone of suppressing prison. Humph. Shameless guy, you're still alive? Hearing the Stone of Suppressing Prison's words, Lin Feng was shocked. The Stone of Suppressing Prison really had a stone spirit. Lin Feng reckoned that even the Jinyu Immortal sect didn't know about it. You're not dead yet, so of course I won't die. Supreme Demon Iron sneered. Then it sneered, but you don't seem to be doing well. You actually became the cultivation stone of a sect in the mortal world. How shameful, how shameful. If I tell others that I know you, I'll feel ashamed. The Supreme Demon Iron had a poisonous tongue. Therefore, this guy's mouth was quite despicable. The words he said were enough to bury people to death. The Stone of Suppressing Prison was also enraged. It retorted coldly, you still have the nerve to talk about me? At the very least, I have a sect with a long history behind me. What about you? She actually followed an immortal emperor brat. If we're talking about shame, who's more shameful? Supreme Demon Iron sneered and said, I said you were ignorant and inexperienced, but you didn't believe me. Do you know who this young master is? He's a descendant of the Sovereign Clan and Lin Qi. The Stone of Suppressing Prison was also shocked. However, it soon sneered and said, so what? If he can't grow, no matter what his background is, he'll still die young in the future. I've seen many geniuses like him. Don't be too proud. When the time comes, it might be time for you to cry. Supreme Demon Iron sneered after hearing the Stone of Suppressing Prison's words. This is the difference between you and me. My future is full of hope. If I give it my all, I might be able to defy the heavens. However, your future is destined to be like a frog in a well, waiting for death. I'd like to see what makes you think you can say that to me. The Stone of Suppressing Prison sneered and charged at Supreme Demon Iron. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Supreme Demon Iron sneered and charged at the Stone of Suppressing Prison. Bang! 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 The Stone of Suppressing Prison and Supreme Demon Iron collided again and again. Every time they collided, the earth trembled. The void was about to crack. Lin Feng quickly sealed the void to prevent the energy from leaking out. After the two of them collided for hundreds of times, each of them seemed to have lost all their strength. They all fell to the ground, motionless. Ha 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 ha, suddenly, the two of them burst out laughing. The Stone of Suppressing Prison said, it's good to see you alive. Supreme Demon Iron said. Yes, I hope we can continue to live. Lin Feng was stupefied. He looked at the Supreme Demon Iron and the oppressive Prison Stone. They had been fighting to the death a moment before. However, in the blink of an eye, they became good brothers. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the future, follow the young master. Supreme Demon Iron said. In the past, I had some ties with the Suppressing Prison Immortal sect. I promised to stay and guard the sect. Stone of Suppressing Prison said. How many years have you stayed here? Supreme Demon Iron asked. I've forgotten. If you hadn't woken me up, I might still be asleep. Stone of Suppressing Prison said. Supreme Demon Iron said, old friend. You've been guarding the Suppressing Prison Immortal sect for too long. It's time for you to change your way of living. The 5 signs of heavenly decay have appeared. Even if we're special life forms, we might die in the end of the epic. If we follow the young master, it'll be different. When the young master soars, we'll follow him. Stone of Suppressing Prison said. I can't answer you now. Let me think about it. Supreme Demon Iron said. You're hesitating because you can't be sure of the young master's future, right? Actually, there's no need for that. If there's someone who's most likely to survive in this epic, I'll definitely choose the young master. Stone of Suppressing Prison sneered. How many years until the end of the epic? What level will the kid's cultivation be when the epic is destroyed? A sovereign? A sage emperor? An imperial lord? Even an immortal wouldn't dare to say that he'll survive the end of the epic. Where did you get the courage to say these words? Supreme Demon Iron said. There are 4 reasons. First, the young master is an extremely rare person with a heaven-defying destiny. The fact that the young master has cultivated 3,000 types of Grand Daos proves this point. Second, the young master's ancestors are too extraordinary. The ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan and the experts of Lin Qi's bloodline will secretly protect the young master. Third, the young master's bloodline is very powerful. Apart from the sovereign emperor bloodline and the undying bloodline, he also has the even more powerful destiny bloodline. After hearing the supreme demon Iron's words, the stone of suppressing prison fell silent. The stone of suppressing prison knew that the supreme demon Iron would not lie to it. Lin Feng was indeed an extraordinary person. Following such a person in the future, it was very likely that he could really soar into the sky. However, the stone of suppressing prison was different from the supreme demon Iron. The supreme demon Iron's heart was burning. It yearned to become stronger and stronger, yearning to live to the next era. However, what about the stone of suppressing prison? It had been asleep for too long, and its inner world had long lost its sharpness. It did things. It was always overcautious. It would think a lot of things. And the things it was thinking about were obviously the important factors that prevented it from immediately agreeing to the supreme demon Iron. I still need to think about it, the stone of suppressing prison said. All right. I'll give you a few days. Think about it carefully, the supreme demon Iron said. It did not press him step by step. This would be counterproductive. Lin Feng also felt that he could not force it too much at this time. If the stone of suppressing prison could submit to him, then it would be a great harvest. The stone of suppressing prison was an existence that suppressed countless evil spirits in hell back then. With the stone of suppressing prison by his side, he would encounter terrifying creatures from hell in the future. He would no longer need to fear those terrifying existences. 3 days later, Nalan Shuling once again came to Lin Feng's place. Nalan Shuling looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Did you know? I heard that sister has woken up." "Oh? The ice fairy has woken up? That's great. How is her body?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. "It seems that she hasn't recovered yet. She needs to continue healing. The first thing my sister did when she woke up was to ask where you were. It seems that my sister is very concerned about you," Nalan Shuling said with a smile. Lin Feng said, "After all, we've gone through thick and thin together. We can be considered friends. It's very normal to care about a friend." Nalan Shuling said, "But I feel that sister doesn't care about you like a normal friend. Do you think sister has fallen in love with you? Will you become my brother-in-law in the future?" Lin Feng was speechless. This mischievous girl really dared to say anything. She dared to ask anything. "I forgot to ask you for your name when I left last time. Can you tell me now?" Nalan Shuling asked. "Ji. You can call me Ji," Lin Feng said. "Why don't I call you Brother Ji?" Nalan Shuling's big watery eyes immediately narrowed into crescents. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course. Don't you usually cultivate? You seem to have a lot of time to wander around." "Of course I have to cultivate. But I have to strike a balance between work and rest," Nalan Shuling said with a grin. She stayed at Lin Feng's place for a while before leaving. The next day, Nalan Shuling once again came to Lin Feng's place. "It seems that there are guests, and they are extremely important guests. My second grandpa, uncle, and the others have all gone to receive them," Nalan Shuling said. The second grandpa she mentioned was the sect master of the Jinyu Immortal sect. "Who are they? Do you know who they are?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "I'm not too sure about that either," Nalan Shuling said. In the afternoon, dozens of guards came to Lin Feng's place. Lin Feng felt a chill from these guards. They were the guards of the Jinyu Immortal sect. Lin Feng had never felt this coldness before. Before this, the people of the Jinyu Immortal sect had always been very friendly to him. But now, for some reason, they seemed to have changed their attitude towards him. This change in attitude made Lin Feng feel that something was very wrong. "What is the meaning of this?" Lin Feng asked. "The sect master is worried that young master will be in danger, so he sent us to protect young master," the guard commander said. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. This was the Jinyu Immortal sect. How could he be in danger? This person used such words to brush him off. Did he think he was a fool? "I want to see Senior Meng Tianli," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. "Okay. We will help young master report. Young master, go back and cultivate for the time being. When we get the news, we will immediately come back to inform young master. The guard commander said. Lin Feng frowned, but finally nodded. He returned to his residence, but the courtyard was already sealed off. It was obviously unrealistic to want to escape. Because, even if he broke through the current line of defense, the higher-ups of the Jinyu Immortal sect would know. Lin Feng could ignore the other people of the Jinyu Immortal sect. However, Lin Feng couldn't ignore the terrifying existence in the Immortal Stone. That existence was simply too powerful. It seems that the Jinyu Immortal sect wants to attack young master. The Supreme Demon Iron was very angry. It looked at the Jinyu Immortal Stone and said, young master risked his life to escort the Saintess back to the Jinyu Immortal sect, but in the end, he was repaid with enmity. This is the Jinyu Immortal sect that you are protecting. The Jinyu Immortal Stone said. Everything is just your guess, you can't be sure. So don't be so sure. Lin Feng said indifferently, perhaps they already know my identity, so they want to attack me. However, I have never had any grudges with the Jinyu Immortal sect, so it must be those guests who are causing trouble. The Jinyu Immortal Stone was silent. It didn't say anything, but it was waiting. Perhaps there would be a turn for the better. The next day, Lin Feng found the guard commander and asked, can you report my request to see Senior Meng Tianli? The guard commander said, it has already been reported, but the Lord has important matters to attend to, so he can't leave now. The Lord told young master to be patient and wait for a few days. During this time, young master can continue to enter the Jinyu Immortal sect. I want to see Meng Bingling. She should have awakened, right? Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The Saintess has indeed awakened, but she is in seclusion. If you want to see her, you will have to wait. The guard commander said. At this point, Lin Feng already knew that no matter what he said, the other party wouldn't satisfy him. Now, Lin Feng was certain that he was under house arrest by the Jinyu Immortal sect. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. He returned with a gloomy expression. Big factions don't have anything good. You only care about benefits, the Supreme Demon Iron scolded. The Jinyu Immortal Stone remained silent. In the afternoon, Nalan Shuling came to see Lin Feng, but she was stopped. Lin Feng saw Nalan Shuling from afar. She wanted to force her way in, but a group of people flew over from afar. Lin Feng saw Meng Bingling among them. When he saw Meng Bingling, Lin Feng's expression turned gloomy. Meng Bingling had appeared. He had risked his life to send her back to the Jinyu Immortal sect, but now she knew that he had been imprisoned. She had actually ignored him. Lin Feng suddenly felt a bone-piercing coldness. The human heart was truly unpredictable. In the face of absolute benefits, one could betray anything. Even their conscience. Even so, Lin Feng turned and returned to his residence. There was no need for him to continue watching. Meng Bingling was very beautiful. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, she had a heart as venomous as a snake. Supreme Demon Iron said, is that Meng Bingling? She's as beautiful as a fairy. No wonder young master would risk his life to escort her back. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and kicked Supreme Demon Iron away. I escorted her back because of my agreement with her. It's not because of her looks. A man's word is worth 1,000 gold. If I don't even keep my promise, what kind of man am I? Supreme Demon Iron grinned. I was just joking. Young master, please don't get angry. Lin Feng said, I won't get angry. However, I've gained a better understanding of the human heart. Look at those guards. They're only showing their strength on the surface. I can vaguely sense that there are experts lurking in the dark. They've locked onto my residence. If I dare to do anything strange, I won't be able to escape their senses. Supreme Demon Iron said, young master, you've grasped the Tao of space, but you still can't leave silently? It's difficult. It's almost impossible. They've set up detection restrictions in the surroundings. In addition, those experts have sealed the void with their divine senses. Even if I use the spatial travel technique recorded in the Tao of space, I should still be discovered by them. Lin Feng said. However, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Otherwise, only death awaits us. If there's really no other way, we'll have to force our way through. Although the existence in the immortal stone is very terrifying, if we don't try, how can we be sure that we won't be able to escape? Supreme Demon Iron's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. This was a matter of life and death. The fate of the Supreme Demon Iron had long been intertwined with that of Lin Feng. If Lin Feng died, the Supreme Demon Iron would also die. Lin Feng said, "It seems that this is the only way. Let's make our move tonight." Supreme Devil Iron looked at the suppressing prison stone and said, "Is this suppressing prison immortal sect the same as the one in your heart? What are your plans?" Lin Feng was already prepared to attack the stone of suppressing prison at any time. The Supreme Demon Iron knew where the weakness of the stone of suppressing prison was. Now that it was a matter of life and death, the stone of suppressing prison already knew about tonight's breakout. Therefore, he planned to join forces with the Supreme Demon Iron to destroy the stone of suppressing prison. Of course, if the oppressive prison stone agreed to submit to him, Lin Feng wouldn't destroy it. The human heart is the most unpredictable in this world. This saying is indeed true. I've decided to follow this young master from now on, just like you. The stone of confinement said. Hearing that, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He said, "My name is Lin Feng. Let's get to know each other formally." Stone of suppressing prison. Greetings, young master. From now on, the stone of suppressing prison is willing to follow you to death. If I break my oath, the stone of suppressing prison will die a horrible death. The stone of suppressing prison swore. After the stone of suppressing prison swore, Lin Feng felt a mysterious connection between him and the stone of suppressing prison. That connection. It was a spiritual connection. Lin Feng knew. From now on, the stone of suppressing prison. It would never betray him again. Lin Feng said, "All right. I accept your loyalty. If I, Lin Feng, can rule the world one day, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." "Thank you, young master." The stone of suppressing prison thanked him. Then, the stone of suppressing prison continued, "Young master. There's one more thing I want to tell you." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. The stone of suppressing prison said, "This subordinate knows how to deceive the heavens and leave this place." After hearing the stone of suppressing prison's words, Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. The Supreme Demon Iron could not help but become excited and said, "Quickly tell me. How can we leave this place?" The stone of suppressing prison said, "I was originally the devil stone guarding the core of the suppressing prison immortal realm. However, the descendants of the suppressing prison immortal sect didn't seem to know the mysteries of the suppressing prison immortal realm and actually moved me out. I am in the core of the immortal realm, and the speed at which the immortal realm absorbs immortal chi and fate will be dozens of times faster. This way, we can nurture more top experts for the immortal sect. However, after these people moved me out, it was destined that the immortal realm would fall from its peak to its decline. My mind is connected to the immortal realm. I can communicate with the immortal realm. Then, I can bring everyone into the immortal realm. When the time comes, these people will only sense that there are fluctuations in the immortal realm, but they will not suspect that we have already left this place. Once we enter the Jinyu immortal realm, we can leave the Jinyu immortal sect." The stone of suppressing prison said. "Excellent." Lin Feng nodded. The heavens would never bar one's way. However, before we enter the immortal realm, we need to use a seal to completely seal off the courtyard where we are staying. Then, we need to isolate the outside world from sensing what is inside. The stone of suppressing prison said. Lin Feng said, "I will set up the seal." "Thank you for your trouble, young master." The stone of suppressing prison said. Lin Feng said. "No problem." Then, Lin Feng began to set up the seal. He used a powerful seal to completely seal off the courtyard where they were staying. If the enemy wanted to break through the seal, it would take at least 3 to 5 days. Then, the stone of suppressing prison began to communicate with the immortal realm. Soon, the immortal realm was connected to the immortal realm. In the void above the courtyard, a distorted vortex appeared. When the vortex appeared, the void above the Jinyu immortal sect began to shake violently. Many people could not help but be alarmed. Lin Feng and the others entered the immortal realm through the vortex. What happened? In the meeting hall, many of the immortal sect's higher-ups gathered. After feeling the violent fluctuations outside, Meng Tianli asked with a gloomy expression. Reporting to the Lord. There are fluctuations in the immortal realm. We don't know what happened, but now we have sent people into the immortal realm to check it out. An elder came in and reported. Good. You may leave. Meng Tianli waved his hand and said. There is no time to lose. Do it now. Kill Lin Feng. At this time, a cultivator in a black robe said. His voice was eerie and terrifying. This person was not just anyone. The Grand Tao Honorable Lord was a living being that transcended eras. The power behind him. He had a blood feud with the Sovereign Emperor clan. In order to train his disciple, Tu Lu, the Grand Honorable Lord sent Tu Lu to deal with Lin Feng. Actually, Tu Lu didn't know Lin Feng's whereabouts at first. However, someone had been sending messages by Crane, telling him Lin Feng's whereabouts. Tu Lu chased after him. In the end, he chased him to the Genu Immortal sect. When Tu Lu revealed his identity, the people of the Genu Immortal sect were very respectful towards Tu Lu. They naturally wanted to establish a relationship with Tu Lu. After all, Tu Lu came from a race that transcended eras. He had the method to successfully survive the era's destruction. The people of the Genu Immortal sect wanted to obtain this method from Tu Lu. They would naturally listen to whatever Tu Lu said. Moreover, after knowing Lin Feng's identity, the people of the Genu Immortal sect were also very surprised. They didn't expect this cultivator who called himself Ji. He was the famous Lin Feng. It was widely rumored that Lin Feng had too many treasures and too many secrets. Therefore, even without Tu Lu's matter, after knowing Lin Feng's true identity, the people of the Genu Immortal sect, they all wanted to attack Lin Feng. In this world, don't talk about gratitude. The most in this world was ruthlessness. Good. Let's kill Lin Feng now. Meng Tianli stood up and said. Tu Lu and his group of followers also stood up. I'll go meet this kid. Tu Lu said. No problem. Meng Tianli nodded. Meng Tianli looked at Meng Bingling and said, Ling stay here. Just wait for the news. Yes, father. Meng Bingling replied. The group left the hall and came to the courtyard where Lin Feng lived. Sir. You're here. Seeing Meng Tianli's arrival, the guard commander quickly trotted over and saluted Meng Tianli. Meng Tianli asked, Is there any movement inside? The guard commander said, There's no movement at all. Open the gate. Let's go in and kill this kid. Meng Tianli ordered. This subordinate will do it right away. The guard commander said. Then he went there personally. He opened the door to the courtyard. At this moment, a terrifying aura gushed out from the courtyard. Die, a deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. A gigantic spirit god was formed. The gigantic spirit god wielded a huge axe and slashed at the guard commander who opened the gate. After sensing the terrifying aura of the attack, the guard commander's expression changed greatly. He wanted to retreat quickly to avoid this terrifying attack. But it was too late to dodge. The axe in Zhu Lingshan's hand directly split him into two halves. Restriction. This kid had set up a restriction. Damn it. After seeing this scene, Meng Tianli's face was gloomy. Tu Lu said, It's only fun this way. If we go in directly and kill Lin Feng, it'll be boring. I'll be the one to break this restriction. I'll kill Lin Feng personally and bring his head to my master. After Tu Lu finished speaking, he took the initiative to walk toward the restriction. This person was extremely confident in himself. As for Lin Feng, he did not care about him at all. His goal was to kill Lin Feng. Now that he had this opportunity, naturally, he wanted to do it personally. Only then would he feel a sense of accomplishment. While Tu Lu was breaking the restriction, Lin Feng and the others had already entered the Genu Immortal Realm. The Genu Immortal Realm was a self-contained space. It was extremely huge and belonged to the Genu Immortal sect. Therefore, there were very few cultivators who could enter the Jinyu immortal realm to cultivate. Hurry up and leave this place. I don't want to stay here for a second longer. Supreme Demon Iron couldn't help but cry out loudly. The Stone of Jinyu said, "There's no hurry. There's still something good in the Jinyu immortal realm that might be useful to you. Before we leave, we can take it with us." Lin Feng asked curiously, "What is it?" The Stone of Jinyu said, "The heart of all evil." Supreme Demon Iron cried out in surprise, "The heart of all evil? The Jinyu immortal sect has something like that? The heart of all evil? What the hell is that?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. It was something like that. This was the first time he had heard of it. The Stone of Jinyu said, "The heart of all evil is said to be a heart formed by the origin of all evil between heaven and earth. It's an extremely terrifying heart. It's said to be able to continuously absorb the evil energy between heaven and earth. Once you obtain the heart of all evil, it's equivalent to obtaining a heart that can continuously increase your cultivation." There's such a thing? Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. If he could refine the heart of all evil, wouldn't that mean that he would be cultivating even when he was sleeping? The Stone of Suppressing Prison said, "The heart of all evil's uses aren't limited to just this. It has many other unimaginable abilities, but as for what kind of heaven-defying abilities it has, even I don't know. Even I can't explain all of them. However, although the heart of all evil is heaven-defying, it's not without side effects." What side effects? Lin Feng asked curiously. The heart of all evil is extremely evil, and it has its own consciousness. It's said that many cultivators who tried to refine the heart of all evil not only failed to gain control of it, but they were also enslaved by the heart of all evil in the end. Lin Feng frowned. The heart of all evil was indeed a terrifying ability. He had to be wary of it. He said, "No matter what. Let's get the heart of all evil first. As for whether we can refine it or not, that's a matter for the future. Where is the heart of all evil? Bring me there quickly." "Yes. Young master. Young master, please follow me quickly," the Stone of Jinyu said. Lin Feng followed behind the Stone of Jinyu and quickly flew in a certain direction. The Supreme Demon Iron said, "This heart of all evil should be very difficult to subdue, right?" The Stone of Jinyu said, "The heart of all evil is currently suppressed in the depths of a mountain range. Given your methods, you should be able to subdue it." The Jinyu immortal realm was a large space. Lin Feng, the Stone of Jinyu, and the Supreme Demon Iron flew for 2 hours before they arrived at the mountain range mentioned by the Stone of Jinyu. The mountain range was emitting a powerful evil energy. The evil energy was the energy emitted by the heart of all evil. "It's the cave in front," the Stone of Jinyu said. Lin Feng looked over and saw a huge cave with a large amount of evil energy. It was gushing out of the cave in front of him. Lin Feng and the Supreme Demon Iron followed the Stone of Jinyu into the cave. In the depths of the cave, a heart the size of a fist was wrapped into an iron ball by numerous chains. 4 chains extended out and pierced through the 4 corners of the cave. Those chains were covered in runes, which directly sealed the heart. However, the power of the heart was too great. "Is that the heart of all evil?" Lin Feng looked at the sealed heart and took a deep breath. "That's right, young master. That's the heart of all evil. However, you must be careful. The heart of all evil is incomparably evil. You must be extremely careful when sealing it. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous," the Stone of Suppression warned. "I know." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he flew toward the heart of all evil. At that moment, the heart of all evil seemed to sense something. A large amount of special energy escaped from the heart of all evil. Lin Feng was enveloped by the special energy. When he sensed the special energy, Lin Feng immediately felt a strange energy invading his mind. In the next moment, Lin Feng fell into an illusion. In front of him was a lush green grassland. The surrounding trees provided shade. A beautiful woman was standing not far away from him. The beautiful woman was none other than Meng Bingling. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her beauty was a kind of beauty that made people stunned. Anyone who saw her face would yearn for it. "Don't you hate her? That be *tch used you." You risked your life to escort her back to the sect, but now, her sect wants to repay your kindness with enmity and kill you for their own benefits. She knew all this, but she silently agreed to it. IB*TCH like her can't be left alive. Pick up the weapon in your hand, rush over, and stab her to death. A gentle and seductive voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When Lin Feng heard the voice, he felt the killing intent in his heart increase. The anger in his heart burned fiercely. Meng Bingling had disappointed Lin Feng too much. Lin Feng even wanted to kill her. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at his hands. He didn't know when, but a sharp blade had appeared in his hands. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a vicious light as he walked towards Meng Bingling. He wanted to stab the Dream Eye spirit to death. But halfway through, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't know what was wrong. Lin Feng's willpower was strong, but he was also completely mesmerized by the current illusion. At this moment, Luya's star chart in Lin Feng's mind started to circulate by itself. Some heaven-defying divine abilities. It could take the initiative to protect its master. Luya's star chart observation was a divine ability of this level. Now that Luya's star chart was automatically activated, Lin Feng's originally confused consciousness was instantly pulled back to reality. When Lin Feng woke up, Lin Feng realized that his back was soaked with sweat. The scene just now was too realistic. The heart of all evil caused him to fall into an illusion. Lin Feng guessed. The person who killed Meng Bingling in the illusion wasn't Meng Bingling, but himself. Some terrifying illusions were like this. In the illusion, when someone who thought they were the enemy was killed. Actually, the person who killed was himself. Thinking about the scene in the illusion now, Lin Feng still felt a lingering fear. The heart of all evil was simply too terrifying. It had actually seen through a flaw in his heart and pulled him into the illusion it had created. Amazing, really amazing. You actually managed to walk out of the illusion I created. Kid. I see that your talent is extraordinary. You have great potential. I've decided to give you a chance. A chance to soar into the sky and dominate the heavens. However, whether you can seize this chance or not depends on how you choose. The heart of all evil's voice was still filled with temptation. It was extremely good at using the desires in the hearts of others to talk to them. This way, it could take the initiative. Lin Feng sneered. It's useless. No matter how glib your tongue is, I won't believe a single word of yours. You're destined to become my supply. I'll seal you first, then find a chance to refine you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng immediately used the 8 divine seals. Numerous runes flew out and fused together in the void. They turned into divine runes. Those divine runes contained terrifying fluctuations that could destroy the heavens and earth. Those runes were all the sealing runes formed by the 8 divine seals. They were extremely powerful. Streaks of sealing runes shot toward the heart of all evil. Kid. You want to seal me? You're delusional. The heart of all evil sneered. A large amount of evil energy surged out from the heart of all evil. That evil strength moved towards Lin Feng and enveloped him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He punched out with the supreme reincarnation fist. Instantly, the evil energy was dispersed by Lin Feng's punch. Next, the runes formed by the 8 divine seals wrapped around the heart of all evil. The dense array runes intertwined with each other, completely entangling the heart of all evil. Kid, let go of me. Kid, if you don't let go of me, I'll make you die a horrible death. The heart of all evil struggled and roared. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He activated the Great Suppression Art, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. A suppress word was formed. The suppress word flew out. It directly suppressed the heart of all evil. The heart of all evil, which had been struggling and roaring incessantly, suddenly became motionless. The 8 divine seals and the Great Suppression Art were extremely powerful techniques. When these 2 techniques were used together, the power was even more shocking. Even the heart of all evil was suppressed. Lin Feng immediately took out the black dragon sword. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and slashed at the chains. Clang! 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 The black dragon sword slashed at the chains. Instantly, the chains that wrapped around the heart of all evil were cut off by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Lin Feng kept the sealed heart of all evil into his mountain river ring. Success! Let's go! Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Follow me. The suppressing prison stone said and took the lead to rush out. When Lin Feng took the heart of all evil, a huge universal mirror in the Genyu Immortal sect's sacred palace sensed something. It shone at the place where the heart of all evil was originally sealed. At this moment, the heart of all evil was gone. Someone stole the heart of all evil. The mysterious existence in the immortal stone was cultivating in the sacred palace. When it saw this scene, its expression turned ugly. Whoosh, there was a flash of light. The immortal stone disappeared without a trace. Under the suppressing prison stone's lead, Lin Feng and the supreme demon Iron arrived at the northwest corner of the Genyu Immortal realm. Break the spatial crystal wall and we can get out, the suppressing prison stone said. Breaking the spatial crystal wall was very easy for it. However, just as the suppressing prison stone was about to act, a terrifying aura surged out from the void. Be careful! Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. He hurriedly took action to block the terrifying power that was coming towards him. When that terrifying attack was about to hit Lin Feng's expression changed. Lin Feng opened his hand. He slapped out with his palm. Bang, following a violent collision, Lin Feng was sent flying. The supreme demon Iron and the stone of suppressing prison were also sent flying, just like Lin Feng. Who's there? Lin Feng shouted with a gloomy expression. The newcomer was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Whoosh, there was a flash of light. A huge immortal stone flew out. When Lin Feng saw this existence, his expression turned extremely ugly. Back then, this terrifying existence was evenly matched with the crimson-haired woman. From this, one could tell how terrifying this existence's cultivation was. Previously, Lin Feng was worried that he would encounter this terrifying existence when escaping from the Genyu Immortal sect. However, who would have thought that he still couldn't hide from this terrifying existence? This was going to be troublesome. The stone of suppressing prison has a spirit? This is really unexpected. The terrifying existence's voice was cold. The stone of suppressing prison said. It's you people who are stupid and kept in the dark. The terrifying existence said coldly. Stone of suppressing prison, are you rebelling? Do you know what will happen to you? Hee, I won't be threatened by you. The stone of suppressing prison replied with a cold smile. I'll suppress you later. The terrifying existence's voice was cold. Then, a large amount of destructive power surged out from the immortal stone. The immortal light seemed to condense into an illusory world, trapping Lin Feng, the stone of suppressing prison, and the supreme demon Iron in that illusory world. This terrifying existence was simply too powerful. Lin Feng knew that even if he joined forces with the stone of suppressing prison and the supreme demon Iron, they would still be no match for this existence. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Don't worry, young master. This guy is powerful. But in the Genyu Immortal realm, he can't do anything. The stone of suppressing prison said. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed like the stone of purgatory's control over the purgatory immortal realm was extraordinary. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get rid of this guy. Supreme Demon Iron shouted. The prison suppressing stone rolled its eyes and said, his cultivation is so strong, how could it be so easy to kill him? However, I can temporarily trap him. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone of suppression began to chant an incantation. Crash, crash, when the stone of imprisonment finished its incantation, the sound of chains colliding could be heard. Numerous chains appeared in the void. Those chains. They were all chains formed from order laws. Those chains were originally the chains of order of the Genyu Immortal realm, but the stone of Genyu could control them. Those chains of order interweaved into a huge net, directly enveloping the immortal stone. The attack from the immortal stone was blocked by the net formed by the chains of order. Suppressing prison stone, you traitor! You deserve to die 1,000 times over. The terrifying existence within the immortal stone roared furiously. The Stone of Suppression did not care about the curse of the terrifying existence within the immortal stone and quickly went to break the crystal wall. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Your genuine immortal sect is a bunch of ingrates, biting the hand that feeds you. As the saying goes, the cycle of karma, good and evil will be repaid. You've done too many bad things, and you'll suffer retribution sooner or later. Kid. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. What cycle of karma, good and evil will be repaid?" The terrifying existence within the immortal stone could not help but laugh coldly. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Just you wait. When my cultivation increases, I'll tear your genuine immortal sect apart." Crack! Crack! At this moment, the Stone of Suppression successfully broke the crystal wall of the genuine immortal realm. "Young master, we can go now," the Stone of Suppression said. Lin Feng nodded. Without stopping. Together with the Stone of Suppression and Supreme Demon Iron, they quickly rushed out. By the time the terrifying existence within the immortal stone had broken through the Stone of Suppressing prison's net of laws of order and escaped, Lin Feng and the others had already disappeared without a trace. "Damn it! Damn it!" The terrifying existence roared angrily. He directly traveled through the void and left the genuine immortal realm. The next time he appeared, he was outside Lin Feng's courtyard. At this moment, Tu Lu was breaking the restriction set up by Lin Feng. "Old ancestor. Why are you here?" Seeing the existence within the immortal stone, Meng Tianli quickly went forward and bowed. The terrifying existence within the immortal stone said coldly, "That kid has already escaped. Issue a warrant for his arrest. We must catch him." "What? He already escaped?" Meng Tianli exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone around could not help but be shocked, especially the cultivators who were monitoring Lin Feng. They did not see Lin Feng escape. Tu Lu, who was breaking the restriction, could not help but stop. The terrifying existence within the immortal stone said, "The Stone of Suppression has a spirit, and it sought refuge with that kid. With the help of the Stone of Suppression, that kid escaped with his life." Hearing the terrifying existence within the immortal stone's words, the crowd finally understood how Lin Feng had managed to escape. "Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find that kid." The terrifying existence within the immortal stone's voice was filled with monstrous killing intent. "Yes. This junior will immediately issue a warrant for his arrest." Meng Tianli did not dare hesitate and quickly went to issue a warrant for Lin Feng's arrest. After leaving the genuine immortal sect, the Supreme Demon Iron and the Stone of Suppression temporarily returned to the mountain river ring. Lin Feng planned to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. His main goal was to refine the heart of all evil. If Lin Feng managed to absorb the heart of evil, his fighting abilities would increase tremendously. At that time, he might be able to grasp many of the unimaginable abilities of the heart of all evil. Of course, Lin Feng knew that he needed to find a safe place to refine the heart of all evil. He was still relatively close to the genuine immortal sect. Therefore, he had to quickly leave this place. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at a small town. Lin Feng learned that the genuine immortal sect had issued a warrant for his arrest. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He saw Ziyuan. In addition to Ziyuan, there were also a few black-robed cultivators. "Let's go." After seeing those people, Lin Feng did not hesitate and turned to leave. "Hey, isn't that Lin Feng?" A black-robed cultivator sneered. "He's the target of the Grand Dao Honorable Lord. The Grand Dao Honorable Lord has already sent Tu Lu to kill him. It seems that Tu Lu hasn't succeeded yet." Another black-robed cultivator sneered. At that moment, Honorable Lord Yuan Tian said, "Lay Mo. Go and bring this brat back. I want to use this kid to make a deal with the Grand Dao Honorable Lord." "Yes. This subordinate will go and capture that kid." A black-robed cultivator stepped forward and answered. Immediately. Lin Feng did not expect to meet Ziyuan and the others here. Lin Feng felt that he was really unlucky. Now, Ziyuan was like a stranger to him. And Ziyuan was with the Black Robe clan. The Black Robe clan was one of the forces that Lin Feng would definitely eradicate in the future. Lin Feng flew quickly in the forest. In the vast ancient forest, it was easier to find a place for seclusion. Swish. Suddenly, above Lin Feng, a cold light flashed. Then, a black light condensed. Looking carefully, that black light was actually a black sword chi. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing this kind of black sword chi. Waves of terrifying aura shook out from the sword chi. That black sword chi locked onto Lin Feng. Then, it slashed towards Lin Feng and instantly flew to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but sink. Someone actually dared to sneak an attack on him. He didn't know who it was that attacked in the dark. But no matter who it was, there was only death for daring to sneak an attack on him. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out a blade light. The sword chi and the blade light collided in the void. In the end, both sides were annihilated. Which scoundrel is hiding his head and showing his tail? Get out here for me, Lin Feng said coldly. Kid. To be able to block my sword, it seems that your battle strength is indeed not bad. Rumor has it that your battle strength far surpasses your realm. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe this rumor. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. A cultivator stepped out from the void. This cultivator wasn't anyone else. It was Lei Mo, who had been sent by Heavenly Supremacy Yuan to deal with Lin Feng. This person was Heavenly Supremacy Yuan's subordinate. In the Black Robe clan, these supremacy-level experts all had their own forces. And between the various supremacies, there were open and covert struggles. However, this Heavenly Supremacy Yuan and Tai Dao Supremacy were not bad. Black Robe clan. You came here alone? Lin Feng looked around cautiously. Lin Feng had seen the Black-Robed clan's Supremacy Yuan before. He knew how terrifying Supremacy Yuan was. When he saw Zi Yuan, Lin Feng also saw Supremacy Yuan. It would be dangerous if Supremacy Yuan Tian made a move. That was why Lin Feng was so vigilant, mainly because he was wary of Supremacy Yuan Tian. If you see this person or sense this person's aura, Lin Feng would leave without hesitation. Ram said indifferently, of course it's just me. Do I need two people to deal with you? Do you think you're worthy? Ram was an extremely arrogant person. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. In his opinion, dealing with Lin Feng was too easy. It was as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, he could not help but look at Lin Feng with a hint of disdain. Hee hee. I've seen a lot of self-righteous people, but they don't end up well. Lin Feng retorted. Kid. You'll know soon enough. The gap between you and me is huge. 10 moves. To deal with you, I'll only use 10 moves at most. I'll be able to suppress you. Ram walked towards Lin Feng step by step. His eyes were filled with chilling intent. Boom, Ram attacked, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. His palm was surrounded by black light. The black light condensed into the word death. This divine ability was clearly an extremely terrifying divine ability. When this divine ability was unleashed, all the flowers and trees within a few hundred meters instantly withered. The power of death? I'll let you see my eye of death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His left eye flickered with a strange light. A ray of light shot out from his left eye. That terrifying light. It swept towards Remington Bang. The eye of death collided with Rem's palm. The black energy surrounding Rem's palm was instantly broken. Lin Feng quickly threw himself at Lei Mo. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lei Mo and condensed a supreme reincarnation punch. He threw a punch at Lei Mo. Rem's face suddenly darkened. He didn't expect that his ability would be broken by Lin Feng so easily. Lin Feng's battle prowess astonished him. Facing Lin Feng's punch, Rem didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly unleashed a powerful divine ability. This ability was called Thunderstorm Art. He sent out a palm strike with his palm as the center. Streaks of divine thunder that distorted time and space appeared in the surrounding void. Those streaks of divine thunder. They exploded. The void was blasted apart. But this ability couldn't hurt Lin Feng. Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist shook slightly. Suddenly, the divine thunder in the void. It was completely destroyed in an instant. Bang, in the next moment. Lin Feng and Rem collided. The power of the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was too strong, and Rem was sent flying. In midair, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Rem couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lin Feng's combat strength was too heaven-defying. In Rem's opinion, Lin Feng was just an immortal Emperor realm cultivator. This level. Even if he crossed a realm to challenge someone, how many realms could he cross? 1 or 2. Crossing a realm was the Emperor realm. Crossing 2 realms was the Emperor realm. Crossing 3 realms was the Emperor realm. And Remington. He was an early-stage Saint Emperor realm cultivator. But in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't even withstand a single attack. Lin Feng's cultivation level was 4 cultivation layers higher than his, and he could easily crush him. Rem had never seen such a monstrous person. At this moment, Lin Feng attacked again. It was still the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. He attacked Remington. In a hurry, Rem used the 9-yang Divine Lightning technique to block Lin Feng's punch. But Rem's condensed divine ability was broken by Lin Feng again. Lin Feng and Rem collided again. This time, there was a cracking sound. Rem's arm was broken. Die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he punched out a third time. This time, Rem couldn't dodge. Lin Feng's invincible punch landed on Rem's body. Bang. Rem's body exploded on the spot. He turned into a bloody mist. 1,000 miles away. Autumn Leaf Town. Heavenly Venerate Yuan, who had been sipping tea with Zi Yuan, had a frosty expression on her face. Zi Yuan asked, "What? What happened?" "Rem is dead." Supremacy Yuan said. "What? Rem is dead? Lin Feng killed him? How is that possible?" Zi Yuan's expression was full of disbelief. This Lin Feng grew so fast. "I want to deal with him personally." Supremacy Yuan's voice was cold. "I'll go with you," Zi Yuan said. Whoosh, a light flashed. After killing Lei Mo, Lin Feng quickly flew into the depths of the forest. This forest was called the Dark Ancient Forest, and it was one of the largest ancient forests in the Heavenly Sage Great World. It stretched out, and no one knew where it ended. In the Dark Ancient Forest, danger lurked everywhere. Lin Feng only wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Then, he could cultivate in seclusion. Buzz, the void trembled slightly, and then 2 figures stepped out. It was Supremacy Yuan and Zi Yuan. After seeing the 2 of them, Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. Supremacy Yuan and Zi Yuan's current cultivation was unimaginable. Now that the 2 of them had come together, it was going to be troublesome. That Lei Mo from before was Supremacy Yuan's subordinate. Obviously, Supremacy Yuan must have known that Lei Mo had been killed. That was why she had personally come to deal with him. The only thing that Lin Feng felt fortunate was that the current Supremacy Yuan should be from this era. Supremacy Yuan had the weakest cultivation when she was young. These beings who had crossed eras were the strongest at the beginning of the era. As time passed, their cultivation became weaker and weaker. But Lin Feng knew. Even if Supremacy Yuan's cultivation had fallen, she was still in existence that was still terrifying. However, she was still an extremely terrifying existence. Moreover, Zi Yuan was eyeing her covetously from the side. "Little ant of the past. It's only been a few years, and you've grown to your current level. It's unbelievable." Supremacy Yuan looked at Lin Feng indifferently. This woman was very beautiful. Coupled with her powerful strength and extraordinary background, this woman could be said to be extremely arrogant. Even if Lin Feng had killed Lei Mo, in Supremacy Yuan's eyes, Lin Feng was still an ant. Hee hee. What? Is a high supremacy going to personally take action? Lin Feng sneered. This subordinate is incompetent. Or else. How are you qualified for this supremacy to personally take action? Supremacy Yuan sneered. She slapped her palm toward Lin Feng from a distance. Suddenly, a giant energy palm condensed in the void. That gigantic hand was moving towards Lin Feng in a flash. A terrifying fluctuation was emitted from the energy handprint. It contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was extremely shocking. After feeling the terrifying power of the energy palm, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression. The power of that energy palm was too terrifying. Lin Feng knew that Supremacy Yuantian's cultivation was very strong. However, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased tremendously. He believed that even if he couldn't beat Supremacy Yuan, he should still be able to exchange blows with him. However, it wasn't until he sensed the power contained in Supremacy Yuan's terrifying strike that Lin Feng realized how huge the gap between him and Supremacy Yuan was. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly took out the ruler's armor. At the same time, he also established a connection with the Golden Man in his dantian. The powerful energy contained in the Golden Man was completely instilled into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng activated the Supreme Reincarnation Fist and punched out with all his strength. Bang! The Supreme Reincarnation Fist collided with the energy palm condensed by Supremacy Yuan. Lin Feng immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was blasted away. His face became as pale as paper, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Supremacy Yuan had only casually attacked, but it had actually erupted with such terrifying combat power. It was too terrifying. Great Clone Technique. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and hurriedly used the Great Clone Technique of the 3,000 Great Paths. Lin Feng split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Lin Feng's body kept splitting until hundreds of Lin Feng appeared. Then, these split Lin Feng fled in all directions. The Great Clone Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Paths, didn't have any offensive power. This kind of ability belonged to the confusion category. When he was in danger, he could use the 3,000 Great Daos to escape. The effect was quite good. Ziyuan, you and I will take care of half each. Don't let any of the clones escape. Supremacy Yuan said. Ziyuan smiled slightly and said, of course, no problem. It's a good time to exercise my muscles. As soon as she said that, Ziyuan flicked her finger. Suddenly, rays of cold light condensed and slashed at the clones of Lin Feng. When the cold light slashed at the clones would immediately collapse. Supremacy Yuan Tian, on the other hand, sent out palm after palm across the void. Each palm was able to destroy one of Lin Feng's clones. Lin Feng's clones were constantly being destroyed. Found you. Suddenly, Ziyuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, she leaped out and locked onto one of Lin Feng's clones. One palm. She slapped over fiercely. Like a flash flood, power surged in Lin Feng's body. That power. It was too terrifying. It was simply shocking. Ziyuan's strength. She was so powerful. He didn't even know how she had raised her cultivation. The feeling that Ziyuan gave Lin Feng was even more dangerous than the feeling that Supremacy Yuan gave Lin Feng. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of an incomparably violent collision, Lin Feng's original body and Ziyuan slammed into each other. That tyrannical power poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng flew out like a kite with a broken string. After suffering this terrifying blow, Lin Feng's great cloning technique was interrupted and his clones directly dissipated. Lin Feng was attacked by Ziyuan, but he didn't complain at all. He didn't even say anything. Ziyuan was no longer the Ziyuan of the past. The moment Lin Feng was blasted out, Supremacy Yuan had already arrived behind Lin Feng. She sneered and said, "Kid. It's all over." Supremacy Yuan's terrifying palm blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the aura of death from Supremacy Yuan's palm. At this critical moment, Lin Feng hurriedly used the heaven patching technique. Swish, with a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared. However, at this moment, Supremacy Yuan sneered and said, "Kid, you can't escape." Previously, dense threads had flown out from Supremacy Yuan's right hand. These were the threads condensed from the Great Entanglement technique. Those threads penetrated the void. Supremacy Yuan pulled hard. Lin Feng, who had used the heaven patching technique to avoid Supremacy Yuan's terrifying attack, had his ankle bound by Supremacy Yuan's Great Entanglement technique. Lin Feng was forcibly pulled out of the parallel space by Supremacy Yuan. "It's over." Supremacy Yuan's voice was indifferent as he slapped the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor immediately retracted back into Lin Feng's body. "Go to hell!" shouted Lin Feng furiously, throwing a punch at Zun Master Yuan Tian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Supremacy Yuan sneered and raised his right hand. His index finger gently tapped Lin Feng. A cold light condensed and first pierced Lin Feng's palm and broke Lin Feng's attack. Then, a piercing sound was heard. That cold light. Even though that kind of injury would be harmful to Lin Feng didn't care. However, it would be difficult to kill Lin Feng. It was just that Lin Feng's situation was worse because Supremacy Yuan was too powerful. There was simply no way to contend with her. Countless threads moved towards Lin Feng, trying to bind him. Supremacy Yuan wanted to use the threads condensed from the Great Entanglement technique to completely bind Lin Feng. At this moment, suddenly, Zi Yuan blasted a palm toward Supremacy Yuan. Zi Yuan's attack was too sudden. There was no warning at all. Lin Feng saw Zi Yuan sneak attack Supremacy Yuan, but he naturally wouldn't say anything. However, Lin Feng didn't understand why Zi Yuan would sneak an attack on Supremacy Yuan. Supremacy Yuan was too powerful. Although she had been sneak attacked by Zi Yuan, she still sensed the situation behind her. Therefore, she turned around and slapped her palm. Bang! Supremacy Yuan and Zi Yuan's palms collided. Supremacy Yuan was extremely powerful, but her attack was too hasty. So, she suffered quite a bit of a loss when she collided with Zi Yuan's palm, and she was slapped flying by Zi Yuan's palm strike. Her face also became extremely pale. Zi Yuan's attack caused considerable damage to Emperor Yuan Tian. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the 5 types of skyfire. The skyfire burned fiercely, burning all the threads wrapped around his body to ashes. Zi Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Venerable Lord Yuan looked at Zi Yuan furiously. Zi Yuan's expression was cold. She didn't say anything and directly charged toward Supremacy Yuan. What's going on? An internal strife? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. It's you. You've awakened. Your little bitch's soul has actually awakened. Soon, Supremacy Yuan thought of a certain possibility. Then, cold killing intent burst out from her eyes. Lin Feng's expression suddenly shook. From Supremacy Yuan's words, he seemed to know the ins and outs of the matter. Zi Yuan. Is it you? Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. Young master. Leave quickly. Zi Yuan said. When Lin Feng heard Zi Yuan's trembling voice, Lin Feng's body stiffened on the spot. It really was Zi Yuan. Ever since he saw Zi Yuan again in Jiuzhou, she seemed to have changed into a different person. However, Lin Feng didn't think of anything else. He just thought that Zi Yuan's personality had changed greatly after not seeing her for so many years. It wasn't until now that he knew that Zi Yuan was in great trouble. The Zi Yuan that had appeared before wasn't the real Zi Yuan. Lin Feng thought of possession. Could it be, Zi Yuan's body be possessed? I'll help you deal with Supremacy Yuan. Then I'll help you kill the soul that possessed you. Lin Feng said. Ha ha ha, stupid guy. Who said that Zi Yuan's body was possessed? She's my sister's reincarnation. My sister's soul is sleeping in the depths of her mind. Originally, this little girl's soul should have fused with my sister's soul, becoming the same person in her past life and present life. However, this little girl is very unwilling because she's worried about someone, and that person is you. This unwillingness has caused her soul to be unable to completely fuse with my sister's soul. However, as time passed, her soul still found it difficult to resist my sister's soul fusion technique. Therefore, her soul has gradually fused with my sister's soul. Only a remnant of her soul is left. I really didn't expect that this little girl's remnant soul would be able to suppress my sister's consciousness. But so what? This little girl's soul will soon completely fuse with my sister's soul. When that happens, she'll completely disappear from this world. Supremacy Yuan said with a cold smile. After hearing Supremacy Yuan's words, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. He hadn't expected the situation to be like this at all. Zi Yuan was actually someone else's reincarnation. This was much more terrifying than soul possession. Because soul possession could kill someone else's soul and control their own body again. However, reincarnated bodies were different. Supremacy Yuan's sister was in her past life, while Zi Yuan was in her current life. The fusion of the souls of the past and present life meant that only one person's consciousness could control this body. Obviously, in this kind of struggle, Zi Yuan was far from being able to fight with Supremacy Yuan's sister. As for killing Heavenly Venerate Yuan's sister's soul, that wasn't realistic either, as her soul had already fused with Zi Yuan's soul. Once the fused soul was killed, both of their consciousnesses would disappear. As for the purple mandarin duck, it was dead. Sir, don't come over. I can't hold on for long. Soon, she will control her body. When that time comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. If that's the case, then all my efforts will be in vain. If you leave and become stronger in the future, you might be able to save me. If even you die in their hands, then I won't have any hope of survival. Zi Yuan begs you to leave quickly. After hearing Zi Yuan's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists. At this moment, how could he leave, however? Zi Yuan said that. It was indeed very reasonable. Lin Feng hated it. He hated that he wasn't strong enough. He couldn't save Zi Yuan now. If he was strong enough, how could he be forced into such a sorry state? TSK, what a bitter drama. Little b****, it seems that your lover doesn't want to leave. Supremacy Yuan and Zi Yuan were in a great battle. Zi Yuan was extremely anxious. She was so anxious that tears flowed out. She said anxiously, "Sir, I can't hold on any longer. Zi Yuan begs you to leave." Lin Feng saw the tears at the corner of Zi Yuan's eyes. He saw Zi Yuan's pleading gaze. Lin Feng's heart was trembling. Persevere and live. I will definitely save you. I will definitely save you. Lin Feng shouted loudly. I will. I will. Zi Yuan nodded heavily. Lin Feng, on the other hand, shuttled through the void and left quickly. Not long after Lin Feng left, Zi Yuan's eyes changed. It was a change that could change a person's temperament. The original Zi Yuan was weak with a hint of strength. But now, this pair of eyes. Only coldness. B****tch. This little B****tch is actually reviving at this time to cause trouble. Zi Yuan couldn't help but curse. Obviously, the one controlling the body now was no longer the real Zi Yuan, but Supremacy Yuan's sister. Things are a little troublesome. This little B****tch has obtained hope and her obsession will become even stronger. It will become extremely difficult to completely resolve her obsession. If we can't resolve her obsession, I'm afraid we won't be able to suppress her after a long time. At that time, she might even control the body instead. Supremacy Yuan said. Then kill Lin Feng. As long as we kill Lin Feng, the sustenance that supports her life will be gone. At that time, her obsession will dissipate on its own. Chase, Zi Yuan said coldly. She shuttled through the void and chased after Lin Feng. As for Supremacy Yuan, she also shuttled through the void and chased after Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was nowhere to be found. In a hidden cave. After Lin Feng set up the isolation restriction, he entered the cave. Bang! 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 Lin Feng punched the ground again and again. Crack! Crack! The rocks on the ground shattered. Hate! 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 Lin Feng was filled with hatred. His hatred was monstrous. He was extremely thirsty for power now. He longed to become stronger. Without sufficient power, he was destined to be helpless when faced with many things. Only when he had sufficient power could he do what he wanted to do. Only then could he protect his family, relatives, lovers, and friends. Whoosh, there was a flash of light. The heart of all evil flew out. Right now, the heart of all evil was still sealed by Lin Feng. Right now, Lin Feng intended to refine the heart of all evil to increase his power. Of course. Lin Feng also knew that if he refined the heart of all evil, he might be enslaved by the heart of all evil. However, Lin Feng believed in himself. He believed that he could overcome all of this. He believed that he was in control of the heart of all evil and not the other way around. Stone of Purgatory Suppression. How do I refine the heart of all evil? Lin Feng asked. It requires a special cultivation technique. This cultivation technique will decompose the heart of all evil into energy runes, and these energy runes can be absorbed by the young master's heart. These energy runes are extremely terrifying. They themselves have unimaginable abilities. As time passes, these energy runes will attempt to control young master's thoughts. This is the terrifying part of the heart of all evil. If anything happens to the young master, these energy runes may turn into the heart of all evil again. Once that happens, it will be troublesome. At that time, the young master's body will be controlled by the heart of all evil. The Stone of Purgatory Suppression said with a solemn expression. Right now, Lin Feng only wanted to increase his cultivation level as soon as possible. Furthermore, wealth came from danger. Right now, refining the heart of all evil was something that had to be done. Teach me that cultivation technique. Lin Feng said. Yes. Young master. The suppressing prison stone said. Immediately after, a message flowed into Lin Feng's mind. And the content of that message. It was the technique to decompose the heart of all evil into energy runes. Lin Feng entered the time and space to cultivate in seclusion. He spent 3 days to completely master the technique that the Stone of Suppressing Prison had taught him. Next, Lin Feng began to circulate this cultivation technique to disintegrate the heart of all evil. This cultivation method was very mysterious. The heart of all evil was gradually broken down into energy runes, and those energy runes were absorbed by Lin Feng's heart. Brat. I am your heart. The heart is the source of a person's motivation. It was the place where bloodlines gathered. The strength of a human's bloodline. It's related to the heart. You have an even more powerful heart. Then your bloodline will become even more powerful. Now, open your soul. I'll teach you how to completely fuse with the heart of all evil. Let the heart of all evil completely fuse with your heart. That way, you'll be able to create the most powerful heart in history. At that time, you can imagine how powerful your bloodline will be. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and open your soul. A gentle and enticing voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. It was the voice of the heart of all evil. The heart of all evil would seize any opportunity to confuse Lin Feng and enslave Lin Feng. Heart of all evil. You don't have to do these useless things. Since I've refined you, you will never be able to rise up again. Lin Feng said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. As long as I find any opportunity, I will be able to enslave you. At that time, you will become my slave. The heart of all evil said viciously. Lin Feng did not care about the heart of all evil. He continued to refine the heart of all evil. This time, he went into seclusion. It actually took Lin Feng a whole year. Of course. 1 year in the time-space, if converted to the time outside, was only 2 months. In the 1 year in the time-space, Lin Feng had gained a lot. He had broken through to the peak of the immortal emperor realm, and it was clear that he was not done yet. At this moment, a tribulation light appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows. This was the emperor tribulation light. Lin Feng could already break through to the emperor realm. However, Lin Feng had been suppressing his cultivation. He was constantly consolidating his cultivation. Finally, Lin Feng came out of the time and space and came out of the cave where he was meditating. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Lin Feng's emperor tribulation. It began to condense. Bolts of lightning struck down, but they did not cause any harm to Lin Feng. This time, a total of 160,000 bolts of lightning struck down. All of them were neutralized by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation had finally reached the emperor realm. The lightning tribulation dissipated. Demon Lord. What kind of tribulation did I undergo this time? Lin Feng asked. Although it surpassed the great immortal Tao tribulation, it is far from the minor longevity tribulation. For you, it is considered a normal tribulation. Demon Lord said. Minor longevity tribulation? What kind of tribulation is that? Is it the tribulation after the great immortal Tao tribulation? Lin Feng asked curiously. That's right. This is a tribulation more terrifying than the great immortal Tao tribulation. You will definitely experience this tribulation in the future, but I don't know which realm you will experience it in. This tribulation is too terrifying. The later you experience it, the better. Demon Lord said. The silver moon was like a plate. Stars dotted the sky. A bonfire burned fiercely. Lin Feng killed a ferocious beast in the forest and then cut it open. Then, he cut off the best meat from the beast and roasted it. Bibi, Dragon Rabbit, and Xiaolong came out one after another. They were full. The three little gluttonous cats slept soundly. The stronger the spirit beast, the longer it would be in its infancy. Therefore, Bibi, Dragon Rabbit, and Xiaolong were in their infancy for a longer time. Now, they were still in their infancy stage. They always did things that made Lin Feng not know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Feng sent the three little fellows back to the time and space to rest. Late at night, Lin Feng was resting. However, Lin Feng felt a cold aura. He opened his eyes. He looked at the sky. Blood moon, Lin Feng frowned. Why did the moon turn blood red? It was extremely strange. And the blood moon often represented misfortune. Not long after, the 5 stars formed a line. One could vaguely see that the 5 stars had formed a line with the blood moon. This is? There must be evil in the sky when there was a strange phenomenon. Usually, after such a phenomenon appeared, something very evil would happen. Lin Feng carefully observed the situation. He had the feeling that something was wrong. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to explore that area. 5 stars and moons, pointing to the northwest. Lin Feng deduced and then quickly rushed in the northwest direction. Originally, there were roars of beasts in the night, but now it was very quiet and he couldn't hear them. It was indeed very strange. Therefore, Lin Feng was very careful. He didn't want to lose his life because of this. If that was the case, the loss would outweigh the gain. Lin Feng rushed toward his destination. As he got closer and closer to that place, Lin Feng could clearly feel waves of gloomy and terrifying aura filling the mountain forest. Finally, Lin Feng saw a continuous range of mountains. The continuous range of mountains was actually black mountain peaks, which looked very strange. A strange power enveloped the entire huge mountain range. A blood-red moonlight from the blood moon in the sky shone directly on a tomb. It was an extremely huge tomb, and the words Old Demon of the Black Mountain were written on the tombstone. This name was really eye-catching. Could it be that the cultivator buried inside was this existence called Old Demon of the Black Mountain? Bang, suddenly. The tomb directly exploded, and then a large amount of corpse chi surged out from the tomb. Amidst the endless corpse chi, a terrifying creature slowly rose into the air. This terrifying creature was wearing a somewhat tattered gray robe. His body had long been withered. His palms were huge, his nails were extremely long, and his head was much larger than a normal person's head. He looked similar to a human, but he was obviously not a human cultivator. Is this the Old Demon of the Black Mountain? He should be a powerful zombie. Seeing the Old Demon of the Black Mountain rushing out from the cracked tomb, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a huge phenomenon. Even from far away, Lin Feng could feel the suffocating pressure from the Witch of the Black Mountain. Keek keek, the blood-red moonlight shone on the Black Mountain Old Fiend's body. The Black Mountain Old Fiend let out a sinister laugh. That laughter was even scarier than the laughter of a malicious ghost. When he heard the terrifying laughter of the Black Mountain Old Demon, Lin Feng's mind could not help but tremble slightly. He completely concealed himself and did not reveal himself. Xianxia! Xianxia! The old goblin of the Black Mountain suddenly uttered a hoarse voice. He soared into the sky and flew into the distance. It soon disappeared without a trace. Is this guy trying to absorb Xianxia when he was born? I wonder which unlucky bastard is going to be sucked dry by this guy. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. After the Old Fiend of the Black Mountain left, he flew directly to the grave of the Old Fiend of the Black Mountain. This was a tomb. The fact that it could give birth to such a terrifying zombie was enough to show that this tomb was extraordinary. According to the 8 volumes of Feng Shui theory, those who gave birth to the zombie must have an evil spirit. By observing whether it was Yin and determining its Yin meridian, one could find an opportunity. This was the content of the 8 volumes of Feng Shui theory. It meant that the place where the zombie was born was extremely extraordinary. There must be something special in these places to be able to give birth to an evil spirit like the zombie. We need to observe if there is a Yin meridian in this place. If there is a Yin meridian, we will find the place where it is located. As long as we can find the Yin meridian, we will be able to obtain an opportunity. When Lin Feng descended into the tomb, he discovered something extraordinary. The Yin qi here was extremely heavy. Lin Feng could basically confirm that there was a Yin meridian here. When Lin Feng descended to the bottom of the tomb, he discovered that there was a huge platform at the bottom of the tomb, and on the platform was a wooden coffin. This is a wooden coffin made of 9 Yin mystical wood. When he saw the wooden coffin, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Rumor had it that the 9 Yin mystical wood could absorb the extreme Yin energy between heaven and earth. Therefore, the 9 Yin mystical wood was the best material to nurture zombies. However, very few people would bury themselves in the 9 Yin mystical wood because any living being buried in it would never be able to reincarnate. Therefore, Lin Feng was very surprised to see a coffin made of 9 Yin mystical wood here. However, he did not know who had created the coffin. Lin Feng felt that it should not have been made by the old demon of Black Mountain, right? Could it be that this guy did not even let him rest in peace after he died? Did he have to torment himself after he died? Of course. This kind of thing was hard to say. 9 Yin ascends to the heavens, the patterns point in all directions, life on the left and death on the right, Yin and Yang reverse. Lin Feng walked around the platform. He was determining the location of the Yin meridian. The 8 volumes of Feng Shui theory from the immeasurable Taoist were extremely useful. At this time it could have an astonishing effect. Found it. Lin Feng's eyes quickly lit up. Through the method of determining the Yin meridian recorded in the 8 volumes of Feng Shui theory, Lin Feng found the possible location of the Yin meridian. However, it was hard to say whether it was a Yin meridian or not. He needed to confirm it before he could know. Open. Lin Feng came to the place he found. His right hand was like a sword as he slashed out a ray of sword qi. Pfft. The world was in chaos and the ground cracked open. Endless Yin energy spewed out. It was indeed a Yin meridian. It was below. Lin Feng waved his hand and monstrous dermic powers surged out. Rumble, rumble, a loud sound shook the sky as the entire Yin meridian began to be gradually extracted. Lin Feng flew out and floated in midair. He used all his strength to extract the entire Yin meridian. This Yin meridian was dozens of miles long. It emitted a sinister aura. In the center of the Yin meridian, there was a strange energy being nurtured. He did not know what it was. Extreme Yin Devil Stone. Good stuff. This is a supreme treasure for forging immortal artifacts. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly flew over and took away the extreme Yin Devil Stone from the Yin meridian. Rumble. The Yin meridian fell to the ground. Lin Feng did not stay and quickly left this place. He planned to find a place to integrate the extreme Yin Devil Stone into his natal magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. It was time for the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp to continue evolving. One day later, Lin Feng saw an endless amount of gloomy qi in the distance. The old demon of the Black Mountain quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Kid! Are you the one who destroyed my Yin meridian? I'm going to kill you. The old demon of the Black Mountain roared. Humph. What do you mean by your Yin meridian? It's buried underground, so it's naturally ownerless. Lin Feng could not help but sneer. Then he took out 3 stone swords. The old demon of the Black Mountain waved his sleeve. A large amount of corpse qi spread out and swept towards the 3 stone swords. He wanted to sweep Lin Feng's 3 stone swords to the side, but the power of the 3 stone swords was too strong. The old demon of the Black Mountain did not sweep the 3 stone swords away. The 3 stone swords instantly flew to the side of the old demon of the Black Mountain and were about to kill him. The old demon of the Black Mountain slapped out with his huge palm. The sharp claws collided with the 3 stone swords. There was a clang 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 sound of collision. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Weren't the claws of the old demon of the Black Mountain too hard? these zombies liked to refine every part of their bodies to the level of a magic treasure. Therefore, their bodies were incomparably hard. Especially the claws of the zombies, their power was even more terrifying. Now it seemed that the old demon of the Black Mountain had also taken such a path of cultivation. He had cultivated his claws to the level of a magic treasure. The old demon of the Black Mountain unleashed his power and slapped Lin Feng's 3 stone swords away. Descent of the Corpse Kingdom. Then, the old demon of the Black Mountain activated an extremely powerful magic. This descent of the Corpse Kingdom was extremely powerful. Immediately, a nation of ghouls was formed. Then, it descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Feng. He 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 he. A sinister voice resounded in the Corpse Kingdom. A large amount of corpse chi rolled, and within the corpse chi, there were countless corpse demons. These corpse demons emitted an aura that made one's hair stand on end. The endless zombies all pounced towards Lin Feng. The old demon of the Black Mountain was hiding in a large number of zombies. He was ready to launch a fatal attack on Lin Feng at any time. Therefore, the current situation was extremely dangerous. For Lin Feng, if he was not careful, he might die under the attack of the old demon of the Black Mountain. The old demon of the Black Mountain was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the ruler's armor. Then, he took out the Buddhist treasure Xianxia. Lin Feng flew onto the Buddhist treasure Xianxia and sat cross-legged. Namo Amida. He put his palms together as if he had turned into an eminent monk. Behind Lin Feng, the figure of an old Buddha appeared. The old Buddha also put his palms together. Just like Lin Feng. He chanted the Buddhist Heart Sutra. Buddha's light surged out of the old Buddha's body. The zombies let out horrified cries and did not dare to move forward. The Buddha's light was extremely terrifying. Heavenly Corpse Divine Fist. The old demon of Black Mountain was demon of the Black Mountain attack of demon of the Black Mountain demon of the demon of the Black of the Mountain demon of the Black Mountain demon of the Black Mountain. Buddha of the Black Mountain of the Black Mountain. The boundless Buddhist light successfully condensed into a huge light shield. It directly blocked the attack of the fist shadows that filled the sky. At this moment, the old fiend of the Black Mountain let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. He seemed to be giving orders to those zombies. Those zombies? They are not condensed from the divine ability? Are they real zombies? Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He finally realized that something was wrong. The zombies in the zombies' kingdom were actually real zombies. This was even more troublesome. This old demon of the Black Mountain had actually cultivated so many zombies. Although those zombies were afraid of the Buddha's light. But under the orders of the old demon of the Black Mountain, those zombies still rushed towards Lin Feng and began to attack the defensive light shield formed by the Buddha's light. Crack, crack, crack. Under the joint attack of a large number of zombies and the old demon of the Black Mountain, the defensive light shield formed by the Buddha's light began to crack. Lin Feng knew that he could not continue like this. Once the defensive light shield formed by the Buddha's light was broken, he could not imagine what kind of scene it would be. Now, he had to be extremely careful. Kill. Lin Feng's idea moved. The 3 stone swords continued to slash towards the old demon of the Black Mountain. Facing the attacks of the 3 stone swords, the old demon of the Black Mountain did not dare to ignore them. Therefore, the old demon of the Black Mountain had no choice but to give up on attacking Lin Feng and block the attacks of the 3 stone swords. Lin Feng stood up at this time. 5 types of sky fire flew out. He used the powerful sacred art of the burning wrath of the heavens. The 5 types of sky fire instantly fused together. Then, it turned into a ball of flame that distorted time and space. Lin Feng directly took out the ball of flame. Boom, the next moment. It was accompanied by a wave that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The ball of flame directly exploded, forming an energy storm that swept through heaven and earth. A large number of zombies were submerged, and their bodies were instantly destroyed. At this time, Lin Feng soared into the sky, took out the black dragon sword, and then activated it with all his might. Then, he slashed towards the crystal wall of the zombie kingdom. Puff. Accompanied by a tearing sound, the crystal wall of the zombie kingdom was torn apart by Lin Feng's black dragon sword, and Lin Feng rushed out of the zombie kingdom. At this time, the 3 stone swords collided with the old demon of the Black Mountain and were sent flying by the old demon of the Black Mountain. Under the summoning of Lin Feng's mind, the 3 stone swords instantly disappeared. They flew back into Lin Feng's time and space. Damn it! You can't escape. The old demon of the Black Mountain withdrew the zombie kingdom and quickly chased after Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. The old demon of the Black Mountain felt that with his strength, killing Lin Feng shouldn't be that difficult. However, it was a different situation when it came to a real battle. Lin Feng used all kinds of methods. This gave the old demon of the Black Mountain a headache. Right now, the old demon of the Black Mountain was extremely sullen. He had a cultivation base, but he was unable to kill a weak human cultivator. This made the old demon of the Black Mountain extremely angry. The old demon of the Black Mountain chased after Lin Feng closely. Lin Feng looked back from time to time with an ugly expression. The old demon of the Black Mountain definitely had the strength of an emperor. Now that he was targeted by the old demon of the Black Mountain, the situation was extremely bad. Lin Feng tried to get rid of the old demon of the Black Mountain. However, the old demon of the Black Mountain's speed was also extremely fast. There was no way to get rid of him. Kid! You can't escape. I'll catch you later. I want to eat your flesh. Drink your blood. The old demon of the Black Mountain's sinister voice came from behind. Lin Feng curled his lips and said sarcastically, "Old zombie. Why is the sky so dark now?" "It's because there are cows flying in the sky." "Why are cows flying in the sky?" "It's because you, old zombie, are blowing on the ground." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the old demon of the Black Mountain was almost angered to death. "Kid! I'll definitely kill you. Otherwise, how can I vent the hatred in my heart?" The old demon of the Black Mountain increased his speed, and Lin Feng also increased his speed. Soon, hundreds of miles passed. Lin Feng saw waves of divine light surging in the forest in front of him. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a temple. Mountain God Temple. Lin Feng was shocked. The Mountain God Temple still had divinity that could scare away evil spirits. The Mountain God Temple frightened the Black Mountain's old demon so much that he didn't dare to come forward. The temples of these titled gods were all extraordinary. Not only were they able to intimidate the terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand, but they were also able to intimidate them. Similarly, they were able to intimidate these spirits and ghosts. Kid! Do you think you can hide here for the rest of your life? I don't believe that you can hide here forever. The Black Mountain's old demon glared fiercely at Lin Feng. The old demon sat cross-legged on the ground. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw this. It seemed like the Black Mountain's old demon wanted to continue wasting time with him. He, what a handsome little brother. If little big brother asks for my help, I can help little big brother chase this fellow away. At that moment, a beautiful female cultivator walked out of the Mountain God Temple. The female cultivator was tall and slender. She wore a light green dress that wrapped around her graceful body. She was born with a delicate face. It was a face so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. However, her temperament was very charming, and she looked like a seductive vixen. Lin Feng looked at the woman warily and asked, "Who are you?" "Don't be afraid, little brother. I'm not a bad person. I'm a demonic cultivator who cultivates in this forest all year round. Look at this Mountain God Temple. It was already in ruins, but I repaired it and reconstructed the Mountain God's golden avatar. I offer incense every day, and that's why this Mountain God Temple is glowing with divine power again," the woman said. Lin Feng said in surprise, although demonic cultivators don't fear temples like spirits and demons, they still wouldn't dare to casually come into contact with the temples of these titled gods, right? Yet you repaired the temple and reconstructed the Mountain God's golden avatar. You even continued the incense in the Mountain God Temple. What a strange story, the woman said. As long as you're sincere. Even if you're a demon, you can have faith. Moreover, what if I'm just a demonic cultivator? What you've said does make some sense. Lin Feng nodded. Following this, Lin Feng said, "I'll have to trouble you to chase away the Black Mountain demon." I'll definitely reward you generously. The woman said, little brother, please don't be courteous with me. I like to help little brother, and I don't need any reward. Little brother, please wait for me to chase this zombie away. I'll talk to you again. Thank you, fairy. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The woman walked towards the zombie. Shermay stood up and looked at the woman. He frowned and then left with a gloomy expression. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Just now, the zombie didn't intend to leave, and it looked like it was going to waste its time with him. However, after seeing the woman, he actually chose to leave. This made Lin Feng feel very surprised. Why was that? Could it be that he was intimidated by this woman's strength? This woman was indeed very powerful. But it was not to the extent that the old demon of the Black Mountain did not even resist and left quickly, right? There must be something fishy going on. Over the years, Lin Feng had been to many places and seen many things. Therefore, he had always been very cautious because the world of cultivators was really too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. The woman said, little brother. Let's go into the mountain god temple and talk in detail, shall we? Lin Feng nodded calmly and said, okay. Fairy, please go first. He. The woman laughed a few times and then entered the mountain god temple. Lin Feng followed closely behind and entered the mountain god temple. The statue of the mountain god was enshrined on the altar. The woman said, many people think that the mountain god is one of the lowest titled gods. In fact, this saying is extremely wrong. The mountain god is in charge of the famous mountains and rivers in the world. Many of the sacred cultivation grounds are in these famous mountains and rivers. The mountain god is the master of these famous mountains and rivers. If you want to enter these famous mountains and rivers to cultivate, you can't do it without the permission of the mountain god. Even if you force your way in, you won't dare to cultivate at ease. If you're attacked by the mountain god while cultivating, wouldn't you die in vain? Therefore, during the era of titled gods, the mountain god was a very powerful god. Countless titled gods would curry favor with the mountain god. The woman's words made sense. Lin Feng had heard similar words before. Therefore, the mountain god temple was very similar to the earth god temple. Both were very powerful temples. This was also why the old demon of the Black Mountain, such a powerful existence, saw the mountain god temple. The reason why he did not dare to come forward. The main reason was that the mountain god temple was very intimidating to the old demon of the Black Mountain. Therefore, the old demon of the Black Mountain did not dare to come forward. Little brother. Come. Have a cup of tea. The woman came to a corner of the mountain god temple. There were futons, tables, and chairs here. This was the place where the woman cultivated. She had been cultivating diligently here. Spirit tea was boiling on the table. Now, the aroma of the tea was already wafting out. It refreshed one's heart. Good tea. Before drinking this tea, just by smelling the aroma of the tea, I feel like I'm about to enter a state of enlightenment. What kind of tea is this? Lin Feng asked as he walked toward the woman. Soon, he arrived at the table. The woman invited Lin Feng to sit down. Then, she personally served the tea to Lin Feng. This tea is called Jade Dragon Tea. It's an extremely rare tea. I got it by chance. You're lucky to be able to taste this kind of spirit tea. Please drink this tea quickly. Don't wait until it's cold. That way, the taste won't be good. The woman said with a smile. Lin Feng felt that this woman, and even this temple, had an indescribable sense of strangeness. He did not drink the tea. Instead, he said, you can't rush when tasting tea. You need to calm down. Only then can you taste the flavor. And I've always had a habit of worshipping every temple I see. Now that the mountain god temple is protecting my safety, how can I not worship it? I plan to worship the mountain god first before tasting this tea. What do you think, fairy? The woman said. Of course it's good. Respect the gods. If you believe in the gods, you will definitely be protected by the gods. Thank you for your auspicious words. I hope the gods can protect me. Lin Feng stood up and walked toward the statue of the mountain god on the altar. He did not directly kneel down and worship the statue of the mountain god. Instead, he planned to use the heavenly demon snake eye to check the situation of the eyes. A golden light appeared in front of Lin Feng's forehead, covering his forehead. Lin Feng did not want others to know that he had the heavenly demon snake eye. Swish, the heavenly demon snake eye opened. It saw through all illusions. Lin Feng saw a completely different scene from the scene in front of him. The temple, which had been surrounded by divine light, had now become a dilapidated and eerie temple. The statue of the mountain god on the altar had long been ruined and lost half of its body. On the ground, there was a thick layer of bones. The entire hall was filled with white bones. The woman who sat in the temple and drank tea was not a peerlessly beautiful female cultivator. "You've discovered me." Suddenly, the woman stood up and sneered. "What a great white bone creature. No wonder old demon Black Mountain left earlier. It's because he knows that this area is under your rule. You creatures have a very strong concept of territory, and everyone abides by the rule of not attacking others when they have trump cards. That's why old demon Black Mountain left. Am I right?" Lin Feng looked at the woman coldly. "That's right. You're right. I originally wanted to use the poisonous tea to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. You even discovered my true identity. However, it doesn't matter. You won't be able to escape today." The woman's eerie voice sounded. "You can't stop me." Lin Feng's expression was cold. He wanted to retreat first. However, at that moment, the entire temple changed. It changed from a temple filled with divine light to an eerie and terrifying one. In fact, this change wasn't a change of the temple itself, but an illusion cast by the skeleton. The skeleton was indeed incomparably terrifying. The illusion cast by her had even confused Lin Feng. Tricks. It was shocking. But now, everything had returned to its original state, including the skeletal creature. She had turned from a beautiful woman into a skeleton. "Remember my name. I'm called Madam of Bones." Madam of Bones, who had turned into a skeleton, said. Then, she attacked Lin Feng, her sharp claws grabbing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Then, Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. With the black dragon sword in hand, he charged at Madam of Bones. "I'll break your bones today." Lin Feng sneered and slashed down with the sword in his hand. Clang! 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 Madam of Bones' claws collided with Lin Feng's black dragon sword, and the two sides exchanged more than 10 blows. Madam of Bones found an opportunity and slapped Lin Feng's chest with her palm. A mountain-toppling, sea-draining power surged forth. Even though the ruler's armor was able to absorb most of the power, it still wasn't enough. However, the remaining power was still extremely terrifying. It bombarded Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng's qi and blood roiled, his face pale. The cultivation of this Madam of Bones was truly terrifying. Lin Feng was injured by Madam of Bones. Of course, this injury was nothing to Lin Feng. He activated his immortal divine body, and his injuries were instantly healed. "I'm going to suck your primordial yang qi," Madam of Bones said with a smile. If she was still in her human form, it would be fine if she laughed like this. But the key point was, now. She was just a skeleton, yet she was able to make such a delicate sound. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Feng also felt a little disgusted. "I'll chop you up, you disgusting thing." Lin Feng once again charged forward with the black dragon sword in hand. "You overestimate yourself." Madam of Bones looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. She was powerful, so she didn't put Lin Feng in her eyes at all. Madam of Bones slapped out at Lin Feng. Clang! Her palm collided with Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Neither side could do anything to the other. At this moment, Madam of Bones' other hand reached out. She directly grabbed at Lin Feng. She actually wanted to capture Lin Feng. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light flew out from behind Madam of Bones and fiercely collided with her. It was the Supreme Demon Iron. Lin Feng communicated with the Supreme Demon Iron and the Stone of Suppressing Prison, asking them to attack together and cooperate with him to deal with Madam of Bones. Madame of Bone's perception was very strong. The moment the supreme demon iron appeared, she sensed its existence. Therefore, the palm that was originally grabbing at Lin Feng directly slapped at the supreme demon iron. Bang! The terrifying attack directly hit the supreme demon iron and sent it flying. Ouch! It hurts so much. It hurts so much. The supreme demon iron wailed. In fact, this guy was just making a fuss. It was completely fine. This was because the supreme demon iron was one of the hardest materials in the world. No one could hurt it. Suppress. Just as Madame of Bones sent the supreme demon iron flying, the stone of suppressing prison appeared. The stone of suppressing prison fell from the sky and suppressed Madame of Bones. Endless dark runes appeared on the surface of the stone of suppressing prison. Stone of suppressing prison. Stone of suppressing prison. After seeing the stone of suppressing prison, Madame of Bones screamed in horror. The stone of suppressing prison was the most effective against creatures from the underworld. Of course, even if it wasn't an existence from the underworld, as long as it was an evil spirit, it would be restrained by the stone of suppressing prison. Madame of Bones. She was an evil spirit, so naturally, she would be restrained by the stone of suppressing prison. Therefore, when Madame of Bones saw the stone of suppressing prison, she lost control of her emotions. However, Madame of Bones was indeed powerful. She quickly calmed down and slapped at the stone of suppressing prison. Bang! Her terrifying attack collided with the stone of suppressing prison. She couldn't slap the stone of suppressing prison away, but the stone of suppressing prison couldn't suppress Madame of Bones either. Good chance. Lin Feng rushed up to Madame of Bones and slashed at her with his sword. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Feng's sword seemed to have slashed at a peerless divine weapon. Madame of Bones' body was too abnormal. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Madame of Bones looked coldly at Lin Feng, then slapped at Lin Feng. Die! Bang! That terrifying palm slapped Lin Feng's body. Crack! Crack! Through the Dominator's armor, many of Lin Feng's bones were broken by Madame of Bones' palm. Madame of Bones was too terrifying. The supreme demon iron charged at Madame of Bones again, but it was still sent flying by her. The stone of suppressing prison continued to suppress Madame of Bones. However, after all, Madame of Bones wasn't a creature from the underworld. Although the stone of suppressing prison restrained Madame of Bones, it couldn't really suppress Madame of Bones. Madame of Bones slapped the stone of suppressing prison again and again. It wouldn't be long before the stone of suppressing prison was sent flying by Madame of Bones. The situation was extremely dangerous. At this moment, Lin Feng had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He took out the Buddhist treasure Xianxia. Grabbing the Buddhist treasure Xianxia with both hands, he completely unfolded the Buddhist treasure Xianxia. Then, he quickly rushed toward Madame of Bones. Soon, Lin Feng arrived in front of Madame of Bones and hugged her. The Buddhist treasure Xianxia wrapped around the Madame of Bones. Madame of Bones' body emitted sizzling sounds of burning. The Buddhist treasure Xianxia caused great damage to Madame of Bones. Let go of me! Madame of Bones screamed and struggled. But Lin Feng hugged her tightly. So. No matter how Madame of Bones struggled. Damn it! All of you deserve to die. Madame of Bones screamed in anger as waves of terrifying ghost chi surged out from her body. Through the Xianxia, waves of terrifying ghost chi bombarded Lin Feng's body. Those ghost chi attacks were extremely powerful, almost causing Lin Feng's entire body to scatter. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice, "Stone of suppressing prison. Help me suppress the Madame of Bones. I'll seal her." Yes, young master. After the stone of suppressing prison received Lin Feng's order, a large number of runes surged out and coiled around its body. Moreover, the stone of suppressing prison began to grow. In a few breaths of time, it had already grown 10 times larger. The power of the enlarged stone of suppressing prison was extremely terrifying. It once again suppressed the Madame of Bones. The Madame of Bones was indeed extremely tyrannical, but her body was now wrapped up by the Buddhist treasure Xianxia. In addition, the Madame of Bones was still unable to break free from Lin Feng. As a result, it was very difficult for the Madame of Bones to resist the suppression of the stone of suppressing prison. Under the suppression of the stone of suppressing prison, the Madam of Bones struggled more and more. At this moment, Lin Feng finally split his attention to seal the Madam of Bones. Lin Feng immediately used the 8 divine seals. Densely packed divine runes interweaved in the air. Those divine runes directly wrapped around the Madam of Bones' body. Finally, the Madam of Bones' mana was sealed. "Young master, please spare my life on account of my difficulties in cultivation," the Madam of Bones begged. Lin Feng sneered and said, "How can I let a scourge like you live? If I let you live, who knows how many people you will harm?" The Madam of Bones hurriedly said, "Young master. In fact, I was imprisoned within a radius of 500 meters of the temple. There was no way for me to leave this place. Most of the people who died in the temple saw my beauty and wanted to do something bad to me. In the end, they were killed by me." The Madam of Bones' human appearance was indeed beautiful and moving. No wonder so many people coveted her beauty. The world of cultivators is a world where the strong preys on the weak. If I don't kill these people, he was going to be harmed by these people. If young master agrees to spare my life, I'm willing to offer all the treasures I've collected over the years to young master. Moreover, I can also give young master a sacred place for cultivation. If young master can cultivate there, it shouldn't be difficult for you to raise your cultivation by a few levels," Madam of Bones said hurriedly. "Oh? There was such a place? Is there anything special about that place?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "That place. There was Earth God's spiritual liquid. This was a treasure born from the heavens and earth. Against a cultivator's cultivation," Madam of Bones hurriedly said. "Earth God's spiritual liquid?" It turned out to be something like this. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. There was an introduction to the Earth God's spiritual liquid in the classic of mountains and seas. This Earth Immortal spiritual liquid was extremely rare. It was a type of spiritual liquid that was formed when the laws of heaven and earth changed drastically. After a cultivator refined it, they would be able to directly increase their strength. A treasure like the Earth God's spiritual liquid. It shouldn't be ownerless, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Madam of Bones said. The owner of the Earth Immortal spiritual liquid is called by Xianxia. She's from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Her seduction technique is invincible, and her strength is roughly at the level of a sage emperor. However, it's said that even Emperor realm experts can't resist her seduction technique. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that. What a powerful vixen. She was even able to seduce emperor-level experts. Alright. I'll go meet this woman. Where is she? Lin Feng asked. 13,000 miles to the west. There's a mountain range with 3 dragons spitting pearls. By Xianxia's cave abode is there. Madam of Bones said. Lin Feng nodded and asked, where are the treasures you've collected over the years? Madam of Bones said. Please wait for a moment, young master. As Madam of Bones spoke, she went to the southeast corner of the hall. Then, she pried open a brick and took out a storage ring. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This Madam of Bones. She really knew how to hide things. She actually hid the storage ring in such a secluded place. There are many storage rings inside, and all kinds of treasures. You can have anything you want. Please take a look, young master. Madam of Bones said. Lin Feng took the storage ring and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that there were indeed many storage rings inside. There were all sorts of treasure stored in those storage rings. Many of the storage rings were almost filled to the brim. Lin Feng put away the storage ring, then looked at Madam of Bones indifferently and said, after 6 hours, your seal will automatically disappear. Then, Lin Feng left with the stone of suppressing prison and the supreme demon iron. After Lin Feng left, Madam of Bones cursed loudly. Damned bastard. How dare he steal all my treasures? I curse you to die in the hands of that vixen, by Xianxia. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't hear Madam of Bones' curses. Before going to Bai Xianxia's cave abode, Lin Feng planned to see what good things Madam of Bones had obtained over the years. He found a secluded place and entered the time-space. Lin Feng took out all the items in hundreds of storage rings. When those things were piled up together, they piled up into mountain peaks. Immortal iron and divine stone. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Divine ability secret manuals. Cultivation methods. Insights. All kinds of immortal stones. All kinds of Dharma treasures. And so on. He could find almost everything. Lin Feng even found many insect materials. Among these insect materials, Lin Feng found 5 kinds of insect materials to cultivate the Emperor Archaic, 7 kinds of insect materials to cultivate the Celestial Devouring Insect Queen, 10 kinds of insect materials to cultivate the Archaic Ancestor Insect Queen, and 13 kinds of insect materials to cultivate the Archaic Demon Insect Queen. These insect materials were extremely crucial to Lin Feng's cultivation of the 4 spiritual insects. Therefore, when Lin Feng saw these insect materials, he couldn't help but be extremely excited. In addition to these insect materials, Lin Feng also found 2 emperor weapons. The first emperor weapon was a black dagger. This emperor weapon was called the piercing dagger. The name was quite strange. The cultivator who forged the emperor weapon into a dagger in the past probably did so because he didn't have enough materials. Of course, it was also possible that the cultivator really liked to use daggers as a weapon, so he forged the emperor weapon into a dagger. The second imperial weapon was a ruler called the Starry River Ruler. It contained powerful star power and was made from the mysterious heaven star rune essence. It was said that this material could be used to forge a quasi-immortal weapon, but the cultivator had only forged 1 emperor weapon. He probably failed when he forged this supreme treasure. Therefore, the Star River Ruler was only an emperor weapon in the end. The piercing dagger and the Starry River Ruler were the 2 highest grade treasures among all the treasures. Although there were many other treasures, none of them had reached the level of an emperor weapon. As for immortal weapon treasures, there were even fewer. Lin Feng did not expect to find any immortal weapon treasures among the treasures. That was too unrealistic. Lin Feng was already very satisfied with obtaining 2 emperor weapon treasures. After refining the 2 emperor weapon treasures, he flew out of the space-time continuum. Lin Feng did not stop and flew directly to where Bai Qingqing was. Soon after, night fell. Lin Feng landed in the forest to rest. Late at night, the roars of beasts resounded through the sky. There were many terrifying beasts in the ancient gloomy forest. Many of the ferocious beasts were so powerful that it was shocking. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 figures flew over from afar. They were all sword cultivators. It was unknown which faction they were from. Eh? Look! There are people below. Someone pointed at the bonfire below. Lin Feng leaned against a tree next to the bonfire and rested. It's hard to tell if there are humans or demons in the ancient gloomy forest. Let's go down and take a look, the leading male cultivator said. The group quickly landed. Lin Feng woke up. They are human cultivators, one of the cultivators said. These people were all cultivators from the myriad races. They were not humans. 100 Sword Sect, Gong Sunny. How should I address you, brother? The leading cultivator cupped his fists and asked. My name is Ji. I'm a rogue cultivator. Lin Feng replied. Brother, did you enter this place alone to train? Gong Sunny asked. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He did not ask why they were here, but Lin Feng could more or less guess. They were probably here for some fortuitous encounter. The ancient gloomy forest is filled with danger. Rumor has it that there are even emperor-level great beasts sleeping in the depths of the ancient gloomy forest. Brother, you actually dared to enter the ancient gloomy forest alone. How admirable. Gong Sunny said. I'm just a rogue cultivator. In order to survive, I have no choice but to take risks. I'm looking for treasures that can increase my cultivation. Lin Feng replied. Gong Sunny said, if you're looking for a sect to protect you, you can take my token and head to the 100 Swords Sect. My father is the sect master of the 100 Swords Sect. If you come, we'll definitely welcome you. Gong Sunny threw the token to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had also heard of the 100 Swords Sect. It was one of the top forces in the bitter cold state, second only to the 9 great forces. He was extremely powerful. Of course, Lin Feng had no intention of joining the 100 Swords sect. However, one shouldn't slap a smiling face. Gong Sunny had good intentions. Lin Feng wouldn't reject Gong Sunny directly, so he accepted Gong Sunyi's token. Let me think about it, Lin Feng said. Good. I hope brother can come. When the time comes, we will definitely welcome you. Gong Sunny cupped his fists and said, we still have matters to attend to, so we won't disturb your rest. Take care, Lin Feng said. Gong Sunny and the others soared into the sky and quickly left. Senior brother, why are you so polite to that kid? You even took the initiative to invite him to our 100 Swords sect? That kid looks quite ordinary. A cultivator asked, puzzled. No, he's not simple. I tried to sense his cultivation realm earlier, but I couldn't. It seems like he deliberately hid his cultivation realm. Moreover, he dared to enter the dark ancient forest alone to train. It's obvious that he's bold. Regardless of whether he's going to the 100 Swords sect or not, we'll form a good relationship with him today. Who knows when we'll need him in the future? Gong Sunny said. Senior brother, you're very thoughtful, the cultivators said. Actually, Gong Sunny was wrong about one thing. Gong Sunny couldn't sense Lin Feng's cultivation realm. It wasn't that Lin Feng deliberately hid his cultivation realm. It was because, after Lin Feng broke through to the Imperial Emperor realm, the providence enveloping his body became stronger and stronger. The providence on his body directly blocked other cultivators from sensing Lin Feng's cultivation realm. Only an expert with an extremely high cultivation realm could peek at Lin Feng's cultivation realm. Otherwise, it would be a fool's dream to sense Lin Feng's cultivation realm. The next day, Lin Feng continued on his journey. After flying for 200 miles, a violent fluctuation came from the void. Cultivators were fighting. Lin Feng increased his speed and flew forward. 15 minutes later, he was extremely close to the place where the battle was taking place. From afar, Lin Feng saw a huge claw flying out from the depths of the mountain range. The claw covered the sky and covered the sun. It directly slapped towards the 3 blood-stained cultivators. After seeing the 3 cultivators, Lin Feng was shocked. They were actually from the 100 Swords sect. The leader was Gong Sunny. Lin Feng had a very deep impression of Gong Sunny. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Gong Sunny and the others would be killed here? Lin Feng guessed that the others had already died in the valley. And Gong Sunyi's situation was extremely bad. Gong Sunyi's left arm had been torn off, and his chest had been pierced through by something. There was a bloody hole, and he looked very miserable. This was almost a fatal injury. At this moment, the huge beast's claw slapped over. The situation was very dangerous. Bang! 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 Gong Sunny and the other 2 were sent flying by the huge claw. They fell to the ground like kites with a broken string. Then, the huge claw retracted. Lin Feng quickly flew over. When he arrived, he found that the other 2 cultivators had already died. Only Gong Sunny survived. However, Gong Sunny was already on the verge of death. He was already on the verge of death, and after taking that blow, he naturally couldn't hold on. When Gong Sunny saw Lin Feng arrive, he grabbed Lin Feng's right hand and took out a white jade box. He handed it over to Lin Feng. There's a sacred heart fruit in here. Brother Ji, please help me bring it back to the clan. Give it to my father. Gong Sunny looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. The sacred heart fruit was interpreted. Gong Sunny begged him to deliver the medicine, probably because someone was injured and needed the sacred heart fruit. Because of the Immemorial sect incident, Lin Feng didn't want to agree to Gong Sunyi's request. He didn't want to get involved. However, seeing Gong Sunyi's pleading eyes, Lin Feng finally nodded. He said, okay. I'll bring this sacred heart fruit back. Many thanks. Gong Sunny revealed an expression of relief. Then, he stopped moving and breathed no more. Lin Feng sighed. The world was unpredictable. He had just met Gong Sunny yesterday, and today, Gong Sunny and the others had died. Lin Feng put away the white jade box containing the sacred heart fruit and the corpses of Gong Sunny and the other two. Since he was going to the 100 Swords sect, Lin Feng planned to bring their corpses back with him. What kind of creature was that huge beast just now? How could it be so terrifying? Lin Feng looked into the depths of the mountain range and couldn't help but frown. The deaths of Gong Sunny and the others should be related to the sacred heart fruit. It was very likely that Gong Sunny had brought it out from the mountain range. Lin Feng planned to go inside to see what the situation was like. Perhaps he could gain something. He flew toward the depths of the mountain range. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a huge abyss in the mountain range. Waves of terrifying aura emanated from the abyss. After sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the abyss, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that the terrifying existence should be hiding under the abyss. He didn't know what that terrifying existence was. It was so powerful that it could kill Gong Sunny and the others. Lin Feng flew toward the abyss. The abyss was extremely large. When he flew to the bottom of the abyss, Lin Feng saw a sacred heart tree in the distance. It was lush and had more than 10 fruits. Those fruits were the sacred heart fruits. After seeing those sacred heart fruits, Lin Feng knew that his guess was right. The sacred heart fruits in the white jade box were stolen from here. Therefore, this also angered the beast that lived here. Sacred heart fruit. It was a holy medicine for detoxification. The sacred heart fruit couldn't cure all the strange poisons in the world, but it could at least cure 80 to 90% of them. It could be seen how extraordinary the sacred heart fruit was. It was a treasure that everyone dreamed of. But Lin Feng found out. The beast didn't guard the sacred heart tree. This meant that the first treasure that the beast was guarding shouldn't be the sacred heart tree. This surprised Lin Feng. He decided to plant the sacred heart tree in the medicine garden in the time and space. These sacred heart fruits would definitely be of great use in the future. Lin Feng wrapped the sacred heart tree with his magic power. Then, he directly transplanted the sacred heart tree into the time and space. As soon as he did all this, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths. Then, as if the earth and mountains were shaking, the terrifying existence rushed out. Lin Feng saw this terrifying existence clearly for the first time. He saw that this terrifying existence had a body like a dragon's, but it had 4 thick limbs like a crocodile. Its head was like a dragon but not a dragon, like a crocodile but not a crocodile. He didn't know what kind of creature it was. This was also the first time Lin Feng had seen such a creature. It was an extremely terrifying creature. Its ice-cold eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng as a voice filled with dense killing intent suddenly rang out, "Lowly creature, you even dare to barge into my territory and steal my sacred heart tree. You are seeking death. No one in this world can save your life." As soon as the voice fell, the terrifying existence's huge claw slapped towards Lin Feng. A loud rumbling sound was heard. It was as if a mountain was falling from the sky. Its power was extremely tyrannical. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. Facing the attack of the giant claw, he immediately activated his 6-fold arms of the Dracophant. Then, he punched out. Bang! Lin Feng's fist collided with the gigantic claw which was descending from the sky. His fist collided with the gigantic claw. The terrifying existence's power was too terrifying. When it collided with Lin Feng's 6-fold arms of the Dracophant, it actually blocked Lin Feng's 6-fold arms of the Dracophant. It was a contest of physical strength. Lin Feng's 6-fold arms of the Dracophant could almost gain the upper hand no matter how tyrannical the existence was. However, this time, he didn't gain any advantage. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. This was the first time he had seen a creature with such a terrifying physical strength. Boom, an oppressive aura filled the void. Then, an extremely thick tail whipped towards Lin Feng. It was like a moving mountain. That thick tail was simply too terrifying. Power. It was shocking. Lin Feng leaped up and dodged the tail attack. He arrived in front of the terrifying creature in an instant. A person from beyond the sky can kill an immortal with one sword. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. This was a supernatural power that Lin Feng had just comprehended not long ago. This was the first time he had used this powerful supernatural power. Lin Feng's body turned into a dazzling sword light. He seemed to have come from beyond the sky. Like an immortal from beyond the sky. He instantly slashed towards the head of the terrifying creature. The terrifying creature opened its bloody mouth and directly spat out an energy ball. The aura contained in the energy ball made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Because that energy ball was really too terrifying. Facing the attack of the energy ball, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He instantly disappeared. Borrowing the power of the heaven patching technique, Lin Feng dodged the attack of the energy ball. The next time he appeared, he was already extremely close to the head of the terrifying creature. Poof! The sword light that Lin Feng transformed into instantly pierced through the head of the terrifying creature. The body of the terrifying creature began to twitch. Its tail whipped towards Lin Feng again. However, Lin Feng could clearly sense it. Compared to before, this terrifying creature's attack was already very weak. His attack just now had already caused extremely serious damage to this terrifying creature. Therefore, this terrifying creature's combat strength had plummeted. The sword light that Lin Feng transformed into had already pierced through the head of the terrifying creature before the tail as thick as a mountain ridge could reach him. Therefore, the terrifying creature's attack was unable to hit Lin Feng. Roar! The terrifying creature let out a painful roar. Its body began to twitch violently. It still wanted to struggle to death, but the sword light that Lin Feng transformed into pierced through its head 3 times in a row. Finally, the terrifying creature's huge body lay motionless on the ground. It had directly died. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng transformed from sword light back to human form. Looking at the huge corpse in front of him, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Brother Gongsun, I've already killed the monster. I hope you can rest in peace in the underworld. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, he walked towards the depths. In the depths of the forest, Lin Feng saw a gigantic stone tablet. Below the stone tablet, there was a metal sword stabbed into the ground. When he saw the metal sword, Lin Feng's eyes twitched violently. The metal sword gave Lin Feng a very strange feeling. Although the metal sword didn't emit a very powerful aura, Lin Feng felt that the metal sword was definitely not ordinary. The stone tablet has no words? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw that there wasn't a single word on the stone tablet. Was that wordless stone tablet a tombstone? Could it be that the thing that the huge beast was guarding earlier was this metal sword? Lin Feng quickly walked towards the metal sword. He planned to study it carefully. But at that moment, the space behind Lin Feng started twisting and a cold light abruptly rose up in the air. The person who attacked was really sinister and cunning. Hiding in the dark. Then taking advantage of Lin Feng's unpreparedness, he launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. Of course, this cultivator was able to succeed in his sneak attack. It was enough to show how terrifying this cultivator was. Before this, Lin Feng didn't even notice that there was a cultivator hiding here. Lin Feng's perception was extremely strong. Therefore, even though the other party was extremely hidden, when he attacked, he still alarmed Lin Feng. However, even though Lin Feng noticed the movement behind him, because the distance was too close, it was too difficult for him to block such a terrifying attack in a hurry. Even if he could block this terrifying attack, however, he would probably have to pay a huge price. Therefore, facing this attack, Lin Feng didn't think of blocking this attack head-on at all. Previously, he had already used the heaven patching technique. Therefore, Lin Feng was now unable to use the heaven patching technique. However, Lin Feng still had the great death substitution technique, which could save his life at a critical moment. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to use the great death substitution technique. He left behind a doppelganger condensed from his dermic powers, while his original body disappeared without a trace. When that terrifying attack came, it actually hit the clone, not Lin Feng's body. In the end, the clone was blasted into nothingness. Lin Feng's original body dodged that terrifying attack. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. Get out here! Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he swept a fist towards the void in front of him. A huge fist light condensed successfully, and the void instantly shattered. A female cultivator flew out from the shattered void. It was a woman in white. She was tall and charming. Her face was exquisite and beautiful. Every move of this female cultivator had a charm that could make people instantly lose themselves. Moreover, this woman's temperament was extremely charming. Lin Feng had never seen such a charming woman. Vixen. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said. This woman. He was not a human cultivator. It was a woman from the nine-tailed fox clan. Brat, you're really powerful. Even this big guy was killed by you. Moreover, you blocked my attack. How unexpected. What a surprise. The woman said sweetly. Her voice was too soft and charming. When Lin Feng heard her voice, he felt like his bones were going soft. A vixen was a vixen. If she wanted to charm others, she could do it with her voice alone. You're Bai Qingqing? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the vixen. This fox spirit had a powerful cultivation base and profound means. Lin Feng had heard from Madame of Bones that Bai Qingqing was a powerful vixen. As such, when he saw this vixen, Lin Feng immediately thought of Bai Qingqing. Yo! You know about my sister's reputation? To be honest, I'm more charming than my sister by quite a bit. My name is Bai Qingqing. Have you heard of my name? The woman asked sweetly. Bai Qingqing? Sorry. I've never heard of you. Lin Feng replied indifferently. You, Bai Qingqing glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Because Lin Feng knew that her sister was Lin Feng, Bai Qingqing felt that Lin Feng must have a certain understanding of the demon cultivators in the depths of the dark ancient forest. Although the Bai sisters were not the strongest demon cultivators in the dark ancient forest, they were definitely the most famous demon cultivators. Because the Bai sisters were beautiful. There were even some overlord-level demon cultivators who were peeking at the Bai sisters' peerless appearance. Lin Feng had heard of Bai Qingqing. But he said that he had never heard of her. Bai Qingqing naturally did not believe Lin Feng's words. She only thought that Lin Feng was deliberately ignoring her and deliberately provoking her. Many people knew that Bai Qingqing and her sister, Bai Qingqing, were not on good terms. Bai Qingqing felt that Lin Feng knew this as well, which was why he was provoking her. However, in reality, Bai Qingqing had misunderstood Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng had indeed never heard of Bai Qingqing's reputation. His understanding of Bai Qingqing was also very limited. Moreover, he only knew about her from the Madame of Bones. At that time, the Madame of Bones did not mention Bai Qingqing to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Bai Qingqing indifferently and said, You. How dare you sneak attack me? You've committed a capital offense. However, on account of the heaven's benevolence, I can spare your life. However, the prerequisite is that you have to be my personal servant. Bai Qingqing naturally knew what Lin Feng was thinking. She smiled coquettishly and said, Personal servant? Sure, I like you very much and want to stay by your side forever. Bai Qingqing's voice was extremely charming as she looked at Lin Feng with her watery eyes. When Lin Feng and Bai Qingqing looked at each other, Lin Feng's expression changed. In an instant, Lin Feng's body froze on the spot. He felt as if he had been pulled into a world surrounded by beauties. As the saying goes, a land of tenderness, a den of heroes. Indulging in tenderness could destroy anyone's fighting spirit. Lin Feng was immersed in it and almost couldn't extricate himself. Fortunately, Lin Feng's willpower was strong enough and he still had a trace of clarity. Therefore, Lin Feng activated Luya's star chart. The illusions in his mind all disappeared. And Lin Feng's mental world returned to the real world. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that Bai Qingqing had already rushed over and slapped him with her palm. This woman. She used illusions to confuse Lin Feng. Her original body then attacked Lin Feng. Two-pronged attacks. Her methods were extraordinary. Lin Feng was almost lost in the illusion and couldn't extricate himself. But fortunately, he woke up in time. Seeing that Lin Feng had woken up, Bai Qingqing's face revealed an expression of disbelief. Lin Feng was clearly under the illusion, but he broke it so quickly. This was too unbelievable. However, Bai Qingqing didn't give up on attacking Lin Feng. Her terrifying palm had already been successfully prepared. It fiercely slapped towards Lin Feng. Bai Qingqing wanted to take advantage of the fact that Lin Feng had just woken up and didn't have time to use his sacred art to severely injure Lin Feng. This way, it would be easier to deal with Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he directly activated the 6 times dragon elephant arm and charged towards Bai Qingqing. He didn't have time to use his sacred art, but the 6 times dragon elephant arm was the power of his physical body and could be used anytime and anywhere. Moreover, Lin Feng's 6 times dragon elephant arm was too powerful, and it was enough to break through 10,000 techniques. Bang, accompanied by the violent sound of collision, Lin Feng and Bai Qingqing collided. Bai Qingqing's attack didn't injure Lin Feng at all. On the contrary, Lin Feng's draconic elephant arm strength was 6 times stronger than hers. He punched her and sent her flying. Suppress it for me. Lin Feng opened his hand, and monstrous mana surged out. It was like a Milky Way that descended from the Milky Way. That powerful dermic power directly pressed down on Bai Qingqing. You want to suppress me? You're delusional. Bai Qingqing was naturally unwilling to be suppressed by Lin Feng. Hence, she began to use her trump card. Waves of powerful dermic power surged out of Bai Qingqing's body. Then, golden light surged in her energy center. Countless runes flew out of her energy center. The densely packed runes circled around the surface of Bai Qingqing's body. Those runes not only had a powerful defensive power, they could also increase Bai Qingqing's attack power. Bai Qingqing waved her hand and slapped out with her palm. It collided with the monstrous dermic powers that were suppressing her. It broke through the monstrous dermic powers that Lin Feng had used to suppress her. The Tao of Curses is strange and unpredictable. The Fist of Curses can break all spells. Lin Feng roared and attacked Bai Qingqing again. His attacks seemed to be unending. Every move. Every move. They were all extremely terrifying, especially the Fist of Curses that he was using now. Its power was even greater. The Fist of Curses was a supreme offensive superpower that Lin Feng had comprehended from the great curse art. Bai Qingqing did not dare to be careless. She used a superpower called Thousand Deity Obliteration to counter Lin Feng's Fist of Curses. However, Lin Feng's Fist of Curses was extremely strange. When it collided with Bai Qingqing's Fist of Curses, a large amount of curse power broke through the Thousand Deity Obliteration superpower. Then, Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Bai Qingqing's body. Bai Qingqing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body was sent flying. The terrifying curse power surged into Bai Qingqing's body, trying to take control of her body. That was the terrifying part of the curse power. Bai Qingqing's expression changed when she felt the curse power surging into her body. At that moment, Lin Feng attacked Bai Qingqing again. He used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist on Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing was horrified. Lin Feng's combat strength had deeply shocked her. Bai Qingqing knew that she was no match for Lin Feng. Especially now that he had suffered heavy injuries, it was even more impossible for him to be Lin Feng's opponent. He continued to fight. He would definitely be captured. If he fell into Lin Feng's hands, he would probably not have a good ending. Bai Qingqing gritted her teeth. A ruthless look flashed across her beautiful eyes. Next, Bai Qingqing's body began to shatter. F***ck. Being young master's servant is pretty good. Is there a need to commit suicide? Lin Feng was speechless when he saw this. He thought that Bai Qingqing wanted to commit suicide. Just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. Bai Qingqing glared at Lin Feng. Then, her body completely shattered. After her body was completely shattered, a streak of white light appeared and flew into the distance. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. A secret technique for escaping. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He thought that Bai Qingqing was committing suicide. Only now did he know that it was just a method for escaping. However, that method of escaping, it would probably cause a lot of damage to the body. Lin Feng ignored Bai Qingqing who had left. His gaze was still on the mysterious iron sword and the wordless tombstone. Could it be a tomb? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. When he was 10 meters away from the mysterious iron sword, suddenly, the mysterious iron sword let out a trembling sound. A terrifying aura surged out from the mysterious iron sword. Lin Feng quickly stopped. He felt that if he dared to take another step forward, something extremely terrifying was about to happen. The mysterious iron sword is extraordinary. How many secrets is it hiding? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The mysterious iron sword gave him a feeling that it was not ordinary. It was definitely an invincible treasure. Lin Feng planned to explore if there was a tomb underground. This was because this place did look like a tomb. Lin Feng used the dragon searching formula and slammed his palm on the ground. The ground cracked open and a pit that was more than 10 meters deep appeared. A small dragon made of mud and sand appeared. The small dragon let out a dragon roar and then drilled into a deeper place. Half an hour later, the small dragon returned. The small dragon let out a dragon roar at Lin Feng, as if it was telling Lin Feng something. There's no tomb? There's only a stone tablet and an iron sword here? Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that the actual situation here was somewhat different from what he had imagined. All right. I already know, Lin Feng said to the small dragon. Hearing this, the small dragon's body scattered and turned back into mud and sand, scattering in the forest. Since there was no tomb underground, the stone tablet could not be called a tombstone. Lin Feng observed the stone sword and the wordless stone tablet. He was thinking about how to get close to these two things. In the end, Lin Feng decided to use the most primitive method. He carefully walked toward the two things. At this moment, the mysterious iron sword vibrated again. Endless darkness surged out from the mysterious iron sword. Lin Feng was instantly enveloped by the endless darkness. Even if your cultivation is shocking, you won't be able to escape death. Lin Feng suddenly heard a cold voice that sounded like the divine voice of the heavenly Tao. It resounded in the world of darkness. He looked into the distance. This was a destroyed world. Everything had been destroyed. It was as if an era had collapsed. The aura of destruction was everywhere. Lin Feng saw a huge battle taking place in the distance. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Another voice was heard. How laughable. The first voice was heard again. I want the heavens to no longer be able to hide from my eyes. I want the heavens to no longer be able to hide from my heart. The second existence continued to roar. Lin Feng could only see a man with an iron sword charging into the darkness. He did not know what he was fighting. His will was extremely strong, and his combat strength was heaven-defying. However, he was still defeated in the end. Fearless resistance, the first existence's voice was heard. Poof. A terrifying beam of light shot down and beheaded the expert. The existence held the iron sword in one hand and his head in the other. He charged into the darkness once again. When Lin Feng saw that, his heart was filled with astonishment. His will to fight was too strong. However, at this moment, all the images disappeared. Lin Feng returned to reality. As for the mysterious iron sword, it was constantly vibrating. Oh no! This is the nameless iron sword. It is waiting for its master to return. Who dares to approach it? It will kill them. At this moment, the supreme demon Iron thought of a legend and could not help but exclaim. Hearing this, Lin Feng was horrified. He quickly retreated, trying to get away from the mysterious iron sword. However, it was too late. Buzz. The mysterious iron sword soared into the sky and slashed at Lin Feng. After being locked on by the mysterious iron sword's aura, Lin Feng suddenly felt that his body could not move. Danger, 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 the nameless iron sword slashed over. Lin Feng felt the threat of death. He wanted to struggle. But he found that under the pressure of the nameless iron sword, he couldn't struggle at all. Lin Feng knew this was going to be troublesome. Just at this critical juncture, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Swish, a light flashed. The supreme demon Iron Guy rushed out. Clang. A sonorous collision sound was heard. The nameless iron sword slashed directly on the supreme demon Iron's body. The supreme demon Iron was sent flying. And Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to successfully operate the 3 layers of hockey. Under the operation of the 3 layers of hockey, He overcame the pressure of the nameless iron sword. Then he quickly retreated. It's so painful. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die this time. The Supreme Demon Iron wailed. This guy was in so much pain that he grimaced. However, the Supreme Demon Iron was really too hard. The Nameless Iron Sword's attack couldn't break the Supreme Demon Iron's defense. Even Lin Feng was very shocked. He didn't expect the Supreme Demon Iron's defense to be so strong. It was really shocking. Go, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Although the Nameless Iron Sword was extraordinary, there was no way to take it. So he wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Lin Feng quickly flew out, but the Nameless Iron Sword obviously didn't want to let Lin Feng go. Buzz. The Nameless Iron Sword gently shook the void. Suddenly, Lin Feng found. The scene in front of him changed. He disappeared from the abyss. Then he appeared in a sword ocean world. Below. It was an ocean formed by sword chi. Endless sword chi flowed like seawater. Not far away, the Nameless Iron Sword was suspended in midair. Damn, this iron sword is too awesome? It actually created such an illusory world. I was pulled into this world by it. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Feng's face suddenly became gloomy. He created a world and pulled others into it to fight. Lin Feng also knew this method. Lin Feng had once formed a sovereign small world. Lin Feng could even plant flowers, trees, and so on in his own pocket world. It was also suitable for cultivators to cultivate there. Lin Feng was the world lord of this small world. However, Lin Feng's small world was still very fragile. Although he could participate in the battle. But from the looks of it, the effect wasn't particularly great. Unless he evolved to a very high level. Only Lin Feng's small world could play a huge role. The Nameless Iron Sword was able to create such a terrifying miniature world. From this, one could see how terrifying the Nameless Iron Sword was. Lin Feng took out his supreme treasure, the ruler's armor, and used it to protect himself. Then, more than a dozen powerful magic treasures were also taken out by Lin Feng. Lin Feng decided to give it his all. He is now. There was no way out. Buzz, the Nameless Iron Sword shook the void and came over. With a slash of the sword, dense sword chi condensed. All of them rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's many magic treasures collided with the sword chi. Clang clang clang, the sound of collision rang out incessantly. They collided many times in a row. Many of Lin Feng's magic treasures were sent flying by the dense sword chi. Lin Feng's magic treasures were very powerful, but the sword chi from the Nameless Iron Sword was also very powerful. Moreover, in the Sword Sea world, Lin Feng, including the magic treasures he took out, would be suppressed by the Sword Sea world. His battle strength would drop greatly. And the Nameless Iron Sword would receive the bonus of the Sword Sea world, and his battle strength would increase greatly. Under these circumstances, Lin Feng's situation was indeed quite bad. When Lin Feng's magic treasures were sent flying, the dense sword chi slashed onto Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng was wearing the Dominator's armor. This magic treasure's defense was extremely strong. Right now, the power of the Dominator's armor was still sealed, causing Lin Feng to be unable to truly unleash the power of the Dominator's armor. Otherwise, with the power of the Dominator's armor, Lin Feng felt that even if he faced the Iron Sword, he would be completely fearless. The key was. At the current stage, Lin Feng could only use a small portion of the Dominator's armor's power, and the power that he could use was not enough to fight against the Nameless Iron Sword. The Nameless Iron Sword flew over quickly, slashing towards Lin Feng. It gently slashed in the void. Then, a shocking scene took place. A sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long condensed and locked onto Lin Feng, slashing towards Lin Feng. Damn. This time, I'm really done for, Lin Feng cried out in horror, wanting to dodge the sword light's attack. However, there was no way to dodge. I'm coming, the Supreme Demon Iron shouted and rushed towards the sword light, wanting to help Lin Feng block the sword light. However, the sword light was extremely terrifying. It directly sent the Supreme Demon Iron flying, but its power did not decrease by much. That terrifying sword light was about to slash down. Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. He gritted his teeth, intending to resist. However, what made Lin Feng's hair stand on end was that at this moment, he saw the nameless iron sword's original body flying over quickly. When he resisted the sword chi, the nameless iron sword would definitely kill him in one strike. The situation was really dangerous. Lin Feng knew that it was very likely that he would die under the nameless iron sword's attack. It was at this critical moment that Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The void trembled slightly. The mysterious iron box actually flew out and floated in front of Lin Feng. When he saw the mysterious iron box, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. The mysterious iron box would not easily appear on its own initiative, but now it appeared on its own initiative. What was the reason? Could it be that it wanted to protect its master? However, Lin Feng did not think so. The mysterious iron box was extremely strange and would not care about his life or death. Since it was not to protect its master, then what was the reason? Lin Feng used all his strength to resist the sword light's attack. Clang, and the iron sword slashed on the mysterious iron box. The sound of metal colliding was heard. The mysterious iron box helped him block the attack of the nameless iron sword. The nameless iron sword erupted with an even more terrifying aura. Lin Feng was shocked. The nameless iron sword now was like an ancient immortal that had been revived. How terrifying was its power? It was really unimaginable. He did not know who the owner of the nameless iron sword was. The magic treasure was so terrifying. It could be seen how powerful the owner of the nameless iron sword was. Seeing that the nameless iron sword was about to slash at the mysterious iron box again, suddenly at this moment, kacha-kacha sounds were heard. The mysterious iron box actually opened a gap on its own initiative. A terrifying pressure that made the gods and Buddhas kneel down and kowtow. He didn't know if it was because he had more and more contact with the mysterious iron box. So, the pressure from the mysterious iron box was getting weaker and weaker on Lin Feng. Lin Feng still felt like he was suffocating. However, he was still able to withstand this kind of pressure. Therefore, when this kind of pressure enveloped them, Lin Feng wasn't affected much. Instead, the nameless iron sword was trembling violently. This made Lin Feng very confused. With the terrifying strength of the nameless iron sword, it shouldn't be trembling like this after just feeling the pressure of the mysterious iron box, right? Swish, at this moment, a divine light shone from the mysterious iron box. In the divine light, a figure appeared. This figure was a man. This man's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but the aura emitted from this man was extremely shocking. Buzz. Buzz, when the man appeared, something shocking happened. The nameless iron sword flew to the man's side and began to vibrate violently. It made a series of buzzing sounds. What's going on? Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to happen at all. This made him very confused. Immediately, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. Just now, he saw the peak battle in the dark broken world. The man with the nameless iron sword fought against the heavens and the earth and never gave in. Even though his head was chopped off, he still held the sword in one hand and his head in the other and killed his way into the depths of the darkness. That scene shocked Lin Feng greatly. It was still vivid in his mind. And now, after the nameless iron sword saw the man in front of it, it made such an intimate buzzing sound. It was like seeing a long-lost relative. Was it that? This man in front of it was the master that the nameless iron sword had been waiting for, and this man was a figure that appeared after the mysterious iron box was opened. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed. This man's identity was actually the dismembered corpse's previous life. Lin Feng had always been curious about the origin of the dismembered corpses, but after so many years, it was still a mystery. Lin Feng tried his best to find out more about the dismembered corpse. But Lin Feng hadn't found anything until now. He had finally found some clues. The man who wielded an iron sword and fought against the heavens and the earth. This was dismembered corpse's previous life. Unfortunately, Lin Feng hadn't been able to see what had happened after that battle. However, Lin Feng could roughly guess. That existence was defeated. The corpse had been chopped into pieces by someone. Then, it was put into a mysterious iron box. His magic treasure, the nameless iron sword, was left behind in the mortal world. It was waiting for its master to return. However, after waiting for so many years, he had never been able to wait for his master. Until now, he had finally seen his master. However, the sad thing was that the master that the nameless iron sword had waited so long to meet was no longer its master. Because that was just a shadow that appeared from the dismembered corpse. Who exactly is he? Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. Rushing into the darkness and fighting with an unknown existence. That kind of fighting spirit that was not afraid of death. It was simply too shocking. Anyone who had that kind of fighting spirit could probably become a killing god. However, his identity was still a mystery. The man's illusory figure grabbed the iron sword. At this moment, between heaven and earth, there was a sound of the great Tao. The great Tao of heaven and earth resonated. In the end, the man's shadow began to gradually dissipate. Perhaps, after the dismembered corpse felt the aura of his former comrade. He couldn't help it. An illusory figure appeared. Separated by endless years. Come out again. Meet him. For the last time. Not long after. Then, the illusory figure completely disappeared. The mysterious iron box. It closed again. Swish, with a flash of light, the mysterious iron box flew back into Lin Feng's time and space. And the nameless iron sword emitted a sorrowful cry. The nameless iron sword had a spirit. Knowing that its master died tragically. Now, murderous intent filled the sky. The nameless iron sword continuously slashed out hundreds of sword chi in the void. Every sword chi. It would leave a huge void crack that was thousands of meters long in the void. From those void cracks, a large amount of space-time power gushed out. However, those torn void quickly recovered as before. Buzz. After venting, the nameless iron sword directly turned into a sword light and quickly flew toward Lin Feng. It drilled into Lin Feng's dantian. It was suspended above Lin Feng's dantian. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely surprised. The nameless iron sword actually took the initiative to enter his body. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Could it be? After the nameless iron sword knew that its master was dead, it wanted to recognize him as its master. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but show joy on his face. Then, Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to invade the nameless iron sword to refine this supreme treasure, but after several attempts, he found that it was impossible. When Lin Feng tried again, the nameless iron sword shook slightly and directly destroyed Lin Feng's divine sense. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but turn slightly pale. His expression became ugly. The nameless iron sword was really too strange. Since it didn't let him refine it, why did it drill into his dantian? Lin Feng couldn't understand why he had done that. However, thinking that the corpse of the nameless iron sword's previous master had been with him for many years. And the connection between the two was getting closer and closer. Lin Feng gradually relaxed. No matter what the nameless iron sword's purpose was, at least it didn't hurt him, and that was enough. Now that he couldn't refine the nameless iron sword, it didn't mean that he couldn't refine it in the future. Perhaps soon, at some time, he would be able to refine the nameless iron sword. Damn, come out, let's fight for another 300 rounds. The Supreme Demon Iron shouted loudly with an arrogant look on his face. The nameless iron sword vibrated with a terrifying wave, and Supreme Demon Iron was instantly scared witless and flew back into the time and space. This made Lin Feng a little dumbfounded. Lin Feng withdrew his mind and walked towards the nameless stone tablet. He came to the nameless stone tablet and found that there was nothing special about it. Of course, Lin Feng felt that it was also possible that his level was limited, so he couldn't find the uniqueness of the nameless stone tablet. Because the nameless stone tablet was together with the nameless iron sword, Lin Feng instinctively felt that the nameless stone tablet was somewhat extraordinary. Lin Feng waved his hand and a powerful spiritual power surged out, wrapping around the nameless stone tablet. After collecting the wordless stone tablet, Lin Feng left this place. He first found a place to adjust his state. Then, he set off again. His destination was Bai Qingqing's cave residence. The next afternoon, Lin Feng arrived outside the mountain range where Bai Qingqing was. Bai Qingqing is here too. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Through a trace of curse power, Lin Feng sensed Bai Qingqing's existence. Bai Qingqing was also with Bai Qingqing, and she hadn't been able to completely remove the curse power in her body. Bai Qingqing's illusion technique was very powerful. But obviously, Bai Qingqing was far inferior to Bai Qingqing. Because Bai Qingqing was only a third heaven saint emperor, while Bai Qingqing was a peak saint emperor. All kinds of illusion techniques, charm techniques were also a kind of illusion techniques, were superb. Of course. Among all kinds of illusion techniques, charm techniques were definitely the most powerful. However, the other illusion techniques also had to be taken seriously. Lin Feng planned to sneak into the mountain range at night. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before night fell. Soon, the sun set. Night fell. Darkness enveloped the earth. On this night, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and dark clouds rolled. It was so dark that one couldn't see his fingers. It was a good opportunity for Lin Feng to make his move. Lin Feng quietly entered the mountain range. He saw Bai Qingqing's cave residence from afar. There were 4 big words written on the cave residence. It was called Jade Saint Immortal Abode. Lin Feng guessed that Jade Saint was a name that Bai Qingqing gave herself. It sounded awesome. An immortal abode usually referred to a residence left behind by an immortal, or a residence where an immortal cultivated. Bai Qingqing's cave residence naturally wasn't qualified to be called an immortal abode. However, Lin Feng knew that there were many fake immortal abodes in this world of cultivators. These fake immortal abodes were built by cultivators who hadn't reached the immortal realm. They wanted to give their cave abodes a name that was of a higher class. They would often name it Immortal Abode. In fact, it couldn't be called an immortal abode at all. It was far from being called one. Lin Feng was about to enter Bai Qingqing's Jade Saint Immortal Abode. Suddenly, within the mountain range, densely packed formation runes appeared. Those formation runes locked down the void as all sorts of large formations intertwined together. Layers upon layers of formations sealed off the area. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Brat. Since you're here to die, then I don't mind taking your life today. After Lin Feng was trapped by the formation, Bai Qingqing walked out of the Jade Sage Immortal Mansion and looked coldly at Lin Feng through the formation. Although Bai Qingqing and her sister, Bai Qingqing, were not on good terms, they were still sisters. If they were in danger, they would naturally side with each other. Therefore, the moment she was injured, Bai Qingqing went to her sister, Bai Qingqing, for protection. It would have been fine if Lin Feng hadn't chased after him. If they chased after him, he would make sure that Lin Feng would never be able to return. Bai Qingqing's wishful thinking was perfect. She had been paying attention to the situation outside. She found that Lin Feng had really come here. Without hesitation, she activated the ultimate killing formation. The ultimate killing formation here had integrated 49 types of powerful illusory formations and 321 types of offensive formations. These illusory formations and offensive formations were perfectly combined and could erupt with unimaginable power. Anyone who was enveloped by the absolute kill great formation here would almost certainly die. In Bai Qingqing's opinion, not to mention Lin Feng, even an emperor-level expert would have to think twice before breaking the formation. Therefore, when she saw that Lin Feng was trapped in the ultimate killing formation, Bai Qingqing sneered. Said Bai Qingqing smiling coldly. Lin Feng couldn't escape even if he had wings. Little slave. You don't know your place. Quickly come over and acknowledge me as your master. Young master can be gentler to you. Or else. Do you believe that I won't give you a good beating with a leather whip? Lin Feng looked at Bai Qingqing and said. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You're so stupid. I'll take your worthless life now. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but snort coldly. Then, she began to activate the formations. Bai Qingqing cast all kinds of illusory formations and offensive formations. All kinds of terrifying attacks blasted toward Lin Feng. Stone Emperor steps. At this moment, Lin Feng began to walk in the ultimate killing formation. The attacks that filled the sky came crashing down, but they couldn't hurt Lin Feng. This scene was really shocking. The reason why Lin Feng could dodge the attacks of all kinds of formations was mainly because of the wonders of the Stone Emperor steps. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Masters was called the Stone Emperor Scripture. Why was it called that? Because it was said that the cultivator who created the Stone Emperor Scripture was called the Stone Emperor. However, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of person the Stone Emperor was. Of course, Lin Feng guessed that the Stone Emperor was very likely the first ancestor of the Heavenly Masters. However, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng didn't know whether it was true or not. The Stone Emperor steps passed down by the Stone Emperor was an extremely mysterious secret technique. It allowed one to shuttle through the formations and dodge the attacks of the formations with ease. This is impossible. Bai Qingqing's face was filled with disbelief when she saw how easily Lin Feng dodged the attacks of the various ultimate killing formations. So many powerful attacks, but Lin Feng dodged them so easily. It was unbelievable. At the very least, a few of the attacks should have hit Lin Feng, right? However, none, not even one. Mere formations can't stop me at all. You're really too disobedient. Wait until this young master catches you. See how this young master will teach you a lesson, said Lin Feng with a smile yet not a smile. Lin Feng was naturally confident in catching Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing's face was extremely ugly. At this moment, Lin Feng was walking out of the formation. Bai Qingqing knew that once Lin Feng came out of the formation, the situation would be troublesome. What a powerful method to break the formation. However, do you think that you can walk out of the formation like this? You're too full of yourself. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. Then, a second woman flew out of the Jade Saint Immortal Mansion. This woman was wearing a pink dress. She was tall and slender, with creamy skin. Her face was beautiful and her temperament was charming. She looked somewhat similar to Bai Qingqing. This woman should be Bai Qingqing's elder sister, Bai Qingqing. She was a powerful existence. Her illusory techniques could even trick Emperor realm experts. As long as he could protect his soul and not be bewitched by Bai Qingqing. Lin Feng was naturally not afraid of Bai Qingqing. He said, Bai Qingqing, I happen to be short of 2 maids. In my opinion, you 2 sisters are barely qualified to be my maidservants. Pledge your allegiance to me now. I won't mistreat you 2 sisters. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then she laughed coquettishly. She laughed like a flower trembling. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Bai Qingqing laughed and said, I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Even an emperor-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to trespass my ultimate killing array. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You'll be crying later. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Qingqing began to activate the ultimate killing array here. Roar. In the east, a dragon's roar shook the sky. An azure dragon appeared, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon's aura was vast for 3,000 miles. Screech. In the south, a sharp and ear-piercing cry was heard. A fire phoenix appeared in the flames. Rebirth from the fire. Roar. The roar shook the heavens. A white tiger appeared. The king of beasts appeared. Between heaven and earth, there was silence. Hee. In the north, waves of roars were heard. A black tortoise appeared. Hiss. In the middle area, the hissing of a giant snake could be heard. A huge python that was thousands of meters long appeared. That python was actually a blazing serpent. Blazing serpent. The central sacred beast of the 5 sacred beasts. This was the 5 sacred beasts array. The 5 sacred beasts were evolved. The 5 sacred beasts corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The attack of the 5 sacred beasts array. It also corresponded to the 5 major attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They cycled together and grew endlessly. They increased each other's power. Therefore, the strength of the attack was absolutely shocking. He 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 he. The 5 Sacred Beasts array has been activated. Let's see how you resist the attack of the 5 Sacred Beasts array. Bai Qingqing looked at Lin Feng gloatingly. She couldn't wait to see Lin Feng's defeated look. At this time, the 5 Saint Beasts attacked Lin Feng at the same time. The aura of the 5 Sacred Beasts was extremely terrifying. The fluctuations emitted from their bodies were suffocating. The azure dragon spat out water. Phoenix grasps the sun-white tiger fighting the heavens. Black tortoise destroys the world. Brilliant snake splits the sky. The attacks of the 5 sacred beasts were so powerful that it made people turn pale with fright. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Trying to dodge the attacks of the 5 divine beasts with the Stone Emperor steps was somewhat unrealistic. However, Lin Feng wasn't completely helpless against the attacks of the 5 sacred beasts. Facing the attacks of the 5 sacred beasts, Lin Feng directly used the heaven patching technique. As a result, the attacks of the 5 divine beasts missed. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was shocked. He had already appeared 100 meters away. Of course, Lin Feng was still inside the array. At this time, Lin Feng used the heaven seizing technique. The heaven seizing technique was also a secret technique recorded in the Stone Emperor Sutra. This was an extremely heaven-defying secret technique. Once it was used, it could seize control of any array. At this moment, Lin Feng used the heaven seizing technique in order to seize control of the 5 sacred beasts array from Bai Qingqing's hands. Dance runes surged out. Those runes directly merged into the 5 sacred beasts array. Bai Qingqing's expression instantly turned ugly. Because, Bai Qingqing could clearly sense that the 5 sacred beasts array was gradually getting out of her control. This caused Bai Qingqing's heart to sink. She originally thought that she could rely on such a powerful array to suppress Lin Feng and even kill Lin Feng. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the control of the array would be snatched away by Lin Feng? Bai Qingqing couldn't help but feel a sense of horror in her heart. Generally speaking, an array grandmaster was an ancient expert who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. And Bai Qingqing knew from her younger sister, Bai Qingqing, that Lin Feng's cultivation was extremely powerful. After seeing Lin Feng, Bai Qingqing realized that Lin Feng was really too young. So young, such a terrifying cultivation, and he was so proficient in array formations, he could be said to be the grandmaster of array grandmasters. This was too inconceivable. Bai Qingqing was even unwilling to believe all of this. But, all of this was real. She couldn't tolerate it, she didn't believe it. Sister, let me give you a hand. Bai Qingqing also discovered the trouble that Bai Qingqing was in. So she quickly flew behind Bai Qingqing and placed her hands on Bai Qingqing's back. Powerful magic power. It poured into Bai Qingqing's body. Sisters were connected. Their magic powers were connected. At this moment, Bai Qingqing could use Bai Qingqing's magic power to control the array. In addition to her own powerful magic power, the control of the array. Naturally, it increased greatly. But, soon, Bai Qingqing's expression became incomparably ugly. Because, even with Bai Qingqing's support, she realized, she was still in a disadvantageous position when it came to controlling the 5 sacred beasts array. Take it away! Lin Feng shouted loudly, and a monstrous magic power surged out. That powerful magic power instantly poured into the 5 sacred beasts array. Lin Feng completely took away the control of the 5 sacred beasts array. Wah! Wah! The Bai sisters immediately suffered a backlash. They each spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces turned pale. After Lin Feng took away the control of the 5 sacred beasts array, he directly dispersed the 5 sacred beasts. Then, he rushed out of the array. Swoosh! A light flashed, and Lin Feng rushed out of the array. 2 little girls. Are you ready to become my slaves now? Lin Feng said with a cold smile. We're ready. The 2 of us are willing to become young master's servants. Bai Qingqing said with a charming smile. Bai Qingqing also said with a charming smile, we sisters are willing to serve you for the rest of our lives. The Bai sisters together used the art of seduction. Suddenly, the power of the sisters' art of seduction was greatly increased. Lin Feng's eyes became confused. He felt, he was surrounded by beauties and didn't want to wake up. He just wanted to live in this world. This was the terrifying part of the Bai sisters' art of seduction. Both of them had extremely powerful art of seduction. When used together, they complemented each other, and their power increased several times. It was very difficult for anyone to resist the sisters' art of seduction. Therefore, even if Lin Feng was already on guard. But, in the face of the Bai sisters' powerful art of seduction, Lin Feng still couldn't resist it. Good chance. Kill him. The Bai sisters' eyes suddenly lit up. Then, they all flew toward Lin Feng. Go to hell. The Bai sisters attacked together. They unleashed a powerful attack toward Lin Feng. If Lin Feng was still in the bewitched state, although his physical body was strong, if he took the Bai sisters' terrifying attack, then they would also die and their Tao would vanish. It was a dangerous moment. The Supreme Demon Iron and the Stone of Suppressing Prison flew out. Little girl. Following our young master is the blessing of your previous life. You don't know how to cherish this opportunity. How stupid. The Supreme Demon Iron cried out loudly. He flew toward Bai Qingqing and crashed into her. And the Stone of Suppressing Prison. It went toward Bai Qingqing to suppress her. Originally, the Bai sisters thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure. But who would have thought that a stone and a piece of iron would appear at the critical moment? They attacked them. Bang, bang, the Bai sisters' attack collided with the Supreme Demon Iron and the Stone of Suppressing Prison. A powerful wave swept out, shaking the void. Lin Feng was instantly awakened. At this moment, he realized that the Supreme Demon Iron and the Stone of Suppressing Prison were fighting with the Bai sisters. Lin Feng was instantly covered in cold sweat. The Bai sisters' bewitching technique was too powerful. When he was bewitched just now, it was fortunate that the Supreme Demon Iron and the Stone of Suppressing Prison helped to dissolve the Bai sisters' attack. Otherwise, he would have died. Lin Feng also knew this, so he was still scared. He was very glad now. Fortunately, he had the Supreme Demon Iron and the Stone of Suppressing Prison. He didn't lose his life, little girl. You've completely angered me. After I catch you, I'll definitely teach you two a lesson. Lin Feng said fiercely and then joined the battlefield. He used the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. Then, Lin Feng used the 9 domineering magnetic fields. The 9 domineering magnetic fields suppressed the Bai sisters. The Bai sisters' combat power was immediately suppressed. Bai Qingqing's combat power dropped by 30%. And Bai Qingqing was injured before and suffered a backlash not long ago. Therefore, under the suppression of Lin Feng's 9 domineering magnetic fields, he had actually lost 50% of his combat strength. Compared to the Bai sisters' great decrease in battle prowess, Lin Feng's battle prowess had increased greatly under the support of the 9 domineering magnetic fields. Demon Ancestor Holy Fist. Demons worshipping God painting. With a thought, the flowers would bloom and the monarch would rule the world. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only I reign supreme. Next. All sorts of powerful divine abilities were unleashed, and all of them blasted towards the Bai sisters. The Supreme Demon Iron and the Stone of Suppressing Prison were eyeing them covetously. Help Lin Feng attack the Bai sisters. The situation of the Bai sisters became precarious. Lin Feng had seen Bai Qingqing use a powerful escape technique. In order to prevent the Bai sisters from using this secret technique to escape again, they had to be careful. Therefore, Lin Feng directly condensed a dense array pattern. Those formation runes intertwined in the void, directly sealing the surrounding void. The Bai sisters unleashed their secret escape techniques. There was no way he could escape. Bang bang bang, the two sides exchanged blows several times, and the Bai sisters were gradually unable to hold on. Their faces became as pale as paper. Who exactly are you? How can you let us sisters go? Bai Qingqing looked at Lin Feng with a pale face and asked. Lin Feng said, remember. Your master's name is Lin Feng. Since I said I wanted to take you as my slaves, I definitely won't let the two of you go. A new round of attacks. Once again. Ancestor Dragon Fist. Fall of the 3 Realms. True Dragon Seal. All sorts of powerful divine abilities were unleashed, and they blasted towards the Bai sisters. This time, the Bai sisters finally couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attacks anymore. They were directly sent flying by Lin Feng. Suppress. The stone of suppressing prison locked onto Bai Qingqing. The stone of suppressing prison roared, and then it kept growing bigger. It descended from the sky and directly suppressed Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing wanted to struggle, but she didn't succeed. She was suppressed in midair by the stone of suppressing prison. On the other side, the supreme demon iron blasted towards Bai Qingqing. In a hurry, Bai Qingqing and the supreme demon iron collided. She was directly sent flying by the supreme demon iron. Bai Qingqing seemed to have sensed something and looked behind her. She immediately saw Lin Feng, who appeared behind her. Lin Feng opened his big hand, and monstrous dermic power surged out, directly pressing towards Bai Qingqing. The powerful dermic powers condensed into the word suppress. It directly suppressed Bai Qingqing's body. In an instant, Bai Qingqing was suppressed. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and dense array patterns flew out. These were the array patterns of the 8 divine seals, and they wrapped around Bai Qingqing. At this moment, Bai Qingqing was using all her strength to resist the suppression of the stone of suppressing prison. How could she have the ability to break Lin Feng's 8 divine seals? Bai Qingqing was directly sealed by Lin Feng's 8 divine seals. The Bai sisters. One person was suppressed. One person was sealed. All of them fell into Lin Feng's hands. Ha 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 ha, Bai sisters. You can no longer escape the fate of being my slaves. However, you can choose what kind of slaves you want to be. The first. Take the initiative to acknowledge me as your master. The second. I will purify you. I think the 2 of you should have heard of the great purification technique. Once a cultivator is purified, he will become a walking corpse. Which one do you choose? Lin Feng looked at the Bai clan sisters. The Bai sisters' expressions were extremely ugly, and their faces were extremely gloomy. They were both holy emperors. High and mighty. But now, they had fallen into Lin Feng's hands and become prisoners. This was very difficult for them to accept. Moreover, now, they still had to choose what kind of slaves to become. Naturally, they did not want to become slaves. But now, the choice was not in their hands. Lin Gongzi. Do you really have to be so ruthless? If you let us go, we can also form good karma. How about it? Bai Qingqing tried to calm herself down and said. Lin Feng sneered and said, when the time comes, I'm afraid we won't be able to form good karma, but hatred. My patience is limited. I will count to 3. If you don't take the initiative to acknowledge me as your master, then I can only purify the 2 of you. 1. Lin Feng stretched out a finger and began to count. The Bai sisters looked at each other. Their expressions were ugly. 2. Lin Feng stretched out a second finger and counted again. The faces of the Bai sisters turned pale. Lin Feng brought great mental pressure to them. 3. Lin Feng stretched out a third finger and counted the last number. The Bai sisters' psychological defenses were instantly broken. Young master, please don't purify us. We are willing to acknowledge you as our master. The Bai sisters said in unison. Good. Since you've decided to acknowledge me as your master, then make the vow now. Lin Feng looked at the Bai sisters and said. I, Bai Qingqing. I, Bai Qingqing. I swear today. I'm willing to acknowledge young master Lin Feng as my master. In the future, I'll serve young master Lin Feng loyally. If I have any other thoughts, may I be struck by lightning. The Bai sisters made the vow. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a mysterious connection between him and the Bai sisters. This was a contractual connection. From now on, the Bai sisters would not be able to betray him. If they had any other thoughts, Lin Feng would be able to sense it. When the time came, with a divine thought, he could even kill the other party. Good. As long as you perform well in the future, I won't mistreat you. Lin Feng said. Thank you, young master. The sisters replied. Fate had already decided. The Bai sisters wanted to serve Lin Feng well so that Lin Feng would treat them well. The sisters had seen too many cruel things. For example, women were given away like goods. It was a fate worse than death. They did not want to have such a fate. Bai Qingqing. I heard that you have the Earth God's spiritual liquid here. I wonder if it's true. Lin Feng looked at Bai Qingqing and asked. Bai Qingqing said, Young master. I do have the Earth God's spiritual liquid here. But the Earth God's spiritual liquid here is special because it has been infused with the power of death. So, it can't be used for cultivation. If the Earth God's spiritual liquid here can be used for cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect this treasure. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Bring me to the Earth God's spiritual liquid. Yes. Please follow me, young master. Bai Qingqing said. She led the way. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Under Bai Qingqing's lead, Lin Feng entered the cave abode where Bai Qingqing cultivated. Bai Qingqing's cave abode was beautifully decorated. In the depths of the cave, there was an abyss. It was connected to the ground. Bai Qingqing flew into the abyss. Lin Feng followed closely behind and also entered the abyss. Finally, they landed at the bottom of the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, there was a huge pool. In this pool, there was a large amount of milky white spiritual liquid. That milky white liquid was obviously the legendary Earth Immortal spiritual liquid. Seeing the amount of earthly immortal spiritual liquid, Lin Feng was shocked. There was simply too much of it. Originally, Lin Feng thought that there shouldn't be a lot of Earth God's spiritual liquid here. Young master. This was a pool of Earth God's spiritual liquid. This is what I have accumulated over the years. Bai Qingqing said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. With a wave of his hand, dharmic power surged out and enveloped the Earth God's spiritual liquid. The Earth God's spiritual liquid flew to his side. Lin Feng examined it carefully. Indeed, he found that the Earth God's spiritual liquid contained the death energy. The death energy was a power that could take away a cultivator's life. Naturally, no one dared to absorb the death energy. Not to mention absorbing the death energy. Cultivators didn't even dare to touch the death energy. This was because the death energy was very strange. Once it touched the death energy, then the death energy would invade the body. It was like a maggot in one's bones. It couldn't be shaken off even if one wanted to. At this moment, as Lin Feng's palm touched the Earth God's spiritual liquid, the death energy in the Earth God's spiritual liquid flowed continuously into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. What a strange death energy. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. However, he was fearless in the face of the death energy's devouring. This was because Lin Feng had refined an eye of death in his left eye. To others, the power of death was like a poison that penetrated the intestines. However, for Lin Feng, it was like a tonic. Lin Feng's eye of death activated slightly. In an instant, a large amount of the death energy was absorbed by the eye of death. Soon, the death energy in the Earth God's spiritual liquid that Lin Feng had extracted with his dharmic powers was completely devoured by the eye of death. The death energy disappeared? Bai Qingqing's cultivation was strong and her senses were sharp. She sensed it the moment the death energy disappeared. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened involuntarily. She looked at the Earth God's spiritual liquid floating next to Lin Feng in disbelief. She knew very well that once the death energy in the Earth God's spiritual liquid disappeared, the value of the Earth God's spiritual liquid would be shocking. Not bad. Not bad. This Earth God's spiritual liquid. It will be very beneficial to cultivation. Lin Feng looked at the Earth God's spiritual liquid with satisfaction. Bai Qingqing looked at Lin Feng with her charming eyes. She was very eager to be rewarded with the Earth God's spiritual liquid. The current Bai Qingqing, Peak Sage Emperor. She was only one step away. Enter the Boundary Emperor realm. The Boundary Emperor realm was a transitional stage before breaking through to the Emperor realm. It was a realm that connected the previous and the future. Once one broke through to the Emperor realm, it would be a different world. Because the Emperor realm was the last of the 7 great emperors, it was also the realm that touched upon the immortal realm. For a cultivator, it was very important. Therefore, the Boundary Emperor realm before the Emperor realm was very important to a cultivator because a cultivator needed to continuously accumulate power in this realm. Only this. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, one would be able to control more powerful combat power. Sir. I wonder if I have a chance to be rewarded with the Earth God's spiritual liquid. Bai Qingqing mustered up her courage and asked. Lin Feng pinched Bai Qingqing's snow-white chin. Looking at the beautiful face that was so close to him, he said, "Of course there is hope. As long as you are loyal to me, I will not mistreat you." "Thank you very much, Prince," said Bai Qingqing, looking at Lin Feng seductively. She was really beautiful. In the following period of time, Lin Feng would take out a portion of the Earth God's spiritual liquid every day. He would first use the Eye of Death to absorb the power of death in the Earth God's spiritual liquid. Then, he would refine the Earth God's spiritual liquid. Lin Feng cultivated in the time-space for 3 years, but half a year had passed in the outside world. Lin Feng's cultivation progress was very good. He had broken through from the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm to the fourth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. When Lin Feng broke through to the fourth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, the Earth God's spiritual liquid was no longer effective for him. The Bai sisters raised their heads every day, hoping that Lin Feng would reward them with the Earth God's spiritual liquid to cultivate. Lin Feng had not given them the Earth God's spiritual liquid. How could he let them get the Earth God's spiritual liquid so easily? The easier it was to get something, the less precious it was. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he planned to dual cultivate with the Bai sisters. The Bai sisters knew that they would have such a fate. So when Lin Feng told them his idea, the two sisters only blushed slightly. They didn't show any other reaction. Their emotions were also rather stable. After the three of them finished cultivating, Lin Feng had indeed gained a lot of benefits. His cultivation had broken through from the fourth heaven to the fifth heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. This made Lin Feng very happy. Of course, the Bai sisters had also gained a lot. Their cultivation had also improved greatly. Bai Qingqing had already touched the threshold of the Boundary Emperor realm. She could enter the Boundary Emperor realm anytime. Perhaps she just needed an opportunity. She could complete the breakthrough. Bai Qingqing's cultivation had broken through from the third heaven of the Holy Emperor realm to the sixth heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. This is the Earth Immortal spiritual liquid. Take it and cultivate. Lin Feng extracted all the Earth Immortal spiritual liquid from the pool. He sealed the Earth God's spiritual liquid. He took out a portion and gave it to the Bai sisters so that they could use it to cultivate. The effect of the Earth Immortal spiritual liquid was very strong. Unfortunately, after a period of time, the body would develop a resistance to the Earth Immortal spiritual liquid. Once this resistance was developed, by then, the Earth Immortal spiritual liquid would be useless. Of course, this didn't affect the preciousness of the Earth Immortal spiritual liquid. Other than the Bai sisters who had obtained the Earth Immortal spiritual liquid, Dragon Rabbit, Bibi, and Xiaolong. They had also obtained a lot of Earth Immortal spiritual liquid. The Earth Immortal spiritual liquid was enough for them to cultivate until the Earth Immortal spiritual liquid was useless to them. And Lin Feng felt that there would still be a lot of Earth Immortal spiritual liquid left. The Bai sisters, Dragon Rabbit, Bibi, and Xiaolong were all refining the Earth Immortal spiritual liquid to improve their cultivation. Lin Feng went into seclusion again. This time, Lin Feng wanted to fuse the demonic stone of extreme Yin with his primal chaos lamp, which he had obtained before. The primal chaos ancient lamp would become more and more powerful as time passed, but Lin Feng didn't have the patience to waste time on it. He wanted to strengthen the primal chaos ancient lamp as fast as possible. Right now, the primal chaos ancient lamp was already a monarch weapon. However, it was only a god emperor level monarch weapon. The improvement of magical treasures was often the most difficult. Lin Feng took out a demonic stone of extreme Yin and melted it into liquid. Then, he began to refine the extreme Yin devil stone into the primal chaos ancient lamp. Great! That's great! I'm going to break through. The weapon spirit of the primal chaos ancient lamp was a child of about 3 or 4 years old. At this moment, he was jumping around excitedly. The effects of the extreme Yin magic stone were extremely powerful. In the end, he helped the primal chaos ancient lamp break through. The primal chaos ancient lamp had become an immortal emperor level imperial weapon. How could a small piece of extreme Yin magic stone have such a huge effect? Lin Feng was extremely satisfied. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, the others also came out of seclusion one after another. Bai Qingqing was the first to come out of seclusion. After refining a large amount of earth immortal spiritual liquid, Bai Qingqing's cultivation finally broke through to the boundary emperor realm. Bai Qingqing's cultivation had broken through to the 10th heaven of the sage emperor realm. She had also gained a lot. After settling down for a period of time, she should be able to break through to the boundary emperor realm. As for Dragon Rabbit, Bibi, and Xiaolong, the three little fellows were still in deep sleep. They needed to go through deep sleep to consume the energy of the earth immortal spiritual liquid in their bodies. In the following period of time, Lin Feng was consolidating his cultivation. It was not until one day after a month that Lin Feng came out of seclusion. This was because he felt a terrifying fluctuation coming from the depths of the dark ancient forest. Someone was undergoing a tribulation. And it was an emperor-level tribulation. Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down from the distance. The tribulation lasted for a total of 6 days before it finally dissipated. A new emperor lord has been born. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Previously, he had learned from the Bai sisters that there were a few emperor-level experts in the dark ancient forest. These emperor-level experts were all ferocious beasts from the dark ancient forest who had cultivated. This was an extremely shocking matter. One had to know that even with so many races, no one had broken through to the emperor realm after the death of the myriad race's 5 ancestors. It was unbelievable that there were a few powerful emperor lords in the dark ancient forest. Lin Feng carefully analyzed the reason. He felt that there was a reason why those ferocious beasts in the dark ancient forest had broken through to the emperor realm. First of all, the dark ancient forest was rich in cultivation resources. Powerful creatures could occupy all kinds of cultivation resources. Second of all, due to various reasons, it was difficult for the cultivators in the outside world to completely focus on cultivation. However, those powerful ferocious beasts in the dark ancient forest were different. Those powerful ferocious beasts basically focused all their attention on cultivation. Therefore, their improvement was naturally incomparably fast. Finally, although the myriad race was divided into 3 major alliances and there were endless conflicts between the 3 alliances, to be honest, those disputes were only small frictions. There were no large-scale battles that broke out at all. Therefore, the cultivators of the myriad race were relatively lacking in combat experience. Those terrifying ferocious beasts in the dark ancient forest were different. In a place like the dark ancient forest, the strong preyed on the weak. Weak ferocious beasts were destined to become food for powerful ferocious beasts. Therefore, those weak ferocious beasts would be incomparably vigilant at all times. Those powerful ferocious beasts in the dark ancient forest also gradually grew from weak to strong. To put it bluntly, those ferocious beasts grew from weak to strong. In their lives, who knew how many life and death battles they had experienced? The experts of the myriad race were like flowers in a greenhouse. As for the powerful ferocious beasts in the dark ancient forest, they had slaughtered a bloody path out of the white bones to achieve such achievements. Therefore, the comprehension of life and death and the comprehension of the great Tao were completely incomparable. This was also why some of the top ferocious beasts in the dark ancient forest had already broken through to the emperor realm. And the top experts of the myriad race were still unable to break through to the emperor realm. Lin Feng returned to the Jade Saint Immortal Mansion. He found that the Bai sisters had actually become worried. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with the 2 of you? You seem to be worried about something?" Bai Qingqing said, reporting to young master. The expert who just broke through to the emperor realm had a grudge against us in the past. Although many years have passed, I don't know if he still holds a grudge against us. If he does, he will probably come to seek revenge soon. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He then asked, "What kind of ferocious beast is that?" The earliest record of the winged dragon came from the Eastern Classic of the Great Wilderness. In the northeast corner of the Great Wilderness, there is a mountain called the Fierce Plough Mound. The winged dragon was at the South Pole. After killing Qiyu and Quafu, it couldn't return. Thus, there were droughts. The droughts became the winged dragon's appearance and caused heavy rain. This passage meant that there was a place called Corner in the northeast of the great wilderness. There was a hill called the Fierce Plough Mound. This was the winged dragon's residence. Later, the winged dragon killed Qiyu and Kuafu. However, because it consumed too much of its energy, it couldn't return and could only live in the south. The south was usually dry, but the winged dragon could summon rain. Thus, from then on, it rained a lot in the south. In the legends, the winged dragon appeared twice. The first time was when it killed Qiyu. It was when the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu were fighting. Qiyu was the god of war. The Yellow Emperor was no match for him and invited many experts to help. The winged dragon was one of them. The god of war was an invincible god of war who controlled the fire of heaven and earth. The winged dragon summoned rain to extinguish the fire, causing the god of war's combat strength to plummet. That was why he was defeated. The second time the winged dragon appeared. It was when Yu the Great was controlling the flood. At that time, the flood was monstrous and swept across heaven and earth. Countless creatures suffered from the flood. At that time, the flood was said to be because Kuafu rammed into Mount Buzhou in anger, causing the mountain to collapse. Mount Buzhou was a celestial mountain in the heaven realm. It was connected to thousands of worlds and blocked the water of the heavenly river. Mount Buzhou was broken by Kuafu. The water of the heavenly river flowed down and drowned countless worlds. Later, the winged dragon helped Yu the Great kill Kuafu. Of course, it was hard to say whether these legends were true. After all, they were things that happened countless years ago and were difficult to verify. However, one thing was certain. That was, the winged dragon was definitely an extremely terrifying creature. The winged dragon had wings, scales, and spines. Its head was big and long, its nose, eyes, and ears were small, its eye sockets were large, its eyebrows were high, its teeth were sharp, its forehead protruded, and the tip of its tail was long. This dragon was the only dragon race with wings in the Eastern dragon race. A pair of wings gently. It could tear the starry world. Lin Feng hadn't thought that there would be a winged dragon there. Besides, the winged dragon hated the Bai sisters. What happened in the past? Is that why you two have a grudge against each other? Lin Feng asked. Bai Qingqing said that Rain Dragon coveted our looks and attacked us, but we injured it in the end. Because of this, a grudge was formed between the two sides. Lin Feng nodded and said, the dragon race is very aggressive. If they became enemies, he definitely wouldn't forget. They should have been prepared. Although this winged dragon was powerful, he had just broken through to the sovereign master realm. Although his cultivation had increased greatly, he would not be able to truly control the power of the sovereign master realm in a short period of time. It would have been fine if he had not come. If they dared to come. When the time comes, I'll make sure he doesn't return. When the Bai sisters heard that, they were very happy. They knew that Lin Feng was very powerful. With Lin Feng taking action, and with the two sisters, they might really be able to kill Winged Dragon. Next, Lin Feng started to set up two kinds of absolute killing grand arrays on the foundation of the grand array outside. The first was the Immortal Extermination Grand Formation. The second ultimate killing formation was the Xianpin Formation. Both grand arrays were extremely terrifying and powerful. Now, when these two grand arrays were superimposed on the original grand array, they could increase the power of the entire array combination. Lin Feng had just finished setting up the grand array when a cultivator arrived outside the Jade Saint Immortal abode. The cultivator who arrived was a golden creature with a pair of wings on his back. He floated outside the Jade Saint Immortal abode and said in a deep voice, Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing. My king, Sovereign Master Ying Long, asked me to tell you that my king will give you 3 days to make a choice. First, you take the initiative to go to the Ying Dragon Abyss to serve my king. Second, my king will come personally to capture you and make you lowly female slaves. Time is limited. In these 3 days, think carefully about your choice. This is related to your future. Humph. Go back and tell Sovereign Master Ying Long. We would rather die in battle than submit. Bai Qingqing replied coldly. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The golden creature with wings on his back said in an extremely cold voice. He did not continue to stay and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. 3 days later. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Not long after, heavy rain poured down. It's here. Lin Feng looked into the distance. Although he had not seen Ying Long's figure yet, the phenomenon of heaven and earth had appeared. This meant that Ying Long was flying towards this place quickly. The dragon clan was synonymous with power among the many clans. And Ying Long, in the Eastern Dragon clan, it was a terrifying existence that was not inferior to the Eastern Divine Dragon. Therefore, even among the many Divine Beast clans, Ying Long was one of the top clans. Therefore, Ying Long was very powerful. Now that Ying Long had become an imperial lord, its strength should be far superior to other imperial lords of the same level. 2 hours later. In the distance, a huge creature flew over. That huge creature's body was 3,000 to 4,000 meters long. It was like a winding mountain ridge. That huge creature had a pair of huge wings, and with a sudden flap of its wings, it looked as if it was about to explode. The void collapsed. Imperial Lord Ying Long was here, by Qingqing. By Qingqing. You two bitches. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Since that's the case, I won't give you any more face. After Imperial Lord Ying Long arrived, he stretched out his huge dragon claw and grabbed at Jade Saint Immortal Mansion. The formation around the Jade Saint Immortal Mansion was activated, and a huge energy shield emerged, protecting the Jade Saint Immortal Mansion. That huge claw, as thick as a mountain, slammed on the defensive shield. Instantly, the earth shook. The defensive shield's power was extraordinary. It actually blocked Ying Long's terrifying attack. Imperial Lord Ying Long. Don't you go too far. Bai Qingqing walked out of Jade Saint Immortal Mansion and said coldly. Ha 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 ha. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. What's there to say about going too far? What a joke. I know that you sisters are proficient in formations, but so what? I'm also proficient in formations. Now, I'm going to break your formation. Once I'm done, I'll capture you sisters and devour your primordial Yin energy every day. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Imperial Lord Ying Long laughed. Then, he turned into a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. Then, he landed on the ground. Good timing. Today, you'll die in the formation. Bai Qingqing said with a cold smile. Imperial Lord Ying Long glanced coldly at the great formation around him. He sneered and said, You want to kill me with just this great formation? What a daydream. Ying Long was extremely arrogant. Of course. He had the right to be arrogant. After all, his cultivation level was high. He was an imperial master and was good at formations. Before he broke through to the imperial master realm, he would be wary of the great formation set up by the Bai sisters. But now, Ying Long was full of confidence. Boom. Boom, boom. A terrifying aura spread out as various great formations were activated. Many of the great formations contained destructive power. They were aimed at Ying Long. They charged at him. Today, I'll show you the 9 dragons formation breaking art passed down by the Winged Dragon clan. Imperial Lord Ying Long sneered. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and thousands of techniques were formed. Those powerful spells intertwined and turned into a huge winged dragon. A total of 9 winged dragons were formed. The 9 winged dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their roars shook the heavens and moved the mountains and rivers. A powerful dragon aura spread out, and the aura was suffocating. It was extremely terrifying. The 9 rain dragons immediately flew out and devoured the attacks of the various death-dealing formations. Moreover, it was constantly destroying the ultimate killing formation here. See that? The grand array that you Bai sisters set up is simply unable to withstand a single blow in this emperor's eyes. Imperial Lord Ying Long laughed loudly. He was indescribably arrogant. At that moment, a sneer was heard. What a great 9 dragons formation breaking art. The Winged Dragon clan is indeed one of the strongest clans in the Eastern Dragon clan. However, you're destined to die here today. Lin Feng stepped out as soon as the voice was heard. Imperial Lord Ying Long's expression darkened when he saw Lin Feng. He sneered and said, "Kid. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? You're courting death." Lin Feng glanced at Imperial Lord Long indifferently. Then, he directly activated the last 3 ultimate killing formations. 5 Sacred Beasts Formation. Immortal Extermination Formation. Xianpin Formation. 5 Sacred Beasts Formation produced 5 Sacred Beasts. The Immortal Extermination Grand Array had manifested the Immortal Extermination Sword. The Xianpin Grand Formation manifested the Xianpin Gate. These attacks were all extremely powerful and terrifying. The 5 Sacred Beasts charged towards Sovereign Lord Long. The Immortal Slaying Sword slashed towards Sovereign Lord Long while the Xianpin Gate suppressed Sovereign Lord Long. The two of you, go deal with the 9-headed winged dragon that Imperial Lord Long has conjured. I'll go deal with Sovereign Long. Lin Feng said to the Bai sisters. Yes. Young master. The Bai sisters replied. Now that the 2 sisters had made great progress in their cultivation, it was naturally not difficult for them to take care of the 9 winged dragons. Lin Feng took out his sovereign's armor and charged into the formation. Following that, all sorts of Dharma treasures were unleashed as they charged towards Imperial Master Long. Emperor Long was trapped in the 5 Sacred Beasts Formation. Immortal Slaying Grand Array. The Xianpin Grand Formation attacked. Although he was powerful enough to withstand the attacks of the 3 great formations. However, the attacks of the 3 great formations consumed a lot of his energy. Now that Lin Feng was charging towards him with their powerful Dharma treasures, it was naturally more difficult for Sovereign Lord Long to resist. Wah wah wah, I'm going to kill you. The Supreme Demon Iron flew out to help Lin Feng deal with Sovereign Lord Long. The Supreme Demon Iron had a special characteristic. As long as it locked onto its target, it would be unable to dodge. There was no way he could dodge its attack. He would definitely be struck by the Supreme Demon Iron. Now, Sovereign Lord Long was unable to fight against so many enemies. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to divert his energy to deal with the Supreme Demon Iron. He was directly sent flying by the Supreme Demon Iron. Wah! In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Stone of Purgatory also flew out and rapidly expanded. In an instant, it became as large as a 1,000-meter mountain. Countless runes intertwined on the surface of the Stone of Purgatory. The Stone of Purgatory descended from the sky and suppressed Sovereign Lord Long. Sovereign Lord Long roared as he punched the Stone of Purgatory. However, he had yet to send the Stone of Purgatory flying. The 5 Sacred Beasts Formation, the Immortal Slaying Formation, the Xianpin Formation, the 5 Sacred Beasts, the Immortal Slaying Sword, and the Xianpin Gate had already attacked Sovereign Lord Long. As for Lin Feng's dozen or so powerful magic treasures, the Sky Drum, the Bell of Hell, the Black Dragon Sword, the Green Mountain Sword, the 5 Dragons Wheel, the 9 Demons Painting, the Stone Sword, the 5 Flames 7 Birds Fan, the Stone Dagger, the Vajra Spiked Club, and other supreme treasures had already attacked Sovereign Lord Long. Sovereign Lord Long hurriedly took out an ancient bronze lamp. The ancient bronze lamp emitted a green light that protected Sovereign Lord Long. Many attacks came crashing down, but the ancient bronze lamp blocked them for the time being. Kid! Who the hell are you? No matter how arrogant Sovereign Lord Long was, he no longer dared to underestimate Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was young, he was strong and had many treasures. He could seriously threaten Sovereign Lord Long's life. All you need to know is that the Bai sisters are my people. As for who I am, when you go to hell and see the King of Hell, go ask him. As soon as he finished speaking, many magic treasures attacked Sovereign Lord Long once again. Sovereign Lord Long roared, "Kid! Do you really want to fight to the death with me? If you let me go, I can give you endless benefits. I'll kill you. All your treasures will be mine." Lin Feng sneered. Not only did he not stop, but he also increased the speed of his attacks. Supreme Demonic Iron, Stone of Suppression, 5 Sacred Beasts, Immortal Extermination Sword, Xianpin Gate showed its prowess once again. After more than 10 waves of attacks, the defensive light shield created by Imperial Lord Long's defensive magic treasure was destroyed. Without the protection of the defensive light shield, Sovereign Lord Long found it even more difficult to block the attacks. Pooh! Pooh! Pooh, more and more magic treasures landed on Sovereign Lord Yinglong's body, tearing his body apart. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Sovereign Lord Yinglong. He was in an extremely miserable state. At this moment, the Bai sisters worked together to destroy the nine-headed winged dragon. Young master. We're here to lend you a hand. The Bai sisters shouted and quickly rushed over. They also joined the battle. This time, Sovereign Lord Yinglong was even more exhausted. Swoosh. One of the stone swords seized the opportunity and flew to Sovereign Lord Yinglong's side. Pooh, the stone sword directly pierced Sovereign Lord Yinglong's chest. Ah! Sovereign Lord Yinglong let out an incomparably shrill scream. Next, Emperor Yinglong grabbed the stone sword and forcefully pulled it out of his body. I want all of you dead. Sovereign Lord Yinglong roared and then soared into the sky. In the next moment, Sovereign Lord Yinglong transformed into a giant dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. What a powerful storm! Get out of here quickly. Lin Feng looked at the Bai sisters and said in a deep voice. Yinglong was severely injured. Lin Feng thought. Kill Yinglong. It shouldn't be a difficult task. The Bai sisters' participation in this battle would tie him down. Hearing this, the Bai sisters. He immediately retreated and left the formation, retreating to the outside of the formation. Lin Feng took out the Hurricane Pearl. Under the protection of the Hurricane Pearl, no storm could hurt Lin Feng. Lin Feng took all the Dharma treasures. Only the Black Dragon Sword was left in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword. He leaped up and flew towards Emperor Yinglong. Emperor Yinglong spat out a large amount of dragon breath at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was in the air, his movements were extremely fast. He dodged the dragon breath attack. He transformed into a dragon. Emperor Yinglong's combat strength would be raised to the peak. However, it was extremely disadvantageous for Monarch Yinglong to be in such a state. Because, he was still in the formation and had to face the attacks of the formation at all times. 5 Sacred Beasts Formation, Immortal Slaying Formation, Xian Pin Formation, the attacks of the 3 formations were still very terrifying. After Emperor Yinglong transformed into his human form, it was easier to dodge the attacks of the 3 formations. However, now, Emperor Yinglong's body had turned into his original body. With such a huge body, it was difficult to dodge these attacks. Therefore, although Emperor Yinglong's combat strength had increased greatly after transforming into his dragon form, however, his body was constantly being attacked by the 3 great arrays. In many places, scales fell off and blood was dripping. I'll smash you to death. The Supreme Devil Iron cried out loudly as it charged towards Sovereign Lord Yinglong. This fellow locked onto Imperial Lord Yinglong's eyes and smashed it viciously towards his eyes. Bang, that strike landed heavily on Emperor Yinglong's left eye. Suddenly, Emperor Yinglong screamed. The stone of purgatory descended from the sky and headed straight for Imperial Lord Yinglong's head. After Emperor Yinglong smacked the Supreme Demon Iron away with his claw, his huge claw continued to attack the stone of purgatory that was descending from the sky. By the time Emperor Yinglong's claw landed on the suppressing prison stone, Lin Feng had already reached Emperor Yinglong's back. With the Black Dragon Sword in hand, he stabbed towards Sovereign Lord Yinglong's back. Puff, the sound of something tearing could be heard. Black Dragon Sword, it pierced straight into Emperor Yinglong's body. Then, Lin Feng suddenly slashed with all his might. Ripping sounds could be heard continuously. Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword tore apart Sovereign Lord Yinglong's back. Lin Feng saw the dragon tendon. He grabbed Imperial Lord Winged Dragon's dragon tendon, then forcefully tore it apart. Emperor Yinglong's dragon tendon was forcefully pulled out over 100 meters long by Lin Feng. Ah! Emperor Yinglong let out an extremely shrill and miserable cry. To him, the dragon tendon was one of the biggest weaknesses of his body. It was also one of his Achilles' heel. Once the dragon tendon was damaged, it would cause severe damage to his body. Emperor Yinglong spat out a destructive energy ball towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged Yinglong's ball of destructive energy. Then, he slashed out with his sword, and a dazzling sword gleam flew out. With a slash, Emperor Yinglong's dragon tendon was severed. With his dragon tendon severed, Emperor Yinglong's injuries worsened. Emperor Yinglong's situation was extremely bad. His aura became chaotic, and his combat strength plummeted. "I won't let you off." Emperor Yinglong's roar shook the heavens, and his heart was filled with hatred. He was an emperor-level existence, an expert who looked down on all heavens. Now, he had suffered such severe injuries. Moreover, the person who injured him was merely a young human cultivator. Emperor Yinglong was filled with regret. He should not have entered the formation so carelessly. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a situation. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how much he regretted it, it would not help. Emperor Yinglong. Now, he planned to break out of the encirclement. As long as he could escape. Recuperate. Return again. When the time came. Then, he would be able to take revenge. Emperor Yinglong's plan was extremely good. Emperor Yinglong spat out more than 10 energy balls towards Lin Feng, the Stone of Suppression, the 5 Sacred Beasts, the Immortal Slaying Sword, the Gate of Xianpin, the Supreme Demon Iron, and the others. Then, his body shot up into the sky. He wanted to tear the formation apart. He wanted to escape. However, at this moment, an immortal binding rope flew out. The immortal binding rope quickly lengthened and wrapped around Emperor Yinglong. This was a Dharma treasure that Lin Feng had obtained a long time ago. It was an imitation of this era's top supreme treasure, the immortal binding rope. The strength of this imitation was naturally far from the level of the real immortal binding rope, but it was still extremely powerful. After Emperor Yinglong was bound, he began to struggle violently. Emperor Yinglong was indeed terrifying. As he struggled, the immortal binding rope wrapped around him began to break. It seemed that this treasure. It was indeed unable to bind Emperor Yinglong. It would not be long before the immortal binding rope was completely destroyed by Emperor Yinglong. However, at this moment, Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand and launched a fatal attack towards Emperor Yinglong. He flew high into the sky. Then, he dove down. He came from the sky and could kill an immortal with one sword. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand and performed this supreme skill. In an instant, he became one with the sword. He instantly attacked Emperor Yinglong. Facing Lin Feng's terrifying attack, Emperor Yinglong could not dodge at all. Poof, there was a tearing sound. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand and pierced through Emperor Yinglong's head. In the next moment, he flew out of Emperor Yinglong's head with the black dragon sword in his hand. Roar! Sovereign Lord Yinglong let out an incomparably shrill scream. That humongous body. He fell to the ground. After twitching a few times, he died. Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword in his hand and tore Emperor Yinglong's body apart. Then, he took out Emperor Yinglong's origin energy. An emperor-level origin energy was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. Emperor Yinglong is dead. The Bai sisters looked at each other and could not help but be surprised. This was an emperor-level existence, and he was killed by Lin Feng just like that. It was unbelievable. In the distance, there were some powerful living beings who were floating in mid-air and watching the battle. Now that they saw Emperor Yinglong's humongous body fall into the forest, they could not help but be extremely shocked. Quick, quick, quick! Go back and report to the king. Emperor Yinglong has been killed. One by one, the powerful beasts left quickly. There were also many beasts who continued to stand in the distance and watch the scene in the mountain range. Those ferocious beasts looked at Lin Feng. Their hearts were pounding violently. Because the night was bright. The empty space in front of the Jade Saint Immortal Mansion was still in a mess. After the battle, the destruction here was more serious. It needed to be reorganized to restore it to its original state. Dragon meat was precious. Naturally, it could not be wasted. At night, Lin Feng cut open Emperor Yinglong's stomach. He made delicious roasted dragon meat. Foodie, some of the beasts in the periphery rolled their eyes. However, the eyes of those beasts were shining. Because they could only smell the fragrance of the meat. Their saliva was already flowing out. Those beasts wanted to taste it so badly. Even the sisters Bai Qingqing and Bai Qingqing ate until they lost their ladylike image. Dragon Rabbit, Bibi, and Little Dragon were still in a deep sleep, so they did not have the chance to enjoy such delicacies. Of course. Ying Long's body was huge. Lin Feng and the Bai sisters only ate a small part of the dragon meat. The rest of the dragon meat was frozen by Lin Feng and stored. He would enjoy it in the future. Late at night, Lin Feng entered a dream. He found himself back in Jialan City. He became a 14 or 15-year-old boy. The scene flashed. Lin Feng came to the back mountain of his family. A beautiful young girl stood there, looking at him coldly. When he saw the young girl, Lin Feng frowned. Because the young girl was Su Yueshi, a person who was about to be forgotten by Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Su Yueshi were childhood sweethearts, but they had long turned into enemies. Not only was there love and hatred between them, but there was also a life and death battle between their families. Su Yueshi's Su family was destroyed. Only Su Yueshi was chased out by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still young at that time. So, when he did things, he still remembered a trace of old feelings. Of course, Su Yueshi had a hard time surviving alone outside. Adding on the fact that the martial heaven continent had been invaded by thousands of races, countless creatures had died. Lin Feng had thought that Su Yueshi was also dead, but Su Yueshi had now appeared before his eyes. Wait. Is this a dream? Very soon, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. Dreams were images formed by one's subconscious mind. Due to that, some powerful cultivators with incomparably strong willpower would rarely dream. Lin Feng, for example, would rarely dream. When these powerful cultivators were dreaming, they could also realize that they were actually in a dream. Then, he would be able to quickly leave the dreamland and wake up. Lin Feng. I'll kill you. Su Yueshi screamed and charged at Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng coldly snorted, and said, "You're not Su Yueshi, who are you? Show me your true form." Su Yueshi, who was running towards Lin Feng, suddenly stopped and started giggling. "How did you find out that I'm not Su Yueshi?" the woman asked. "You stole my memories and created Su Yueshi, but your demeanor is very different from Su Yueshi's. A person's appearance can be the same, but their demeanor cannot be imitated," Lin Feng said coldly. "It seems that this woman is really hard to erase in your heart," the woman who had transformed into Su Yueshi said. With a flash of light, she turned into another person, a woman wearing a black dress and a veil over her face. "You brought me into a dream? I don't seem to know you. Why did you bring me into a dream?" Lin Feng looked at the woman coldly. "Of course, it's to kill you in your dream," the woman in black said coldly. "Why do you want to kill me?" "There's always a reason to kill," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Monarch Ying Long is my subordinate. You killed Sovereign Ying Long. Of course, I want to kill you." The woman in black suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect Sovereign Ying Long to have another master. But if you want to kill me, you're dreaming." Lin Feng could not help but sneer. "If you kill someone in a dream, you'll die in reality. Tell me. Is it easy for me to kill you?" the woman in black sneered. Then, she charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked like a young man. Therefore, his combat strength was not strong. Seeing the woman in black charging at him, Lin Feng tried his best to wake up. The woman in black sneered and said, "It's useless. You won't be able to wake up in my dream." Soon, the woman in black arrived in front of Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng with her palm. Swoosh, flames burned the world. Lin Feng summoned the 5 heavenly flames into his dream world. The heavenly flames burned fiercely. They swept toward the woman in black. When the woman in black saw the heavenly flames, she frowned slightly. She did not continue to attack Lin Feng. Instead, she chose to retreat quickly. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face showed some joy. It seemed like it was as he had guessed. The woman in black had only infiltrated her dream with her consciousness or divine soul, but both were restrained by the heavenly flames. Therefore, the woman in black had to retreat after being attacked by the heavenly flames. The woman in black looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "You won't be so lucky next time." Then, the woman in black dissipated. Lin Feng woke up. He sat up with a gloomy expression. Bai Qingqing and Bai Qingqing were also awakened. They got up. They looked at the pale Lin Feng. Bai Qingqing asked, "Young master, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Lin Feng asked, "Do the two of you know the great Dream Emperor Lord?" The two women's expressions changed when they heard this. The great Dream Emperor Lord. He's one of the first Emperor Lords in the ancient gloomy forest. He has always lived in seclusion in the depths of the forest and rarely comes out. Why are you suddenly asking about this person? Lin Feng said, Emperor Ying Long is the subordinate of this great Dream Emperor Lord. Just now, the great Dream Emperor Lord infiltrated my dream to kill me, but he didn't succeed. What? The great Dream Emperor Lord attacked you? This is troublesome. The great Dream Emperor Lord can infiltrate anyone's dream and kill them. Young master, we have to leave the ancient gloomy forest. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. That's right. Only by leaving this place will we not be ambushed by the great Dream Emperor Lord. Bai Qingqing and Bai Qingqing said one after another. Lin Feng said, we won't sleep for now. That's right. With our cultivation, we can go without sleep for several years without a problem. I want to meet this great Dream Emperor Lord. 3 days later, a black bear spirit arrived outside the Jade Sage Immortal abode. The various emperors have called for an extremely important meeting. They have specially come to invite the three of you. This black bear spirit was not an ordinary person either. He was called Yuan Sage Black Bear. He was a sacred emperor powerhouse. His cultivation base was extremely high. It could be described as unfathomable. He was a senior sacred emperor in the ancient gloomy forest. Of course, no one knew if his cultivation base had improved. Brother Black Bear. I don't know about this meeting. What's the matter? Bai Qingqing could not help but ask. It had not been long since Emperor Ying Long was killed. The emperors of the ancient gloomy forest were holding such an important meeting, which made one's imagination run wild. Don't worry, my friends. This meeting was called by the Black Turtle Patriarch and not because of Emperor Ying Long. It is said that it has something to do with a mystic realm. Yuan Sage Blackheart said. I see. Bai Qingqing nodded. Thank you for making this trip. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Lin Feng flicked his finger. A storage ring flew out of his hand. It landed in the huge claws of Yuan Sage Blackheart. Yuan Sage Blackheart smiled and thought that Lin Feng was a capable person. He said, it's getting late. I still have to inform the others. I won't disturb you any further. Take care. Lin Feng and the other two cupped their fists and sent Yuan Sage Blackheart off. The next day, they set off for the depths of the ancient gloomy forest. On the way, Bai Qingqing introduced the top powerhouses of the ancient gloomy forest to Lin Feng. There are 7 senior emperors in the ancient gloomy forest. The oldest emperor lord is the Black Turtle Patriarch. There are 5 ancient gloomy forests in the heavenly sage great world and they are all sacred grounds for demon and beast cultivators. However, the ancient gloomy forest is definitely the #1 sacred ground for cultivation because the Black Turtle Patriarch is in charge of the ancient gloomy forest. The Black Turtle Patriarch's character is very peaceful compared to the other overlords. Therefore, after he became the Emperor Lord, there has never been a large-scale beast tide in the ancient gloomy forest. This has also created a relatively good cultivation environment. Furthermore, the Black Turtle Patriarch likes to guide the younger generation, unlike the other overlords of the ancient gloomy forests. If they saw something good, they would take it. Why would they give it to others? But Ancestor Xianxia was different. Sometimes, he would even give some extremely precious treasures to cultivators that he thought highly of. Let him increase his cultivation. For example, among the Emperor Lords, there is an Emperor Lord brought up by the Black Tortoise Ancestor. Other than the Black Tortoise Old Ancestor, the other 6 emperors are the Great Dream Emperor, the Cloud Pool Emperor, the Emperor Jiuyan, the Blood Wing Emperor, the Great Rock Emperor, and the Divine Monkey Emperor. These 6 Emperor Lords all have their own specialties. The Great Dream Emperor Lord is good at killing people in dreams. He has mastered the dream realm Devil Dao and his methods are extremely strange. Monarch Yunzhe is good at controlling wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Emperor Jiuyan has mastered the Tao of destruction. The Bloodwing Emperor has mastered the Tao of the Blood Sea. Great Rock Emperor, on the other hand, has mastered the Tao of space and speed. The Divine Monkey Emperor has mastered the Tao of transformation. Other than these 7 Emperor Lords, there is also Emperor Yinglong, who was killed by Lin Feng. It's just that I didn't expect Emperor Yinglong to be a subordinate of the Great Dream Emperor. I've never heard of this Emperor Yinglong being related to the Great Dream Emperor. Bai Qingqing was very confused. Ordinary. It was very difficult to hide what happened in the ancient gloomy forest. For example, before Emperor Yinglong broke through, he was one of the strongest existences below the Emperor Lords. If he had submitted to the Great Dream Emperor, this news would have spread like wildfire. It was impossible for others not to know. However, the truth was, Bai Qingqing had never heard of this. Lin Feng said, it's also possible that Emperor Yinglong was sent into a dream by the Great Dream Emperor before he broke through. The Great Dream Emperor Lord's methods are extremely strange. He can kill people in the dream, and naturally, he can also subdue others in the dream. Perhaps Emperor Yinglong was subdued by the Great Dream Emperor Lord, and had no choice but to submit to the Great Dream Emperor Lord and become his slave. Bai Qingqing heard this. Bai Qingqing nodded. They also felt that Lin Feng's words were very likely. An existence like Emperor Yinglong was high and mighty. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to acknowledge others as his master. Unless he was forced into a corner. 7 days later, they arrived at the Black Turtle Lake where the Black Turtle Patriarch lived. This was a huge lake located in the depths of the ancient gloomy forest. It stretched as far as the eye could see. The Black Turtle Patriarch did not live under the lake. Instead, he lived above the lake. There was a Turtle Deity Island in the center of the lake. Turtle Deity Island was where the Black Turtle Patriarch lived. When Lin Feng and the other 2 arrived at Turtle Deity Island, Lin Feng discovered that there were many beautiful female cultivators on the island. These beautiful female cultivators were dressed in very revealing clothing. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. He even thought that he had come to the wrong place. Old bastard. Yi Futian sneered. The Bai sisters curled their lips and looked at him with disdain. What's going on? This doesn't look like a celestial island at all. Lin Feng said. Bai Qingqing said, the Black Turtle Patriarch is an old man. He likes to invite beautiful female cultivators to his Turtle Deity Island. After hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. The lofty image of the Black Turtle Patriarch instantly collapsed at this moment. He was also transformed from the Black Turtle. His master, Lord Turtle, was a person of virtue and prestige. Of course, sometimes he liked to trick his disciples. However, this did not affect Lord Turtle's glorious image. After landing on Turtle Deity Island, Lin Feng and the others walked inside. Soon, they saw a large number of buildings. Many powerful cultivators had arrived. The cultivators who could come here were all above the Sage Emperor realm. When they saw Lin Feng and the Bai sisters arrive, many cultivators who were talking stopped. After Emperor Yinglong broke through to the Emperor realm, he was killed outside the Jade Saint Immortal abode. This caused a huge uproar. Now, the main characters had arrived. If it were any other time, the Bai sisters would definitely be the center of attention. However, this time, everyone's gaze quickly swept past the Bai sisters and landed on Lin Feng. Because, the person who killed Emperor Yinglong was Lin Feng. When everyone realized that Lin Feng was a human cultivator, and an extremely young one at that, they could not help but be extremely shocked. How could someone so young kill Emperor Yinglong? This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance. An Emperor Realm expert had arrived. When everyone saw the Emperor Realm expert, they all made way for him. He was a living being with a human body but a crocodile tail. There were 9 ferocious heads on his head. This person was Emperor Jiuyan. Lin Feng noticed that many cultivators seemed to be looking at him with pity. This puzzled him. Were you the one who killed Imperial Lord Yinglong? Emperor Jiuyan stared at Lin Feng with a dark expression, his eyes flashing with killing intent. When he heard Emperor Jiuyan's question, Lin Feng could roughly guess what was going on. It seemed that the reason why the others were looking at him with such gloating expressions was because of Emperor Zhouyan. However, Lin Feng had never heard of Imperial Lord Long being close to Emperor Zhouyan. Even the Bai sisters had puzzled expressions on their faces. As far as they knew, although Emperor Zhouyan and Imperial Lord Long knew each other, they were not close. Therefore, when they saw Emperor Zhouyan take his anger out on Lin Feng because of Imperial Lord Long, they were very puzzled. They did not know what was going on. In truth, the Bai sisters had been in closed-door cultivation all this time, so they did not know much about what was going on in the outside world. Before Imperial Lord Long became an Imperial Lord, Emperor Zhouyan happened to see one of Imperial Lord Long's concubines. Although Imperial Lord Long liked this concubine very much, since Emperor Zhouyan had taken a liking to her, he did not hesitate to give her to Emperor Zhouyan. Emperor Zhouyan felt that Imperial Lord Long was a very good person, so he became sworn brothers with Imperial Lord Long. It was said that the reason Imperial Lord Long was able to break through to the Imperial Lord realm was because of Emperor Zhouyan. Most likely, Emperor Zhouyan had helped Imperial Lord Long in some way. Now that Imperial Lord Long had died at Lin Feng's hands, Emperor Zhouyan was naturally filled with hostility towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked calmly at Emperor Zhouyan and said, "I killed him." "What? Is there a problem?" Seeing Lin Feng face Emperor Zhouyan with such a cold expression, many people could not help but click their tongues in wonder. This brat's guts were really big. Everyone knew that Lin Feng's combat strength was formidable, but Lin Feng had only managed to kill Sovereign Lord Long by borrowing the power of the Grand Array. As for Emperor Long, he had only just broken through to become an emperor. Naturally, there was no way he could be compared to Emperor Zhouyan, who had become an emperor a long time ago. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, if Emperor Zhouyan wanted to deal with Lin Feng, it would be too easy. Killing Lin Feng would be as easy as blowing off dust. Therefore, when everyone saw Lin Feng's cold attitude in front of Emperor Zhouyan, they were shocked. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not know where Lin Feng got the courage to be so arrogant in front of Emperor Zhouyan. But soon, many people felt that Lin Feng was simply courting death. Emperor Zhouyan was a vicious and merciless person. Who knew how many cultivators had died at his hands? The nine-eyed Emperor Lord definitely wouldn't mind killing another person. "Kid. You're very arrogant. How dare you speak to this emperor with such an attitude?" Emperor Zhouyan narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng. His 9 eyes all flashed with a sinister light. It was enough to make people shudder. Lin Feng said calmly, "If others respect me, I'll respect them. If I respect them, I'll respect them. If others come looking for trouble with me, I don't mind giving them a slap. Respect is earned by oneself. It's not given by others. You're courting death. You dare to speak so arrogantly in front of this emperor just because you have some strength? This emperor will suppress you right now, then torture and humiliate you. I'll let you know that you're just a pitiful worm in front of this emperor." Emperor Zhouyan's voice was extremely cold. As soon as he finished speaking, his big hand directly grabbed at Lin Feng. "Humph. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Feng snorted coldly. He activated the six-fold dragon elephant arm and was about to punch at Emperor Zhouyan. Emperor Zhouyan was indeed strong. But so what, even if he was no match for this person? If this person wanted to suppress him, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. During this period of time, Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly. He believed that even if he faced an emperor-level powerhouse, he could come and go as he pleased. If he wanted to leave, emperor-level powerhouses would not be able to stop him. Including Emperor Zhouyan. It was the same. Lin Feng was about to collide with Emperor Zhouyan. Just at this moment, a figure appeared. With a wave of his sleeve, the two were immediately separated. This person's cultivation. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng looked over and saw that it was an old man carrying a turtle shell and leaning on a walking stick. He had no hair, snow-white eyebrows, and very long eyebrows. This old man should be Ancestor Xianxia. Lin Feng was shocked. This Ancestor Xianxia was indeed the oldest emperor-level powerhouse in the dark ancient forest. His strength was extremely terrifying. He did not know what level this person's combat strength was at. It was definitely shocking. Ancestor. After seeing Ancestor Xianxia, everyone bowed to him. Ancestor Xianxia went to the Bai sisters' side and said with a grin, "The two sisters are here. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Sorry for not going out to meet you." Many people could not help but roll their eyes. But they seemed to be used to it. Ancestor Xianxia had such a personality. Womanizing. Many people even called Ancestor Xianxia a hooligan behind his back. Of course, Ancestor Xianxia knew, but he did not care. He still did things his own way. The Bai sisters glared at Ancestor Xianxia fiercely. Only then did Ancestor Xianxia smile embarrassedly. He looked at Lin Feng and Emperor Jiuyan. Then, he said like an expert, "You are all guests of my turtle deity island. You must have a private fight here. The kid who killed Emperor Yinglong. What's your name?" "My name is Ji," Lin Feng said. Ancestor Xianxia nodded and then hooked his finger at Lin Feng and said, "Come here. Let's have a private talk." Lin Feng could not help but feel a little apprehensive. He did not know what Ancestor Xianxia wanted to say to him. He walked towards Ancestor Xianxia. Ancestor Xianxia asked softly, "Kid, what's your relationship with the Bai sisters?" Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Ancestor Xianxia, this old guy, was really not serious. "A very close relationship. You know," Lin Feng said. Ancestor Xianxia said with a dark expression, "I don't want to know. Good cabbages are taken by pigs. I'll hammer you to death." Bang! 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 Ancestor Xianxia punched Lin Feng 3 times in a row. Lin Feng was in so much pain that he grimaced. Bai Qingqing could only see the backs of Lin Feng and Ancestor Xianxia. She did not know what was going on. She could not help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" Only then did Ancestor Xianxia let go of Lin Feng. He turned to look at Bai Qingqing and said with a smile, "Young friend Ji and I hit it off. We're talking about life. About dreams. About the future." Many people shook their heads speechlessly. Ancestor Xianxia had always been so unconventional. "Let's disperse. Let's disperse. I'll inform you when the meeting starts." The black turtle ancestor waved his hand. Then, he ran towards a group of female cultivators in the distance. "Brat. Consider yourself lucky. But you won't always have such good luck. You better pray that you don't fall into my hands. If you fall into the hands of this emperor, I'll let you know what it's like to beg for death but not be able to." Emperor Jiuyan looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His 9 evil eyes looked at Lin Feng with disdain. This was a disdain that came from his bones. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Lin Feng glanced at Emperor Jiuyan indifferently and said, "I'll say the same to you. When the time comes, you might be kneeling on the ground like a dog and begging me to give you a quick death." Emperor Jiuyan walked away indifferently. He didn't say anything more to Lin Feng. He already had the intention to kill Lin Feng. He definitely wouldn't let Lin Feng go. Lin Feng and the Bai sisters didn't stay either. They quickly left. After Lin Feng and the Bai sisters left, the surrounding people also dispersed. But it was obvious that everyone was talking about Lin Feng. This young human cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere actually ignored the 9-eyed Emperor Lord. This shocked everyone greatly. They felt that there would be a good show to watch. Someone arranged for Lin Feng and the Bai sisters to stay. More cultivators arrived. As one of the largest primeval forests in the great heavenly sage world, the dark ancient forest required a god realm cultivator to fly for 100 years to cross. From this, one could see how huge the dark ancient forest was. Only a part of the dark ancient forest was in the bitter cold province. The rest was in the other 5 provinces. Such a huge dark ancient forest gave birth to many experts. Other than the 7 emperor lords, there were more than 150 sage emperors. This kind of power was too frightening. However, despite being so powerful, the creatures in the forest didn't dare to leave the forest to seize the territories of the myriad races. Of course, they wanted to leave the ancient gloomy forest. However, once they walked out of the dark ancient forest, a great battle was bound to break out. It was true that the myriad races no longer had any Emperor Lord level experts, but there were still many top forces in the myriad races. All of them had their own foundations. And such a foundation. It was very likely that he was an ancient expert who had sealed himself in the stone. Those experts. His combat strength was quite heaven-defying. Perhaps there were self-proclaimed immortals. This was also the reason why the creatures in the ancient gloomy forest did not dare to casually walk out of the forest. Over the next few days, many powerful creatures arrived one after another. Most of these creatures who came from all over the place had undergone transformation. Many creatures had taken on human form, but there were also quite a few creatures who retained their racial characteristics after their transformation. In fact, many living beings were unwilling to take on other forms. However, he came here to attend an important meeting with the ancestor of the black turtle. They had no choice but to become like this, because if their true bodies came, the creature's true bodies would be as large as this. How many living beings could Turtle Deity Island accommodate? Several other Emperor Lord level experts also arrived one after another. The arrival of each Emperor Lord level expert would cause quite a stir. Many cultivators went out to welcome the Emperor Lord level experts who had come to Turtle Deity Island. Lin Feng and the Bai sisters stayed in their residence and did not go out. However, Lin Feng discovered that many people were spying on the courtyard where they lived. However, Lin Feng did not care about those people. On this day, someone came to inform Lin Feng and the other two. The meeting would be held tomorrow. When the time came, Lin Feng and the other two must attend on time. The next day, Lin Feng and the Bai sisters went to the place where the meeting was held. When they arrived at the meeting hall, Lin Feng saw a woman wearing a long black dress with a graceful figure and a veil covering her face. That woman was none other than the Great Dream Emperor Lord. This woman had previously wanted to kill Lin Feng in the dream realm, but she did not succeed. Now, Lin Feng finally met the person in question. The Great Dream Emperor Lord also saw Lin Feng, but she only glanced at him and then looked away, as if she did not know Lin Feng. This woman. She was not a simple person. Lin Feng could not help but be even more afraid of the Great Dream Emperor Lord. He and the Bai sisters found a place to sit down. Many people had already arrived in the hall. Lin Feng felt a gaze that contained dense killing intent looking at him. He glanced and found that it was Emperor Jirian. Lin Feng looked away and did not pay attention to Emperor Jirian. This meeting seemed to be to go to a secret realm. However, he did not know what kind of place that secret realm was that it had gathered so many experts. Although not all of the Sage Emperor level experts had come, there were about 100 of them. The 7 Emperor Lord level experts had all arrived. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing the other Emperor Lord level experts. They sat in their seats and did not say a word. Perhaps it was because these Emperor Lord level experts did not interact much, so the others did not dare to speak. Until the Black Turtle ancestor arrived. Why is it so quiet? Everyone is too quiet. Everyone, smile. Don't you know that smiling makes you 10 years younger? The Black Turtle ancestor grinned. This old man was an optimist. Fellow Black Turtle ancestor. What secret realm is about to open? Let's get straight to the point. The Great Rock Emperor said. He seemed to be a rather solemn person. Everyone looked at the Black Turtle ancestor. They were all very curious. What was the secret realm that the Black Turtle ancestor was talking about? The Black Turtle ancestor said, in the past, the Demon Emperor Dijun and Demon Emperor Tai Yi established the Heavenly Court. That was when the demon race was at its peak. Demon Emperor Tai Yi later disappeared for unknown reasons. That was the turning point of the demon race's decline. This secret realm is called the Demon Emperor Secret Realm. It is said that Demon Emperor Tai Yi fell in the past. What? Demon Emperor Tai Yi fell in the past? Hearing this, everyone's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Demon Emperor Tai Yi was an expert from the era of titled gods. He was one of the strongest existences in the history of the demon race. In fact, even an existence like the Great Sage, Heaven's equal couldn't compare to Demon Emperor Tai Yi in the hearts of the demons. Demon Emperor Dijun's status was even lower than Demon Emperor Tai Yi's. Demon Emperor Tai Yi was one of the people who had pushed the demon race to the top. Although Demon Emperor Dijun had pushed the demon race to the top, he had also pulled the demon race down from the clouds. Only Demon Emperor Tai was worthy of being called the first saint of the demon race. Demon Emperor Tai has the Eastern Imperial Scripture. It is one of the strongest inheritances in history. The Eastern Emperor Scripture, one of the most powerful and mysterious cultivation scriptures since ancient times, the history of the Eastern Emperor Scripture. It was too long ago. The power of this immortal scripture. It was simply unimaginable. There were rumors that the Eastern Emperor Scripture was created by the Eastern Emperor Tai, who was also the Demon Emperor Tai. Before the Heavenly Court was established, he was called the Eastern Emperor Tai. After the Heavenly Court was established, people began to call him the Demon Emperor Tai. However, there were also rumors that this supreme immortal scripture was obtained by the Eastern Emperor Tai by chance. It was the Eastern Emperor Scripture that made the Eastern Emperor Tai's glorious life. Perhaps the Eastern Emperor Bell is also there. Is this supreme treasure about to appear? Someone continued to say, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. The Eastern Emperor Bell. It was not an exaggeration to call it one of the strongest magic treasures since the beginning of the era. This was definitely a supreme immortal bell that countless cultivators would go crazy for. It was rumored that the Eastern Emperor Bell vibrated gently. It could shatter space and time within billions of miles. The power of the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was simply unimaginable. This kind of supreme treasure belonged to the mythical and legendary level. If it really appeared in the world, it would cause a sensation. The Demon Emperor mystic realm was too shocking, causing many people to be unable to calm down. There were even many people who could not wait to head into the Demon Emperor secret realm to explore it. They wanted to see if they could obtain the supreme treasure and inheritance left behind by the Demon Emperor Tai. Where is this mystic realm? Emperor Jiuyan asked impatiently. It's in the ancient battlefield in the depths of the sea. As far as I know, the upper echelons of the other 4 ancient forests have also obtained information about the Demon Emperor mystic realm. I just don't know if the upper echelons of the 3 alliances have obtained information about the Demon Emperor mystic realm. However, I can imagine that this trip will not be easy. If the 3 alliances also join in and use their foundations, the war will be even more intense. The Black Turtle Ancestor said. For the cultivators of the 5 ancient forests, the 3 alliances of the myriad races were nothing to fear now. However, what was truly terrifying was the foundations of the 3 alliances. If it was in the past, those foundations would not awaken. They would continue to choose to sleep to extend their lifespans. However, it was different now. The 5 decays of heaven and man had appeared. It seemed that the Battle of Armageddon was not far away. If the era was destroyed, how many people would die tragically? Those foundations had also chosen to awaken and began to fight heaven and earth. That was the only way. Only then would they be able to survive the war that would bring about the end of an era. Our dark ancient forest is powerful, and we don't need to be afraid of other forces. A cultivator said. Do not underestimate the remaining 4 great ancient forests and the 3 great alliances. Ancestor Xianxia said. Fellow Taoist, when do you plan on setting off? Monarch Yunzhe asked. He was cultivated from a Baizhe, and Baizhe was an extremely terrifying existence, a divine beast with a powerful bloodline. There were records of Witzard in the mountain and sea divine beast record. There were beasts with the bodies of lions, dragon horns, and goatees. This beast was an auspicious beast that controlled the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It was for Baizhe. Baizhe was a type of auspicious beast. During the era of titled gods, many people worshipped Baizhe. Because they felt that if one believed in Baizhe, they would be able to have good weather. Therefore, in that era, the number of people who believed in Baizhe far exceeded those who believed in the Dragon King. In another ancient book, there was also an introduction to Baizhe. According to the Cloud Book K7 Lots, records of Shan Yuan, the emperor went to the east to the sea, climbed the Huan mountain, and found the divine beast Baizhe at the seaside. It could speak and reach the emotions of all things. Since ancient times, essence energy was an object, and wandering souls were transformations. There were a total of 1,520 kinds of things. Baizhe spoke, and the emperor wrote a picture to show it to the world. The emperor wrote a picture of Xianxia. The meaning of this passage was that it was rumored that the Yellow Emperor went on a hunting trip and found the divine beast Baizé at the seaside. This beast could speak and reach the emotions of all things. Therefore, the emperor wrote a picture to show it to the world and later used it as a banner. The Baizé banner in the human army was used by the emperor when he traveled. Baizé was used as a decoration for the noble. A divine beast like Baizé was very rare, and it was the first time Lin Feng had seen one. However, a divine beast like Baizé was extremely powerful. Especially a Baizé that cultivated Tao, it was even more terrifying. No one dared to underestimate the divine beast Baizé. Among cultivators of the same level, the divine beast Baizé was definitely one of the best. Ancestor Xianxia said, "Everyone, prepare for 3 days. Let's set off. If you don't want to go, you can leave Turtle Deity Island now. If you want to go, after 3 days, when the sun rises, wait for me at the square." Alright. Now, go back and think about it. Ancestor Xianxia immediately stood up and left first. The rest of the people also left one after another. Now, many cultivators were excitedly discussing Demon Emperor Tai Yi and the Eastern Emperor scripture or some information about the Eastern Emperor Bell. The cultivators here, other than Lin Feng, who was a human, were basically all demon cultivators. Beast cultivators were also a branch of demon cultivators. And Demon Emperor Tai Yi was one of the ancestors of the demon clan. His inheritance was too attractive to the demon clan. It was enough to make the demon clan cultivators go crazy. Therefore, many people wanted to go to the Demon Emperor secret realm to search for Demon Emperor Tai Yi's inheritance. Of course, not everyone planned to go. This trip to the Demon Emperor secret realm, it was bound to be dangerous. If they were careless, they would die and their Tao would disappear. Only these cultivators knew how difficult it was to cultivate to the Holy Emperor or Emperor Master level. Therefore, some cultivators did not want to take the risk. They would rather continue to search for opportunities in the dark ancient forest. They were also not willing to take such a huge risk to go to the Demon Emperor secret realm. There were naturally many such cultivators. Everyone would have their own choice. This was something that could not be forced. However, Lin Feng was definitely going to go to the Demon Emperor secret realm this time. Demon Emperor Tai Yi was a peerless expert that he had been looking forward to for a long time. This was an expert that could be compared to the human emperor of the human clan. He had a lofty historical status. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in Demon Emperor Tai Yi. Of course, Demon Emperor Tai Yi's inheritance was indeed incomparably terrifying and made people yearn for it. Especially the supreme immortal scripture, the Eastern Emperor scripture. This was the #1 immortal scripture that created the glorious era of the demon clan. It attracted countless people's attention. Lin Feng also wanted to know what kind of inheritance was recorded in the Eastern Emperor scripture. And the rumored supreme treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell. Lin Feng was very tempted. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed by in a flash. This morning, Lin Feng, Bai Qingqing, and Bai Qingqing headed to the square of Turtle Deity Island. When they arrived, many people had already gathered there. The rest of the people also arrived one after another. In the end, the 7 Emperor-level experts arrived together. This time, not everyone had come. About 30 Holy Emperor-level cultivators had not arrived. Let's board the ship. Ancestor Xianxia waved his hand. Swoosh, an ancient ship flew out. Everyone boarded the ship. Sea. Located in the northwest of Bitter Cold State. This was an extremely dangerous sea. Because it was rumored that there were lost clans of the era in the sea. Other than these living beings that had crossed eras. There was also the powerful dragon palace in the sea. The mysterious sea demon clan and other forces. The summit of the sea was located in the depths of the sea world. That area was shrouded by powerful restrictions all year round. That was an extremely dangerous place. It was said that there was no chance of survival if one entered. It was rumored that that area was an ancient battlefield. However, the outside world didn't know exactly when the battlefield was. Everything was a mystery. In history, many top-notch experts had entered to explore. However, They never came out again. They probably died inside. Therefore, in the end, the ancient battlefield in the depths of the sea became an absolute forbidden area. Not many people dared to enter it anymore. Unless they were cultivators who had reached the end of their lifespan. They might choose to enter that ancient battlefield to try their luck, this time. The appearance of the Demon Emperor's secret realm caused the restrictions on the ancient battlefield to weaken greatly. That mysterious and unfathomable ancient battlefield was no longer so terrifying. Perhaps this was the only chance to enter that ancient battlefield. Actually, many people went to the Demon Emperor's secret realm. They also had the intention to explore that ancient battlefield. The Demon Emperor's secret realm was just one of the opportunities in that ancient battlefield. There must be other opportunities in that ancient battlefield. If they could obtain some of those opportunities, they would definitely benefit immensely. This ancient ship was called the Dragon Turtle Ancient Ship. It was made with the spine of the dragon turtle. It jumped quickly in the void. It was as fast as lightning. 1 month later, the Dragon Turtle Ancient Ship finally entered the sea. The sea. There was a grayish-brown fog everywhere. And the sea was constantly filled with chilly winds. This sea region was truly bizarre. It hadn't been long since they entered the sea. Everyone saw a great battle. Dozens of terrifying creatures were attacking a female cultivator from all sides. Those creatures had human bodies, crocodile heads, chelan arms, feathered wings, and scorpion tails. It was ugly, sinister, and incomparably terrifying. "It's the epic lost race," a cultivator exclaimed. Many people liked to call these living beings that had transcended epics the epic lost race. No one expected that just as they arrived at the blue sea. Then, he saw the figures of the epic lost race. The person being besieged by the dozens of cultivators from the epic lost clan was a woman. After seeing that woman, Lin Feng was extremely surprised. That woman. It was the Red World Fairy. Why is the Red World Fairy here? Could it be, was she here for the Demon Emperor Mystic Realm? However, Lin Feng did not feel that they were here for the Demon Emperor Mystic Realm. If they had come for the Demon Emperor's secret realm, they would have headed straight for the ancient battlefield in the depths of the Blue Sea Summit. There was no need to provoke the epic lost race. Hand over the supreme treasure of our race that you stole. Otherwise, you will die without a grave. A creature from the epic lost race roared furiously. I'm just using it. How is that stealing? Venerable Red Dust said with an indifferent expression. Many cultivators on the Dragon Turtle Ancient Ship could not help but twitch their mouths when they heard the Red World Fairy's words. Taking without asking was stealing. But in Venerable Red Dust's hands, it was merely a tool. Many people felt that this woman was extremely daring. She even dared to steal the supreme treasure of the epic lost race. Moreover, she said it so confidently. Everyone could not help but admire the Red World Fairy. Who's that woman? Is she an expert from the Immortal Gods Alliance? There seems to be a female overlord of the human race in the Immortal Gods Alliance. Her cultivation is unfathomable. At this moment, a cultivator said. I've seen the female overlord of the Immortal Gods Alliance from afar in the past. It's not this woman. Another cultivator said. Extraterrestrial cultivator? Many people were shocked. An extraterrestrial cultivator actually came to the ancestral land of the epic lost race and stole their supreme treasure. What a catch, but the other party was still alive and well. What's the supreme treasure of the epic lost race? Many people were puzzled. For a race that transcended epics, the supreme treasure of their race was naturally unimaginable. Say it out loud. It would definitely shock the world. Taoist Black Turtle should know a thing or two, right? Great Dream Empress looked at Patriarch Black Turtle. I can't say it. I can't say it. It won't do anyone any good to say it. That woman even dared to steal the supreme treasure of the epic lost race. Truly, admirable. Patriarch Black Turtle said. Everyone nodded. They were still in shock. But that woman is good. She's my type. Patriarch Black Turtle's eyes lit up. He had been serious for less than a minute, but now, he was back to being a playful old man. Many people could not help but roll their eyes. This old fellow, as expected, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Bang! 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 In the distance, the Red World Fairy was fighting an intense battle with dozens of epic lost race beings. Their battle caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. However, the dozens of epic lost race beings were unable to do anything to the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy calmly left. Leave the treasure behind before you leave. The epic lost race beings roared in exasperation as they quickly chased after the Red World Fairy. Why should I leave it behind? That's my treasure. The Red World Fairy curled her lips as she spoke. In the blink of an eye, she quickly left. Many people smiled bitterly. Just a moment ago, the Red World Fairy had only said that she wanted to use it. But in the blink of an eye, she had said that the treasure was hers. A woman's words. Indeed, they could not be trusted. That woman is even more powerful. It seems that conquering her has become even more difficult. Seeing the Red World Fairy leave, Lin Feng could not help but rub his nose. Then, he smiled bitterly. But then, he pulled himself together. The Red World Fairy was indeed powerful. But he was not weak either. Lin Feng believed. Sooner or later, he would be able to conquer the Red World Fairy. The Dragon Turtle ancient ship did not stop as it continued to fly deeper. Along the way, it was a daunting experience but not dangerous. 3 months later, the Dragon Turtle ancient ship arrived at the top of the sea. They finally stopped in the depths of the ancient warship. The ancient warship was incomparably huge and was shrouded in restrictions. Now, the restrictions had yet to disperse. We need to wait for the restrictions to disperse before we can enter. I wonder where the other forces are? A cultivator asked. There is definitely more than one entrance. The other forces might enter the ancient warship from other places. Then, someone replied. Dong. Dong, dong. 3 days later, the sound of bells could be heard from the ancient warship. The bells were melodious. Many people almost entered a state of enlightenment when they heard the bells. The bells were too extraordinary. When will we be able to enter the ancient battlefield? Many cultivators looked at the black tortoise old ancestor. Everyone wanted to enter the ancient battlefield. It would be best if they could enter immediately. Because everyone couldn't wait to search for the opportunity. Don't be anxious. Wait until the restriction disappears. If we barge in, we will die. The black tortoise old ancestor said. He was very calm. He told everyone that now was not the time to enter the ancient battlefield. Everyone was eager to enter the ancient battlefield. However, after hearing the black tortoise old ancestor's words, they had no choice but to wait patiently. It will be very dangerous to enter the ancient battlefield. When the time comes, the two of you will follow me closely. Lin Feng said. He felt that this trip would not be very smooth. There might be some unforeseen events. Lin Feng had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. It was a very strange feeling, but it was very strong. It was like the ability of sudden inspiration. He had to treat it seriously. Otherwise, he did not know what terrible things would happen. We know. The Bai sisters said. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and continued, if some unforeseen event causes us to be separated, the two of you will follow the black tortoise old ancestor closely. The Bai sisters rolled their eyes. Obviously, they didn't trust the black tortoise ancestor, who was old and frivolous. Lin Feng said, although the black tortoise old ancestor does not look serious at times, how could someone like him be such a superficial person? The black tortoise old ancestor is definitely not a simple person. He should be the type of person who is wise but foolish. Therefore, if you follow him, you will be very safe. The Bai sisters pondered Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's evaluation of the black tortoise old ancestor was too high. After thinking about what the black tortoise old ancestor had done over the years, it seemed to be the same as what Lin Feng said. The black tortoise old ancestor. He was the type of person who was wise but foolish. We will remember your words. The Bai sisters said. Lin Feng nodded. The power of the restriction was weakening. Until 3 days later. A twisting whirlpool appeared in the ancient battlefield. The twisting whirlpool seemed to be connected to a passage. That passageway should be the passageway to the ancient battlefield. When they saw the passage appear, many people's faces were filled with excitement. As long as the tunnel stabilized, everyone would be able to enter the ancient battlefield through that passageway. Even the demon emperor Tai fell in this ancient battlefield. This shows just how dangerous this ancient battlefield is. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. As the passageway to the ancient battlefield became more stable, the uneasiness in Lin Feng's heart grew even more intense. It was a terrible feeling. Therefore, Lin Feng used the deduction method recorded in the innate 8 trigrams art in his room. He continued to deduce the good or bad luck of this trip. The first deduction was a great omen. The second deduction was also a great omen. The third deduction was also an ominous sign. The fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, every time he divined, it was a bad omen. Lin Feng's expression became more and more unsightly. He felt that the situation was extremely bad. Bai Qingqing asked, "Sir, is there a problem with the deduction this time?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "This trip is dangerous. It's unprecedentedly dangerous. But allow me to deduce again. The seventh deduction. A great omen, the eighth deduction. A great omen, the ninth deduction. A great omen." After deducing 9 times, Lin Feng stopped. The limit of the innate 8 trigrams was 9 times. It was the same thing. If the number of deductions exceeded 9 times, then, the subsequent deductions would have no effect. Moreover, the most important thing was that the subsequent deductions might even suffer a terrifying backlash. If there was a backlash, it would be terrible. 9 deductions, all of them are great omens. This is the first time such a situation has occurred. Extreme death evolved a trace of life. Extreme danger evolved a trace of opportunity. Lin Feng raised his brows slightly and said, "It seems that this trip is full of changes. Although it's dangerous, there are still opportunities to be seen. It's worth the risk to enter." 5 days later, the passageway finally stabilized. "Everyone, let's get off the boat. We'll fly in," Ancestor Xianxia said. Everyone got off the boat and flew towards the passageway. Many people were incomparably excited. They could finally enter this ancient battlefield. This battlefield. It made people look forward to it. Everyone entered the passageway. The laws of the passageway were still not particularly stable, because space-time power would surge in from time to time. But this was already the limit of the passageway. It was impossible for it to become more stable. After flying in the passageway for 6 hours in fear, light appeared in front of them. Everyone sped up and flew over quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, everyone flew out of the passageway. When the next moment appeared, they had already arrived in a gray world. The sky of this world was gray and very oppressive. The ground was dark brown. The soil seemed to have fused with too much blood, which was why it became dark brown. Ka ka ka. A group of people had just flown out of the passageway and were looking around. More than a dozen blood-colored crows with 3 claws flew over. "Damn it. I just came in and saw the crows. What bad luck," a cultivator said gloomily. He raised his hand and killed more than a dozen blood-colored crows. 3-clawed crows. Why do they look so much like Kinwa people? Someone could not help but mutter. Of course they're not Kinwa people. Kinwa people are much more powerful. Those are the descendants of the demon emperor Dijun. Someone said. Ancestor Xianxia said. "Let's go. Let's go deeper and take a look." He did not stop. He quickly flew towards the depths. Everyone followed behind Ancestor Xianxia. The ancient battlefield was very huge, and it was filled with a cold and eerie aura. They flew for about 40 to 50 miles. In the mountain range in front of them, a loud sound could be heard. Then, a huge pillar of light shot up into the sky. What happened? Many people were shocked, not knowing what had happened in front of them. Everyone's speed suddenly increased as they flew forward quickly. Not long after, everyone saw a huge cave in the depths of the mountain range. The cave was very deep. And from time to time, black fog would escape. That black fog contained corrosive power. "Everyone, be careful. It shouldn't be simple down there. Ancestor Xianxia narrowed his eyes and observed for a while. Then, Ancestor Xianxia took the lead and flew down. The cave was extremely deep and connected to the ground. A gloomy and cold aura filled the cave. They didn't know what was going on below the cave. Everyone had been very careful. Because in such a place, if they weren't careful, they might die here. So what if they were Emperor Lords? In this world, there were far too many unknown forces that could kill Saint Emperors or Emperor Lords. In the end, the group of people entered the depths of the ground. In the depths of the ground, there were densely packed coffins. When they saw those coffins, everyone was taken aback. At a glance, coffins. There were countless of them. I've searched with my divine will. There are a total of 100,000 coffins. A cultivator said. Everyone was shocked. There were actually 100,000 coffins here. Wasn't this too unbelievable? There were simply too many coffins in this place. So many coffins. Was there an ancient cultivator buried in each coffin? But even the black turtle ancestor didn't know much about this ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield. There were too many secrets. Just like these coffins in front of them. Who built this catacomb? And there were so many coffins buried here. Everyone shuttled through the coffins. But there seemed to be nothing here except for coffins. So someone wanted to open a coffin to see if there was anything good inside. But in the end, he was stopped by the black turtle ancestor. The black turtle ancestor didn't plan to open the coffins at this time. Even if he wanted to open these coffins, he would wait until he left this place. If something really went wrong, he could quickly escape from this place. After entering this underground tomb, Lin Feng used the 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques to find out where the real treasure was in this tomb. The 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques were very useful. The dragon-searching formula that Lin Feng obtained from the Taoist Wuliang was a secret technique recorded in the 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques. The 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques could fix the dragon vein, find tombs, find ancient treasures, break the formation, and so on. Now, Lin Feng's research on the 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques was getting deeper and deeper. So the 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques gradually played an important role in Lin Feng's hands. Come with me, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Then, he quickly walked in a certain direction. The Bai sisters knew that Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary. Now, the 2 sisters had long been infatuated with Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he immediately followed behind Lin Feng and walked forward. Lin Feng walked past the coffins and stopped in front of a coffin. Spirit gathering wood. No wonder. This was a very extraordinary coffin, made from spirit gathering wood. After Lin Feng discovered that this coffin was different, he began to recall the arrangement of the coffins in the entire cemetery. Then, Lin Feng had a flash of inspiration. 8 trigrams positions. These coffins were actually arranged according to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams coffin layout could gather souls. Lin Feng frowned. These coffins were too extraordinary. The other party wanted to gather souls. Could it be that they wanted to gather the souls of the corpses in the coffins? Thinking of this, Lin Feng was shocked. This guess. It was too shocking. Because if they gathered the souls of the corpses in these coffins, they hoped that at some point in the future, these corpses would be able to revive. There seems to be a total of 81 coffins made of spirit gathering wood. Lin Feng probed with his spiritual will. 9 by 981. 9 was the extreme number, which meant that it was unknown. 9 by 9 was a great omen. However, these coffins had not been opened yet. So for the time being, there was no need to worry about encountering danger. There must be something good under the spirit-gathering coffin. Lin Feng waved his hand and his spiritual power surged out, wrapping around the spirit-gathering coffin in front of him. Then, Lin Feng struck out with his palm, and instantly, the ground was split open. More than 10 crystals appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. When he saw those crystals, Lin Feng was shocked. They were actually world crystals. World crystals. They were formed after the power of the world was condensed. This was a crystal that could directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. It was many times more precious than immortal stones and was extremely rare. What the spirit-gathering coffin gathered was not the spirit chi of heaven and earth, but the power of the world. The reason why the power of the world was formed here should be because the spirit-gathering coffin had gathered too much of the power of the world. These coffins were unable to absorb all of the power of the world, so the precipitated power of the world condensed into world crystals. These world crystals. They were all world crystals condensed from the power of the world and were extremely useful for Emperor realm cultivators. Is this a world crystal? The Bai sisters said in shock. That's right. They are world crystals. Lin Feng nodded and put away all the world crystals. Then he put down the spirit-gathering coffin and walked towards the second one. Under the second spirit-gathering coffin, he found 3 world crystals. Next, Lin Feng checked more than 20 spirit-gathering coffins in a row. Basically, there were world crystals under every spirit-gathering coffin. But the number varied. At least 1 or 2. At most a dozen. Lin Feng's strange actions naturally attracted the attention of many people. When Lin Feng found another world crystal under a coffin, Lin Feng was astonished. Finally, someone found it. World crystals. This brat had found a world crystal. There are world crystals under these coffins. Some cultivators exclaimed. The news quickly spread and caused a huge commotion. There were world crystals under the coffins, and everyone knew how amazing the effects of world crystals were. Then, all the cultivators wrapped the coffins with magic power like Lin Feng and let the coffins float in the air. Then, they split open the ground under the coffins. However, they found nothing. Only 81 of the 100,000 coffins had world crystals under them. And the world crystals under more than 20 spirit-gathering coffins had already been taken by Lin Feng. It was easier said than done to find world crystals under 100,000 coffins. Lin Feng increased his speed and shuttled through the group of coffins as fast as he could. Then, he collected the world crystals under the spirit-gathering coffins. Why are there no world crystals under the coffins we found? Why are there world crystals under the coffins that kid found? Many people were puzzled. They were very unwilling to give up and continued to search for world crystals, but they found nothing. In the end, all the world crystals under the 81 spirit-gathering coffins were taken by Lin Feng. There were a total of 480 world crystals. Kid. Since we are a team, you should share these world crystals with us. Emperor Jiuyan said with a cold smile. What he said was true. He put Lin Feng in a dilemma. If he took them out to share, Lin Feng would definitely not get a few world crystals. Lin Feng had seen too many of Emperor Jiuyan's tricks. Lin Feng chuckled and said, Why? Why should I share something that I obtained with my own abilities? Nine-eyed Emperor, no matter what, you're still an expert who's been famous for a long time. You're even scheming against the things that others have obtained. You're really narrow-minded. How about this, if Nine-eyed Emperor wants it, come over and tell me personally. If you want world crystals, if I'm in a good mood, I might even reward you with a few pieces. How many world crystals did you reward the Nine-eyed Divine Emperor? The surrounding cultivators' eyes widened when they heard Lin Feng's words. Every one of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Lin Feng actually dared to say such words to Emperor Jiuyan. He really wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with Emperor Jiuyan. Because, only when a master gave something to a servant would he use the word reward. But now, Lin Feng actually said that he would reward Emperor Jiuyan with a few world crystals. Wasn't this implying that Emperor Jiuyan was his servant? He was truly audacious. However, many people recalled that Lin Feng had previously gotten into a conflict with Emperor Jiuyan on Turtle Deity Island. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of Emperor Jiuyan at all. If it wasn't for Patriarch Black Turtle's intervention, the two of them might have fought. Hence, when they thought of this, everyone felt relieved. If there was a first, there would be a second. It was understandable that Lin Feng would do something like this again. Originally, many people were almost incited by Emperor Jiuyan. However, when they saw that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with, then, they recalled that even Emperor Ying Long had died at Lin Feng's hands. Those cultivators quieted down. Now, they were all watching the conflict between Lin Feng and Emperor Jiuyan with the mentality of watching a show. Brat. You're courting death. I don't mind taking your life. The nine-eyed Emperor Lord's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He stepped towards Lin Feng, intending to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Emperor Jirian with an indifferent expression. He was not afraid of Emperor Jirian on Turtle Deity Island. Not to mention here. This graveyard. It was a natural killing array. When the time came, he could borrow the power of the graveyard to deal with Emperor Jirian. Of course. The graveyard was evil. If he used the power of the graveyard to deal with Emperor Jirian, something unknown and terrifying might happen. However, Lin Feng couldn't care less. Let's get rid of Emperor Jirian first. Just as the two sides were about to fight, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the depths of the cave. The entire graveyard began to shake violently. Everyone's attention was attracted by the loud noise coming from the depths of the cave. It was the same for the nine-eyed Emperor Lord. He didn't bother with Lin Feng anymore. He turned around and rushed towards the depths of the cave. Clearly, in Emperor Jirian's opinion, between obtaining the opportunity and killing Lin Feng, obtaining the opportunity was naturally more important. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, everyone rushed towards the depths of the graveyard. When Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the graveyard, he saw that the ground in the deepest part of the graveyard had collapsed. A platform. It slowly rose into the air. On the platform, there was a huge coffin. The coffin was a stone coffin. It was densely covered with array patterns. The stone coffin was currently in a sealed state. However, other than the stone coffin, there were 3 other items on the platform. The 3 items were surrounded by a dense ball of light. No one knew what those items were. However, it was clear that those 3 items were definitely not simple. The eyes of those Emperor-level experts suddenly lit up. However, there were only 3 treasures. Only a few people could obtain the treasures. Now, the platform was sealed by a restriction. The restriction that sealed the platform was extremely powerful. Hence, it was very difficult for cultivators to ascend the platform. They could only wait until the restriction on the platform dissipated. Only then would they be able to ascend the platform. At this moment, more and more cultivators entered the graveyard. There were around 130 people on the other side. There were many experts. Especially the 10 cultivators in the lead. Their auras were unfathomable. All of them were at the Emperor level. It's the people from Dreamy Cloud Forest and Magical Beast Mountain Range. Many cultivators exclaimed. They obviously recognized the newcomers. Dreamy Cloud Forest and Magical Beast Mountain Range were 2 of the 5 great ancient forests. Individually, the 2 great ancient forests were not as strong as the Dark Ancient Forest. However, now, the cultivators from the 2 great ancient forests had joined forces. Hence, not only did the other side have more people than the Dark Ancient Forest among the Emperor-level experts, they also had more people than the Dark Ancient Forest. Black Turtle Ancestor. Long time no see. How have you been all these years? An old man with white eyebrows looked at the Black Turtle Ancestor and asked. Although it was a greeting, the old man's voice was cold. He did not sound like an old friend at all. The old man with white eyebrows was called Emperor White Eagle. He was the king of the Magical Beast Mountain Range. He was the #1 expert in the mountain range. Very good. However, Emperor White Eagle, you don't look too good. If I calculate the time, your life is about to come to an end. You are different from the Black Tortoise clan. The difference in lifespan is too great. We are about the same age, but you are about to enter the coffin. However, I am still very young. I still have a long lifespan. Thinking about how I am about to bid farewell to an old friend of yours, I feel terrible. The Black Turtle Ancestor grinned. However, after hearing his words, it was completely mocking. There was no hint of sadness for an old friend who was about to die. That Emperor White Eagle and the Black Turtle Ancestor don't seem to get along? Lin Feng looked at the Bai sisters in confusion. Bai Qingqing said, it is said that when they were young, they fought for the right to inherit a mystic realm. That mystic realm was taken away by the Black Turtle Ancestor. Hence, Emperor White Eagle hated the Black Turtle Ancestor. Countless years have passed. Not only has the hatred between them not been resolved, but due to more and more conflicts of interest, the hatred has grown deeper and deeper. Now, it has become an irreconcilable conflict. Lin Feng nodded. Between cultivators would become mortal enemies. It was very normal. Many times, they could become mortal enemies because of insignificant matters. Moreover, when it came to conflicts of interest, once they became mortal enemies, they would not rest until one of them was dead. When Emperor White Eagle heard the Black Turtle ancestor's mockery, his eyes flashed with a murderous intent. He looked at the white-robed female cultivator beside him and said, "Lady White Snake. Today, I will not talk about my grudge with the Black Turtle ancestor. I will only talk about immediate benefits. The 3 treasures on the Dao platform should belong to both of us. Since we have already formed an alliance, let's join forces and chase these people out of the ancient gloomy forest." The white-robed female cultivator had a lithe figure. Her face was covered with a veil, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. It was said that this female cultivator was a white snake that had cultivated and transformed. Lady White Snake nodded and said, "Of course. These treasures are ours. Ancestor Black Tortoise. The strong preyed on the weak. Survival of the fittest. Since we are all beast cultivators, you can leave with the people of Dark Ancient Forest now. We won't make things difficult for you." Lady White Snake obviously didn't want to completely fall out with Ancestor Black Tortoise. After all, Ancestor Black Tortoise wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they really shed all pretenses of cordiality, it might end up with both sides suffering losses in the end. Lin Feng watched the conflict with great interest. It seemed that the 5 great ancient forests were also scheming against each other and scheming against each other. If the 5 great ancient forests could unite as one, with the number of experts in the 5 great ancient forests, they might be able to fight against the myriad tribes. However, before they started the war with the myriad tribes, the 5 great ancient forests were already fighting among themselves. How could they fight against the myriad tribes? It was too idealistic. Ancestor Black Tortoise's face was extremely gloomy. The other 6 emperors of Dark Ancient Forest also looked very gloomy. They were forced to this extent. Naturally, they were extremely depressed. However, now, the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Although Dark Ancient Forest was powerful, it was still no match for Dreamy Cloud Ancient Forest and Magic Beast Mountain Range. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the restriction on the platform suddenly shook violently. Crack. Crack, next. The restriction on the platform cracked. The treasures on the platform were completely exposed. Snatch. Ancestor Black Tortoise and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. Ancestor Black Tortoise shouted. Then, he flew towards the platform. The rest of the Monarch Lords also flew toward the Dao platform. Attack. Monarch White Eagle's expression darkened. Then, he let out a shout and flew towards the Dao platform as well. The Devil Beast Mountain Range and Dreamy Cloud Forest sovereign-level experts all flew towards the Dao stage. Before these people even reached the platform, they were already engaged in a fierce battle. The sudden cracking of the Dao platform's restrictions was beyond everyone's expectations. If it wasn't for those restrictions cracking, Ancestor Black Tortoise and the others might have chosen to withdraw under the pressure. However, the Dao platform's restrictions cracked. The supreme treasure had already appeared in front of him. They didn't have that many considerations. Actually, the experts from the Dreamy Cloud Ancient Forest and the Magical Beast Mountain Range were not of one mind. There were 3 more people on their side. Wasn't it easy to collect 3 supreme treasures? However, many people had their own thoughts. Therefore, the 10 Emperor Lords were held back by the 7 Emperor Lords of the ancient gloomy forest. Whoosh. At this moment, Lin Feng took the initiative to fly towards the Dao platform. A group of experts were currently engaged in a fierce battle. This was the perfect opportunity for him to make a move. Snatch it. It belongs to whoever snatches it. Someone in the crowd shouted. What followed was complete chaos. The cultivators from both sides engaged in a fierce battle. In midair, there were 4 or 5 powerful magic treasures that shot towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged. In the end, he narrowly avoided the attacks of those magic treasures. Puff. Puff, with so many cultivators engaged in a fierce battle, it was inevitable that there would be bloodshed. Ripping sounds rang out incessantly as cultivators were killed one after another. Those who died were all Sage Emperor-level experts. The death of one of these experts was a great loss to the forces behind them. Just as these cultivators were engaged in a chaotic battle, no one noticed. The blood of the dead cultivators was silently absorbed by the Dao platform. And the blood eventually flowed into the stone coffin. There were simply too many Sage Emperor-level experts from the Dreamy Cloud Ancient Forest and the Magical Beast Mountain Range. Therefore, the cultivators from the Ancient Gloomy Forest were at a disadvantage. They were being held back by the Sage Emperor-level experts from the Dreamy Cloud Ancient Forest and the Magical Beast Mountain Range. More than 10 Sage Emperor-level cultivators from the Dreamy Cloud Ancient Forest and the Magical Beast Mountain Range quickly flew onto the Dao platform. In order to snatch the 3 supreme treasures, these cultivators engaged in a fierce battle. These people fully demonstrated how true the saying "there are no allies in the face of benefits" was. A moment ago, they were still fighting against the cultivators from the Ancient Gloomy Forest. The next moment, in order to snatch the supreme treasures, they were fighting against each other. It was too realistic. Puff. 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 On the Dao platform, cultivators were constantly being killed or injured. Their blood was also being absorbed by the Dao platform. Then, the blood flowed through the runes on the Dao platform. All the blood flowed into the stone coffin. The runes on the stone coffin began to crack open. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. The lid of the stone coffin was almost kicked off. The cultivators who were engaged in a fierce battle all stopped. Everyone's gaze was on the stone coffin. Buzz. At this moment, the stone coffin trembled slightly. In an instant, something shocking happened. The cultivators on the Dao platform were all killed instantly. Their bodies turned into blood mist. Then, the blood mist was swallowed by the stone coffin. Oh my God! There's a living being in the stone coffin. Many people revealed a look of horror. There was a living being in the stone coffin. And the terrifying existence inside had already awakened. Now, it was trying to break out of the stone coffin. That existence was able to kill more than 10 Sage Emperor-level experts with a slight tremble of the stone coffin. It was impossible to imagine how powerful that existence was. At this moment, the 3 balls of energy floating in the air flew towards the stone coffin. The 3 balls of energy floated above, in the middle, and below the stone coffin. Then, 3 beams of holy light shot out from the 3 balls of energy. The 3 beams of holy light actually turned into 3 8 trigrams. The 3 8 trigrams suppressed the stone coffin. They wanted to seal the existence in the stone coffin. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was very surprised. It seemed that the treasure in the 3 balls of light was a Taoist treasure. But what kind of treasure was it, moreover? Lin Feng felt that he had guessed wrong before. The huge 8 trigrams that was set up here was very likely to suppress these stone coffins. Previously, Lin Feng was confused by the 8 trigrams coffin can gather souls, terrain. In fact, if the ancient stone coffin did not appear at the back, this saying was indeed correct. But now that there was an additional ancient stone coffin, there was a change in the situation. When this ancient stone coffin appeared, the terrain here became the 8 trigrams coffin suppressing souls. The 8 trigrams here were actually suppressing the ancient stone coffin, preventing the corpses inside the ancient stone coffin from giving birth to souls. It was just that. He did not know what was buried in the ancient stone coffin. Even with the 8 trigrams coffin suppressing souls. But it was still unable to prevent the corpses in the ancient stone coffin from condensing new souls. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, something even more terrifying happened. The 100,000 coffins in the graveyard began to shake violently. There seemed to be a terrifying creature in each coffin. But now, those terrifying creatures wanted to rush out of the coffins. This was a very scary thing. Once all the creatures in the coffins rushed out, it would be disastrous. Go. Hurry up and leave this place. Ancestor Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. He took the lead and rushed out. Go, go, go. Emperor White Eagle also shouted and quickly rushed out, not daring to stay here. He quickly led his people and left this place. Empress Whitesnake did the same. She led her people and left the cemetery. Everyone's expression was gloomy. Because no one was able to get anything, it made many people extremely depressed. Just as they flew out of the cemetery. Caw, caw, caw. Sounds came from all directions. Looking around, they saw densely packed crows. Countless of them. They were flying towards them quickly. Those crows stared at the cultivators of the three forces with resentment. Three-clawed blood-colored crows. Aren't they the same clan as the blood-colored crows that were killed earlier? After seeing those blood-colored crows, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. So many blood-colored crows had arrived. They were probably here to take revenge for the blood-colored crows that died earlier. Because the Crow clan was the most vengeful. Once they became enemies with the Crow clan would definitely do everything they could to take revenge. Break out of the encirclement. Ancestor Xianxia said in a deep voice. The cultivators of the dark ancient forest gathered together and broke out of the encirclement. If these blood-colored crows were taken out alone, no one would be afraid. But now, they covered the sky and covered the earth. There were countless of them. The threat was too great. Caw, caw. Caw, caw. Countless blood-colored crows rushed over and fought with the cultivators of the dark ancient forest. The cries of those blood-colored crows were very strange. Many people's souls were affected. As a result, their reaction was slow. Then, those blood-colored crows took advantage of the situation and attacked. Sharp claws. They directly broke the necks of the cultivators. Ah! Ah! The Bi-sisters screamed. They also couldn't block the soul attack of the blood-colored crows. His body fell toward the ground. Lin Feng waved his hand, and powerful mana surged out, wrapping around the Bi-sisters. Supreme Aura! Shatter the void! Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. A terrifying domineering aura swept out in all directions, killing a large number of blood-colored crows. Lin Feng's supreme aura engulfed many people. Many people were saved by Lin Feng. A grateful gaze. He looked at Lin Feng. But at this moment, something even more terrifying happened. In the graveyard, a roar was heard. It shook the 9 heavens. Next, endless corpse chi surged out of the graveyard. Within the corpse chi, a 3-meter-tall monster appeared. The monster looked like a human, but it wasn't. It was like a beast, but not a beast. Incomparably ferocious. It's the creature in the coffin. He's come out. After seeing that terrifying existence, many people showed a horrified expression. In the endless corpse chi, a large number of terrifying existences appeared. They were the undead creatures. They had new spiritual consciousness born in the coffin, and they also had undead bodies. The number of undead creatures increased. A large amount of corpse chi drowned the blood-colored crows and the cultivators. Anyone who was swallowed by the corpse chi, whether it was the blood-colored crows or the cultivators, they all died tragically in the corpse chi. They became food for the undead creatures. The blood-colored crows no longer continued to attack the cultivators of the three forces. Instead, they quickly fled into the distance. The cultivators who were scattered by the blood-colored crows, they all fled into the distance. Lin Feng grabbed Bai Qingqing with his left hand and Bai Qingqing with his right. He stepped on the world and flew into the distance as fast as lightning. His speed was unparalleled. He left many cultivators behind. F***ck. That guy is so fast? Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. At a critical moment like this, the faster they were, the more likely they were to escape. Lin Feng fled with Bai Qingqing and Bai Qingqing. His speed was even faster than the emperor's. It was inconceivable. Many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. They wished so much. They wished they could have such speed too. In the end, Lin Feng brought Bai Qingqing and Bai Qingqing away from the terrifying undead creatures. They landed in the forest and waited for Patriarch Black Turtle and the others to arrive. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at that moment, 3 energy balls flew over from afar. The 3 energy balls were extremely fast. They flashed through the void and disappeared. They instantly pierced through the void and disappeared. Weren't those 3 energy balls the Taoist treasures in the tomb? Lin Feng was shocked. In the distance, Patriarch Black Turtle and the others quickly flew over. Lin Feng had already seen their figures. Lin Feng looked at the Bai sisters and said, Patriarch Black Turtle and the others are here. You two can search for opportunities with them for now. I'll go after those 3 treasures. Once I find them, I'll head to the Demon Emperor's secret realm to meet up with you. Young master, you must be careful, the Bai sisters said worriedly. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Lin Feng said. Then, he soared into the sky and quickly chased after the 3 treasures. Lin Feng still didn't know what the 3 treasures were. However, they were the treasures used to suppress the terrifying lord of the undead creatures in the ancient stone coffin. They were definitely extraordinary. If he could obtain them, then it would be a huge opportunity. The 3 treasures were very fast. Lin Feng chased for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally caught up to them. He quickly took out the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar flew out quickly. A terrifying devouring power surged out from the jar. It flew toward the 3 treasures. It devoured them. After being enveloped by the heaven-devouring jar's powerful devouring power, the 3 treasures began to struggle violently. However, at that moment, endless corpse chi rolled in the distance. Amidst the corpse chi, the lord of the undead creatures quickly flew over. Damn it. I'm too unlucky. Why is this guy here? Lin Feng couldn't help but wail gloomily. It was hard to imagine how powerful the lord of the undead creatures was. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward. He put away the 3 treasures that were imprisoned by the heaven-devouring jar. Then, he quickly flew into the distance. He originally thought that the lord of the undead creatures was just passing by. However, soon, Lin Feng discovered something. The lord of the undead creatures was actually chasing after him. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Then, he thought of a certain possibility. Could it be that the lord of the undead creatures is here for those 3 treasures? This possibility was very high. He didn't know what the 3 treasures were that the lord of the undead creatures couldn't forget about them. This is... When Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded the 3 balls of energy, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Those 3 balls of energy were actually 3 extremely special stones that were polished into the 8 trigrams. Countless divine runes were imprinted on the 8 trigrams. And in the center of the 8 trigrams, there was a figure imprinted on each of them. They were 3 Taoists. The first Taoist looked like the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. The second Taoist looked like the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, also known as the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. The third Taoist looked like the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. These were the Taoist 3 Pure Ones. Lin Feng's 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones was the inheritance of the Taoist 3 Pure Ones. The Jade Pure Realm's Supreme Enlightened First Ascended Pangu Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, the Shang Pure True Realm's Imperial Guard, the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure, and the Primordial Emperor, the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. As the ancestors of Taoism, the 3 Pure Ones methods were naturally endless. From the 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones that Lin Feng had learned, it could be seen how terrifying the 3 Pure Ones' inheritance was. And since these 3 stone 8 trigrams were imprinted with the image of the 3 Pure Ones, it seemed that they were very likely forged by the 3 Pure Ones in the past. This is the 3 Pure 8 trigrams diagram. Rumor has it that it has fused with the power of creation, enlightenment, and all living things. With these 3 powers as the foundation, it can seal billions of gods. At this moment, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. In the eyes of Taoism, the Great Tao was the root of creation. The limitless Great Tao transformed into Taiji, Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. The Great Tao was the foundation of enlightenment. After all things were born, they fell into decline and fall. The 3 Pure Ones Tao ancestors established the 3 cave scriptures to enlighten and save them. After all things were born, the great Tao became the true ruler of all things in the three realms, maintaining the order of time and space and the outline of the universe. Therefore, Taoism believed that the great Tao was the ruler of all things. Therefore, creation, enlightenment, and the power of all things were the foundation of Taoism. And the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram was forged with these three powers. It pointed to the origin of the great Tao. So, the value of these three supreme treasures was unimaginable. Brat! How dare you peep at my things? You are courting death. At this moment, the Lord of the Undead arrived through the void. A palm shot towards Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying attack of the Lord of the Undead, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a shocked expression. The attack of the Lord of the Undead was simply too terrifying. Its power was unimaginable. Lin Feng was unable to withstand this attack. The situation was dangerous. Lin Feng hurriedly refined the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Whoosh! 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 Light flickered. The 3 pristine 8 trigrams diagram flew out and hovered in the air. 3 pure 8 trigrams appeared in the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. Creation. Enlightenment. All things. After the 3 pure ones appeared, they each said a word. Then, the 3 purities attacked. They were all aimed at the Lord of the Undead. Bang! 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 The Undying Lord made his move and collided with the 3 pure ones. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and both sides took several steps back. Damn it! You dare to steal the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. You ant! You should be sent to the 18th level of hell. The Lord of the Undead looked at Lin Feng with resentful eyes. Then, Endless Corpse Chi quickly swept over. In the Endless Corpse Chi, an army of hundreds of millions of skeletons appeared. Kill! The army of hundreds of millions of skeletons roared and shook the sky. They came with all kinds of weapons in their hands. They were about to drown the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones shouted in unison. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord! No evil can invade. After their voices fell, suddenly, a huge figure appeared behind them. That huge figure seemed to be the shadow of a Taoist priest. The Taoist priest was wearing a Taoist robe. However, his figure seemed to be a little fat. He couldn't see his appearance clearly, and didn't know who this Taoist priest was. At this moment, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. His face was even full of disbelief. The 3 pure ones of Taoism. Didn't they create Taoism? Weren't they the ancestors of Taoism? Why did the 3 pure ones of Taoism, did they summon the shadow of another Taoist priest? Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the 3 pure ones had just shouted out the words Immeasurable Heavenly Lord at the same time. Taoist cultivators liked to add the words Immeasurable Heavenly Lord before they spoke. Buddhist cultivators liked to add the words Amitabha before they spoke. Amitabha was said to be the first Buddha of Buddhism. He was the leader of the 7 ancient Buddhas of Buddhism. Even the Buddha of the past, Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Buddha of the present, Shakyamuni Buddha, and the Buddha of the future, Maitreya Buddha, in front of the 7 ancient Buddhas. They all had to call themselves juniors. So Lin Feng guessed. Could it be this immeasurable Heavenly Lord? Even earlier than the 3 pure ones, it was true that the 3 pure ones founded Taoism. However, it was indeed hard to say that the 3 pure ones had the oldest history. It was the same principle as Buddhism was not established by the 7 ancient Buddhas. This immeasurable Heavenly Lord stood in the void, golden light shining. He was like an immortal ruler. The bodies of the hundreds of millions of skeletons that were illuminated by the golden light were instantly shattered. They vanished into thin air. The golden light shone on the body of the Lord of the Undead. Chi, 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 chi sounds were immediately heard. The body of the Lord of the Undead suffered great damage. Ah! Immeasurable Heavenly Lord! Immeasurable Heavenly Lord! The Lord of the Undead roared in pain. In the end, the Lord of the Undead had no choice but to retreat quickly. Kid! I won't let you go. The Lord of the Undead's expression was gloomy. After coldly leaving behind a sentence, he flew into the distance. After the Lord of the Undead left, Lin Feng's face finally revealed an expression of relief. This guy finally left. I'm finally out of danger. 3 Pure 8 Trigrams Diagram. It's really powerful. Even the Lord of the Undead was repelled. Lin Feng couldn't help but be very happy. The 3 pure phantoms and the immeasurable heavenly lord also dissipated. The 3 Pure 8 Trigrams diagram floated in midair. Lin Feng put away the 3 Pure 8 Trigrams diagram. The demon lord said, "The 3 Pure 8 Trigrams diagram is a very special treasure. This treasure is very targeted." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The demon lord explained, "The first is to suppress the otherworldly creatures. The second is to kill the era survivors. The third is to seal the undead creatures. The fourth is to destroy the netherworld undead. The fifth is to kill the era's traitors. The sixth is to kill the false gods." This is the 3 Pure 8 Trigrams diagram's function. Apart from these 6 types of creatures, the 3 Pure 8 Trigrams diagram can't harm other creatures. Lin Feng said, "The otherworldly creatures. The era survivors. The undead creatures. The netherworld undead. They're easy to understand. What do the era's traitors and the false gods mean? What kind of people do they represent?" The demon lord said, "Traitors of the era. Traitors of the era. Cultivators who surrendered to those who started the Doomsday War. These people. They are incomparably repulsive. They deserve to die. As for the false gods, they refer to those titled gods who should not have existed in this world." Hearing this, Lin Feng was very puzzled. He asked, "Titled gods who should not have existed in this world? What does that mean?" The demon lord said, "Those titled gods of the past were ancient gods who were conferred with the investiture of the gods after experiencing the calamity of the world. Those were the true titled gods. However, the mastermind behind the Doomsday War created a fake investiture of the gods, and this fake investiture of the gods could also confer titled gods. However, a fake is a fake. The titled gods conferred by this fake investiture of the gods are the false gods." There is such a thing, Lin Feng could not help but frown. Actually, there was one thing he knew. For example, those races that had transcended eras, when most of them were born, they were the main force that resisted the Doomsday War. However, when they were lucky enough to survive the destruction of their era, they lived until the next era. They would become accomplices to the destruction of their era. Those existences that had transcended eras, in a sense, seemed to have been cursed. Although, their lives were extended. However, in the next era, after a short period of prosperity, they would decline. This was especially true when they reached the end of their era, when they were at their weakest. This was different from the other races. The other races would become stronger and stronger. Therefore, the other races that resisted the destruction of their era at the end of their era had a much higher probability of surviving until the next era than the remnant races of the previous eras. This was also the reason why the remnant races of the previous eras pushed for the destruction of their eras. The earlier the eras were destroyed, the stronger they would be, and the higher their chances of resisting the destruction of their eras would be. The later the eras were destroyed, the weaker they would be, and the lower their chances of resisting the destruction of their eras would be. The demon lord said, "The vastness of the world is unimaginable. As your cultivation increases, you will come in contact with even more unimaginable things. But now, the most important thing is to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Only by raising your cultivation will you be qualified to come into contact with a wider world." Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. I need to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. I need to find a place to refine those world crystals." Lin Feng quickly left. He found a secluded cave and planned to go into seclusion to refine the world crystal. Lin Feng sealed the cave with a restriction and entered the space-time zone. Lin Feng refined these world crystals within the space of time. Lin Feng's accumulation was too strong, so it was very difficult for him to break through. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know if these world crystals could help him complete his breakthrough. One world crystal after another was refined by Lin Feng. The pure medium world energy was completely absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng cultivated for 10 days in the time and space. Only then did he finish refining all the world crystals. In 10 days, Lin Feng's cultivation finally completed a breakthrough. He was originally at the 5th level of the Imperial Emperor realm. After breaking through, his cultivation stopped at the 6th level of the Imperial Emperor realm. Lin Feng was already very satisfied to be able to raise his cultivation level by 1 level. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Feng walked out of the cave. He continued to walk inside. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry came from underground. Then, the ground cracked open, and a zombie with a foul smell rushed out. This was a zombie formed from a silver creature with wings on its back. It held a rusty battle sword in its hand. However, that battle sword was incomparably terrifying. With a light sweep, the void was torn apart. And this silver creature with wings on its back charged towards Lin Feng with a battle sword in its hand. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and slashed at the silver creature. Clang, the sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle and fought for dozens of rounds. This terrifying zombie was simply too powerful. Lin Feng did not continue fighting with this zombie. After he forced the zombie back, he quickly flew into the distance and finally got rid of it. Following that, Lin Feng encountered many terrifying existences. The baleful qi in the ancient battlefield was too strong, so many dead creatures turned into undead spirits or zombies to cause trouble. In addition, Lin Feng also saw some cultivators from other forces enter the ancient battlefield. It seemed, other than the 5 great ancient forests, there were other forces that came here. The appearance of the Demon Emperor Mystic Realm was indeed difficult to hide from the world. In order to not cause trouble, Lin Feng did not come into contact with those forces. He would often stay away from those cultivators in advance. Lin Feng found a spiritual medicine valley. Here, there were many precious spiritual medicines growing here. And there were actually 15 immortal medicines that were more than 1,000,000 years old. There were more than 300 sacred medicines that were between 100,000 years old and 1,000,000 years old. Lin Feng transplanted all these precious spiritual medicines into the time and space. As for the spiritual medicines that were 50,000 years old to 100,000 years old, there were about 1 to 2,000. There were even more spiritual medicines that were less than 50,000 years old. Lin Feng continued to transplant these spiritual medicines. The spiritual medicines that were 50,000 years old to 100,000 years old were all transplanted into the time and space. This time, he had really struck gold. In the future, he could use these spiritual medicines and various precious insect materials. Of course, the immortal medicine level spiritual medicines were even more useful. They were all healing sacred medicines. If they were sold, they could be sold for a sky-high price. Lin Feng continued to transplant the spiritual medicines that were less than 50,000 years old. But at this moment, hundreds of figures flew over from afar. Those cultivators all landed in the Medicine Valley. Lin Feng immediately saw the 2 terrifying existences, Emperor Lord White Eagle and Lady White Snake. They were actually people from the magical Beast Mountain Range and the dreamy Cloud Forest. Seeing these people arrive, Lin Feng wanted to leave, but more than 10 cultivators flew out and blocked his way. Hey, isn't this the kid from the dark ancient forest? Some cultivators recognized Lin Feng's identity. The others also looked at Lin Feng and recalled Lin Feng's background. Although their attention was on the 7 emperor lords of the dark ancient forest at that time. But, not long ago, they had seen Lin Feng. Naturally, they would not forget Lin Feng. Many people couldn't help but reveal a sneer on their faces. They looked at Lin Feng with a playful gaze. Kid, you must have obtained many precious spiritual medicines in the Medicine Valley, right? Now, hand them over. One of the sage emperors that surrounded Lin Feng said indifferently. Everyone was slightly taken aback. No one had expected Lin Feng to answer the cultivator in such a manner. The cultivator who asked the question was a saint emperor from the magical Beast Mountain Range. He was a 1,000-legged centipede who had cultivated his Tao. He was known as the Saint Emperor Thousand-Legged. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Saint Emperor Thousand-Legged's face darkened. Brat. Do you want to die too slowly? The Saint Emperor Thousand-Legged looked coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a dense killing intent. Lin Feng's words had infuriated him. The others looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Feng was from the dark ancient forest. They had no intention of letting Lin Feng go. Lin Feng had dared to say that he wouldn't hand over the spiritual herbs. He didn't know how to appreciate favors. Naturally, these people wouldn't let Lin Feng go. A piece of trash like you dares to be so presumptuous in front of me? Who gave you the guts to do so? Lin Feng looked at the Saint Emperor Thousand-Legged indifferently. The surroundings suddenly became completely silent. Even the Emperor Realm experts looked at Lin Feng in shock. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. It was a young cultivator of the human race. How dare he use the word trash to describe a Saint Emperor Realm expert? Moreover, this young human cultivator was still surrounded by so many experts. He was still so arrogant. Everyone had learned something new. Many people's mouths couldn't help but twitch violently. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? Someone muttered. They felt that Lin Feng might be mentally ill. If he was a normal person, he wouldn't dare to say such words. Brat. I don't care if you have a mental problem or not. Since you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me today, I will let you die without a burial ground. Holy Emperor Thousand Feet looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His voice was filled with killing intent. He walked directly towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. The others watched coldly as Saint Emperor Thousand Feet made his move. In the world of cultivators, there were too many cases of people killing others to steal their treasures. Even in the magical Beast Mountain Range and the dreamy Cloud Forest, there was no lack of such cases. Therefore, killing a young cultivator like Lin Feng was nothing out of the ordinary for them. Brat. Die. When Holy Emperor Thousand Feet arrived beside Lin Feng, he immediately sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Just as the palm strike was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Holy Emperor Thousand Feet suddenly stopped. Lin Feng moved to the left and dodged Holy Emperor Thousand Feet's attack. Lin Feng moved as fast as lightning and grabbed Holy Emperor Thousand Feet's neck. Then, he lifted Holy Emperor Thousand Feet into the air. After seeing this scene, everyone showed an expression of disbelief. Although Holy Emperor Thousand Feet was only a first heavenly layer Holy Emperor, he was still a Holy Emperor expert. Lin Feng was just a young human cultivator. How had he dodged Saint Emperor Qianzu's attack and captured him in the blink of an eye? Lin Feng's movements were so fast that many people didn't even see how Lin Feng moved. Holy Emperor Thousand Feet struggled violently, but his spiritual power was sealed by Lin Feng. He couldn't use it at all. His struggle was futile. Holy Emperor Thousand Feet screamed from time to time. He couldn't even speak. Originally, he was high and mighty, looking down on Lin Feng. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. But in the blink of an eye, he became Lin Feng's prisoner. I didn't expect you to be so capable at such a young age. No wonder you could follow the people from the dark ancient forest into this ancient battlefield. Kid, release Holy Emperor Thousand Feet and hand over the spiritual herbs. Then, we'll let you go. Or else. I'm sure you know the consequences. At that moment, a great emperor looked at Lin Feng icily. This Emperor Realm expert was the Emperor Realm expert from the Devil Beast Mountain Range. He was transformed from a scarlet flame demon python. People called him the Scarlet Flame Emperor. His blood-red eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Looking into his eyes, one would feel a chill run down one's spine. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe this person's words. If he let go of Holy Emperor Thousand Feet, he would probably be surrounded by these people. Lin Feng said indifferently. This person wants to kill me. Why should I release him? I've always been the type of person who takes revenge for every grievance I have. Since this person wants to kill me, then I won't be courteous with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng tightened his grip on Holy Emperor Thousand Feet's neck. A cracking sound was heard. Holy Emperor Thousand Feet's neck was broken by Lin Feng. Lin Feng then threw Holy Emperor Thousand Feet's corpse on the ground. You're courting death. You're courting death. Kill him. Seeing that Lin Feng had killed Holy Emperor Thousand Feet, the Scarlet Flame Emperor roared in exasperation. Lin Feng didn't just kill Holy Emperor Thousand Feet. He didn't give the Scarlet Flame Emperor any face at all. The Scarlet Flame Emperor felt a burning pain on his face. It was as if Lin Feng had slapped him repeatedly. Right now, the Scarlet Flame Emperor only wanted to see Lin Feng killed. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Yes, my lord. The dozen holy emperors surrounding Lin Feng charged at Lin Feng after receiving the Scarlet Flame Emperor's order. They all began to use their divine abilities and condensed powerful divine abilities to attack Lin Feng. More than a dozen powerful divine abilities attacked Lin Feng from all directions. Each of these techniques was extremely powerful, and their power was enough to shock the spectators. Just as the divine abilities were about to hit Lin Feng directly used the third layer of his supreme aura, Void-Shattering Slash, to deal with the dozen holy emperors. Supreme aura. It was an indiscriminate attack. And it was extremely powerful. When Lin Feng used the third layer of his qi, the empty space slash, the crowd was astonished. The attacks of over a dozen saint emperors were all destroyed. Then Lin Feng's supreme aura directly attacked the holy emperors. More than 10 sage emperors were sent flying. Wah! Next. The holy emperors all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper. Their bodies were uncontrollably sent flying. Slash! Lin Feng leaped out and turned into the yin-yang Dao diagram. He quickly slashed through the void. Pooh! 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 The sound of tearing could be heard. One by one, the holy emperors' bodies were torn apart. In the blink of an eye, the holy emperors were all killed by Lin Feng. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. At this moment, Lin Feng turned back into his original body. He stepped on the 8 directional worlds and flew away. In an instant, he flew more than 10 miles away. Only then did the cultivators from the magical Beast Mountain Range and Dreamy Cloud Forest come back to their senses. Chase, once I capture this brat, I'll tear him to shreds. Seeing that all the emperors had soared into the sky to chase after Lin Feng, the rest of the cultivators also soared into the sky and quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng had killed more than a dozen holy emperor-level cultivators in front of so many of them. This was simply a great humiliation to this group of cultivators. Therefore, everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Their gazes towards Lin Feng were filled with monstrous killing intent. But soon, many people realized that Lin Feng's speed was too fast. They couldn't catch up to Lin Feng at all. The first to be shaken off were those holy emperor-level cultivators. Only the 10 emperors weren't shaken off by Lin Feng quickly. Kid! You can't escape heaven and earth. Only death awaits you. The Crimson Flames Emperor looked at Lin Feng with a sinister and resentful gaze. The killing intent in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. Lin Feng replied with an indifferent expression. You should feel lucky. If it weren't for the 9 emperors helping you, you would already be a dead man. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. From his words, he didn't put the Crimson Flames Emperor, an emperor-level expert, in his eyes at all. When the Crimson Flames Emperor heard Lin Feng's words, he was almost angered to death. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Brother Crimson Flames, don't argue with this kid. Capture him and torture him ruthlessly. Let's see if this kid is still so self-righteous when the time comes. An emperor-level expert said. The Crimson Flames Emperor nodded and didn't say anything else. Because he realized that if it was in terms of verbal skills, even 10 of him together wouldn't be a match for Lin Feng. So, the Crimson Flames Emperor didn't say anything else. If he continued to argue with Lin Feng, he would definitely be angered to death. Lin Feng increased his speed. He left everyone behind. In the end, besides Emperor Lord White Eagle and Empress White Snake, the other 8 Emperor Lords had been shaken off by Lin Feng. Imperial Lord White Eagle and Lady White Snake were simply too fast. Even Lin Feng had a hard time shaking off these 2 people. Brat. It had to be said. You're really shocking. At your age. To have such an achievement was simply too extraordinary. But since you provoked us, your fate is destined to be extremely miserable. Lady White Snake looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Don't boast so early. The 2 of you can forget about catching up to me. Lady White Snake, I see that your cultivation is not bad. In the future, I will definitely subdue you and make you my slave." Lady Whitesnake's expression instantly darkened. She also increased her speed. Imperial Lord White Eagle said, "Brat. Although your speed is fast, but in the end, your magic power is far inferior to ours. It's only a matter of time before we catch up to you. Now, you can imagine how miserable your fate will be if you fall into our hands." Emperor White Eagle wanted to disturb Lin Feng's state of mind. There was a saying that went, "The best strategy is to attack the mind against the enemy. Attack the enemy's mind first. Make the enemy's state of mind chaotic. Then, this battle would have already been won by 30%. However, Emperor White Eagle's methods were completely useless against Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng's state of mind was simply too strong. It was completely useless to use a psychological attack on him. However, Emperor White Eagle, this old thing, was not wrong. If he could not shake them off, Emperor White Eagle and Empress Whitesnake would catch up to him sooner or later. Emperor White Eagle and Empress Whitesnake were obviously high-level emperor lords. Lin Feng could not possibly be a match for these high-level emperor lords. Therefore, shaking off Emperor White Eagle and Empress Whitesnake was the most urgent matter. However, it was simply too difficult to shake them off. Lin Feng knew that he was in trouble. He fled as fast as he could. After 1 day and 1 night, Lin Feng felt the magic power in his body begin to decline greatly. This kind of continuous high-speed flight would not only consume magic power, but it would also cause the body to be in a state of exhaustion. When the body was in a state of exhaustion, the consumption of magic power would be even more intense. These changes were all interconnected and linked together. He, how much longer can you last? Are you ready to become our prisoner? Empress Whitesnake laughed delicately. I really want to know what kind of secret you're hiding that made you so extraordinary at such a young age. Emperor White Eagle said with a cold smile. Lin Feng's face was gloomy as he ignored them. 6 hours later, Lin Feng saw the sea of lightning in front of him. The sea of lightning seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Under the sea of lightning, there was a huge mountain. The huge mountain was 100,000 meters tall. Lin Feng saw many powerful lightning birds flying towards the mountain from all directions. The lightning bird was a kind of living being born in lightning. The lightning bird's appearance was a little like a rock, but the feathers on its body were purple. It was the same color as the lightning. An ordinary lightning bird had a wingspan of about 20 meters. Its body length was about 17 to 18 meters. The largest lightning bird king was about 100 meters long. When its wings were spread, it was about 130 meters long. Generally speaking, the larger the lightning bird's body, the more powerful it would be. Of course, this was not absolute. It was said that there was a type of mutated lightning bird that was smaller, the stronger it was. In the classic of mountains and seas, it was even recorded that there were mutated lightning birds that were the size of sparrows and could fight immortals. This showed how terrifying the mutated lightning birds were. Of course, mutated lightning birds were very rare, and mutated lightning birds that were the size of sparrows were even rarer. When Lin Feng saw the Thunderbird Peak, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Could he use the lightning birds on the Thunderbird Peak to get rid of Emperor White Eagle and Empress Whitesnake? Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the Thunderbird Peak. Emperor White Eagle seemed to have thought of Lin Feng's plan, so he couldn't help but shout, "Oh no, this kid wants to go to the Thunderbird Peak. Kill him." He immediately shot out an energy ball towards Lin Feng. Empress Whitesnake also made her move. She condensed a huge white snake shadow, which pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng increased his speed and rushed forward. The distance between the two parties suddenly increased by a large margin. Originally, Lin Feng was quite far away from Emperor White Eagle and Empress Whitesnake. Lin Feng suddenly increased his speed and increased the distance between them. Therefore, when the attacks of Emperor White Eagle and Empress Whitesnake flew to Lin Feng's side, they didn't have much power and were scattered by Lin Feng's punch. Then, Lin Feng used the shapeshifting skill and turned into a lightning bird. After Lin Feng transformed into a thunderbird, he quickly gathered with the other thunderbirds and flew towards Thunderbird Peak. The great transformation art was an incomparably miraculous ability. It could conceal the aura of his body. So when Lin Feng transformed into a thunderbird, the rest of the real thunderbirds didn't even discover Lin Feng's identity. They thought that Lin Feng was really one of them. This brat thinks he can escape by transforming into a thunderbird. What a joke. Even if we have to turn the entire Thunderbird Peak upside down, we must find him. Sovereign Lord White Eagle said in exasperation. After chasing Lin Feng for so long, he still couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. This caused Imperial Lord White Eagle to be stunned. He was unusually depressed. And now, it was very likely that Lin Feng would escape without a trace. White Eagle was burning with rage. They had so many experts, yet they were unable to capture Lin Feng. If this matter were to spread out, they would lose a lot of face. Powerhouses at their level were naturally very concerned about their reputation. Monarch White Eagle didn't want to become the target of ridicule. I've already locked onto this brat's aura. He can't escape. She, too, did not want to let Lin Feng off. After all, this was an issue that concerned the dignity of these supreme experts. Man lives on a single breath, Buddha strives for an incense stick. Most of the time, living was for the sake of face. If he didn't even have any face left, it would simply be a painful torture. Since Emperor White Eagle and Empress White Snake had powerful cultivations, the two of them flew towards Thunderbird Peak without any hesitation. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing cry was heard. Some of the Thunderbirds had discovered the two uninvited guests, so they called out to their companions. Immediately, more than 10 lightning birds flew out and stopped Emperor White Eagle and Queen White Snake. Thunderbird Peak is a forbidden area, no trespassing. Quickly retreat. Or else. Bear the consequences yourself. A Thunderbird said coldly. These Thunderbirds were extremely powerful. However, it was precisely because they were extremely powerful that they could sense that Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake were not to be trifled with. As such, this Thunderbird warned Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake. Let them leave. In that case, everyone would be safe. If it were any other living being that came here, these Thunderbirds wouldn't communicate with the other party and would have already surrounded and attacked. Lady White Snake said, "We were chasing a human cultivator just now, and that human cultivator turned into a Thunderbird and snuck into Thunderbird Peak. Now, we want to enter and search for that human cultivator. As long as we find him, we will leave immediately." The Thunderbird, the leader said. The Thunderbird sneered. Thunderbird Peak is the ancestral land of the Thunderbirds. Do you think you can search it just because you want to? Not to mention that there are no human cultivators in Thunderbird Peak. Even if there were, you don't have to do anything. Our Thunderbird tribe will take care of the intruder ourselves. Sovereign Lord White Eagle sneered. In other words, you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? White God. Emperor White Eagle waved his hand and a powerful surge of dermic power surged out towards the dozen or so Thunderbirds that were blocking their path. At the same time, Queen White Snake attacked as well. Similarly, he unleashed a peerlessly terrifying attack towards the dozen or so Thunderbirds. You are courting death. The Thunderbirds roared at the same time. The Thunderbirds flapped their wings. The boundless power of thunder and lightning blasted towards Emperor White Eagle and Queen White Snake. However, these Thunderbirds' attacks were far inferior to Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake's attacks. Bang! 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 Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake's attacks destroyed the Thunderbirds' attacks. Then, their terrifying attacks landed on the Thunderbirds. The Thunderbirds couldn't withstand Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake's terrifying attacks. They were directly killed by Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake. Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake sneered and flew toward Thunderbird Peak. Screech! The Thunderbirds on Thunderbird Peak let out sharp screeches. A large number of Thunderbirds flew out. There were more than 100 Thunderbirds. Among them, a Thunderbird king that was 100 meters in size flew out as well. Outsiders! You killed my clansmen. You are courting death. The Thunderbird king roared furiously. It summoned endless power of lightning and blasted it toward Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake. The rest of the Thunderbirds attacked as well. They spat out dense thunderbolts and blasted them toward Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake. Among the Thunderbirds, the strongest Thunderbird King was an Emperor-level expert. However, the Thunderbird King was only a mid-level Emperor-level emperor. It was far from Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake. Even if it joined forces with the rest of the Thunderbirds, it was no match for Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake. Poof! 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 Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake tore apart the Thunderbird King's attacks. Then, their attacks tore apart the bodies of the Thunderbirds. The bodies of the Thunderbirds fell to the ground. Imperial Lord White Eagle and Lady White Snake killed more than 20 lightning birds consecutively. They arrived in front of the Thunderbird King and joined forces to attack it. As long as they killed the Thunderbird King, by then, the rest of the Thunderbirds would be nothing to be afraid of. Great Heaven God Slaying Slash! White Snake Boning Hand! Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake joined forces to unleash a powerful attack that instantly enveloped the Thunderbird King. The Thunderbird King spat out a huge thunderbolt ball to block Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake's attack. However, the Thunderbird King's attack was instantly broken. Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake's attack landed on the Thunderbird King's body. The Thunderbird King was instantly sent flying. More than half of its body exploded and it was severely injured. Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake rushed forward, wanting to kill the Thunderbird King in one go. The origin of such a Thunderbird King was extremely useful to the two of them. Therefore, Monarch White Eagle and Queen White Snake were extremely interested in killing the Thunderbird King. How dare you come to my Thunderbird Peak and behave atrociously? You are courting death. At this moment, a cold voice came from the Thunderbird Peak. Next, a Thunderbird that was about a meter long flew out from the Thunderbird Peak. The Thunderbird was silver-white in color. It was a mutated Thunderbird. On the Thunderbird Peak, Lin Feng, who had transformed into a Thunderbird, could not help but reveal a shocked expression when he saw the mutated Thunderbird flying out from the peak. Then, he pondered. This mutated Thunderbird has not made a move. Could it be guarding something? Outside, the mutant Thunderbird had already rushed out and engaged in a fierce battle with Emperor White Eagle and Lady White Snake. The mutant Thunderbird was extremely terrifying. He single-handedly battled Emperor White Eagle and Lady White Snake, two great experts. It was not at a disadvantage at all. It was truly shocking. At this moment, the Thunderbird that Lin Feng had transformed into had already flown to the peak of the mountain. There was an ancient tree at the peak of the mountain. The ancient tree was surrounded by lightning and was 3,000 meters tall. It was the Thunder God tree. It was a divine tree that was born from lightning. It was rumored that the Thunder God tree was extremely shocking. It could give birth to powerful spirituality. Once the Thunder God tree gave birth to spirituality, the Thunder God tree would be able to transform into a powerful beast cultivator. Of course, it was not easy for an ancient divine tree like the Thunder God tree to give birth to spirituality. Lin Feng discovered that there was a huge bird's nest on the Thunder God tree. As for the bird's nest, it was sealed by a restriction formed by lightning. There were many other nests on the tree trunk below the huge nest. Lin Feng guessed that those nests should be where the Thunderbird lived. As for the huge nest at the top, it should be where the mutant Thunderbird lived. Lin Feng flew to the outside of the huge nest. He was blocked by the restriction and could not enter the nest. However, for Lin Feng, it wasn't difficult to deal with those restrictions. Lin Feng used the formation breaking technique. After breaking the restriction, he entered the nest. In the middle of the nest, Lin Feng saw two silver-white bird eggs. Mutant Thunderbird eggs. Lin Feng looked at the two silver-white bird eggs in shock. The mutant Thunderbird was very powerful. If the eggs could hatch into a baby bird, it would be heaven-defying. It was no wonder that the mutant Thunderbird did not go out to deal with Emperor White Eagle and Lady White Snake. It was because it was guarding the mutant Thunderbird eggs. Do you want to take the two mutant Thunderbird eggs? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng finally gave up on this idea. There was a reason why he gave up this idea. First, the first point. Hatching a mutant Thunderbird egg was extremely difficult, and Lin Feng didn't even know how to hatch one. Therefore, if he took away the mutated Thunderbird egg, he would not be able to find a way to hatch it after a long time. Mutated Thunderbird eggs may lose their vitality. The second point. Now, the mutated Thunderbird had helped Lin Feng fend off Emperor White Eagle and Lady White Snake. He would then steal the 2 eggs laid by the mutated Thunderbird. It seemed to be too unkind. Therefore, in the end, Lin Feng decided not to go after the mutated Thunderbird eggs. Eh? That's... Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze was attracted by something. He quickly walked towards the item. Lin Feng came to the side of the item and picked it up. Lin Feng realized. It was a fragment about the size of a palm. It was made from a type of purple iron. Densely packed divine runes were imprinted on it. It seems to be a fragment of a magic treasure. Lin Feng looked at the purple iron fragment in shock. At this moment, the purple iron shard was vibrating violently. A divine light. From the purple iron fragment. It dissipated. This shocked Lin Feng. The purple iron fragment was already damaged to such an extent, but it still had divinity. It was simply too extraordinary. It seems that it should be a treasure forged by a titled god, but I don't know why it was broken. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Of course. Now was not the time to explore the secret of the purple iron fragment. Lin Feng kept the purple iron fragment. Then he quickly left. Now, Emperor White Eagle and Lady White Snake were retreating under the attacks of the mutated Thunderbird. Emperor White Eagle and Lady White Snake wanted to retreat. However, the mutated Thunderbird obviously didn't intend to let them leave. Emperor White Eagle and Lady White Snake killed many Thunderbirds. They had completely angered the mutated Thunderbird. Now, the mutated Thunderbird wanted to drag them down with it. Lin Feng wasn't interested in continuing to watch the battle between the mutated Thunderbird, Emperor White Eagle, and Lady White Snake. It would be terrible if they found him. Lin Feng hurriedly left Thunderbird Peak. After flying for dozens of miles, Lin Feng turned into his human form. Then Lin Feng found a cave and sealed it with a restriction. Lin Feng planned to study the purple iron fragment he obtained from Thunderbird Peak. Lin Feng had a feeling that purple iron fragment was very extraordinary, but Lin Feng would only know what was so extraordinary about it after he studied it. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out the purple iron fragment. Then he began to study this purple iron fragment carefully. This purple iron fragment emitted a cold aura. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the divine pattern on it, wanting to study this purple iron fragment. The divine pattern was the breakthrough. However, Lin Feng studied it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out the origin of these divine patterns. Demon Lord, do you recognize these divine patterns? Lin Feng asked. Demon Lord said, this is the Thunder God pattern. A special divine pattern. I've seen it before. But I don't know what the divine patterns contained in the Thunder God pattern mean. Thunder God pattern, could it be related to the primordial Thunder God? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask in surprise. Demon Lord said, we can't rule out this possibility. However, the primordial Thunder God wasn't the creator of the Thunder God pattern. Thunder God. It's a titled god. From the appearance of the first Thunder God to the primordial Thunder God, there were 9 generations. The primordial Thunder God was the 9th Thunder God. Demon Lord said. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded and said, it seems that many titled gods have been passed down for 9 generations. Demon Lord said, that's right. 9 is the ultimate number. To surpass 9. That's too difficult. This point. Lin Feng agreed. It was too difficult to surpass 9. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man, or the fire god, water god, thunder god, or other titled gods, at most, they could only be passed down for 9 generations. Then, they could no longer be passed down. In that case, this purple iron fragment, it should be related to the first Thunder God? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Demon Lord said, that should be the case. Of course, we can't rule out that it's related to the other Thunder Gods because the other Thunder Gods also have the Thunder God pattern. The treasures they forge can also be imprinted with the Thunder God pattern. Lin Feng continued to comprehend this purple iron fragment. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally had some comprehension. Vaguely, he sensed he had arrived in a vast starry sky world. And this starry sky world was filled with the power of lightning. Lin Feng was puzzled as he looked at the starry sky world that was densely covered with the law of thunder. What was the origin of this starry sky world? He shuttled through the starry sky world that was densely covered with the law of thunder, hoping to discover something extraordinary about this starry sky world. However, after searching for a long time, he didn't find anything special. There seemed to be only the law of thunder and the power of thunder here. There was nothing else. This made Lin Feng very puzzled. After an unknown period of time, in the depths of the starry sky world, thunderbolts as huge as mountains struck down. After seeing this, Lin Feng was very puzzled. He didn't know what had happened to cause such a huge commotion. He flew towards the depths of the starry sky world. When Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the starry sky world, he saw something that shocked and moved him. In the depths of the starry sky world, in the endless law of thunder, a living being was born. Born in the law of thunder? Who is he? Could it be? Lin Feng suddenly thought of an existence and was deeply shocked. If it was really as he guessed, it was too extraordinary and too shocking. Was the first thunder god born here? It turned out that the first thunder god wasn't a stone clan that was born in immortal stones. Instead, he was a living being that was born in lightning. Of course, there were many kinds of Xianxia life forms. The most common was the stone clan that was born in immortal stones. There were other kinds as well. For example, the first fire god Zhirong was born in flames. For example, Pangu was born in chaos. Therefore, it was really hard to say where he was born. Lin Feng stood in the outer region and saw the entire process of the first thunder god's birth. It was a long time. In the world of thunder, new law of thunder and law of thunder were born every day. The law of thunder and law of thunder intertwined in the void and finally branded countless runes. These runes all flew into the body of the first thunder god. After an unknown period of time, the first thunder god finally gave birth to his own consciousness. When the first thunder god gave birth to his own consciousness, he began to consciously absorb the power of the law of thunder between heaven and earth to strengthen himself. The first thunder god grew stronger and stronger until he was born. When he was born, the Xiantian lifeforms were born one after another. There were as many experts as there were clouds. This was a glorious youth. The appearance of a Xiantian lifeform. It meant that the new era was beginning to move towards its first golden age. Of course, even in the most prosperous era, the world was still unstable. In the early days of the epoch, the creatures who crossed epochs were still at their peak state, incomparably powerful. There were also foreign creatures that appeared, wreaking havoc in this world, plunging the people into misery and suffering. In addition, there were many powerful cultivators whose ambitions were inflated. They would constantly recruit soldiers and buy horses, then seize territory. As such, the great battle continued without rest. In the starry sky world, a great battle broke out. The first thunder god held the thunder god's shield in his left hand and the thunder god's sword in his right. He fought against an unknown and terrifying existence in the depths of the starry sky world. It was a distorted spacetime. Darkness covered the world. The first thunder god roared excitedly, as if he was saying something to the existence in the distorted spacetime. Lin Feng tried his best to get close to that place, but he couldn't. He tried his best to listen to what the first god of thunder was saying. However, Lin Feng still failed. He couldn't hear the words of the first thunder god. In the end, the first thunder god rushed into the distorted spacetime and fought against the unknown existence. No one knew how much time had passed. The battle ended. The first thunder god fell. His corpse fell from the distorted spacetime and then floated in the starry sky world. The treasure of the first thunder god was also destroyed. The thunder god sword was broken. The thunder god shield was also shattered. The scene ended here. A light flashed. Lin Feng returned to the real world. It really is the first thunder god's item. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This was the fragment of the thunder god's shield. Now, it actually fell into his hands. With this fragment of the thunder god's shield, would he be able to find the corpse of the first thunder god one day? then, obtain the inheritance of the first thunder god, one must know that among the many attacks, the thunder attribute attack was definitely the most powerful and the most violent attack. Therefore, the first thunder god's attack. It was the most powerful attack. If he could obtain the inheritance of the first thunder god, it would be quite a heaven-defying inheritance. As for his own cultivation, it had a huge improvement effect. Of course, Lin Feng also knew. Whether or not he could find the inheritance of the first thunder god depended on his luck. He first put away the fragment of the thunder god's shield. After resting for a while, he left the place of seclusion. At this time, it was night time. Generally, the ancient battlefield was the most dangerous at night. At this time, some terrifying existences might appear, but Lin Feng was bold. At night, he actually raised a bonfire and then cut a large piece of dragon meat and roasted it. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, more than a dozen cultivators flew over from afar. When those cultivators saw Lin Feng sitting next to the bonfire and eating barbecued meat in the forest, they showed incomparably surprised expressions. Everyone landed one after another. The leading cultivator was a middle-aged cultivator with a full beard. This group of people was basically made up of cultivators from all the races. However, there were also cultivators from the demon race in the team. Lin Feng even saw a cultivator from the demon race. It was just that the number of people from other races was relatively small. This little brother is really in the mood. He's actually drinking alone. It's just that he raised a bonfire at night. I'm afraid it will attract some terrifying existences. This ancient battlefield is not peaceful. The middle-aged cultivator with a beard said. It's fine. If a terrifying existence really comes, I'll run if I can't beat it. Lin Feng said. Pfft. A coquettish female cultivator was immediately amused by Lin Feng's words. That female cultivator had a graceful figure, creamy skin, and bright eyes. She was really beautiful beyond compare. Apart from that female cultivator, there were 4 other female cultivators in the team. However, the one that really attracted Lin Feng's attention was only a female cultivator wearing a red leather coat and holding a flame whip. That female cultivator was also extremely beautiful. Unlike the coquettish female cultivator, that female cultivator gave off a warm and unrestrained feeling. If a terrifying creature is attracted here, do you think you'll be able to escape? A cultivator couldn't help but ridicule. There would never be a lack of people in this world who would take pleasure in beating others. The cultivator in front of him was clearly such a person. Because the cultivators in the world of cultivators often had to go through great battles, many of them had violent temperaments. This was also the reason why so many people liked to beat others. They wanted to release their emotions in the process of humiliating others. This way, they could find a sense of accomplishment. This way, they would feel much more comfortable. There were too many people like this in the world of cultivators, so it was impossible to enumerate them. Lin Feng had also seen too many people with such personalities. Therefore, after hearing this cultivator's words, Lin Feng replied indifferently, whether or not I can escape is not something you need to worry about. But I know that you definitely won't be able to escape. Pfft. After hearing Lin Feng's teasing of the cultivator, several female cultivators couldn't help but laugh. The other male cultivators also had a smile on their faces. Lin Feng really knew how to tease people. Kid. Are you looking for a beating? The cultivator immediately glared at Lin Feng coldly, as if he wanted to attack Lin Feng. Brother Zhang. Everyone is just teasing each other. Why get angry? The bearded middle-aged cultivator quickly mediated. This cultivator surnamed Zhang was called Xianxia. He was a cultivator of the three-eyed snake race. Of course, the cultivators of the 10,000 races had basically lost the characteristics of their ancestors. Most of the tens of thousands of race cultivators were evolving towards the appearance of humans. Only foreign cultivators with extremely powerful bloodlines who could achieve atavism were able to retain the characteristics of their ancestors. However, this could only be seen after atavism. This cultivator named Zhang Yu had a faint mark that resembled an eye between his eyebrows. He should be a cultivator who could undergo atavism. That's right, brother Zhang. It's just a small matter. There's no need to get angry. A female cultivator with a hot figure wearing a fiery red leather said. One after another, a few people came forward to mediate. Xiangyu's expression was extremely gloomy. He nodded and said, "All right. I'll give you all face. Forgive this brat this time." Lin Feng smiled faintly. This Xiangyu was too full of himself. Lin Feng was confident that he could kill him with a single slap. In Lin Feng's eyes, this Xiangyu was merely an ant. Lin Feng was too lazy to continue paying attention to this person. "I am Long Yuanbiao. Our team." He was a rogue cultivator from overseas. They had formed a temporary team to explore this ancient battlefield. "How should I address you, little brother?" the bearded middle-aged cultivator asked. This person was a Saint Emperor, but he was only a low-level Saint Emperor. Although he was strong, he couldn't be considered a top expert. Of course. After all, this person was a rogue cultivator. It was already extremely extraordinary for him to have such a cultivation level. "My name is Ji," Lin Feng said. "So it's Brother Ji." Dangers lurked everywhere in the ancient battlefield. Why is Brother Ji going there alone? Long Yuanbiao could not help but ask. Lin Feng said, "It's not just one person. He had come in with his companions. It's just that it was scattered by the danger." The female cultivator with the hot figure said, "Same as us. At that time, our team had more than 100 people, but we encountered a group of terrifying zombie demons and were scattered by them. In the end, there were only a dozen of us left in the team." Long Yuanbiao asked, "This time, we're going to explore an ancient mountain range. According to the clues we obtained, there's an ancient cave in the mountain range. There might be many precious items inside. I wonder if Brother Ji has any plans to join us. If Brother Ji joins us, we can explore that ancient cultivator's cave together." Zhang Yu said with a fake smile, "Brother Long. Although our team's numbers have decreased sharply, we can't lower the standards for new members, right? If he's not an elite, he'll only drag us down if he joins us." Zhang Yu was obviously saying that Lin Feng was someone who would drag them down, so he did not want Lin Feng to join them. "Brother Zhang. Although this Brother Ji is young, he won't drag us down like Brother Zhang said." "I've made up my mind." "Brother Zhang, don't say any more," Long Yuanbiao said. Zhang Yu's expression immediately became gloomy. In the entire team, only he and Long Yuanbiao were Holy Emperor-level cultivators. And Zhang Yu and Long Yuanbiao were the same level of Holy Emperor. Strength. They were on par. Zhang Yu naturally wanted to be everyone's leader. He enjoyed this feeling of being high and mighty. However, when it came to electing the leader, everyone chose Long Yuanbiao. This was because Long Yuanbiao was a forthright person. He was quite popular. As for Zhang Yu, he was a sinister person. He thought that he was high and mighty, making people loathe him. Naturally, no one would choose him. After failing to be chosen, Zhang Yu was extremely jealous of Long Yuanbiao, so he liked to go against Long Yuanbiao many times. However, Zhang Yu was weak. No one else supported him. So, there were many things that he didn't have the right to speak. "Little brother Ji. Welcome to our team. Elder sister's name is Mu Liuxi. Follow elder sister from now on. Elder sister will not treat you unfairly," the female cultivator in fiery red leather said with a smile. "Hello, elder sister Mu. Then I'll have to trouble elder sister Mu to take care of me in the future," Lin Feng said. He, don't be polite with elder sister. Elder sister likes to help others the most," Mu Liuxi said with a smile. Long Yuanbiao introduced the cultivators in the team to Lin Feng. The charming female cultivator was called Nangong Xian'er. Lin Feng only paid attention to this woman. As for the rest of the people, Lin Feng only remembered their names and didn't pay too much attention to them. "Little brother Ji. The barbecue you made smells pretty good. I wonder if elder sister can try it," Mu Liuxi asked with a smile. "Of course," Lin Feng said with a smile. Mu Liuxi cut off a piece of barbecue meat and placed it in her mouth. She gently chewed and her eyes immediately lit up. "Wow, it's so delicious. Little brother G's skills are too good. And this barbecue meat seems to be very special. The quality of the meat is excellent and it contains a lot of energy. Little brother Ji, what kind of vicious beast meat is this? Mu Liuxi asked curiously. Winged dragon meat. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Mu Liuxi's red lips opened slightly with an extremely shocked expression. Kid. You're bragging too much. Xianxia said sarcastically. The others also shook their heads slightly. Naturally, they didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Winged dragon was a terrifying existence comparable to the Eastern divine dragon. How terrifying was the cultivation of such an existence? Lin Feng, a mere young human cultivator, could kill a winged dragon. No one would believe such a thing. Therefore, when everyone heard Lin Feng say that this was winged dragon meat, they all thought that Lin Feng was bragging. Lin Feng just smiled faintly. He didn't care what others thought. He didn't care if others believed him or not. As for Xiangyu's sarcasm, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to respond. He was just an ant. A small character that Lin Feng could crush with his fingers. It was difficult for the words of such a character to cause Lin Feng's heart to waver. Although the rest of the people were full of doubts about Lin Feng. But Mu Liuxi, who had eaten the barbecue meat personally, believed Lin Feng's words without a doubt. She was also a person who had seen the world. But she had never eaten barbecue meat with such pure energy. This kind of meat was definitely not the meat of an ordinary beast. So Lin Feng said that this was winged dragon meat. Mu Liuxi didn't have any doubts about Lin Feng's words. Perhaps only high-grade dragon meat. Only then could it contain such pure energy. Haha, let me, old Long, have a taste too. Long Yuanbiao said with a grin. Although this person had a burly appearance, his mind was still quite meticulous. He was afraid that Lin Feng would feel awkward. So he came out to resolve the awkward atmosphere. He cut off a piece of barbecue meat and ate it. Then, like Mu Liuxi, his eyes suddenly lit up. The barbecue meat was so delicious that Long Yuanbiao couldn't help but cry. But the most important thing was that the energy contained in the barbecue meat was too pure. This energy was not only pure, but also extremely high-grade energy. Long Yuanbiao had eaten a lot of beast meat, but he had never eaten barbecue meat that contained such high-grade and pure energy. Originally, Long Yuanbiao had some doubts about Lin Feng's words. But now, Long Yuanbiao had completely believed what Lin Feng said. This was winged dragon meat. Long Yuanbiao directly took out a jar of wine. He drank and ate the meat. He didn't greet others. Such a good thing was limited in quantity. The fewer people who knew, the better. Mu Liuxi obviously had the same idea as Long Yuanbiao. The two of them directly buried their heads in the food. They no longer paid attention to anyone. Is it that delicious? The others couldn't help but mutter. Looking at the two who were eating in an uncouth manner, they were extremely puzzled. It was just barbecued meat. Was there a need to eat so exaggeratedly? It could be described as wolfing down the food. The other cultivators did not come forward to taste Lin Feng's roasted meat. Instead, many of them took out some spiritual fruits and started munching on them. These cultivators had extremely strict requirements for themselves. They felt that eating barbecued meat would bring a lot of impurities to the body. Therefore, they were not going to eat barbecue. In reality, these people didn't know. Rain dragon meat contained very little impurities to begin with. Furthermore, rain dragon meat contained extremely pure energy. Therefore, eating rain dragon meat would bring very few impurities to one's body. Additionally, the high-grade and pure energy contained in rain dragon meat could greatly increase a cultivator's strength. However, these people didn't know what a good thing was. Moreover, each and every one of them was so full of themselves. Lin Feng, Mu Liuxi, and Long Yuanbiao enjoyed the roast dragon meat together. This kind of thing. Lin Feng didn't really care. However, for Mu Liuxi and Long Yuanbiao, this was their first time eating something like this. Therefore, after eating, both of them had a satisfied look on their faces, but at the same time, they wanted more. How was the food? Lin Feng asked. Great. Thank you for your hospitality, little brother Ji. This elder sister is enjoying a good life with you this time. Mu Liuxi said with a smile. Thank you for your hospitality, brother Ji. When this old dragon gets something good, I will definitely not forget brother Ji. Long Yuanbiao also cupped his fists and said, I just ate a piece of barbecue. Is there a need to be like this? You really don't know anything. After seeing Mu Liuxi and Long Yuanbiao's attitude of gratitude towards Lin Feng, Zhang Yu suddenly curled his lips and said with a sarcastic expression. After Mu Liuxi and Long Yuanbiao heard this, they ignored Zhang Yu. They got the benefits. However, Zhang Yu was still there with a self-righteous look. In Mu Liuxi and Long Yuanbiao's eyes, Zhang Yu was simply a jumping clown. Everyone dispersed to rest. Mu Liuxi came to Lin Feng's side and whispered, Little brother Ji. Stay by my side tomorrow. I will take care of you. Thank you, big sister Mu. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Mu Liuxi and Lin Feng chatted for a while before leaving to meet up with Nangong Xianer. Her relationship with Nangong Xianer was quite good. Nangong Xianer said, Big sister Mu seems to be quite enthusiastic about that brat. Could it be that big sister Mu has taken a fancy to him? How did that brat get such good fortune? How did a great beauty like big sister Mu take a fancy to him? Mu Liuxi said, Little girl, don't talk nonsense. I just think that brat is quite pleasing to the eye, and I feel that he is a good person. Isn't it normal to take care of him? Hee hee, you really don't have any other ideas? Nangong Xianer asked with a smile. She didn't believe Mu Liuxi. Mu Liuxi said. Of course not. Nangong Xianer thought for a moment and nodded, That's true. There are countless handsome young men chasing after Big Sister Mu. Big Sister Mu definitely won't fall in love with someone just because she met him once. Little girl. Since you know, how dare you tease me? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Mu Liuxi stretched out her hands and grabbed Nangong Xianer. The two of them laughed and joked together. The next day, the group set off. 4 hours later, they saw a group of over 1,000 people. There were many experts in the group. They seemed to be from the Heavenly Ruin Island, someone said. The Heavenly Ruin Island, it was a powerful island in the blue ocean. Although the island's power couldn't compare to the epic Lost Clan, Dragon Palace, and the others, it was still very powerful. However, it was still very powerful. Now that the restriction at the top of the blue ocean had been removed and the ancient battlefield had appeared, it had alarmed many factions. Perhaps many people didn't know about the Demon Emperor's secret realm. However, even if they didn't know about the Demon Emperor's secret realm, the ancient battlefield was enough to attract many people. The group of people majestically passed by the mountain range in front of them. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out from the mountain range. Next, a huge claw that blotted out the sky stretched out from the mountain range and slapped toward the cultivators. Many people hurriedly dodged. However, it was too late. The huge claw slapped down on many cultivators. Then, their bodies directly collapsed. They turned into a bloody mist. They died miserably on the spot. At the same time, terrifying existences flew out from the mountain range one after another. Those existences were pitch black in color and had huge wings. They looked like praying mantises. They were densely packed and countless. Death mantis! Someone exclaimed. This was an extremely terrifying creature. It was rumored that it was a terrifying existence in hell that specialized in devouring rotten god corpses. The people of the Sky Market Island were besieged by the death mantises and many cultivators died tragically. Some of the death mantises noticed Lin Feng and the others in the distance. Go go go! Hurry up! Long Yuanbia shouted, not daring to stay. He hurriedly rushed into the distance. Everyone increased their speed to the maximum and rushed into the distance. When the death mantises saw that Lin Feng and the others had run too far, they guessed that they would not be able to catch up with Lin Feng and the others. Therefore, they turned back. Lin Feng and the others stood in the distance and watched. They saw that most of the cultivators of the Sky Market Island had died. Only a small number of people managed to break out of the encirclement. The ancient battlefield was filled with danger. The slightest carelessness could lead to death here. Many groups were scattered by the sudden appearance of terrifying creatures, just like what the cultivators of the Sky Market Island had experienced. Long Yuanbiao and the others were the best examples. Lin Feng and the others quickly left. They went straight to the place that Long Yuanbiao had mentioned. The clue to the ancient cultivator's cave abode was provided by a cultivator called Lu Yang. Although there was a map, the terrain of the ancient battlefield had changed a lot with the passage of time. Therefore, it was difficult to determine where each place was from the map. Fortunately, they could more or less find some clues on the map. When they passed by a pool, everyone stopped to rest. Not long after, more than 30 cultivators flew over from afar. These cultivators landed. Nangong Xian, I didn't expect to see you here. At this moment, one of the cultivators said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The person who spoke was a rather young cultivator. When he looked at Nangong Xian, his eyes flickered with malice. Wu Kuan. It's you. After seeing this cultivator, Nangong Xian's expression turned ugly. That's right, it's me. I've been looking for you for a long time. I couldn't find you. I really didn't expect to see you here. I've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find you without any effort. Are you going to follow me or do you want me to capture you personally? The cultivator called Wu Kuan said in a gloomy voice. His eyes were constantly sizing up Nangong Xian. His gaze was evil. This person didn't look like a good person. Wu Kuan. Don't go too far. Nangong Xian said with an unsightly expression. This charming woman was usually very charming, but now her mood had become extremely unstable. Furthermore, Lin Feng could clearly sense a sense of nervousness and fear from Nangong Xian's emotions. Nangong Xian was obviously very afraid of this cultivator called Wu Kuan. Going too far? This young master is bullying you. What can you do to me? Wu Kuan said arrogantly. What's going on? Who is he? Asked Lin Feng to Mu Liuxi in a low voice. Mu Liuxi said, this Wu Kuan is from the Wu clan of the Sky Ruin Island. Nangong Xian's clan is also from the Sky Ruin Island. In the early years, they had a conflict with the Wu clan. Later on, the Nangong clan gradually declined and was finally destroyed by the Wu clan. The surviving members of the Nangong clan were hunted down by the Wu clan. In the end, even fewer of them managed to escape. This Wu Kuan isn't a good person. Now that he's seen Sister Xian here, how could he let her go? Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. If Nangong Xian fell into Wu Kuan's hands, she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, Nangong Xian was such a beautiful woman. How could Wu Kuan let her go, capture her? Wu Kuan waved his hand and ordered. Yes. Young master. Immediately, a few cultivators stepped out and flew toward Nangong Xian. Although you're from the Wu clan of the Sky Ruin Island, don't go too far. Long Yuanbiao said in a deep voice and stopped the people from the Wu clan. What? Someone actually dares to interfere with the matters of the Wu clan? You're courting death. Teach this guy a lesson. Wu Kuang said in a deep voice. A few cultivators immediately pounced on Long Yuanbiao. The two sides fought fiercely. Bang! 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 Long Yuanbiao performed the Dragon Tiger Divine Fist. His fist shook heaven and earth. Its power was extremely terrifying. That tyrannical attack collided with the cultivators of the Wu clan. In an instant, the cultivators of the Wu clan were all sent flying. They were no match for Long Yuanbiao. No matter what, Long Yuanbiao was also a Sage Emperor level expert. He wasn't someone ordinary cultivators could match. Ninth Elder. Please make a move. Wu Kuan looked at a cultivator in the crowd. It was a middle-aged cultivator. After hearing Wu Kuan's request, he nodded. He took a step forward. Then, he used the dragon capturing palm. He directly attacked Long Yuanbiao. Long Yuanbiao still performed the Dragon Tiger Divine Fist that he had just performed. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Everyone saw. An expert like Long Yuanbiao was actually sent flying by the ninth elder of the Wu clan with a single punch. Wow! In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It suppressed, the ninth elder of the Wu clan waved his hand and immediately, a huge illusory mountain peak condensed. That huge illusory mountain peak descended from the sky. It suppressed Long Yuanbiao. Break! Long Yuanbiao shouted loudly, trying to destroy the mountain peak that was suppressing him. However, his fist momentum was instantly broken. That mountain peak, it suppressed Long Yuanbiao. Long Yuanbiao could no longer move. Obediently follow us. Or watch this person die. It's up to you to decide. Wu Kuan suddenly revealed an extremely evil smile. This guy was too evil. He actually made Nangong Xianer make such a choice. Let's fight it out with them. Mu Liushi had a fiery personality and chose to fight. However, the other Sage Emperor-level expert in the team, Zhang Yu, was silent. He didn't respond to Mu Liushi. The others also didn't say anything. If they attacked, they would offend the Wu clan of the Heavenly Market Island. Naturally, no one was willing to do such a thing. They and Nangong Xianer were only temporary allies. How could they offend such a colossus like the Wu clan for Nangong Xianer? Sister Mu. Don't attack. You will be implicated. Nangong Xianer said with a pale face. She looked at Wu Kuan and said, I'll go with you. Let Brother Long go. Ha 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 ha. A wise man submits to circumstances. Wu Kuan opened his hand and a powerful magic power surged out and swept towards Nangong Xianer. Nangong Xianer was about to be captured. When this voice rang out, the faces of the Wu clan's people immediately darkened. The other party was actually cursing the Wu clan. He really didn't know what was good for him. Wu Kuan also stopped and looked around with an indifferent expression. However, he didn't discover who was speaking. That voice. It was like. It appeared out of thin air. Wu Kuan looked at the ninth elder. The ninth elder also frowned. He also didn't discover who was speaking. The ninth elder shook his head at Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan immediately knew that even the ninth elder didn't discover any traces of the other party. This made Wu Kuan very shocked. The ninth elder was a fifth firmament Saint Emperor. This was a mid-level Saint Emperor. He was very powerful. He actually didn't discover the other party. It could be seen that the person hiding in the dark was definitely an extremely powerful expert. Who are you? Why are you targeting our Wu clan? Could it be that our Wu clan has a grudge with you? Wu Kuang asked in a deep voice. Grudge? There really isn't. I just don't like you guys. Can't I? The faintly discernible voice rang out once more. Hearing that cultivator's words, the faces of the Wu clan's people were uglier than the last. Sir, are you planning to shed all pretense of cordiality with our Wu clan? Wu Kuang said angrily. Although the Wu clan wasn't a top force, they weren't pushovers either. The Wu clan also had more than one Saint Emperor level expert. Other than having a weaker foundation, the Wu clan wasn't much worse than those top forces. At the very least. The Wu clan thought so. Therefore, after hearing that voice full of contempt for the Wu clan, the Wu clan's cultivators were all very angry. Is the Wu clan worthy of being my enemy? Don't overestimate the Wu clan. It's just the Wu clan. In my eyes, it's like an ant or a dog. I can destroy it with a flick of my finger. The faintly discernible voice continued. It was as arrogant as ever. Before. Wu Kuan was already arrogant enough. However, compared to the owner of that voice, he was simply a small fry. Hiding in the dark and pretending to be mysterious. Come out if you have the ability. I'd like to see what you're capable of. The ninth elder said coldly. He was a fifth firmament Saint Emperor expert. Naturally, he didn't fear anyone. You're worthy of me showing myself? Killing trash like you. You'll dirty my hands. The Wu Kuan. After hearing such arrogant words, assessed, Nangong Xianer, Long Yuanbiao, and the others. Who was this senior expert? They really wanted to meet this senior expert. However, this senior expert had yet to show himself. You're just a lowly person hiding in the dark. How dare you boast so shamelessly, the ninth elder sneered. You really don't know what death is. You'll dirty my hands. And SSSS. As soon as he finished speaking. In the void. An energy palm formed and descended from the sky towards the ninth elder of the Wu family. Feeling the aura of the energy palm, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal an incomparably shocked expression. The aura of the energy palm was too terrifying. It was too shocking. It was hard to imagine how powerful it was. Many people, in the face of the energy palm descending from the sky, they even had an impulse to prostrate themselves in worship. Not good. This person is too terrifying. The ninth elder of the Wu family's face suddenly changed. The ninth elder of the Wu family knew when he sensed the aura of the energy palm. The person hiding in the dark was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. That existence's strength. Even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to resist it. Of course. The ninth elder wouldn't sit still and wait for death. When the huge energy palm came crashing down, the Wu family's ninth elder used his strongest technique. He condensed a tricolored energy ball. This skill was called the tripartite origin technique. The 3 different colored energy balls represented 3 different kinds of energy. The 3 different kinds of energy contained a terrifying power. Once they were combined, the power was unimaginable. But the attack of the ninth elder of the Wu family was instantly broken after colliding with the huge energy palm. Then, the huge energy palm hit the body of the ninth elder of the Wu family. The ninth elder simply couldn't resist the attack of the huge energy palm and was directly slapped to the ground by the huge energy palm. Then the huge energy palm dissipated. But the ninth elder couldn't get up from the ground. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. His dantian was shattered. Just as the mysterious existence had said, he wanted to cripple the ninth elder of the Wu family. And the other party. The ninth elder of the Wu family was really disabled. Too powerful. He's really too powerful. Everyone was shocked. The cultivator hiding in the dark was really terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Nangong Xianer's face was full of joy. Because she was finally out of danger. The faces of the Wu clan's people became as pale as paper. The strength of the person hiding in the dark made them feel a deep sense of fear. Now, how could these people dare to have any ideas about Nangong Xianer? They were all scared out of their wits and only wanted to leave this place safely. Spare me. Senior, spare me. Wu Kuan immediately begged, his voice trembling and his eyes full of fear. He was afraid that the expert hiding in the dark would directly kill him. Get lost. The faintly discernible voice rang out once more. Wu Kuan hurriedly ordered people to take the crippled ninth elder and fled as if he had been pardoned. He didn't dare to stay for a moment. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Nangong Xianer quickly thanked him. But the mysterious cultivator's voice didn't sound again. This senior should have left. Mu Liushi said. Nangong Xianer said, why did this senior help me? Mu Liushi said, maybe it's just like what this senior said, he just doesn't like the Wu clan. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. There was no senior, he was the one who secretly helped. But Lin Feng didn't want to expose himself. So he didn't take the initiative to show himself. With his strength, it was too easy for him to hide from everyone and make a move. Lin Feng said, let's go see Brother Long. I don't know how Brother Long's injuries are. Nangong Xianer came back to her senses and quickly ran towards Long Yuanbiao. She looked at Long Yuanbiao gratefully and said, thank you for your help, Brother Long. I have a healing immortal pill here. Brother Long, quickly take it, your injuries will quickly recover. Sister Xianer, you're welcome. It's only right to help each other. Moreover, I didn't help much. Long Yuanbiao said. However, he didn't refuse Nangong Xianer's good intentions. Everyone didn't leave the pool and was still scattered around to rest. Long Yuanbiao was quickly healing his injuries. He hoped that he could quickly recover to his original state. Everyone was still scattered around, still talking about that mysterious expert. If it wasn't for that mysterious expert, everyone knew Nangong Xianer couldn't escape this time. So many people in the team didn't help her, but treated her coldly. This matter didn't make Nangong Xianer feel anything special. This was the world of cultivators. The world of cultivators was so realistic and cruel. If one was too calculative, they would end up with bruises all over their body. Lin Feng sat on a stone to rest, waiting for Long Yuanbiao to recover. After 6 hours, Long Yuanbiao finally recovered. Everyone continued to set off. When night fell, the group found a valley to rest. The ancient battlefield at night was extremely restless. Terrifying ferocious beasts roamed everywhere. And there were many dead spirits, corpse demons, or terrifying existences that awakened their consciousness after death. So the ancient battlefield at night was very dangerous. Many people were on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be discovered by some terrifying existences. Rumble. Rumble, the earth was shaking. A huge army was quickly shuttling through the mountain forest. Endless corpse chi rolled violently. When he saw the huge army, Lin Feng was shocked. That huge army turned out to be the undead creatures from the tomb. Under the lead of the Lord of the Undead, they rushed into the depths, as if they were going to conquer an ancient battlefield. When Lin Feng was chased by the Lord of the Undead before, he relied on the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram to enter the Lord of the Undead. But Lin Feng knew that the reason why he was able to repel the Lord of the Undead was not because of how powerful his cultivation was. It was because the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram was too powerful to restrain the Lord of the Undead. Or else. There was no hope of repelling the Lord of the Undead. Everyone hiding in the valley even held their breaths for fear of attracting the attention of the undead army. If they were really discovered by the undead army, it would be a disaster. At that time, everyone would die here. Even if Lin Feng had the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram, it would be hard for him to escape death. Where are they going? Looking at the army of undead that was gradually moving away, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The army of undead hadn't been awake for a long time. But Lin Feng kept feeling that the army of undead seemed to shoulder some mission. Of course. This was just Lin Feng's intuition. And, after a quarter of an hour, the undead army finally left. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Between heaven and earth. And quiet as perhaps it was because the undead army had passed through here, causing all the creatures here to flee to other places. When dawn arrived, no other terrifying creatures appeared. Everyone as at noon, they finally arrived at the place marked on the map. In front of him was a huge mountain range, which was divided into 33 peaks. Each mountain peak extended for more than 10 miles. Which was why the 33 mountains were linked together. And these mountains stretched for hundreds of miles. In such a place, it really wasn't easy to find the ancient cultivator's cave. After searching for 3 days, they didn't find anything. Lin Feng felt that this was really a waste of time. He planned to use the methods recorded in the 8 scrolls of feng shui to search. That night, when everybody was resting, Lin Feng left without making a sound. When dawn arrived, he returned to the group. Everyone still hadn't woken up. Lin Feng waited for everyone to wake up, then set off with them. While passing through a valley, suddenly, a loud sound came from within the valley, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone quickly rushed over and saw that a rock wall in the valley had collapsed. And the collapsed rock wall actually revealed a huge cave. It was actually Lin Feng who had caused the rock wall to collapse. That huge cave was the entrance to the ancient cultivator's cave. Lin Feng had discovered it last night. When everyone passed by here, Lin Feng surged his power from the ground to the rock wall outside the cave, thus causing the rock wall to collapse. It successfully attracted everyone's attention. It's here. It must be here. The cultivator called Lu Yang shouted excitedly. Why are you so sure? Someone asked. Lu Yang came to the entrance of the cave and pointed at the runes on the entrance. Look at these runes. These runes are an extremely ancient type of devil runes. And as far as I know, this cave is said to be the cave of a demoness. The cave of a demoness? A female devil cultivator? Or was it left behind by a female devil cultivator? Someone continued to ask. Lu Yang said, it's a cave left behind by the daughter of a devil master. Hiss. After hearing Lu Yang's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. In this epoch, only 9 fiend masters were born. Which devil master wasn't a stunning figure? Their cultivation was so powerful that it was unimaginable. The bloodlines of such experts were also incomparably powerful. Therefore, their descendants were often extremely terrifying. Some extremely powerful devil sons and devil daughters were even close to the strength of their parents. So, a cave left behind by a peerless demoness was too shocking. one could imagine. How shocking would the things left behind by this peerless demoness be, whether it was a magic treasure or an inheritance? The value was absolutely unimaginable. If one could obtain those things, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity. Let's go. Let's see what this peerless demoness left behind. A cultivator said. He couldn't wait to enter and explore. Everyone walked inside. Not long after, Lin Feng felt that the situation didn't seem right. He felt as if there were pairs of eyes staring at him in the dark. That feeling was extremely terrible. It made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng used his divine will to explore, but he couldn't find anything. This made Lin Feng even more puzzled. Could it really be an illusion? However, that feeling was so strong. Look, what is drawn on these rock walls? Suddenly, a cultivator pointed to the rock walls on both sides. The tunnel was very dark. The cultivator's night vision was also greatly affected. Therefore, everyone couldn't see clearly. Someone took out a night pearl and illuminated the tunnel. Everyone borrowed the light of the night pearl. The contents of the murals were not particularly clear. But one could still vaguely see that there seemed to be people painted on the murals. But those people were very strange. Every single one of them. None of them looked like they did now. Their faces were twisted together. So, their faces could not be seen clearly at all. The only thing that could be seen clearly was those pairs of eyes. For some reason, when he saw those pairs of eyes, Lin Feng actually felt his heart palpitate. Those eyes. Cold, eerie, gloomy, terrifying. Those pairs of eyes were like the eyes of evil. They could make people's minds fall into endless hell. Those pairs of eyes were like the eyes of evil. They could pull people into an endless world of evil. When they saw those pairs of eyes, many people even felt that they were about to lose themselves under the gaze of those eyes. Those eyes had the effect of affecting people's minds. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Even Lin Feng felt as if he was about to lose himself in the spiritual world constructed by those pairs of eyes. This situation was really terrifying. If he was lost in it and could not extricate himself, in the end, he was destined to be trapped in it. Fortunately, Lin Feng's willpower was strong enough. Before he was completely lost, he successfully activated Luya's star chart. When Luya's star chart was activated, Lin Feng's divine consciousness immediately returned to the real world. And the rest were still in a state of confusion. Wake up! Lin Feng shouted softly. His voice was like a thunderclap, instantly entering everyone's soul. When everyone heard Lin Feng's voice, they woke up one after another. Thinking of the scene just now, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, they woke up in time. Or else, it was really too dangerous. Thank you, little brother G. If it weren't for little brother G, I might have lost my life here. Mu Liushi looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Ha 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 ha, brother G, you don't show your true colors. You weren't confused by these murals. Long Yuanbiao laughed. I was just lucky. Lin Feng said. The others also thanked Lin Feng. In the team, only Zhang Yu, who had a verbal conflict with Lin Feng, ignored Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally didn't care if Zhang Yu would apologize to him or not. He didn't even put Zhang Yu in his heart, because in Lin Feng's eyes, Zhang Yu was like an ant. It couldn't attract his attention at all. As long as you don't look at the murals, you should be fine. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Everyone continued to walk deeper into the forest. The passageway was deep and seemed to lead underground. After walking for about an hour, rumble, rumble, the rock walls in front and behind began to collapse. Next, stone golems walked out from the collapsed rock wall. Those stone golems all held battle swords in their hands. There were a total of more than 10 stone golems, and they quickly attacked. After seeing those stone men, many people's faces turned ugly. Stone man. It was an extremely terrifying creature. Normally, it was very rare to see stone golems. But there were actually more than 10 stone golems here, which almost caused many people to collapse. They're not real stone golems. They seem to be just some stone puppets. Lin Feng said. Hearing that, everyone's spirits couldn't help but suddenly rise. If that was the case, these stone golems were not impossible to deal with. Everyone took out their magic treasures and fought with these stone golems in the passageway. When the two sides fought, everyone found that these stone golems were not as powerful as they imagined. Although these stone golems were also very terrifying, but they were not terrifying to the extent of making people despair. After a fierce battle, the group finally dealt with more than 10 stone golems. Stone sword, Yi Futian murmured. Many cultivators looked excitedly at the battle swords that fell to the ground. If it was a stone tool, then its value would be too great. Everyone picked up the stone swords beside them. However, those stone swords made cracking sounds. Next, those stone swords directly shattered. In the end, they were destroyed. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but reveal extremely depressed expressions. Because the stone sword shattered, shattering their dreams. These people still dreamed of getting a stone tool. Lin Feng had already expected this situation, so his expression was as calm as an ancient well. Everyone continued to walk deeper. Mu Liuxi's beautiful eyes would look at Lin Feng from time to time. And from time to time, she would reveal a thoughtful expression. Mu Liuxi didn't look like a meticulous person. In fact, Mu Liuxi's heart was very meticulous. She discovered some extraordinary things about Lin Feng from some of Lin Feng's actions. For example, previously, everyone was under the illusion of the murals. But Lin Feng didn't seem to be under the illusion. And he even woke everyone up. Of course, if one was under the illusion and broke it, that would be even more extraordinary. Because it was easy to be under the illusion, but hard to break it. Being under the illusion and breaking it was many times more difficult than resisting it. Another example was when everyone saw more than 10 stone golems appear just now and fell into a panic. But Lin Feng was incomparably calm. Moreover, he pointed out that these stone golems weren't from the stone clan, but were just stone golems. So when Mu Liuxi connected all these things together, she discovered that Lin Feng was extraordinary. Why do you keep peeking at me? Could it be that my handsome face has made Big Sister Mu so infatuated that she can't bear to look away from me? Lin Feng looked at Mu Liuxi with a smile that wasn't a smile. Mu Liuxi lightly spat at Lin Feng. She turned her face away, ignoring Lin Feng. Big Sister Mu, is there something wrong? Why do you keep staring at that kid? Could it be that you've really fallen for him? Nangong Xian'er also noticed that Mu Liuxi would occasionally look at Lin Feng. So she couldn't help but ask curiously. Mu Liuxi said, "No. I just feel that something is wrong." "What's wrong?" Nangong Xian'er asked. Mu Liuxi didn't answer Nangong Xian'er. Instead, she said, "Maybe I'm wrong." The group continued walking inside. About an hour later, Lin Feng suddenly heard a cold voice resounding in his mind. "You. Why did you betray me?" When he heard the voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The voice suddenly resounded in his mind, and he didn't know where it came from. Lin Feng looked at the others, but he found that their expressions were normal. Obviously, except for him. The others didn't hear the voice. If they had heard it, they definitely wouldn't be as calm as they were now. This made Lin Feng feel very strange. Why was he the only one who heard it? Why didn't the others hear it? Could it be that he was hallucinating? Lin Feng listened carefully, but he couldn't hear the voice again. Just when Lin Feng really thought that the voice was a hallucination, the voice resounded in his mind again. The voice was extremely cold, without a trace of emotion. It was a woman's voice, but no one knew who she was. When Lin Feng heard the voice, he only felt that it contained endless resentment and hatred. But when Lin Feng wanted to search for the source of the voice again, he couldn't hear it anymore. He was no longer able to hear that voice. It was as if that voice had never been heard in the first place. It even made people wonder if they had heard it wrongly. Everyone continued to walk inside, and Lin Feng stopped thinking about the mysterious voice. After an hour, they arrived in front of a huge stone door. The stone door was densely covered with runes. In order to open the stone door, they needed to decipher the runes. But Lin Feng found that the runes were too complicated to decipher. Many people surrounded the stone door to study the runes, trying to find a way to decipher it. Lin Feng looked at Lu Yang and said, "Brother Lu, where is the map? Please take it out, Brother Lu." Lu Yang didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to do, but when he heard Lin Feng's words, he nodded and took out the map. Lin Feng casually released a wave of dermic power, and that dermic power merged with the map. Suddenly, the map in Lu Yang's hand seemed to have come to life. It vibrated violently and then floated in the air. At the same time, the densely packed runes on the huge stone door seemed to have come to life. Every rune was emitting a shocking fluctuation. These two waves, when they came into contact with each other, the map flew toward the stone door. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. It was too shocking. It seemed that something was going to happen. Mu Liuxi's mind was focused on Lin Feng, because she felt that Lin Feng was not simple. Now, Lin Feng showed his magic again. Others were still studying the complicated runes on the stone door. Lin Feng asked Lu Yang to take out the map. Furthermore, the map seemed to be the key to opening the stone door. If this was a coincidence, Mu Liuxi would never believe it, because it was understandable that one thing was a coincidence. However, in such a short period of time, so many coincidences had happened that could change everyone's fate. Was this normal? Of course it was abnormal. Now, Mu Liuxi was certain that Lin Feng was an extraordinary person. Right at this moment, the map was imprinted on the upper left corner of the stone door. Then, it perfectly fused with that region. That place. It seemed to be the key to opening the stone door. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, the stone door shook violently. The stone door is about to open, many people's eyes suddenly lit up. What good things would appear when the stone door opened? He was really looking forward to it. The stone door continued to open, emitting intense grinding sounds. After about an hour, the stone door slowly opened. When the stone door opened, a huge stone room appeared. Inside the stone room, there were many passageways. The densely packed passageways were innumerable. No one knew where those passageways led to. Xianxia said gloomily. There are so many passageways. Let's rely on our own luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia soared into the sky, chose a passageway, and entered it to search for his own luck. The others also spread out and each of them chose a path. Obviously, the luck was right in front of him. Many people were not willing to continue searching together. With so many people searching together, if they found any luck, how would they split it? It was better to split up. If they found any luck, they could monopolize it. Of course, if they did not find any luck, they could only blame themselves for not being fated. They could not blame others. There were a lot of people with this mentality. Brother Ji. Fairy Nangong. Fairy Mu. I'm going too. Long Yuanbiao cupped his fists and said. Go ahead. Lin Feng cupped his fists and replied. Brother Long, you found something. Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xianer said with a smile. Long Yuanbiao then left, leaving only Lin Feng, Mu Liuxi, and Nangong Xianer. Lin Feng glanced at the passageways and chose one. Mu Liuxi followed behind him. Nangong Xianer followed beside Mu Liuxi. Why are the two of you following me? Go and search for your own luck. Lin Feng said. Mu Liuxi said with a smile, little brother Ji, have you forgotten what I said before? I want to protect little brother Ji. Of course, I can't be separated from little brother Ji. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Mu Liuxi had indeed said those words. Since Mu Liuxi wanted to follow him, Lin Feng did not refuse and let Mu Liuxi follow him. Nangong Xianer whispered, you said you didn't like this guy. You didn't want to be separated from him when looking for luck. If you say you don't like him, you're lying. Little girl. Don't talk nonsense. Just stay by my side. Mu Liuxi said. The passageway Lin Feng chose also led downwards. From time to time, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Apart from the sound of footsteps, there seemed to be no other sound. After about 15 minutes, Lin Feng sensed a flash of fire in front of him with his divine will. It seemed like something had flashed past. This gave him a huge shock. He increased his speed but did not discover anything. What's wrong? Mu Liuxi and Nan Gongxian quickly caught up and asked. Lin Feng said, be careful. I'm afraid that the ancient cultivator's cave is not a particularly safe place. The two girls couldn't help but nod. Not long after, the three of them saw an ancient tree shrouded in flames. On the ancient tree, there were many flame fruits. The fiery divine tree. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. The ancient tree shrouded in flames was actually the legendary fiery divine tree. It was said that the fruits borne by the fiery divine tree were sacred fruits that could temper one's physical body. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. It seemed like his physical body could very likely break through with the help of the sacred fruits borne by the fiery divine tree. When he thought of this, Lin Feng could not help but feel excited. We're rich. It's the fiery divine tree. Mu Liuxi was also an experienced and knowledgeable person. She recognized the fiery divine tree and could not help but exclaim. Hearing this, Nan Gongxian was also extremely excited. They had not been in the passageway for long and had already found such a treasure. This was really too exciting. The three of them walked towards the fiery divine tree. However, at that moment, the space around the fiery divine tree distorted. That flaming beast was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that the surrounding space was about to collapse. The flames around its body were even densely covered with flame runes. Those flame runes had the power to distort time and space. Scorch. Mu Liuxi and Nan Gongxian looked at this beast in horror. Scorch. A beast born from the flames. It was said that some mutated scorches could even kill immortals when they grew to their peak. This was an extremely rare and ancient creature. In the outside world, Hua Liao's figure had long disappeared. But here, there was a scorch. It was easy to distinguish between an ordinary scorch and a mutated scorch. An ordinary scorch would have flames around its body without runes intertwining. Only the flames on the surface of the mutated Hua Liao's body would interweave into dense runes. This was the difference. So, the scorch in front of them. It was an extremely terrifying mutated scorch. Run. Let's run. Nan Gongxian said with a trembling voice. Although the mutated scorch in front of them wasn't heaven-defying enough to kill immortals, it was still a peerless and terrifying existence. In Nan Gongxian's opinion, the three of them together might not be able to resist the claw of this mutated scorch in front of them. So Nan Gongxian wanted to run away quickly. However, this wasn't something that Nan Gongxian could escape even if she wanted to. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the mutated scorch's body, and that terrifying aura enveloped the three of them. Mu Liuxi and Nan Gongxian suddenly found that their bodies couldn't move at all. The mutated scorch was really too terrifying. In their opinion, even a Saint Emperor level expert like Long Yuanbiao might be just like an ant in front of a mutated scorch. The mutated scorch opened its bloody mouth, revealing ferocious and terrifying fangs and scarlet tongue. It walked step by step towards Lin Feng, Mu Liuxi, and Nan Gongxian. When it was about to reach the three of them, the mutated scorch jumped up. It directly pounced towards them. It's over. Mu Liuxi and Nan Gongxian revealed an extremely terrified expression. Their eyes were filled with deep despair. Facing the terrifying attack of the mutated scorch, they couldn't resist at all. Lin Feng looked at the mutated scorch indifferently. He was about to make a move. The mutant scorch screamed, turned around, and ran into the depths, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This bastard's perception is so terrifying, Lin Feng was shocked. The variant scorch flame must have sensed his powerful strength when it was near him, so it turned around and fled without thinking. What's going on? Mu Liuxi and Nan Gongxian were both dumbstruck. The three of them were about to become food in the stomach of the mutated scorch. The mutant scorch had actually escaped. This was simply too strange. Neither Mu Liuxi nor Nan Gongxian were able to react in time. However, Mu Liuxi soon had an idea. Could it be? Was the mutated scorch flame scared away by Lin Feng? Mu Liuxi couldn't help but be startled at this thought. This shouldn't be possible, right? Mu Liuxi indeed felt that Lin Feng was very extraordinary, but she found it hard to believe that Lin Feng had the strength to repel the mutant scorch. After all, Lin Feng was simply too young. How could he repel the mutant scorch flame at such a young age? Wasn't this too inconceivable? At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived beside the fiery god tree. He directly transplanted the fiery god tree into the spacetime continuum. After all, this was a rare divine tree. He had to keep it and nurture it. Are you trying to hog it all for yourself? Xianxia ran over and glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng was surprised to see such an expression on the charming girl's face. He then said, I didn't say that I wouldn't give it to you. You can't eat too many of these fiery god fruits. Eating too many will cause great harm to your body. With your cultivations, 3 fiery god fruits per person is already the limit. Lin Feng took out 6 fiery god fruits and gave them to Xianxia and Mu Liuxi. What do you mean by with our cultivations? You're no match for us, right? Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes. Xian. Take it. We really shouldn't eat too many of these things. If we do, it will cause great harm to our bodies. Mu Liuxi said. Xianxia nodded and kept the 3 fiery god fruits that Lin Feng had given her. As for Mu Liuxi, she kept the other 3 fiery god fruits. The 3 of them continued to walk deeper into the spacetime continuum. After walking for several thousand meters, the tunnel ahead of them, a fork appeared in the spacetime continuum. Eh? Since there's a fork in the road, does that mean that this tunnel is connected to the other tunnels? Xianxia asked in surprise. Mu Liuxi said. That's very possible. Lin Feng didn't walk toward the fork. Instead, he continued to walk deeper into the spacetime continuum. Soon, Lin Feng realized something. There were more and more forks in the spacetime continuum. It was like a beehive. It was easy to get lost in them. Suddenly, a horrible shriek came from the left side of the passage. When Lin Feng and the 2 others heard that shriek, they immediately rushed over. When they arrived, they found a headless corpse. Isn't that Zhang Ningtao? He's one of our team members. Where's his head? Xianxia recognized the person's clothes and determined his identity. Looking at the headless corpse, Xianxia and Mu Liuxi's expressions became very grave. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Lin Feng said. He felt that this place was very dangerous, as if there was something terrifying lurking in the dark. The 3 of them hurriedly left. Not long after, the shriek came again. Lin Feng and the others found another headless corpse. It's Sun Lin. Xianxia once again determined the cultivator's identity based on his clothes. Sun Lin, a very talkative cultivator, had actually died here. It seems that some terrifying creature killed them. Mu Liuxi said. Her voice trembled slightly. These people were all very powerful. However, only a blood-curdling scream could be heard before he was killed. Therefore, one could imagine how terrifying the creature that killed them was. The 3 of them left. Not long after, they heard the 3rd cultivator's miserable shriek. No, save me, the cultivator screamed in horror. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed toward the tunnel where the voice came from. When they arrived, they saw that the cultivator had already become a skeleton covered in blood. What the hell devoured his flesh and blood? Xianxia's voice trembled slightly. They were all companions who had been together not long ago, but now, they had all met with disaster. They had all died tragically here. Anyone who saw this scene would feel sad. Moreover, they would also feel sad for the death of their kind. Because, the next one to die tragically might be them. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't know what had devoured this cultivator, but now, it seemed like this ancient cultivator's cave was really full of danger. There was Hu Liao from before. There was also a terrifying existence that had cut off the heads of cultivators. Now, another existence that had devoured the flesh and blood of people had appeared. If they were careless, they might die here. It was really a dangerous place. However, sometimes, the word danger had to be interpreted in another way. Danger referred to danger. Opportunity referred to opportunity. Danger and opportunity always coexisted. The more dangerous a place was, the more amazing the opportunity would be. Mu Liuxi and Xianxia obviously understood this, so they couldn't leave now. They all wanted to obtain amazing opportunities here. The three of them chose a passage and continued to walk deeper. However, not long after, something terrible happened. The light in the tunnel behind them was a little dim. However, there was still some visibility, but now, the darkness was rapidly devouring the weak light. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng, Mu Liuxi, and Nangong Xian'er's expressions changed. This situation was a little similar to the dark erosion that Lin Feng had seen before, but it was obviously not the dark erosion, because the aura emitted by the dark erosion was completely different from the aura here. The aura emitted by the dark erosion was dark, cold, eerie, and terrifying. The aura here was the aura of death, and it was extremely dense. The darkness that devoured light was like the grim reaper that had walked out of hell. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. "Let's go," Lin Feng said in a deep voice and increased his speed. The darkness that devoured light was quickly chasing after them. That kind of aura was really too terrifying. Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er were so scared that they were trembling. This was a kind of pressure on the soul, enough to make people collapse. In the end, Lin Feng and the other two were unable to break free from the darkness that devoured the light. The three of them were swallowed by the darkness. Lin Feng took out the Buddhist treasure Xianxia before the three of them were swallowed by the darkness. The Buddhist treasure cassock floated above his head and shone down with Buddhist light. The dazzling Buddhist light protected the three of them. Keek keek. A gloomy voice came from the darkness, like the laughter of a malicious spirit. "What's that sound?" Nangong Xian'er said with a trembling voice. "Maybe it's some evil ghost," Lin Feng said. "Bastard, you're still scaring people at a time like this." Nangong Xian'er glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng realized that Nangong Xian'er was a beautiful and charming girl, but in fact, she wasn't a very good-tempered girl. However, this also added a strange kind of beauty to Nangong Xian'er. Lin Feng naturally knew that the thing in the darkness was not a malicious spirit, because Lin Feng had released a trace of aura from the stone of suppressing prison earlier. However, the existence in the darkness was not scared away. If it was a malicious spirit, it would definitely be scared away by the stone of suppressing prison. Since it was not scared away by the stone of suppressing prison, it meant that it was not a malicious spirit. This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled, and he did not know what kind of terrifying existence was hiding in the darkness. At this moment, the terrifying existence began to attack the defensive light barrier formed by the Buddhist light. Bang! 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 Sounds of violent collisions could be heard one after another. The defensive light barrier formed by the Buddhist light began to shake violently, and every time it shook, new cracks would appear. After seeing those cracks, Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a serious expression. It seemed that the existence in the darkness was not simple, and it would not be easy to scare it away. Lin Feng simply sat cross-legged and began to recite the Magnificent Dharma Sutra. The Magnificent Dharma Sutra was a Buddhist scripture recorded in the 3,000 Great Ways of Karma. This Buddhist scripture could dispel evil spirits. When used together with the Buddhist treasure Xianxia, its power was huge. When Lin Feng recited the Buddhist scripture, 3,000 worlds appeared behind Lin Feng. In each world of the 3,000 worlds, there was an old monk sitting cross-legged. Those old monks recited the Buddhist scripture together. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to have become a saint. Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er looked at Lin Feng in shock. They even felt like prostrating themselves in front of Lin Feng. This feeling was so strange, but so strong. The hearts of the two were filled with deep shock. The 3,000 old monks and the Buddhist treasure Xianxia were closely connected. The Buddhist light illuminated the world. When the Buddhist light shone on the darkness, suddenly, something amazing happened. The darkness was ignited. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The darkness would be completely burned to ashes. Swish, at this moment, a black war spear covered with runes stabbed out from the darkness. The black war spear contained a peerless sharpness. It blocked the attack of the Buddhist light. Then, the attack hit the defensive light shield formed by the Buddhist treasure cassock. Then, something shocking happened. When the black war spear stabbed the light shield formed by the Buddhist light, suddenly, the light shield formed by the Buddhist light was pierced through by the black war spear. Then, that black spear was moving towards Lin Feng to kill him. The existence in the darkness was really too terrifying. Its attack power was shocking. Seeing the war spear quickly stabbing towards Lin Feng, Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er wanted to help Lin Feng block the black war spear. However, their bodies couldn't move. The black war spear made their souls tremble. It was as if their bodies didn't belong to them. Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er couldn't imagine how powerful the black war spear was. The black war spear was about to pierce through Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng bent his finger and flicked it on the black war spear. The black war spear was hit by Lin Feng and deviated from its original direction. I am blessed by the 10,000 Buddhas. Demons cannot invade. Lin Feng instantly stood up, surrounded by endless Buddha shadows, and then rushed into the darkness. An earth-shattering battle broke out. In the end, Lin Feng returned to the Buddhist treasure Xianxia. Lin Feng coughed violently a few times. In the darkness, he fought with the terrifying existence. Although he repelled the opponent, he was also injured. The reason why Lin Feng rushed out of the range of the Xianxia and then rushed into the darkness to fight with the unknown and terrifying existence was because the existence's black war spear could break the defense of the Xianxia. The enemy was in the dark. He was in the light. Although he could resolve the opponent's attack, he couldn't guarantee that the opponent had other terrifying attacks. If the opponent only dealt with him, it would be fine. But what if the opponent attacked Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er? How could Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er resist? It was impossible to resist the attack of the terrifying existence. He could help them once, twice, or even 3 times. But it was absolutely impossible to help them resolve all the attacks. So, at this time, the way to solve the problem once and for all was to repel the existence in the darkness. Only this could resolve the potential crisis. Therefore, Lin Feng took the risk to enter the darkness and fought with the unknown and terrifying existence. But Lin Feng didn't see what the existence was. This made Lin Feng feel very regretful. He was very curious about the mysterious existence. But everything about the other party, it was too mysterious. Lin Feng hurriedly operated the immortal god blood and his injuries instantly recovered. At this time, the darkness had completely left. Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er pointed at Lin Feng, their faces full of shock and emotion. The darkness was so terrifying, but it was repelled by Lin Feng. This was too unbelievable. They couldn't even believe what they saw with their own eyes. However, all of this was real. Lin Feng could repel the darkness. Then, how terrifying was Lin Feng's cultivation, thinking of Lin Feng's own terrifying strength. Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er's hearts were suddenly deeply shocked. Mu Liuxi always felt that Lin Feng was not simple, but she absolutely didn't dare to imagine that Lin Feng was strong to such an extent. As for Nangong Xian'er, he had always felt that since Lin Feng was so young, his cultivation was naturally not that high. Only now did she realize how wrong she was. Suddenly, at this moment, Nangong Xian'er thought of the mysterious person who had saved her. The other party secretly destroyed the 9th elder of the Wu family. He chased away the Wu family. Could it be that person was him? Nangong Xian'er looked at Lin Feng. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. Were you the one who helped me? Nangong Xian'er asked as she looked at Lin Feng. Mu Liuxi also looked at Lin Feng. She also felt that it was very likely that Lin Feng was the one who had helped Nangong Xian'er. Lin Feng said indifferently, so what if it's me? Don't rely on me just because I saved you, or want to repay me with your body. I can tell you now that I'm not a casual person. Nangong Xian'er couldn't help but roll her eyes. No matter what, she was still a peerless beauty. Who knew how many cultivators were chasing after her? This guy actually dared to say that she shouldn't rely on him. What kind of person did this guy think she was? The more Nangong Xian'er thought about it, the angrier she became. She was originally very grateful to Lin Feng, but now she had the urge to gnash her teeth. She wanted nothing more than to throw a few punches at Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored Nangong Xian'er's teeth-gnashing expression and walked straight in. Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er hurriedly chased after him. With how powerful Lin Feng was, following by Lin Feng's side was the safest. They would also be able to obtain many benefits. They even thought of the fiery divine tree they had seen before. It was no wonder that incomparably powerful Hu Liao had left. It was because Hu Liao had sensed Lin Feng's powerful cultivation and was scared away by Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the depths of the cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a huge stone room. The stone door was tightly shut. When Lin Feng arrived, he saw that Long Yuanbiao, Zhang Yu, and the other four had already arrived. As for the others, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng guessed that they might have already died. Brother Ji. After seeing Lin Feng, Long Yuanbiao cupped his fists. Brother Long. Lin Feng also cupped his fists in greeting. Lin Feng didn't ask if Long Yuanbiao had obtained any fortuitous opportunities along the way. However, although this cave was dangerous, there were many natural treasures growing in it. For example, the fiery divine tree that Lin Feng had obtained previously. If he could obtain a natural treasure, this trip would be worth it. Now, Lin Feng was still waiting to leave this place and find a place to refine the fiery divine fruit. Lin Feng hoped to raise his physical body to the emperor level as soon as possible. Of course, he knew that this would be an extremely difficult task. However, after obtaining the fiery divine fruit, Lin Feng saw hope. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, more cultivators arrived. The people from Sky Market Island. Nangong Xian'er said. Her family used to be a force on Sky Market Island, so she was familiar with the cultivators from the other forces. Previously, the Wu family was only one of the 5 major forces on Sky Market Island. Now, there were more than 30 cultivators who had arrived. Some were from the Wu family, while others were from the other 4 major forces. The other 4 major forces were the Su, Wu, Song, and Tang families. Nangong Xian'er. A cultivator from the Wu family pointed at Nangong Xian'er with a cold expression. The Wu family and the Nangong family had an irreconcilable enmity. Although most of the Nangong family's clansmen had died, the Wu family's clansmen were still alive. However, after all, the Nangong family wasn't completely destroyed. Therefore, they were still a thorn in the side of the Wu family. Capture this girl and make the Nangong family show themselves. A skinny old man from the Wu family said in a deep voice. He was the 4th elder of the Wu family. The cultivators of the Su, Wu, Song, and Tang clans watched this scene with indifferent expressions. Naturally, they wouldn't get involved in the grudge between the Wu family and the Nangong family. A cultivator from the Wu family walked toward Nangong Xian'er after receiving the 4th elder's order. He wanted to capture Nangong Xian'er. At this moment, a group of cultivators flew in from outside. The leader of the group laughed loudly. Fairy Xian'er. If you agree to be my 173rd concubine, then I'll help the Nangong family destroy the Wu family. What do you think? Who dares to be so presumptuous? The 4th elder of the Wu family was furious. Then, he looked at the newcomer. After seeing the person who spoke, the 4th elder of the Wu family's expression changed immediately. This group of people was from the Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea. The person who spoke was a young cultivator in an imperial robe. Wu Mu. You've got guts, huh? How dare you be so impudent to this crown prince? Do you not want to live anymore? The 9th crown prince said coldly. The 9th crown prince's name was Ao Shen. He was talented and extremely arrogant. Even when facing the 4th elder of the Wu clan, he still had an arrogant attitude. The 4th elder of the Wu clan was naturally furious. Ao Shen was just a junior in front of him. The 4th elder of the Wu clan. He was not afraid of Ao Shen, so what if Ao Shen was talented? The 4th elder of the Wu clan did not believe that Ao Shen was his opponent. However, the power behind Ao Shen was too strong. Therefore, even though he felt extremely sullen and humiliated, even though he wanted to cut Ao Shen into pieces, however, the 4th elder of the Wu clan did not dare to show his emotions. The 4th elder of the Wu clan quickly said, so it's the 9th crown prince. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. I apologize to the 9th crown prince. Humph. Ao Shen sneered and said, in the future, open your eyes. If you offend someone you cannot afford to offend, you and your clan will be annihilated. Arrogant. He was extremely arrogant. Moreover, he said those words in front of the 5 major powers of the Sky Market Island. He was even more arrogant, the reason why the 5 major powers of the Sky Market Island could survive in the vast ocean. It was because, when there was an invasion, the 5 major powers, they would unite as one. Or else, the Sky Market Island would have been destroyed long ago. After hearing Aoshin's arrogant words, the experts of the other 4 major clans of the Sky Market Island were extremely furious. They felt that Aoshin was not only humiliating the 4th elder of the Wu clan, he was also humiliating the 4 major clans. However, the higher-ups of the 4 major clans were good at enduring, so they did not act on the spot. The 4th elder of the Wu clan's expression was extremely gloomy, but he did not refute Aoshin. TSK. The 9th Crown Prince is really impressive. However, a peerless beauty like Fairy Xianxia cannot fall into the hands of the 9th Crown Prince. Otherwise, it would be like falling into a pit of fire. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Following that, a group of cultivators flew over. The person who spoke was a sea monster in human form. The sea demon tribe was different from the deep sea demon tribe. They were 2 completely different races. The deep sea demons were very similar to humans. However, the Siren clan's true body was very different from the human race. The sea demon race was born with the bodies of abyssal demons. However, its head was incomparably huge. Its head was very similar to the head of a piranha. The Siren clan was best at creating illusions. It was easy to get lost in the illusion. Lin Feng had seen the sea demon tribe before, so he knew how terrifying they were. And in the sea demon clan's sphere of influence was extremely powerful. The Ocean Yao clan cultivator who spoke had already transformed into human form. He looked very handsome. Although the Siren clan's original body was extremely ugly, when they transformed into human form, they looked extremely ugly. The man was handsome and confident. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy. Yao Wuxiu. So it was you. Is a scum like you even qualified to judge this crown prince? After seeing the sea demon clan cultivator who spoke, Aoshin revealed a sneer on his face. The 2 of them were obviously not on good terms. Yao Wuxiu was also not a good person. Aoshin was extremely evil. Any woman he fancied would not be able to escape from his palms. If he could not obtain a woman through fair means, then he would directly snatch her. In the sea. Who dared to offend the Dragon Palace? Thus, the other party's power did not dare to speak out. As for Yao Wuxiu, he was about the same as Aoshin. The Sea Demon clan's power was huge, not much weaker than the Dragon Palace. Yao Wuxiu had a special characteristic. He had many women, but in the end, they often ended up as his food. Thus, no woman dared to marry Yao Wuxiu. Thus, Yao Wuxiu's women were basically all snatched by force. These 2 famous young ruffians of the sea world were not easy to deal with. Because these 2 fellows were fighting for the title of Sea World's #1 young ruffian. In the eyes of others, this was an extremely shameful title. However, in the eyes of Aoshin and Yao Wuxiu, these 2 young ruffians, this was indeed a title that made them feel extremely proud. When others called them young ruffians, they were not ashamed. Instead, they were proud of it. Yao Wuxiu looked at Aoshin with an indifferent expression and said, "You speak as if you are a good person." What a joke. I am most afraid of some people who are obviously not good people. You actually do not know your place. The reason why Yao Wuxiu and Aoshin had a grudge was because of a dispute over the daughter of a small clan's patriarch. Originally, Yao Wuxiu fancied the daughter of that small clan's patriarch first. Who knew that Aoshin would snatch her away before him? This made Yao Wuxiu furious. Furthermore, because of this matter, Yao Wuxiu felt that he had lost all his face. Thus, he hated Aoshin. Yao Wuxiu was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Thus, he took advantage of the time when Yao Wuxiu's most beloved concubine left the Dragon Palace and returned to the clan to visit her relatives and kidnapped her. After Aoshin found out about this matter, Aoshin was furious. Aoshin went to ask for her. However, Yao Wuxiu did not return her to Aoshin. From then on, the grudge between the 2 parties deepened. Of course, the Sea Demon clan and the Dragon Palace had always been in conflict. Because they were all peak powers of the vast ocean world, they had always been fighting openly and secretly for territory and resources. Thus, it was not only Ao Shen and Yao Wuxiu who had deep grudges. Even the forces behind the two of them had deep enmity with each other. Ao Shen glanced at Yao Wuxiu indifferently before looking at Nangong Xian'er and saying, "Fairy Xian'er, today, you have to make a choice. Between this prince and Yao Wuxiu, you have to choose one." Ao Shen's words were not to be doubted. From Ao Shen's point of view, Nangong Xian'er did not have any other choice. Fairy Xian'er. This fellow is a shameless person who casually bestowed his concubine to his subordinates. You have to be careful when making your choice. Yao Wuxiu said with a faint smile. That is still better than a scum who treats his concubine as food and eats her. Ao Shen replied with a cold smile. Yao Wuxiu said indifferently, I ate those women because they offended this prince. How could those ordinary women compare to a beauty like Fairy Xian'er? Even if Fairy Xian'er offended this prince could not bear to touch Fairy Xian'er. Everyone looked at Nangong Xian'er. They did not know whether she would choose to jump into the wolf's den or the tiger's den. No matter who she chose, she would not have a good ending. At this moment, Nangong Xian'er hugged Lin Feng's arm and leaned her beautiful face on Lin Feng's shoulder as she said, Xian'er's heart belongs to someone. For the rest of my life, I will only belong to young Master Ji. Thus, I can only apologize to Prince Yao and the ninth prince. Hearing this, Yao Wuxiu and Ao Shen's faces darkened. They looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. As for Lin Feng, he rolled his eyes gloomily. Nangong Xian'er was actually using him as a shield. Brat. Let me ask you. Is what Nangong Xian'er said true? You should know that there are some things that you shouldn't admit. Otherwise, you will only bring death upon yourself. Ao Shen looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. The threat in his words was extremely heavy. It was as if Lin Feng dared to say yes, he would be struck by lightning. It was as if he would suffer a thunderous attack. Brat. You only have one life. Think carefully before you speak. Yao Wuxiu couldn't help but sneer. His pair of cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with an eerie coldness. Whether it was Ao Shen or Yao Wuxiu, they were both very interested in Nangong Xian'er. Of course. The reason why the competition for Nangong Xian'er was so intense was because of a competitive mentality. They were competing for the same goal. Naturally, whoever could obtain this goal would be able to step on the other party. Ao Shen and Yao Wuxiu had done such things many times. The two of them had been competing for a very long time. However, if Nangong Xian'er's heart was captured by Lin Feng, to the two of them it would be a huge blow. The woman they fancied would become another man's woman in the end. If this matter were to spread out, how would they have the face to meet others, therefore? The two of them would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Lin Feng pulled Nangong Xian'er into his embrace. Then, he looked at Ao Shen and Yao Wuxiu and said, You want to touch my woman? Are you tired of living? After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people were stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They didn't dare to believe what they had just heard. Because Lin Feng's words were simply too audacious. Admitting that Nangong Xian'er was his woman meant that he was on the opposite side of Ao Shen and Yao Wuxiu. The most important thing was that Lin Feng had surprisingly dared to say that he didn't want to live anymore to Ao Shen and Yao Wuxiu. This would definitely infuriate Ao Shen and Yao Wuxiu. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng didn't seem like a brainless person. Why, daring to say such words to Ao Shen and Yao Wuxiu, this really left everyone puzzled. Could it be, this brat in front of him had some hidden methods, so he wasn't afraid of Ao Shen and Yao Wuxiu? Many people thought of a certain possibility. Other than this explanation, these people really couldn't think of any other reason. Long Yuanbiao and the others in the crowd couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Because the people Lin Feng had offended were people like Ao Shen and Yao Wuxiu. This was a high and mighty existence. The forces behind them were incomparably powerful. Who would dare to provoke them? Now, Lin Feng had offended these guys. What kind of good ending could he have? This brat is courting death. He deserved to die. Xianxia sneered. He had always wanted to kill Lin Feng because Long Yuanbiao was protecting Lin Feng. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't find a chance to make a move. But now, Xianxia saw that Lin Feng was actually trying to catch him. In his heart. Immediately, he felt a burst of excitement. In this way, there was no need for him to make a move. From Xiangxia's point of view, Lin Feng would definitely die today. Brat. Courting death. Ao Shen and Yao Wushu's eyes shot out dense killing intent. They didn't care whether Lin Feng had some hidden methods or not. From their point of view, even if Lin Feng had some hidden methods, those methods, from their point of view, wouldn't be of much use. Ao Shen and Yao Wushu were both top-notch young masters of the vast ocean world. Who would dare to offend them? Hence, the two of them had forgotten when was the last time someone was so impudent to them. Of course, perhaps before Lin Feng, there had never been anyone who dared to be so impudent to them. But Lin Feng dared. This caused the two of them to be exceptionally furious. Capture this brat. This young master will ruthlessly torture this brat. Let him have a taste of a life worse than death. Ao Shen's voice was indifferent. Let this brat be dealt with by this young master. Capture this brat for this young master. Yao Wushu waved his hand and ordered. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. Two cultivators from Ao Shen and Yao Wushu's side stepped out. Following which, they charged towards Lin Feng, wanting to capture Lin Feng. Courting death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he looked at the four cultivators charging towards him. He casually slashed out a ray of sword chi. That ray of sword chi quickly flew out. Following which, four ripping sounds could be heard. The four cultivators were instantly killed by Lin Feng. Other than Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xianer, everyone couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. They didn't even dare to believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. It was a young human cultivator. Killing four experts in an instant, this was truly inconceivable. But this was something that happened in front of everyone. However, many people felt that the reason why Lin Feng was able to kill four experts wasn't because of how powerful Lin Feng's methods were. Many people felt that it was very likely that Lin Feng was using some kind of powerful magic treasure to be able to explode with such a powerful attack. Even Long Yuanbiao and Xianxia, who had known Lin Feng for a period of time, thought so, let alone the other cultivators. In the instant that the four cultivators were killed by Lin Feng, a strange thing happened. The runes on the stone door awakened and instantly absorbed the blood of the dead cultivators. After the blood in their bodies completely fused with the stone door actually turned blood-red. The blood-red runes on the stone door awakened. After those blood-red runes combined together, they actually turned into a blood-red python. After seeing that blood-red python, everyone couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. That blood-red python began to circle around the stone door. First, it circled 9 times in a clockwise direction, then 8 times in a counterclockwise direction, then 10 times in a clockwise direction, and finally 12 times in a counterclockwise direction. Following which, that blood-red python laid on the stone door and didn't move anymore. Kacha kacha. The stone door slowly opened. After seeing the stone door begin to open, everyone's eyes lit up. Everybody's eyes were twinkling. Ao Shen and Yao Wusu didn't continue attacking Lin Feng. They all looked at the door. After 15 minutes, the stone door finally opened completely. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Immediately, 5 or 6 cultivators rushed in. Ah! Following which, those cultivators let out miserable shrieks. Outside, everyone saw those cultivators fall to the ground and twitch violently a few times before dying. It's poisonous insects, someone pointed at the small black insects that were squirming on the ground. They were densely packed and no one knew how many there were. It's a blackstone bug, an extremely strange poisonous bug. Although it's not big, its carapace is extremely hard. It's almost impossible for Dharma treasures to damage its carapace. Moreover, this blackstone bug's attack power is extremely strong. Most importantly, this blackstone bug contains lethal poison. If you're stung by a blackstone bug, your body will be paralyzed. If you're attacked by a large number of blackstone bugs, a large amount of lethal poison will enter your body. You'll definitely die. One of the cultivators said. So many blackstone bugs are swarming out. What do we do now? Should we retreat or fight with these blackstone bugs? If we fight with these blackstone bugs, we'll probably die. There are so many poisonous bugs here. It's too scary. We'll come back in after they leave. But what if these poisonous bugs don't leave? Many cultivators could not help but discuss nervously when they saw a large number of blackstone bugs crawling out of the stone chamber. The blackstone bugs were too terrifying. They made one's hair stand on end. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be if they were to face these blackstone bugs head-on. At that time, many of them might die from the blackstone bugs' attacks. Therefore, many cultivators wanted to retreat. At that moment, Tang Bo, the third elder of the Tang family of Sky Ruin Island, said, "It's fine. Although the blackstone bugs are powerful, it's not impossible to deal with them. I have something here that can deal with these blackstone bugs." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Bo took out an item. It was actually an incense stick's worth of time. Tang Bo lit the incense stick. Instantly, a special smell spread out. That special smell seemed to be extremely lethal to the blackstone bugs. When the blackstone bugs smelled that special smell, they became agitated. The blackstone bugs became irritable. Many of them shot into the sky and flew outside. However, very soon, one by one, the blackstone bugs fell from the sky. Then, a large number of blackstone bugs died. When they saw the large number of blackstone bugs dying, everyone could not help but be extremely shocked. It had only been an incense stick's worth of time, but so many blackstone bugs had been killed. They wondered what the incense stick was made of. Between heaven and earth, all things had a counterbalance. This saying was indeed true. The blackstone bugs were originally a terrifying group of poisonous bugs with great lethality. They could even cause great damage to the cultivators who came here. However, a large number of them had died in an incense stick's time. Therefore, in this world, there was no such thing as absolute invincibility. Everything followed the principle of mutual promotion and restraint. Finally, all the blackstone bugs were dead, and their corpses were piled together, emitting a faint stench. The mother celestial devouring bug emitted waves of energy. Lin Blackstone bug 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 a bug 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 bug. Blackstone bug 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 bug. The celestial devouring bug queen actually needed to devour the poison contained in these blackstone bugs. Blackstone Lin's bug to Blackstone bug bug Blackstone Bo's Blackstone bug 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 Blackstone bug 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 Blackstone bugs bug 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 bug. He Emperor Blackstone, of course, Emperor Archaic, the archaic ancestral worm had hatched. Now that he was cultivating in the space of time, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. The prehistoric demon refining insect queen laid a large number of eggs again. Lin Feng estimated that it wouldn't take too long for the eggs to hatch into larvae. When the time comes, the prehistoric demon refining insects once again formed a swarm, which would be able to provide Lin Feng with a powerful combat strength. The only difficult thing to cultivate was the celestial devouring bug queen, mainly because the materials were hard to find. But now, Lin Feng could finally solve this problem. There were so many blackstone worms' corpses that the poison within had accumulated. There was a high probability that the poison would help the blackstone worm queen lay eggs. Lin Feng collected all the blackrock worm corpses. Seeing this, many people did not stop him. The carapace of the blackstone bug was very difficult to break. Cultivators were practically incapable of extracting the poison inside. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, even if Lin Feng collected the blackstone worm corpses, it would be a futile effort. Of course, these people did not know that the celestial devouring bug queen could devour the blackstone worm's poison, nor did they know that Lin Feng had the celestial devouring bug queen. So now, Lin Feng was silently making a fortune. He collected all the blackstone worm corpses. At this time, everyone had already entered the stone room in the depths. The stone room in the depths was very large. There were many daily necessities in the stone room, such as bowls, plates, tables, chairs, and benches. The tables, chairs, and benches were all made of stone. They were immortal after the passage of time. There were also some stone rooms that had been opened up. Many people directly ran towards those stone rooms. The stone rooms were opened one after another. Next, a great battle broke out in the stone rooms. Many of the stone rooms had treasures. Thus, it caused a fight among the cultivators. Lin Feng also opened a stone room. He, Mu Liuxi, and Namgong Xian'er entered the stone room together. Lin Feng found that this stone room seemed to be a boudoir. There was a white jade bed and a dressing table. When he stepped into the stone room, Lin Feng suddenly heard a voice. "Why did you betray me?" It was a woman's voice. It was the same woman's voice that Lin Feng had heard before. Then, Lin Feng saw a woman in a long black dress sitting in front of the dressing table. Her back was facing Lin Feng. She held a horn comb in her hand and slowly combed her beautiful black hair. Her back view was so beautiful. Anyone who saw that back would probably be infatuated with this woman. Is it her? The Devil Lord's daughter. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of the rumors that he had heard before. This was the cave residence of the Devil Lord's daughter. However, Lin Feng didn't know if that rumor was true. For the time being, he believed that the rumor was true. If that was the case, then, was this woman in front of him the Devil Lord's daughter? What made Lin Feng puzzled was, why did he hear her voice so many times? Now, across the river of time, Lin Feng saw a trace of her imprint. Suddenly, everything in front of him disappeared. The woman was gone. People entered the stone room one after another. Many people walked directly to the white jade bed and the dressing table, wanting to see if there was anything good there. Some people even wanted to destroy the white jade bed because they felt that there might be something hidden in the white jade bed. But at this moment, both the white jade bed and the dressing table vibrated with a terrifying power. That force crossed endless time and space, as if it had come from ancient times to this world. That terrifying power slammed into the bodies of the cultivators, and those who wanted to get close to the white jade bed and dressing table were all killed. P.S. Late at night. Written on Mother's Day. First, Old Steamed Bun would like to send his most sincere blessings for Mother's Day. He hoped that all the mothers in the world would be healthy and safe. He also hoped that everyone would be able to have a meteoric rise in their careers. Secondly, Old Steamed Bun hoped that he could tell everyone what was in his heart. Brothers and sisters, I hope that everyone can read the immemorial dragonesque elephant art in its original form. Old Steamed Bun would update 7 chapters a day. He was definitely the most serious and hardworking author. I hope that everyone can subscribe to the immemorial dragonesque elephant art in its original form. This was because Old Steamed Bun had to rely on his royalties to support his family. It was not easy to earn some hard-earned money. Every month, he had to earn more than 10 yuan, which was the cost of a pack of cigarettes. And Old Steamed Bun could only earn a small portion of that amount. Hence, it was too tough and life was too difficult. Hence, I sincerely hope that everyone can support Old Steamed Bun in its original form. Everyone can download QQ to read and subscribe to the immemorial dragonesque elephant art in its original form. Or use QQ Bookstore on your phone to subscribe to the original form. I hope that everyone can support Old Steamed Bun. Also, everyone can search for Wang Zai Old Steamed Bun on WeChat's public account and you will be able to follow Old Steamed Bun's public account. On the public account, Old Steamed Bun will post about the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, such as character introduction, plot introduction, artifact introduction, etc. Or if anyone has anything to say to Old Steamed Bun, you can leave a message on WeChat's public account. Old Steamed Bun will post some personal updates on WeChat's public platform, etc. I hope that everyone can follow. Thank you. At the same time, he also announced 2 group numbers. Everyone can add them. Old Steamed Bun often appeared in the group. Lin Feng and the others were a little further away, so they did not encounter any calamities. There were also some cultivators who were about the same distance as Lin Feng and the others, so they did not encounter any calamities. However, all the cultivators who were close to it died. Not a single one of them survived. Lin Feng said, the Demon Lord's daughter left behind a power that transcends time to protect this place. He frowned. They could not touch the things here. If they dared to touch the things here, they would be courting death. What should we do now? Namgong Xian'er looked at Lin Feng and asked. Let's retreat. There's no need to take the risk here, Lin Feng said. The power left behind by the Devil Lord's daughter was simply too terrifying. There was simply no way to contend against it. If one tried in vain to contend against the power left behind by the Devil Lord's daughter, if they dared to try it, they would not have a good ending. The others also planned to retreat. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, the rune on Lin Feng's left arm suddenly fluctuated. Lin Feng was shocked. The ancient devil ring. It was a treasure that he had obtained by chance in the Thunderblade battlefield. The ancient devil ring was one of the 5 supreme treasures of the demon realm. Rumor had it that it was a supreme treasure left behind by a demon lord. However, the ancient devil realm was too strange. So much so that Lin Feng could not comprehend the secrets of the ancient devil ring. Of course, the ancient devil ring had also acted strangely several times, and it had helped Lin Feng to a certain extent. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, he was more confident in controlling the ancient devil ring. He was no longer as fearful of the ancient devil ring as before. The number of times the ancient devil ring had acted strangely in the past 100 years could be counted on one hand. Therefore, every time the ancient devil ring acted strangely, there must be a reason. This time, the ancient devil ring acted strangely again. Lin Feng was naturally very surprised. Could it be, the witch's father is the owner of the ancient devil ring? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Father, where are you? Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a voice calling out to him. It was still the witch's voice. This was the voice of the witch's imprint. Lin Feng was almost certain. The owner of the ancient devil ring was the witch's father. It was just that he did not know which of the 9 demon masters this demon master was. A special force guided Lin Feng into the depths of the stone chamber. Are you crazy? Stop it. When Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xianer saw Lin Feng walking towards the depths of the stone chamber, their expressions changed drastically. The scene of so many cultivators dying in an instant was still vivid in his mind. It was unforgettable. Therefore, when they saw Lin Feng walking towards the depths of the stone chamber, they were extremely worried about Lin Feng's safety. Lin Feng knew that it was the ancient devil ring that caused him to go deeper into the stone room. He felt as if his body was out of his control, unable to resist this power. However, since the witch was the daughter of the owner of the ancient devil ring, in that case, he probably wouldn't hurt himself. Lin Feng waved his hand at the 2 girls, telling them not to worry. Many cultivators were attracted over and they watched as Lin Feng walked towards the interior of the stone chamber. What is this brat up to? Many cultivators frowned. So many experts had died earlier. Wasn't that enough to alert everyone? However, Lin Feng was still walking towards the ancient devil ring. This made everyone extremely suspicious. Lin Feng arrived in front of the stone bed. That terrifying power did not attack him. Then, Lin Feng arrived in front of the dressing table. That terrifying power still did not attack him. It was as Lin Feng had guessed. Because of the ancient devil ring, the terrifying power that the witch left behind here would not attack him. Lin Feng opened the dressing table of the witch. He saw a jade pendant. There was a short poem written on the back of the jade pendant. Time flowed like the breeze. By the side of the heavenly lake, the weeping willow. When the beauty was in her prime. She did not allow the human world to see her white hair. The great desolation ancient scripture opened for all ages. Extending one's lifespan could lead to eternal life. Wishing to reach eternal life with a fairy. A thought and a flower would never part. At the end of the poem, there was also the word origin. Origin? What does this mean? Is it a person's name? The person who wrote this poem is called Origin Supreme? Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility. Perhaps there was really such a possibility. He had heard the witch's voice before. Someone had let her down. So, the witch had said that she would rather let the world down than let the world down on her. Those who could say such words were more or less perverted in their hearts. Perhaps it was because the witch had suffered too many blows that she said such words. But that heartless person, who was he? Lin Feng did not know at first, but now he seemed to know. Perhaps it was this cultivator called Origin. As for who this Origin Supreme was, he didn't know. Lin Feng did not know what he had done to the witch in the past. Moreover, so many years had passed. Perhaps, this origin had long since returned to the 9 heavens. Lin Feng kept the jade pendant. He didn't know if there was anything extraordinary about the jade pendant, but since it was left behind by the witch, there might be something special about it. Lin Feng continued to rummage through the dressing table, but could not find anything else. He walked out. "Kid! Hand it over." Xianxia walked forwards and looked at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. Lin Feng swept a glance at Xianxia and said indifferently, "If I were you, scram as far away as you can." "Brat, what are you pretending to be?" Xianxia glanced at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with contempt. He was a dignified expert of the Holy Emperor level, how could he be afraid of a young cultivator like Lin Feng? Furthermore, Lin Feng was a human cultivator. In the eyes of many cultivators of the myriad races, human cultivators were inferior. And Xianxia thought so too. "Xianxia, don't make a mistake," Mu Liuxi said coldly. "Xianxia, since you're my companion, I'll give you a warning. Apologize to little brother Ji now, otherwise, you'll die." Nangong Xianer said coldly. "TSK, what's wrong? Both of you have taken a fancy to this pretty boy? This pretty boy is really good at seducing women." Xianxia looked at Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xianer mockingly. "Shameless." The two women looked at Xianxia with unsightly expressions. They reminded Xianxia because they came out to train together, but not only did Xianxia not appreciate it, he even humiliated them. Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xianer did not say anything else. They let Xianxia fend for himself. "Didn't you hear what I said? Hand it over? Do you want me to do it? You lowly thing, are you really so shameless?" Xianxia looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Xianxia and Lin Feng had a conflict before, so he did not mind humiliating Lin Feng. "Ignorant." Lin Feng looked at Xianxia mockingly. "Kneel." Xiangxia's expression suddenly sank, and he shouted coldly. A powerful aura surged out of his body and suppressed Lin Feng. He actually wanted to make Lin Feng kneel in front of him. The aura of a Holy Emperor realm cultivator was naturally extremely terrifying. Therefore, in many people's opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to be miserable this time. But soon, everyone was shocked to discover that under the pressure of the other party's aura, Lin Feng was actually safe and sound. Strange. It was truly extremely strange. A young human cultivator was able to withstand the aura of a Holy Emperor realm cultivator. It was truly unbelievable. Previously, some people thought that Lin Feng might have a powerful magic treasure on him. And Lin Feng was able to kill the 4 cultivators of the Dragon Palace and the Sea Demon clan because of that powerful magic treasure. Now, many people were muttering in their hearts. Could it be that Lin Feng's powerful magic treasure could withstand the pressure of a cultivator's aura? What kind of magic treasure was this? It actually had such an effect, it was really too strange. With this little cultivation, you dare to come out and show off? Who gave you the guts? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia sarcastically. He was just an ant. Lin Feng originally couldn't be bothered with this person. But this Xianxia. But he jumped out again. Looking for trouble with him. He was really tired of living. Lin Feng was now also filled with killing intent. Xiangxia's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, his aura was oppressing Lin Feng, but it actually didn't have any effect on Lin Feng. Xianxia felt. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face by Lin Feng again and again. That feeling was too painful. This made Xianxia feel full of shame. Xianxia gnashed his teeth in hatred. Right now, Xianxia only had one thought. That was to kill Lin Feng. Only this. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. "Kid, go to hell." Xianxia couldn't help but shout coldly. Then, a palm slapped towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm contained an extremely powerful power. That kind of power was simply enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. A Holy Emperor realm cultivator was truly extraordinary. "I'm afraid that kid is going to be killed." That's right. The person who attacked was too powerful. He was a sage emperor. That kid might be able to display extraordinary battle prowess with the help of some magic treasures, But if he wants to use magic treasures to fight against Saint Emperors, that's just a pipe dream. Some of the spectating cultivators began to discuss among themselves. He felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Kneel. At this moment, everyone saw Lin Feng take a step forward and then coldly shout. A powerful aura emanated from Lin Feng's body. When the surrounding cultivators sensed the formidable aura emanating from Lin Feng's body, their faces turned as pale as paper. They felt like they were a small boat in an endless sea. It was as if it could be overturned by the monstrous waves at any time. They felt so small and insignificant. If Lin Feng was a gigantic dragon, they were nothing but ants. If Lin Feng was a heavenly god, then they were mere mortals. Everyone couldn't help but be deeply shocked in their hearts. The aura emanating from Lin Feng's body was simply too powerful. These cultivators didn't even know why such a terrifying aura was emanating from Lin Feng's body. Zhang Yu's attack was instantly dispersed by the powerful aura that surged from Lin Feng's body. With a plop, Zhang Yu's knees went soft and he directly knelt on the ground. A sage emperor expert actually couldn't withstand the pressure of the aura emanating from Lin Feng's body. Everyone was shocked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. No. This can't be real. Zhang Yu roared, unable to accept what had happened. Before this, he was full of contempt for Lin Feng. In Zhang Yu's opinion, if he wanted to deal with Lin Feng, it would be too easy. It was just a matter of moving a finger. However, the actual situation was completely different from what he had imagined. He regarded Lin Feng as an ant. In the end. Instead, he became an ant in front of Lin Feng. It was too much of a blow. Now Zhang Yu was about to go crazy. Killing an ant like you really dirties my hands. But since you're so cheap, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Yu indifferently. He came in front of Zhang Yu. Then, he reached out his hand and pointed at Zhang Yu's head. Puff, a cold light instantly pierced through Zhang Yu's head. Blood splattered. Zhang Yu's body fell to the ground. Lin Feng casually waved his hand and Zhang Yu's body exploded. Only a ball of source energy and storage ring were left. Lin Feng put away Zhang Yu's source energy and storage ring. A sage emperor was killed just like that. It's too savage. It doesn't matter if this kid really has the strength or if he has the help of a powerful magic treasure. His combat strength is unquestionable. Such a powerful combat strength is really too terrifying. Yeah, ordinary cultivators who provoke this kid will definitely not have a good ending. Many cultivators began to discuss with a solemn expression. Among these cultivators, there were even cultivators from the Dragon Palace and the Oceanic Demon Tribe. If the stone door had not opened, the Dragon Palace and the Oceanic Demon Tribe would definitely have attacked Lin Feng. But now, it seemed that if they wanted to kill Lin Feng, they would have to pay a price. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The sound came from outside. Everyone rushed out. Then, everyone saw that a large area of empty space in the center of the cave had collapsed. A pitch-black cave. It appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When they saw the cave, everyone's face involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Let's go down and take a look, Aoshin said in a deep voice. He led the cultivators from the Dragon Palace and flew down. Yao Wushu also led the cultivators from the Oceanic Demon Tribe and flew down. The cultivators from the Sky Market Island flew down. Next, Lin Feng and the others flew down as well. There was a huge Dao platform below. This Dao platform was extremely strange. The entire Dao platform was enveloped by a huge 8 trigrams array. The stone steps in each of the 4 directions of the Dao platform actually had 99 levels of stone steps. The number 99 meant that it was unknown. Now, the stone steps on the Dao platform all had 99 steps. He wondered if there was a special meaning behind it. Every stone step was engraved with dense runes. These runes were extremely mysterious and ancient. They seemed to be a type of demonic runes. However, Lin Feng did not recognize these runes. He felt that these runes were extremely strange and represented a special meaning. Moreover, after Lin Feng arrived, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt like he was being watched by something. However, when he used his divine will to investigate, he found nothing. It was extremely strange. Oh my God, look at the center of the Tao platform. At this moment, someone pointed in the direction of the Tao platform and exclaimed. At some point, a stone bed had appeared on the platform. A woman was lying on the stone bed. She was wearing a long black dress. She was so beautiful. But now, she was lying on the stone bed, motionless, as if she had lost all signs of life. When he saw the woman, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. That woman. No one else. It was the witch. Lin Feng had always thought that the witch had left this place. Of course. Lin Feng also thought that the witch might have died. But if an expert of this level died, they wouldn't leave behind their corpse. Because, an expert of this level was worried that their corpse would be disturbed by others. Moreover, they were also worried that their corpse would turn into an existence like a zombie or be enslaved by the netherworld. And so, many experts' bodies would turn into rainbows and scatter after death. The witch's corpse was preserved, lying on the stone bed on the platform. The witch was motionless. No one knew what the witch's current situation was. Was she really dead? From the looks of it, she was indeed dead. But since the corpse had been preserved and was lying on such a strange platform, it was impossible for him to escape. Could she have defied the heavens and changed her fate? It was hard to say. Anything was possible. Ah! Right at this moment, a blood-curdling scream came from the back. Everyone looked over, but they didn't see anything. Everyone looked in the direction of the scream, but there was no one there. This made everyone very surprised. They didn't know what was going on. But soon, many people discovered a strange scene, because the number of people who had entered the huge stone room had decreased significantly. At least 20 people were missing. This was because there were only a little more than 100 people who came in. So, it was very obvious that more than 20 people were missing. People from the Dragon Palace, the Sea Demon Tribe, and the Sky Market Island had all disappeared. Where are the others? The higher-ups of the three major factions asked with gloomy expressions. But no one could give an answer. Previously, everyone's eyes and minds were focused on the platform. However, by the time they heard that scream, there were already more than 20 people missing. It was extremely strange. Obviously, no one flew out from the top. If they were to fly out from above, such a big movement would not be able to escape the eyes of others. There's something unclean, someone's voice trembled slightly. This was the only explanation. Or else. There was no way to explain why so many people were missing. Another unclean thing had sneaked in. Take out the demon-revealing mirror. Let the existence hiding in the dark. There's nowhere to hide. Aoshin said in a deep voice. A Dragon Palace cultivator took out a demon-revealing mirror. There were many ways to forge a demon-revealing mirror. According to the craftsmanship, materials, forging methods, and so on. The difference between the demon-revealing mirrors was huge. The demon-revealing mirror from the Dragon Palace was definitely a demon-revealing mirror forged with the best craftsmanship. The demon-revealing mirror flew into the air. Then, he scanned the stone room. It illuminated every corner. However, the strange thing was, the demon-revealing mirror found nothing. This caused many people to frown. The existence hiding in the dark was truly too terrifying. Even the demon-revealing mirror could not reveal itself. This was troublesome. Everyone, please take out your evil warding treasures. You're on your own. Someone said. They had to plan for the worst because they could not find that terrifying existence. It would be a very terrifying thing. Perhaps this place would become everyone's burial ground. Why do you have two shadows? At this moment, Lin Feng looked at a cultivator. He discovered that there was another shadow hidden in the cultivator's shadow. The hidden shadow was very hidden. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it at all. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone looked at the cultivator's shadow. Then, all the cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Because, that cultivator. Indeed. There were two shadows. It's him. Suppress him. Aoshin said in a deep voice. I was actually discovered. The cultivator let out a sinister voice. He was a cultivator of the sea demon race, but now he was possessed by that strange existence. His thoughts were erased by that strange existence. He had become a walking corpse. Let's attack together and destroy him, Yao Wushu said in a deep voice. He did not show mercy just because the possessed cultivator was his subordinate. The cultivators of the Sky Ruin Island also joined the battle and began to besiege that terrifying existence. Lin Feng was watching the show from the side. He purposely said that the cultivator had two shadows in order to lure the large factions to besiege that terrifying existence. As for Lin Feng, if he could not attack, naturally, it would be best if he did not attack. Bang! Under the siege of so many powerhouses, the cultivator's body exploded. Finally, a pitch-black shadow appeared. It's the Shadow Devil. Many people were shocked. That pitch-black shadow was the famous Shadow Devil. Shadow Devil. Legend has it that it was a devil born from resentment. The Shadow Devil and Yin God were both born from resentment. However, there was a huge difference between the Shadow Devil and Yin God. The Yin God's killing intent dominated the body, so its attack power was stronger. As for the Shadow Devil, its killing intent was not as strong as the Yin God's. This kind of terrifying existence liked to hide in the dark and ambush others. Silently kill the other party, then swallow the other party in one gulp. It was extremely evil. After the Shadow Devil appeared, everyone continued to attack the Shadow Devil. However, the Shadow Devil was very strange. It did not have a real body, it was just a shadow. So when everyone's attacks landed on it, all the attacks were easily neutralized by the Shadow Devil. This Shadow Devil is so powerful. Could it be that it was formed from the witch's resentment? Lin Feng could not help but think of a certain possibility. However, he was unable to confirm this point. The Shadow Devil finally rushed out of the encirclement and stood in the dark. A pair of cold and evil eyes looked at everyone from time to time. However, the Shadow Devil did not continue to attack them. It seemed to be waiting for something. Buzz, at this moment, a violent fluctuation was transmitted from the Dao platform. Then, the scene in front of him changed. Lin Feng discovered that he had disappeared from the stone room. The next moment, he came to a vast and boundless world. Here, it was filled with the aura of the absolute beginning. In the distance, a titan stood up and grabbed a huge dragon that was flying across the sky. Then, that titan stuffed that huge dragon into its mouth. This world was so extraordinary that it reminded Lin Feng of the first few great eras. It was said that because the energy between heaven and earth was too pure and abundant, the creatures of those great eras were incomparably powerful. Moreover, their bodies were also very huge. Lin Feng felt that he had arrived in one of these great eras. Lin Feng felt the aura of absolute beginning. This was a special aura. Everything was awakening. It was full of life. This was absolute beginning. In absolute beginning, there were countless hopes and possibilities. Of course, this was Lin Feng's guess. He did not know if this was the real absolute beginning. Lin Feng flew in this vast and ancient world. He saw some villages. The bigger ones were tribes. In this era, there were no towns. The bigger places were still in the form of tribes. Roar. A loud dragon roar attracted Lin Feng's attention. He saw a huge dragon diving into the forest. A young man was engaged in a fierce battle with the giant dragon. It was a young man who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. His physical body was unparalleled, and he could kill the huge dragon. It was a shocking scene. He was so young, but he was fighting with the huge dragon. In the end, the young man killed the huge dragon. Then, his body, which seemed weak but contained endless power, carried the huge dragon and returned to his village. Little Yuan is back. Little Yuan's harvest today is not bad. When the young man carried the huge dragon back, many villagers greeted him. Little Yuan, he is Tai Yuan? Lin Feng was shocked and looked at the young man. This young man was very likely Tai Yuan, the man who left the poem on the jade pendant. It was the witch. The man he hated his whole life. The young man had a simple smile on his face as he responded to the villagers. This was a very extraordinary mountain village. This was because not long after, some hunters returned one after another. Many of them carried terrifying ferocious beasts back. Lin Feng even saw someone kill a huge python that was over 10,000 meters long. What a savage village! Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. There weren't many people in the village. When the villagers returned, the sky darkened. The village chief came out and ordered people to prepare for the sacrifice. The village chief was an old man with only one leg left. He was Little Yuan's grandfather and was highly respected. The village began to prepare for the sacrifice. This was the era of totems. The great totems protected the villages and tribes. The totem protecting the village was a broken stone statue. It was impossible to see what kind of existence this stone statue was. However, the village was able to survive all because of this broken stone statue. The village chief. Under the lead of the village chief, the villagers defeated the stone statue and prayed for the statue's protection. After the sacrifice, the village chief let Little Yuan's Little Yuan. Because it was said that the stone statue had a peerless cultivation technique. The village chief hoped that Little Yuan would be able to comprehend the peerless. Little Yuan was the village chief's talent was great Little Yuan. Although he was only 16 years old, he had been comprehending the stone statue every day for 12 years. Little Yuan had a feeling that it would not be long before he could comprehend the peerless technique from the stone statue. Roar. That night, the depths of the great wilderness were not peaceful. Countless powerful beasts became extremely irritable. The beasts' roars shook the sky. It seemed that some supreme treasure was about to be born in the depths of the great wilderness. Many cultivators from the major factions were attracted. They entered the depths of the great wilderness. With Little Yuan's youthful temperament, he snuck into the great wilderness and met a young girl. She was pretty and cute. She had seen Little Yuan fight a 10,000-meter tall bear with his body and not lose. She found Little Yuan and challenged him. Little Yuan's body was unparalleled now, but he did not cultivate any cultivation technique and was naturally no match for her. Barbarian. If you agree to become my servant, I can teach you a peerless technique. I guarantee that you will become the most powerful cultivator in the world. The girl said with a smile. She was indeed qualified to say that. This was because her father was a peerless and invincible demon master. He was astonishingly talented and had created several ancient demon scriptures. Those demon scriptures. Any one of them was enough to cause a bloodbath. Don't even think about it. Little Yuan's voice was cold as he threw a punch at the girl. But in the end, he was defeated and captured by the girl. After that, Little Yuan would challenge the girl every day. His body's recovery ability was unbelievable. No matter how serious his injuries were or how much energy he expended, he would be able to recover in a very short time. It was a very domineering physique that was unprecedented and shocking. It was no wonder that Little Yuan's body was so strong. The major factions fought for the immortal treasure in the depths of the great wilderness. Even the rulers of the great wilderness took action. They fought until the sky darkened and the earth darkened. But in the end, no one obtained the treasure. No one even knew what kind of supreme treasure it was. It was too shocking. The cultivators began to return one after another. Little Yuan and the girl. They were no longer as hostile as before. Perhaps they had developed feelings for each other after fighting. Of course, they were still young and had not reached the level of romantic love. Little Yuan brought the girl back to the village, but when he arrived, he saw a scene that made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. The village had been destroyed. Blood dyed the ground red. The villagers' corpses were scattered around the village. Those people were Little Yuan's relatives. No. Little Yuan rushed into the village as if he had gone mad. He saw his grandfather lying in a pool of blood. He rushed over, knelt on the ground, and helped his grandfather up. Little Yuan's grandfather was not completely dead yet. He still had one last breath. The stone statue has been targeted, for the village has brought disaster, the supreme immortal scripture has been lost. The old village chief murmured. The old village chief muttered. He was extremely unwilling, because Little Yuan still hadn't comprehended that immortal scripture. Grandfather. We don't want that immortal scripture anymore. We don't want that immortal scripture anymore. Grandfather, you must not die. Little Yuan will create an even more powerful immortal scripture. Grandfather, you must live. Only by living can you see Little Yuan create a supreme immortal scripture. Little Yuan roared loudly. He was incomparably terrified, afraid that his grandfather would pass away just like that. You and your father are very similar, child. I believe that you will one day create an even more powerful immortal scripture, but I can't wait for that day to come, the old village chief said. He tried hard to reach out and touch his grandson's face, but failed in the end. His old hand slipped down. The old village chief was dead. Origin Supreme buried his clansman. Then, he left with the girl. The girl brought Origin Supreme to see her father. Origin Supreme was a piece of unpolished jade. He needed to be carved. Only this. Only then could he truly grow. The girl's father was called Everlasting Hatred Demon Master. He was the fourth Demon Master. Origin Supreme could never forget the scene when he first saw Demon Master Everlasting Hatred. It was the peak of a mountain that towered into the clouds. Demon Master Everlasting Hatred had his back to him. It was a figure that he looked up to. Demon Master Everlasting Hatred was so powerful. It made Origin Supreme feel like an ant. Look at this world. How vast. Demon Master Everlasting Hatred said. Origin Supreme said. Origin Supreme said cautiously. Yes, the great wilderness is boundless. I can't see where it ends. The Lord of a wilderness. What do you think? Demon Master Everlasting Hatred asked. It's enough to dominate the world. No one dares to provoke it. It's also enough to take revenge, kill the enemy, and offer sacrifices to the spirits of the clansmen in heaven. Origin Supreme said. Demon Master Everlasting Hatred grabbed Origin Supreme. The next moment, they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the vast starry world. This was the first time the 16-year-old Origin Supreme came to the starry world. In the distance, large stars were circling. Do you see that? That star is the star we live on. Demon Master Everlasting Hatred pointed at a star. Origin Supreme looked over. He revealed a shocked expression. Why is it so small? Demon Master Everlasting Hatred said, it's not that the star we live on is small. It's just that you're standing in the outer realm. You're standing in a wider world, and your horizons are different. Now, do you think that a mere lord of a wilderness can still be considered an expert? Origin Supreme looked at the stars in the starry world and then at the star he lived on. In the end, he shook his head and said, no. Perhaps I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. Demon Master Everlasting Hatred nodded in satisfaction. He brought Origin Supreme back to the peak of the mountain. Demon Master Everlasting Hatred said, of course, revenge must be taken. But cultivation. It's not just for revenge. Do you understand this principle? Origin Supreme nodded solemnly. When he had not seen the vast starry world, he might not have understood this principle. However, he now understood this principle. I have 3 great demonic scriptures here, the scripture of eternal regret, the scripture of annihilation, and the scripture of divine fall. Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred said. With a wave of his hand, 3 beams of light flew into the mind of Tai Yuan. Time passed. Origin Supreme grew stronger and stronger. When he was strong enough, he found the power that had destroyed his village back then, eradicated it, and took back the stone statue. He buried the statue in front of his grandfather's grave. Grandfather. Grandson wants to create a supreme immortal scripture. A supreme immortal scripture that surpasses the immortal scriptures in this stone statue. Let this stone statue accompany you in your slumber. Origin Supreme said. In the distance, a beautiful female cultivator was waiting for Origin Supreme. She was Tai Yuan's fiancée. The daughter of the Everlasting Hatred Demon Lord, Fairy Shuijian. They were about to get married. As for the Everlasting Hatred Palace, they were preparing for their marriage. One night, 3 days before the wedding, Everlasting Hatred Demon Lord summoned Tai Yuan. The stronger the ability, the better. The greater the responsibility. Do you understand what I'm saying? Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred looked at Tai Yuan and asked. This son-in-law understands. Tai Yuan replied. Now, the lost races of the epoch are wreaking havoc in the world, plunging the people into misery and suffering. Many innate life forms are indifferent to this and are acting high and mighty. We have to do what we can. Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred said with a sigh. It was the beginning of the epoch. Therefore, it was still the totem era. The symbol of the totem era was the existence of the various major factions in the form of tribes. It was difficult to resist the attacks of the lost races of the epoch. The lost races of the epoch were crazy. They massacred the people of the world. They wanted to use this to stop the development of the various major factions. This way, they would be able to dominate the development of the entire epoch. However, this caused the dissatisfaction of some cultivators. Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred and a few other top experts led the experts. They pitted the people of the world and hoped to counterattack. Father-in-law, what do you want the son-in-law to do? Tai Yuan asked. Do you know a woman called Hanyu? Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred asked. Yes. She is someone I met by chance when I went out to train. Shui Jian also knows about this. Tai Yuan said. Back then, he had saved this woman called Hanyu. As a result, this woman admired him greatly. However, Tai Yuan only had Shui Jian in his heart. Therefore, he had always kept a distance from Hanyu. Hanyu is the daughter of the Yuanqing clan leader. Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred said. What? How can that be? Tai Yuan was shocked. He could not believe it. The Yuanqing clan was one of the most powerful clans of the lost races of the epoch. The celestial realm had once been massacred by the Yuanqing clan. One had to know that the celestial realm was one of the higher planes in the early epoch and had given birth to many experts. However, it was still massacred by the Yuanqing clan. This showed how terrifying the Yuanqing clan was. We need to know where the ancestral lands of the Yuanqing clan and the other clans are. If we can sneak into their ancestral lands, I might be able to join forces with a few other Taoists and kill the top experts of these clans. If they lose those top experts, the lost races of the epoch will suffer great losses and will no longer be able to stir up trouble. This is too dangerous. Tai Yuan's expression changed drastically. He knew what kind of danger they would face if they sneaked into the ancestral lands of the lost races of the epoch. The foundation of the lost races of the epoch was extremely terrifying. Perhaps, these people. They would be completely annihilated. Someone has to be sacrificed. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred said. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. These were the words he had told Tai Yuan before. Now, he said it again. What should I do, my son-in-law? Tai Yuan asked. Among the guests, Hanyu seems to be here as well. Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred said. Yes. Tai Yuan said. Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred whispered to Tai Yuan. After Tai Yuan heard this, his expression changed drastically. Father-in-law. How can you treat Shui Jian like this? It's too unfair. She won't be able to withstand such provocation. Tai Yuan said. Someone has to make a sacrifice. Since we are in this position, we have to make a sacrifice. Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred said. Tai Yuan's expression was uncertain before he finally nodded. Go. Get ready. Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred said. I'll take my leave. Tai Yuan cupped his fists and left. The next day, Tai Yuan was in his palace, entertaining his friends who had come to attend his wedding. Hanyu. She was also among them. She was an extremely beautiful woman, especially her pair of eyes. They were so pure that it made one's heart tremble. Tai Yuan had always thought that she was an innocent woman. Only when he knew her identity did he realize that he had been deceived by her. When he saw Hanyu at the beginning of the year, Hanyu was severely injured. At that time, Hanyu was surrounded by more than a dozen experts. And those experts who surrounded Hanyu were the lucky survivors of the Heaven Realm. Those cultivators ambushed Hanyu when she went out alone. They chased after Hanyu all the way. But unfortunately, in the end, it was all for naught. Han Yu had always acted like a pure and otherworldly fairy in front of Tai Yuan. Therefore, when Tai Yuan found out about Han Yu's true identity, it was very difficult for him to associate Han Yu with the female devil who led an army to slaughter all the cultivators of the heaven realm. The human heart was unpredictable. Tai Yuan knew that he was still too young and couldn't recognize people clearly. Big brother Tai Yuan. Congratulations on your upcoming marriage. Han Yu blinked her innocent eyes and looked at Tai Yuan. It was a pair of eyes that could make one's soul tremble. It was so pure. Thank you, Fairy Han Yu. Tai Yuan said. Ha 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 ha, Tai Yuan is about to enter married life. Married life is very different from before marriage. Today, we must not return until we are drunk. That's right. In the future, after Tai Yuan and Fairy Shuijian get married, it will be very difficult to find such an opportunity again. Some of Tai Yuan's friends were talking at the same time. Tai Yuan said. How could that be? If I want to drink with you, I naturally have time. Ha 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 ha, Tai Yuan, you can only say these words in front of us. If you were in front of Fairy Shuijian, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to say these words. Tai Yuan's friend immediately laughed out loud. Come, come, come. Let's not talk about these things. Today, we must get drunk. Tai Yuan said. He invited everyone to take a seat, then raised his cup and drank the wine in his cup. That night, drinking until late at night, many people were drunk. Only with the help of the servants did they leave. Big brother Tai Yuan, you're drunk. Han Yu walked forward and looked at Tai Yuan with concern. I'm not drunk. Tai Yuan said as he picked up the wine pot and wanted to drink more. However, Han Yu snatched the wine pot away. Big brother Tai Yuan. You're really drunk. I'll help you to rest. Han Yu said. She helped Tai Yuan up and walked towards the back hall. After arriving at the rear hall, Tai Yuan hugged Han Yu in his arms. Don't leave me, don't leave me. Shuijian, don't leave me, Origin Supreme kept calling Shuijian's name. When Han Yu heard the two words Shuijian, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and a dense killing intent flashed in his eyes. But then, she smiled and said, Brother Tai Yuan, I won't leave you. I will never leave you. The next day. Morning. The door of Tai Yuan's room was opened. Shuijian came to his room and saw the scene in the room. His mind instantly went blank. Tai Yuan and Han Yu also woke up. Very soon. A shocking piece of news spread. Before Everlasting Hatred Demon Lord's daughter, Fairy Shuijian, married Tai Yuan. Origin actually got together with a girl called Han Yu and was caught red-handed by Fairy Shuijian. This was a huge scandal. For a figure like the Everlasting Hatred Demon Master, who was a high and mighty existence, it was only natural that such a great figure would place great importance on the issue of face. Therefore, the Everlasting Hatred Demon Lord took the initiative to unleash his thunderous fury. Tai Yuan seemed to know that if he waited for death, he would definitely not have a good ending, so he took the initiative to launch a sneak attack on his future father-in-law, the Everlasting Hatred Demon Lord. The Everlasting Hatred Demon Lord was injured by Tai Yuan, and it was said that his soul was injured. The injury was extremely serious. It was almost impossible to heal. And Tai Yuan took Han Yu and escaped from the Everlasting Hatred Palace. This matter caused a huge uproar at that time. Whether it was the lost races of the epic, the innate life forms, or the various forces that were formed later on, they were all talking about this matter. Not long after, the enemy of the Everlasting Hatred Demon Lord came to seek revenge, and the Everlasting Hatred Demon Lord died. And the daughter of the Everlasting Hatred Demon Lord, Fairy Shuijian, disappeared without a trace. The once glorious Everlasting Hatred Palace was destroyed just like that. And in the following years, there were some huge changes in the world. These huge changes were mainly on the side of the lost races of the epic. For some reason, the lost races of the epic that were originally conquering various spacetime all withdrew their forces and no longer appeared. Without the lost races of the epic to destroy the many new forces in the various realms. Therefore, many new forces were able to develop rapidly. Moreover, during these years when the lost races of the epic were immersed in the various realms, the forces in the various realms completed a huge leap. This leap. The forces in the various realms directly transitioned from the tribal form to the cities and towns. The totem era thus ended. When the lost races of the epic appeared again, they discovered that the various major forces that controlled the cities could rely on the cities and formations to withstand the attacks of the lost races of the epic. Moreover, they could also cause serious damage to the lost races of the epic. From then on, the lost races of the epic could no longer control the development of the epic's history. And the lost races of the epic gradually withdrew from the stage of history. Lin Feng felt like he had lived for tens of thousands of years and had experienced everything. Light flashed. Lin Feng discovered that he had arrived in a cave. In this cave, a woman had built such a Dao platform for him. This woman was Fairy Shuijian back then. Fairy Shuijian had suffered a deep injury, so her mood had always been extremely low. Finally, after a cultivation session, she suffered chi deviation. Although she was lucky to survive. But Fairy Shuijian. She knew that she did not have much time left. In the last days of her life, she would often dream of the things that happened when she was young. At that time, she was carefree. She had the love of her father and the person she liked. Fairy Shuijian loved to quietly watch her brother Taiyuan cultivate from afar. Every time she woke up from her dreams, tears would already wet the corners of her eyes. When she woke up, her eyes were extremely cold. "I hate you, why did you let me down, why did you treat my father like this?" Fairy Shuijian was dying. She could no longer suppress the feelings in her heart. Her life had been bumpy. After the great change in her family, she became a demoness. But in the depths of her heart, she was still the innocent and pure girl of her youth. She did not know how many nights she had missed her father, her family, and the person she loved. But everything could not return to the past. "Woo woo woo, why did you treat me like this? I hate you. I hate you, you destroyed everything for me, if it's possible. I really wish that I had never known you, but in this world, there are no ifs. Before I die, I want to see you one more time." Perhaps it is ultimately an extravagant wish. It was filled with endless hatred and endless love. Fairy Shuijian. All the images disappeared without a trace. Everyone returned to the stone chamber. On the Dao platform, Fairy Shuijian was still lying there peacefully, not moving at all. She continued to sleep like this. However, she would never wake up again. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Fairy Shuijian's death was filled with sorrow. It was very sad. Fairy Shuijian died. She didn't know the truth. Her father had been killed by his enemies back then. This was probably just a scam to deceive the world. It was mainly to deceive the remnant of the epic. However, even Fairy Shuijian was deceived. Demon Lord Everlasting Hatred never appeared again. Lin Feng guessed that he must have died when he went to the remnant of the epic with the other experts. Although he was a demon lord. At the beginning of the epic, the top experts of the remnant of the epic were too strong. They had the strength to kill them. As for Taiyuan, perhaps he must have died in the remnant of the epic. However, this was a secret back then. Fairy Shuijian hated him for her entire life. She didn't even know the truth until she died. Her life was really heart-wrenching. At the beginning of the great wilderness, heaven and earth returned to one. The spirits of all things flourished forever. The heavenly Tao was indestructible. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice resounded in the stone chamber. It was a woman's voice. It was Fairy Shuijian's voice. Great Wilderness Scripture. Quickly memorize this scripture. This is the Great Wilderness Scripture. The Demon Lord couldn't help but exclaim. The Great Wilderness Scripture was a supreme immortal scripture created by Taiyuan. It was definitely one of the most powerful supreme immortal scriptures in history. It was a pity. Back then, when Taiyuan left, the Great Wilderness Scripture was only 1/3 complete. As for whether the Great Wilderness Scripture was completed by Taiyuan, it wasn't clear. In the past, Fairy Shuijian was Taiyuan's beloved. Hence, Taiyuan imparted the great wilderness scripture he created to Fairy Shuijian without hesitation. Countless years had passed. Fairy Shuijian had passed away long ago. However, the great wilderness scripture. She stayed. After hearing the voice of the demon lord, Lin Feng hurriedly tried his best to remember the contents of the great wilderness sutra. However, Lin Feng discovered something. No matter how hard he tried. However, he couldn't remember those voices at all, which made Lin Feng very puzzled. I don't know. Why, can't remember those voices, demon lord? I can't remember those voices. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the demon lord. Can't remember? With your level of comprehension and the Lin mantra, you can't even remember those voices? The demon lord asked in surprise. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, but then nodded. He really couldn't remember those voices. Because those sounds were too special. After he memorized those paragraphs, he began to think. The next moment, they would immediately forget about it. This was the reason why Lin Feng couldn't remember. The demon lord tried to remember those words. But he found out. He couldn't remember it either. The demon lord said, "It's indeed very strange." Oh right, didn't you get a jade pendant? Hurry up and take it out. Maybe you can use that jade pendant to remember the chant of the Great Wilderness Sutra. Hearing that, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly took out the jade pendant and held it in his hand. Lin Feng continued to try to remember the chant of the Great Wilderness Sutra. This time, Lin Feng found that he actually remembered the chant of the Great Wilderness Sutra. Moreover, he wouldn't forget the chant of the Great Wilderness Sutra like before. It seemed that this token really worked. This made Lin Feng very happy. The chant of the Great Wilderness Sutra wasn't particularly complicated. However, for these top immortal sutras, the simpler they were, the more extraordinary they were. Because this was called returning to the origin. Lin Feng remembered 1/3 of the chant. He didn't know if it was because someone remembered the chant of the Great Wilderness Sutra. Therefore, the chanting of the Great Wilderness Sutra disappeared. Why did the voice disappear? I haven't memorized the chant yet. Many people couldn't help but yell out. However, the chanting of the Great Wilderness Sutra had disappeared. No matter how dissatisfied those cultivators were. Now, it couldn't be changed. At this moment, Lin Feng silently put away the jade pendant. He had made a fortune silently. Now that he had obtained the chant of the Great Wilderness Sutra, Lin Feng was extremely excited. Such a supreme immortal sutra. Some of the remarkable abilities recorded in it were absolutely heaven-defying. If Lin Feng could obtain those remarkable abilities, it would be very beneficial for him. It would definitely have a great effect on him. Therefore, Lin Feng had great expectations for comprehending the Great Wilderness Sutra. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it was not a good time to comprehend the Great Wilderness Sutra. It was mainly because this was not the right place. He had to leave this place before he could comprehend the Great Wilderness Sutra. Some people wanted to take a look at the platform, but the restriction of the platform was still there. They had to break the platform in order to reach the platform. There were many people in the crowd who were very proficient in formations. Therefore, those cultivators walked towards the formation. He wanted to try and break the restriction on the Dao platform. However, just as they approached the platform, terrifying ripples swept out from the platform. Those were the ripples of death. They contained the terrifying power of death and devoured the cultivators' lives. Those cultivators who tried to get close to the platform couldn't avoid the attack of the ripples of death. Those cultivators were instantly submerged by the ripples of death. When they were submerged by the ripples of death, their bodies began to age rapidly. It was a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The speed at which he aged was simply shocking. Those cultivators could only watch as their bodies aged but couldn't do anything to stop it. No, 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 they screamed in horror, their eyes filled with despair. Save me. Some cultivators begged their companions for help, hoping that they could save their lives. However, at this moment, their companions didn't dare to approach at all after seeing this scene. In the end, those cultivators aged from young to old and finally turned into ashes. A group of cultivators had all died. they died extremely miserably. Before the crowd could regain their senses, suddenly, something terrifying happened. A large blood cloud surged from above. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a blood cloud, but a dense group of blood-colored bugs gathered together. There were simply too many of those blood-colored bugs. Therefore, those blood-colored bugs looked like a blood cloud. The large group of blood-colored bugs directly enveloped many cultivators. Something creepy happened. Those cultivators who were enveloped by the blood-colored bugs. Their flesh and blood were instantly devoured clean. In the end, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked by the attacks of the blood-colored worms. Lin Feng remembered seeing these blood-red skeletons in the passage before. At that time, Lin Feng was curious about the skeletons and what kind of terrifying things were eating the flesh of those cultivators. Now, he finally knew the truth. The things that were eating the flesh of those cultivators were actually these blood-colored worms. These blood-colored worms emitted an incomparably gloomy aura. Some people tried to use their divine abilities, flames, or magic treasures to attack these blood-colored worms. However, it was completely useless. All the attacks were devoured by the blood-colored worms. These blood-colored worms could not only devour the flesh of cultivators, but they could also devour all kinds of things. More and more blood-colored worms poured into the stone room below. Many people's faces turned pale. The blood-colored worms couldn't be killed, but they couldn't resist the attacks of these blood-colored worms. They had to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, they would all die under the attacks of these blood-colored worms. At this time, the Shadow Devil also began to attack the cultivators. The Shadow Devil's attacks were very strange. The Shadow Devil would fuse into the shadows of the cultivators. When the Shadow Devil completely fused into the shadows of the cultivators disappeared without a trace. In fact, these cultivators didn't disappear. Instead, they were devoured by the Shadow Devil that had fused into their shadows. Their deaths could be said to be incomparably miserable. Lin Feng quickly rushed out with Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er. Before them, there were already people who rushed out. When they rushed out, they saw a headless creature pouncing towards the cultivators who had rushed out before. The headless creature roared, "Give me back my head! Give me back my head!" As it roared, it stretched out its big hands and grabbed the heads of the cultivators. Naturally, the cultivators wouldn't sit still and wait for their deaths. They used all kinds of attacks to attack the headless creature. However, the headless creature was simply invulnerable. Any attacks that landed on its body were unable to cause any damage. It was very strange. However, the cultivators couldn't resist the headless creature's attacks. Pooh! 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 Tearing sounds rang out incessantly as the headless creature plucked off the heads of the cultivators one after another. The heads of the first 4 or 5 cultivators who rushed out were all plucked off by the headless creature. "Give me back my head, give me back my head." Then, the headless creature roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. Scram! Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he activated his dragon elephant arm and punched towards the headless being. Bang, along with the earth-shaking and mountain-shaking sounds of violent collisions. Lin Feng and the headless creature collided fiercely. What shocked Lin Feng was that the power of the dragon elephant arm was not enough to send the headless creature flying. On the other hand, Lin Feng felt a burning pain in his right fist from the clash with the headless creature. The terror of the headless creature was simply unimaginable. It was such a terrifying existence. There was simply no way to resist. Without thinking, Lin Feng wrapped Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er with his powerful magic power and rushed outside. At this time, more and more cultivators flew out from the stone room below. The headless creature pounced on those cultivators. Its attacks were very violent and bloody. Every time it attacked, it wanted to take the opponent's head. At this time, Hua Liao let out a low roar and rushed toward the stone room from the passage. At the same time, the darkness that devoured light also rushed over. Scram! Lin Feng couldn't help but shout coldly. Hua Liao was furious and wanted to pounce on Lin Feng. But soon, Hua Liao recognized Lin Feng's identity and didn't dare to stop Lin Feng. It quickly stuck its body to the stone wall and let Lin Feng pass. The darkness that devoured light also recognized Lin Feng. Previously, it had a fierce battle with Lin Feng and was defeated by Lin Feng. The terrifying creature in the darkness didn't want to provoke Lin Feng anymore, so it opened a path for Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly left with Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er. Hua Liao and the darkness that devoured light quickly rushed into the depths. After rushing out of the stone room, Lin Feng and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. During this trip, Lin Feng obtained a fiery god tree, the jade pendant that Tai Yuan left for Fairy Shuijian, and a third of the Great Desolation Sutra. Naturally, he was very satisfied. After Lin Feng and the other two rushed out, more people rushed out. Lin Feng and the other two saw some people from Dragon Palace, Sea Demon Tribe, and Sky Ruin Island rushing out. They also saw Long Yuanbiao and the others. However, these forces had suffered heavy losses. After they rushed out, they were chased by an overwhelming number of blood-colored bugs: Hua Liao, the headless existence, the shadow demon, the darkness that devoured light, and other existences. Everyone fled in a sorry state. Lin Feng and the other two were relatively far away, so when they saw the blood-colored bugs rushing out, they walked away calmly. All good things must come to an end. Let's part ways here. This ancient battlefield was simply too dangerous. We have finished exploring the cave dwelling left behind by Fairy Shuijian. You have all obtained the fiery god fruit, so your gains are not small. You can leave now. After stopping in a mountain forest, Lin Feng looked at Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er. Such a dangerous place wasn't suitable for cultivators of their level to explore, so Lin Feng persuaded them. Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er weren't people who overestimated themselves. Moreover, on this trip, they had also obtained a few opportunities. Apart from the fiery god fruit, they had also obtained a few saint fruits that could increase their soul power. Therefore, they were quite satisfied with this trip. However, when they thought about how they were about to part with Lin Feng, they were very reluctant. Both Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er were goddesses, and countless men pursued them. As for Lin Feng, he had never said that he wanted to pursue them, but even so, they still had an indescribable feeling for Lin Feng. When it was time to part, the two women couldn't help but feel a little sad. They didn't want to part with Lin Feng, but they knew that they had to leave. However, after this farewell, would they have a chance to meet again in the future? Nangong Xian'er suddenly thought of an extremely important matter. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Little brother Ji, can you do me a favor?" "What favor?" Lin Feng looked at Nangong Xian'er. "When little brother Ji leaves the ancient battlefield, fly towards the southwest. There's a divine crow island there, and we'll wait for little brother Ji on the island. When the time comes, we'll tell little brother Ji what you need help with. Whether little brother Ji can help me or not, I'll bring little brother Ji to comprehend an immortal scripture." Nangong Xian'er said. "Oh? Bring me to comprehend an immortal scripture? Okay, when I leave the ancient battlefield, I'll definitely look for you." Lin Feng nodded and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. When Mu Liuxi and Nangong Xian'er saw Lin Feng leave, they felt a sense of loss. Lin Feng found a quiet place to cultivate. Of course, in a place like the ancient battlefield, there was no place that was absolutely safe. Even if it was a seemingly safe place, it might be discovered by some terrifying existence. Even if Lin Feng had set up a restriction, it was still the same. Many times, powerful restrictions could not completely block the senses of those terrifying existences. This time, Lin Feng planned to refine the fiery god fruit to improve his physical body. Then, he would comprehend the Great Wilderness Sutra. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it was extremely unrealistic to completely comprehend such a supreme immortal sutra like the Great Wilderness Sutra in a short period of time. However, Lin Feng could not help but be extremely curious about the Great Wilderness Sutra. Therefore, he planned to comprehend it simply for the time being. After leaving the ancient battlefield, he would comprehend the Great Wilderness Sutra properly. By then, he would definitely master the various powerful techniques recorded in the Great Wilderness Sutra. Of course, the most precious thing was the cultivation method of the Great Wilderness Sutra itself. The cultivation method of the Great Wilderness Sutra itself was extremely powerful. Even if it was only 1/3 of the cultivation method, it should be able to help a cultivator break through to the immortal realm. This was the miraculous part of the Supreme Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng's main cultivation method was of course the Immemorial Dragonesque Elephant spell. However, this did not hinder Lin Feng from cultivating other cultivation methods. Because other cultivation methods could help Lin Feng have a deeper understanding of the Great Tao. The more of these Supreme Immortal Sutras one cultivated, the deeper one's understanding of the Great Tao would be. The difficulties one would encounter during a breakthrough would naturally be smaller. The probability of a successful breakthrough. The probability would also be higher. Lin Feng took out all the fiery god fruits. Then, he ate them. The taste of these fruits was really ordinary. After eating them, Lin Feng felt like a ball of fire was burning in his body. Indeed, one should not eat too much of these fruits. If one ate too much, it would cause serious harm to one's body. However, Lin Feng's physical body was strong. In addition, he had refined 5 types of heavenly fire. Therefore, the fiery god fruits were very effective against him. Lin Feng began to circulate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. Under the refinement of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill, the fire god fruit gradually disintegrated and turned into the purest form of energy. All of that energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body began to transform. His body became stronger and stronger. The fire deity fruit's medicinal power was very special. It could cause a cultivator's muscles to contract and expand. Under this kind of continuous contraction and expansion, there was no end to it. His muscles would be greatly tempered. He was in seclusion for 3 days. Lin Feng refined all of the fire god fruit's medicinal energy. His physical body had finally broken through to the Emperor Lord level. This made Lin Feng very happy. When his physical body broke through to the Emperor Master level, Lin Feng even realized that his physical body was continuously absorbing the heaven and earth spirit qi. As for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it continuously washed Lin Feng's body. The body of an imperial lord is actually so miraculous? Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. An imperial lord level body could automatically absorb the heaven and earth spirit qi to wash the body. Then, if he broke through to the immortal realm, how shocking would his physical body be? For other cultivators, breaking through to the immortal realm was very inconceivable. It could even be said to be an extravagant wish. But for Lin Feng, it was only a matter of time before his physical body broke through to the immortal realm. Lin Feng believed that his physical body would definitely be able to break through to the immortal realm in a very short time. As his cultivation continued to rise, Lin Feng's confidence, it also continued to grow. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. He continued to fly toward the depths of the ancient battlefield. This time, he came mainly for Demon Emperor Tai's orthodoxy. At night, Lin Feng heard the melodious sound of a bell coming from the depths. That kind of bell sound was really extraordinary. It was like the sound of the Great Tao bell. After hearing it, it made people feel like they were about to comprehend the Great Tao. The sound of the Donghuang bell? Lin Feng stood up and looked into the depths. Perhaps only the Donghuang bell, a supreme treasure, could produce such an extraordinary effect. The Donghuang bell, that was a supreme treasure that countless people wanted to obtain. It was a supreme immortal artifact forged by the supreme demon Emperor Tai. A light strike. It could destroy a great world. Its power was strong. It was unimaginable. Such a supreme treasure. If he could get it, it was absolutely heaven-defying. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, endless thunder rumbled. Then, a huge monster soared into the sky. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that existence. It was actually a 3-headed viper. The 3-headed viper was a famous primordial beast. This kind of primordial beast was very evil, vicious, and bloodthirsty. During the primordial era, it liked to lurk in huge rivers and then drift along the river. When it saw a village beside the river, the 3-headed viper would immediately rush out of the village. Then, it swallowed the village in one gulp. However, this kind of creature was rarely seen after the primordial era. The 3-headed viper's body was about 1,000 meters long. It had wings and black scales all over its body. Its head was a little strange. It looked like a snake's head. It also looked like a lizard's head. The 3-headed viper controlled the power of the 3 laws of thunder, lightning, and hail. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Although its voice sounded like a dragon's, it was far from a dragon's appearance. And it was said that the three-headed viper was one of the few snake creatures that couldn't transform into a dragon. Because the three-headed viper's bloodline was strong enough, it didn't need to transform into a dragon at all. Those snake creatures or flood dragon creatures who transformed into dragons chose to transform into dragons because they wanted to transform their bloodline. And then master an even more powerful bloodline. The three-headed viper flew into the distance. It was probably going to look for food. There's actually a three-headed viper living here. Seeing the three-headed viper flying into the distance, Lin Feng was very surprised. In the outside world, this was a primordial beast that had long been extinct. But here, there was a three-headed viper. In many sealed ancient battlefields or secret realms, terrifying existences that had long disappeared from the outside world would often appear. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the three-headed viper's cave. His speed was very fast. It didn't take long. Lin Feng saw a huge pool. Just now, the three-headed viper should have rushed out from this pool. Lin Feng flew into the pool. At the bottom of the pool, there was a huge stone palace. Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Lin Feng looked at the 4 words written on the door of the Immortal Palace. This Immortal Palace should have been built by a certain expert. Later on, that expert had probably fallen. And the Immortal Palace was eventually taken over by the three-headed viper. Lin Feng entered the Immortal Palace and found that there were 72 stone pillars in this Immortal Palace. And on each of the pillars, there were some words and pictures. Damn, isn't this the legendary cultivation method of the 72 gods? Such a lost technique has actually appeared here? After seeing the words and pictures on the pillars, the demon lord suddenly cried out in surprise. 72 gods. Is this secret technique very powerful? Seeing the demon lord's shocked expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for anything to cause the demon lord to be so shocked and moved. However, when the demon lord saw those mysterious diagrams, he was actually so shocked. It was obvious. Just how extraordinary was this divine ability of the 72 gods? Amazing. Of course it's amazing. Rumor has it that this divine ability can cultivate 72 gods from the 72 acupoints in the body. When fighting with a cultivator, these gods can come out and help the cultivator fight the enemy. The demon lord said. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. If that was the case, then it was amazing. No wonder the demon lord was so shocked and moved. Anyone who knew of the extraordinariness of this divine ability would be shocked. How much of the main body's combat strength can these gods display? Lin Feng asked. No. These gods. It has nothing to do with the cultivator's combat strength. The combat prowess of the 72 gods is directly related to the level of mastery of this divine ability. It is said that the 72 gods and the 72 titled gods are connected from afar. When this divine ability of the 72 gods is cultivated to a high level, the 72 gods born from the 72 acupoints, they will be able to absorb the power of the 72 titled gods scattered between heaven and earth. At that time, the combat strength of the 72 gods will be greatly increased. In fact, the combat strength of the 72 gods can surpass the main body's combat strength. The demon lord said. Hearing that, Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of disbelief. This was too terrifying. It was truly a divine ability that defied the natural order. It is said that since ancient times, no more than 5 cultivators have successfully cultivated this divine ability. You must know. In the long years, who knows how many stunning cultivators have appeared, but none of them have been able to successfully cultivate this divine ability. From this, you can see how difficult it is to cultivate this divine ability. The demon lord said. Lin Feng said, such a heaven-defying divine ability is naturally very difficult to cultivate. If it could be cultivated so easily, it wouldn't be able to show how heaven-defying this divine ability is. Although many experts haven't been able to successfully cultivate this divine ability, I believe that I can do it. The demon lord said, it's good to have confidence. You must have confidence in yourself. Otherwise, you are destined to fail before you can even cultivate it. I need to memorize all these diagrams. Lin Feng said. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just take this divine Tao immortal abode. I feel that this divine ability's divine Tao immortal palace is a powerful magical treasure. The demon lord said. What? This divine palace is immortal palace, divine immortal palace itself? Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but look. Lin Feng hadn't thought of that before. This was because he hadn't been able to sense the ripples of a magical treasure from the palace. However, the demon lord was very knowledgeable. If he said that this immortal palace was a treasure, then, Lin Feng felt that, the demon lord shouldn't have sensed wrongly. Lin Feng went outside, intending to collect the immortal palace. However, at that moment, Lin Feng felt a cold aura envelop his body. Lin Feng turned around and looked behind him. He saw two balls of light in the distant water. They were a pair of eyes, and they were incomparably cold. What the hell is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly, and he quickly rushed over. The being soared into the sky, intending to leave the pool. Lin Feng chased after it and found that it was a blackwater snake. This was the three-headed viper's territory. There shouldn't be any other living beings here. However, a blackwater snake had appeared here. Lin Feng guessed that it was very likely the three-headed viper's lover. Screech! Suddenly, the blackwater snake let out an ear-piercing screech. Its voice traveled very far. The blackwater snake seemed to be summoning the three-headed viper. Splash! The blackwater snake's cultivation wasn't weak either. It was extremely fast, and it rushed out of the pool. Lin Feng followed closely behind, rushing out of the pool as well. Then, Lin Feng threw a palm strike at the blackwater snake. That terrifying palm strike contained enough power to destroy the heavens and earth, and it instantly struck the blackwater snake. The blackwater snake's huge tail whipped viciously at Lin Feng. Bang! This was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. Lin Feng's terrifying palm strike. It hit the blackwater snake's tail hard. The blackwater snake's strength was extremely terrifying, but it was far from Lin Feng's. The blackwater snake was sent flying by Lin Feng's slap, and many of its scales fell off. The blackwater snake let out a series of shrill cries. Lin Feng was about to rush up and finish off the blackwater snake, when the void split open. From the crack in the void, three gigantic and ferocious snake heads emerged. They were the heads of the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper heard the blackwater snake's call, so it tore through the void and returned to the pool. The three snake heads spat out thunder, lightning, and hailstones respectively, attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged the attacks from the three snake heads. At this moment, the three-headed viper's huge body had already emerged from the void. Lowly human! How dare you peep into my cave abode? You're courting death. The three-headed viper's roar shook the sky. Then its huge body turned into a dazzling black light, rushing towards Lin Feng. The black light was like a war spear that could destroy everything. Its power was unimaginable. The three-headed viper has learned a theurgy. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised, but then he smirked coldly. Endless domineering aura condensed and blasted towards the three-headed viper. Bang! Taking the brunt of Lin Feng's domineering attack, the three-headed viper was sent flying. The three-headed viper returned to its original form. Then, the three snake heads began to chant an incantation. Boom boom boom. Above the 9 heavens, huge meteorites fell from the sky one after another, smashing towards Lin Feng. The densely packed meteorites looked like a meteor shower. The power contained in those meteorites was too terrifying. It was so destructive that it made one's soul tremble uncontrollably. The three-headed viper's combat strength was truly terrifying. Blackwater World. At the same time, the blackwater snake also attacked Lin Feng. The blackwater mystical snake summoned a boundless ocean. That ocean was a black ocean. In the middle of the ocean, huge black waves. Rolling violently. The three-headed viper and the blackwater mystical snake launched a powerful attack on Lin Feng together. However, it wouldn't be easy to injure Lin Feng with those attacks. Space freeze, Lin Feng made thousands of seals with both hands. Then, he used the inheritance of the space god. The space freeze was one of the more powerful inheritances of the space god. Once it was used, it could make the surrounding space in a state of stillness. It was even more domineering than the space freeze. Of course, it was more difficult to use this divine ability. In addition to consuming more magic power, this divine ability was too complicated. So the success rate of using it was not particularly high. It would often fail when using it. But this time, the result was not bad. Lin Feng successfully used this divine ability. When Lin Feng used that skill, he was astonished. The void fell into a state of stillness. The endless meteorites falling from the 9 heavens were all fixed in the void. And the Blackwater world that the Blackwater mystical snake summoned was also fixed in the void. It could not cause any damage to Lin Feng. The 3-headed viper and the Blackwater mystical snake were both fixed in the void. Then the 2 terrifying existences struggled violently. They wanted to break free. But after trying for a long time, in the end, they failed. Lin Feng rushed to the 3-headed viper. But thinking that the 3-headed viper was probably at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, Lin Feng could not bear to kill it. His mount, Little Dragon, was still young and did not have a suitable mount. The 3-headed viper's cultivation was not bad. If it went one step further, it would be at the Emperor realm. So, it was not bad for the 3-headed viper to be his mount for a while. Lower your head and recognize me as your master. I will lead you to glory. Lin Feng looked at the 3-headed viper. Hiss hiss hiss, the 3-headed viper stuck out its tongue and revealed an extremely fierce gaze. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Obviously, the 3-headed viper did not intend to give in. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng looked indifferent and directly used the great purification technique. The power of purification surged out. You will become my slave and serve me loyally for all eternity. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pointed at the 3-headed viper's head. Suddenly, the power of purification directly poured into the 3-headed viper's heads. The 3-headed viper's eyes showed a painful expression. But very quickly, that happy expression disappeared. What replaced it was a serene expression. Great master, I am willing to serve you. The 3-headed viper's 3 heads. Viper at viper. Lin's slave slave slave. Viper? Viper viper? Viper viper snake viper per viper. Snake viper viper viper. This guy's name sounded a little strange. It sounded a little like the name of the oceanic race. Viper per. Aquilo hopes that the great master will let Cadena go. Aguero said. She should be the Blackwater mystical snake. Good. I'll give you face and spare its life. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the space-time power that trapped Blackwater mystical snake disappeared. Leave. From now on, Aquilo will follow me and cultivate well. You should also find a place to cultivate properly. Lin Feng said. The Blackwater mystical snake was intelligent. It didn't dare to linger, so it turned and left. Lin Feng, on the other hand, stood in midair and poured his powerful magic power into the pool. Rise, Lin Feng shouted. He used his powerful magic power to wrap around the divine Tao Immortal Palace below. Rumble, 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 the divine Tao Immortal Palace shook violently. Every time it shook, it was as if the earth was quaking. It didn't take long. The divine Tao Immortal Palace floated to the surface. Under the sweep of the powerful magic power, the divine Tao Immortal Palace flew into the air. The divine Tao Immortal Palace was extremely huge. It was 300 meters tall and covered an area of 40 to 50 acres. Previously, Lin Feng had only explored the outermost hall of the divine Tao Immortal Palace. There were many places inside the divine Tao Immortal Palace. Lin Feng didn't explore, because he originally planned to take the divine Tao Immortal Palace. Time was limited. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to wait until he took the divine Tao Immortal Palace. Then he would explore the interior of the divine Tao Immortal Palace. Is this immortal palace really a magic treasure? If it's really a magic treasure, then its power is absolutely terrifying. Lin Feng looked at the huge immortal palace and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng was about to put the divine Tao Immortal Palace into his space-time space. Suddenly, the void split open. A dazzling bronze sword slashed out instantly. The bronze weapon was extremely ancient and covered with countless runes. It seemed to be able to kill immortals and Buddhas with a light blow. Lin Feng had seen many bronze weapons, but it was rare to see such a high-level bronze weapon. It was definitely a top-grade bronze weapon. Its power had probably surpassed many emperor weapons. Someone secretly attacked Lin Feng. They wanted to use the bronze sword to kill Lin Feng and then take the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Heaven Patching Technique. The bronze sword was too fast. Lin Feng wanted to use the Heaven Patching Technique to dodge this terrifying attack. However, Lin Feng discovered that the bronze sword had cut off the connection between Lin Feng and the space. As a result, when the bronze sword slashed down, Lin Feng's Heaven Patching Technique was actually not successful. What a terrifying bronze sword, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He stood in the void, allowing the bronze sword to slash down. Lin Feng's energy was focused like never before. The bronze sword was fast. However, the bronze sword's trajectory, it was still caught by Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. He gently pinched. Crack, in an instant. The bronze sword was caught by Lin Feng's 2 fingers. The bronze sword trembled violently. Every time it trembled, the void was shattered. The bronze sword's power was too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't keep holding the bronze sword. He flicked his finger and the bronze sword was sent flying. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, several figures stepped out of the void one after another. There were more than 20 of them. The bronze sword flew back to the leader's hand. It became palm-sized. The leader looked quite young. Lin Feng sensed the cultivator's age. The cultivator's lifespan was about 1,000,000 years. He wasn't a young cultivator. People from the epic Lost clan. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at this group of people. The cultivators from the epic Lost clan had a very unique aura. Lin Feng had fought against cultivators of the Lost clan of the epic many times, so he was familiar with their chi. The epic Lost race. Everyone had the right to kill them. The destruction of the various epics was closely related to the mastermind behind the scenes. The epic Lost race was also closely related to the epic Lost race. Lin Feng was also filled with murderous intent towards the epic Lost race. Among them, the Black Robe race and the Black Fog race had a blood feud with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had heard of the epic Lost race in the vast ocean realm but had never come into contact with them. He wasn't particularly familiar with them. However, the cultivators of the vast ocean realm's lost race had offended him. This made Lin Feng's murderous intent soar. Kid. You're quite capable. You actually managed to dodge my attack. The leading cultivator sneered as he looked at Lin Feng with a pair of cold eyes. Those cold eyes flickered with a heart-palpitating murderous intent. And, he looked down on Lin Feng. The epic Lost race had always thought highly of themselves. The myriad races were already arrogant enough. They thought they were infallible and looked down on other races. However, in front of the epic Lost race, their arrogance was nothing. Because, in the eyes of the epic Lost race, the myriad races that had always thought highly of themselves were just a lowly race. Someone from the epic Lost race, a cultivator from a lowly race, dares to sneak an attack on me? Are you tired of living? Lin Feng stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked indifferently at the leading cultivator of the epic Lost race. After hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, everyone from the epic Lost race was stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Someone actually said that the epic Lost race was a lowly race. This was something they had never encountered before. Moreover, the person who said this was a mere human cultivator. In the eyes of the epic Lost race, the human race was one of the lowly races. The group of cultivators from the epic Lost race gnashed their teeth in hatred. You're courting death. Do you know what you're talking about? The leading cultivator of the epic Lost race looked coldly at Lin Feng. This person was called Xianxia. He was the grandson of the epic remnant clan's grand elder. After cultivating for 1,000,000 years, he had already reached the boundary emperor realm. As a member of the lost races of the epic, he was incomparably arrogant. In addition, this person's cultivation was so strong. Naturally, he would look at others with an invincible attitude. In his eyes, Lin Feng was simply a jumping clown. Such a clown actually dared to jump around in front of him. Xianxia was even thinking about how he should torture Lin Feng later. Only by tormenting Lin Feng to the point where he would rather die. Only then could he to vent the hatred in his heart. A lowly race will always be a lowly race. They can't even understand human language. Lin Feng faintly curled his lips and said. Mo Tianxi's mouth twitched violently. The corners of the mouths of the other members of the lost epics twitched violently. Lin Feng insulted Mo Tianxi for coming from a lowly race. It was also an insult to them. When was the last time he experienced such humiliation? These lost races of the epic had already forgotten about it. Perhaps, they had never experienced such a feeling in their lives. These lost races of the epic were filled with murderous intent. Their eyes flickered with a cold light. A cultivator of the lost races of the epic said, Master, let me go and kill this brat. Don't kill this brat. The anger in my heart can't be quelled. Mo Tianxi's lips curled into a ferocious expression as he said, kill this brat. Isn't that letting him off too easily? Capture him alive for me. Later, I'll slice off this brat's flesh piece by piece. Hearing that, the members of the lost races of the epic couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile. Yes. Master. The cultivator who spoke received the order and stepped forward. He looked at Lin Feng with a ferocious smile and said, Little brat. You even dare to mock the lost races of the epic. Who gave you the guts? Heaven and earth. No one can save you now. Suppress him. The cultivator of the lost races of the epic opened his hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. A fleeting divine mountain suddenly appeared on his palm. The word suppress was written on the fleeting divine mountain. The word suppress was dazzling. It was very powerful. It was as if it could suppress the world. The divine ability that the cultivator of the lost races of the epic executed was very powerful. It was a suppressive divine ability. The fleeting divine mountain instantly pressed down, trying to suppress Lin Feng in midair. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator of the lost races of the epic mockingly. He didn't even move an inch. Roar! The three-headed viper floating beside Lin Feng opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the fleeting divine mountain. Then, the three-headed viper swallowed the cultivator of the lost races of the epic. Oh no! This beast is ferocious. Seeing how powerful the three-headed viper was, the cultivator of the lost races of the epic was shocked. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he slashed out a dense sword chi. A sea of swords was formed and slashed towards the three-headed viper. However, the three-headed viper was too powerful. Its three ferocious heads spewed out lightning and hailstones, instantly blasting the sea of swords into nothingness. As for the cultivator of the lost races of the epic, he was covered in blood from the explosion of the three-headed viper's attack. He was severely injured and was sent flying. The three-headed viper opened its bloody mouth again and swallowed the cultivator of the lost races of the epic. Young master, save me, the cultivator of the lost races of the epic screamed in fear. Beast! How dare you? Mo Tianxi shouted angrily. However, it was too late to make a move now. The three-headed viper didn't care about Mo Tianxi's roar at all. It opened its bloody mouth. It swallowed the cultivator of the lost races of the epic. It didn't even chew. It swallowed the cultivator of the lost races of the epic into its stomach. Lin Feng said indifferently, a bunch of trash. You can't even defeat my mount, and you still want to fight with yours truly? Aquilo. Swallow all of these blind things. Yes, great master. After receiving the order, the three-headed viper charged towards the cultivator of the lost races of the epic. The three-headed viper was a ferocious beast. It was ferocious by nature. In midair, the three-headed viper spewed out a large amount of poisonous fog. Instantly, a dark green gas filled the air. The dark green gas could even corrode the void. This poisonous fog attack was also one of the ultimate techniques of the three-headed viper. Hurry up and consume the antidote. Mo Tianxi shouted with a gloomy expression. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly consumed an antidote. Immediately after, not daring to be careless, the cultivators took out their treasures one after another. Powerful magic treasures emitted all kinds of divine light. The divine light formed a defensive light shield that protected them. Chi. Chi, chi. 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 The defensive light shield formed by the defensive treasures was unable to withstand the venom of the three-headed viper. As a primordial beast, the three-headed viper displayed a terrifying strength. The poison it spat out destroyed the defensive light barriers of many cultivators from the lost races of the epoch. Then, the venom wrapped around the cultivators and began to corrode their bodies. "Get out of here!" The cultivators of the lost races of the epoch screamed in horror and fled in all directions in an extremely miserable manner. But at this time, the three ferocious huge mouths of the three-headed viper spat out attacks that blotted out the sky. Lightning! Lightning! Hail! These attacks caused great damage to the cultivators of the lost races of the epoch. The three-headed viper was indeed powerful. Lin Feng was able to subdue this terrifying existence because Lin Feng was too strong. The three-headed viper, on the other hand, was definitely a colossal existence in front of others. The combat power it displayed was enough to make one's heart tremble. Anyone who sensed the aura emitted from the three-headed viper's body would have their hair stand on end. As the three-headed viper was fighting the cultivators from the lost clan of the epoch, Lin Feng kept the divine Tao immortal palace in the space-time continuum. Then, he stood in the void and watched the battle. The three-headed viper's attacks were too ferocious. Venom and lightning. Lightning. The hail attack was simply invincible. The cultivators of the epoch clan were unable to withstand the three-headed viper's powerful attacks. Therefore, the cultivators of the epoch clan kept dying. These people shouldn't be cultivators born in the previous epoch. They should be cultivators born in this epoch. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The existences of the previous epoch were extremely terrifying. Of course, as time passed, the combat strength of the existences of the previous epoch was constantly declining. However, those existences were still the peak combat strength of the epoch clan. As for those existences, they wouldn't come out easily. Of course, that didn't mean that everyone was staying put. For example, the black-robed clan's Supreme Tao Sovereign Lord, Yuan Tian Sovereign Lord, and a few other terrifying existences. They should be existences from the previous era. At the beginning of the new era, they were almost invincible existences. But now, it was already the end of the era. Their battle prowess had also fallen to rock bottom. But even so, those existences still possessed extremely heaven-defying battle prowess. They were not existences that ordinary people could provoke. Of course, most of the cultivators from the lost races of the previous epoch were those who were born in this epoch. Existences born in this epoch would not be cursed by the epoch. Die. Right at this moment, Mo Tianxi relied on his powerful defensive artifact to arrive in front of the three-headed viper. Holding the powerful bronze sword in his hand, he charged towards the three-headed viper. The power of the bronze sword was extremely powerful. It instantly tore through the void and slashed towards the three-headed viper. The three pairs of eyes of the three-headed viper turned blood-red. Blood-sea gaze. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. In each of the three pairs of eyes of the three-headed viper, there was a blood-red sea floating. Every blood-colored sea was surging with boundless blood-colored light. Swoosh! 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 3 pairs of eyes shot out a blood-red light. A total of 6 blood-red lights swept towards Mo Tianxi. Mo Tianxi was shocked. He didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly waved his bronze sword to block the 6 blood-red lights. However, just as Mo Tianxi was blocking the 6 blood-red lights, a sword aura flew over from the sky. This sword aura was formed by Lin Feng after he executed the man from the outer world, one sword that can slay immortals' exceptional ability. Mo Tianxi was blocking the three-headed viper's blood-red light attack, so he didn't have the energy to block Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Mo Tianxi felt the aura of death enveloping his entire body. This made his expression extremely ugly. He hated this feeling. Swish, with a flash of light, Mo Tianxi took out a miniature puppet. That miniature puppet instantly turned into Mo Tianxi. It replaced Mo Tianxi's original position before Mo Tianxi's original body disappeared without a trace. This was the puppet art. Furthermore, it was an extremely advanced puppet art. When the miniature puppet was taken out, it would create a spatial power. It would create a space-time power, which would send the cultivator who brought out the humanoid puppet into the void world. And the miniature puppet would help the cultivator block this terrifying attack. You have to pay the price of blood for using the puppet art. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he tried his best to sense the ripples in the void. Lin Feng, who had cultivated the space god's inheritance, was extremely sensitive to the movements of the void. Even if it was a weak ripple, he could sense it. Swish. Lin Feng, who had transformed into a sword aura, changed his direction in midair. He directly slashed towards the left. The sword aura instantly rushed into the void. Pfff, a ripping sound could be heard from the void. A blood-curdling scream could be heard. Following that, Mo Tianxi, who had lost an arm, escaped from the void. Lin Feng, who had transformed into a sword aura, chased after him from the void. He continued to slash towards Mo Tianxi. He wanted to kill Mo Tianxi in one go. Bang! But right at this moment, Mo Tianxi's body actually exploded. He turned into a cloud of blood mist. This was a secret technique for escaping. Once it was used, the injuries to the body would be extremely severe. Easily. Mo Tianxi wouldn't use this secret technique. However, now that Mo Tianxi was forced into a dead end, he had no choice but to use the secret technique to escape. Otherwise, he was going to die in Lin Feng's hands. After Mo Tianxi turned into a cloud of blood mist, Lin Feng's attack slashed onto the cloud of blood mist. Mo Tianxi's scream could be heard from the cloud of blood mist. But in the next moment, the cloud of blood mist rushed into the distance. It disappeared without a trace. Mo Tianxi's escape technique was rather powerful. In the end, he relied on this escape technique to escape. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Lin Feng transformed into his original body and said coldly as he stood in the void. Roar. 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 As for the three-headed viper, it let out a series of ear-piercing roars and charged towards the cultivators of the Lost Epic race. The cultivators of the Lost Epic race weren't a match for the three-headed viper at all. They were all swallowed into the three-headed viper's stomach and became its meal. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the middle head of the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Feng. I didn't expect to see you here. Letting Mo Tianxi escape was a regretful thing. Because letting him escape, he was afraid that it would leave behind future troubles. Of course. Lin Feng wasn't particularly worried. He was fearless. So what if they were from the lost races of the era? When the time came, he would kill as many as they came. Lin Feng had already kept the Divine Tao Immortal Palace, and Lin Feng didn't plan to study the 72 diagrams in the Divine Tao Immortal Palace for the time being. It wouldn't be easy to cultivate the 72 gods' sacred art. So, he planned to consider cultivating the 72 gods' sacred art after leaving the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. The three-headed viper's speed was very fast. This prehistoric beast was very powerful, so very few creatures dared to find trouble with the three-headed viper along the way. Dong dong dong, the sound of a bell kept coming out from the depths of the ancient battlefield. It was the sound of the Eastern Emperor bell. The Eastern Emperor bell resounded through the clouds. It shook the void world within 100,000 miles. Lin Feng ordered the three-headed viper to fly towards the direction of the Eastern Emperor bell. Perhaps he could find the entrance to the Demon Emperor mystic realm in that place. He didn't know what the situation was with the group of people in the dark ancient forest. However, they had a lot of people. With the 7 Emperor Lords overseeing it, there shouldn't be any danger. Finally, the three-headed viper carried Lin Feng to the place where the Eastern Emperor bell was ringing. There was a huge divine gate here. The divine gate was surrounded by endless divine light. Behind the divine gate, the place that seemed to be connected to the Demon Emperor mystic realm. The three-headed viper let out a series of low roars, then soared into the sky and flew towards the divine gate. Then, after entering the divine gate, Lin Feng rode on the three-headed viper and entered the Demon Emperor mystic realm. The next day, Lin Feng saw more than 10 cultivators flying towards the divine gate, as if they wanted to leave the Demon Emperor mystic realm. Aren't those people from the Magical Beast Mountain Range and the Cloud Pool Mountain Range? Lin Feng looked at the cultivators flying out from the depths of the Demon Emperor mystic realm in shock. These cultivators were all injured. Many of them were seriously injured. Previously, when the Magical Beast Mountain Range and the Cloud Pool Mountain Range joined forces to deal with the ancient gloomy forest, Lin Feng had once fought with the other party's cultivators. Later on, Lin Feng was pursued by Lady White Snake and Arch White Eagle. Lin Feng relied on the mutant Thunderbird to escape the pursuit of the other party. What had happened to Lady White Snake and Arch White Eagle, Lin Feng didn't know. Queen White Snake and Emperor White Eagle were not among this group of people. Lin Feng ordered the three-headed viper to attack these people. The three-headed viper carried Lin Feng towards the Magical Beast Mountain Range and the ancient Cloud Swamp Forest. Not good. It's a three-headed viper. When the cultivators saw the three-headed viper, their faces sank. The three-headed viper was a peak Saint Emperor, but its bloodline was too powerful. In addition, this three-headed viper had cultivated many powerful divine abilities. Therefore, some quasi-emperor level experts might not necessarily be a match for the three-headed viper. Therefore, when the cultivators saw the three-headed viper, they were shocked. Their faces changed drastically. They wanted to leave, but it was too late. The three-headed viper had already rushed over and attacked the group of cultivators. Lightning. Lightning. Hail. All kinds of attacks were launched towards the group of cultivators. Let's work together to kill the three-headed viper. Cold gazes flashed across some people's eyes. Since they couldn't get rid of the three-headed viper, they could only fight it. These cultivators had seen the world. Although many of their cultivation levels had dropped due to their injuries. However, these cultivators were still very powerful. More than 10 cultivators worked together to attack the three-headed viper. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were launched towards the three-headed viper. Their divine abilities collided with the three-headed viper's attacks in midair. Both sides were annihilated. Just as the two sides were engaged in battle, the three-headed viper's tail, which was as thick as a mountain, lashed out. That thick tail directly smashed towards the dozen or so cultivators. Dodge quickly. Many people screamed in horror as they dodged the attack of the three-headed viper's tail. However, there were still some people who couldn't dodge the three-headed viper's tail attack and were ruthlessly whipped by the three-headed viper's thick tail. Their bodies couldn't withstand the attack of the three-headed viper's tail. Therefore, those cultivators' bodies directly exploded and they died on the spot. Look, someone is sitting cross-legged on the three-headed viper's head. A cultivator pointed towards the middle head of the three-headed viper in horror. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the three-headed viper's head, looking indifferently at the battle between the three-headed viper and more than 10 cultivators. At this moment, after a fierce battle, only 6 or 7 cultivators were left alive. The rest were all dead. Mercy! Mercy! Those cultivators began to beg Lin Feng for mercy. Lin Feng ordered the three-headed viper to stop attacking. The three-headed viper's huge body hovered in midair, coldly looking at the cultivators on the opposite side. It didn't continue to attack those cultivators. Lin Feng stood up and walked down from the three-headed viper's head. He looked down at the cultivators and asked indifferently, "Do you still remember me?" When these cultivators saw Lin Feng's appearance clearly, their expressions changed abruptly. Naturally, they remembered Lin Feng. Previously, Lady White Snake and Emperor White Eagle had gone after Lin Feng. Lady White Snake and Emperor White Eagle had returned with injuries. However, these subordinates didn't know what had happened. Lady White Snake and Emperor White Eagle didn't tell them either. Now that they saw Lin Feng again, these cultivators felt bitter in their hearts. "Young master, please spare our lives. We'll see young master in the future. We definitely won't dare to cause trouble for young master again." The group immediately knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Lin Feng. There was no lack of sage emperor-level experts among them. However, in order to live, they didn't hesitate to kneel. The so-called dignity was not worth mentioning in the face of life. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "If you want to live, that's fine too. I'll ask you anything. Just answer me." "Yes, yes, yes. We'll definitely tell you everything we know." The cultivators nodded their heads like rattledrums. "What's the situation inside the Demon Emperor Mystic Realm?" Lin Feng asked. "So you're saying that the cultivators from the various factions have been scattered and have suffered heavy casualties?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He couldn't help but worry about Bai Qingqing and Bai Qingqing. They had followed the Black Turtle Patriarch and had no idea what was going on. The purple-robed cultivator said, "Young master. It's like this." Lin Feng continued asking, "Do you know what's going on in the ancient gloomy forest?" The purple-robed cultivator said, "We saw from afar that the people in the ancient gloomy forest were attacked by the undead army. They were also scattered, but we don't know the exact number of casualties." Lin Feng frowned. It seemed that if he wanted to know the exact situation, he would have to enter the ancient gloomy forest himself. These people had limited knowledge, and Lin Feng could only get a limited amount of information from them. It would be difficult to know more than that. "All right. You can leave now." Lin Feng waved his hand. "Thank you for sparing our lives, young master." The group of people thanked Lin Feng profusely and didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly left. It didn't take long for them to disappear without a trace. Lin Feng continued to fly deeper into the forest on the three-headed viper. Not long after, he was attacked. A gigantic stone man stood up from a mountain range. Then, it opened its huge hand and grabbed at the three-headed viper. It was a huge hand that covered the sky. When it grabbed at Lin Feng, it tore the void apart. When Lin Feng saw the stone man, he was extremely shocked. It was really a stone man. To think that such a huge stone man had been born in this place. It was truly shocking. The three-headed viper's huge tail whipped at the stone man's hand. Bang! Following a violent collision, the two sides fiercely collided. The three-headed viper was sent flying by the stone man. The stone man was extremely terrifying. It stepped out of the mountain range and grabbed at the three-headed viper's body with both hands. It seemed like it wanted to tear the three-headed viper's body apart after grabbing it. At that moment, Lin Feng finally saw the stone man clearly. There was actually a huge hole in its abdomen. He didn't know what kind of existence had pierced through its abdomen and caused unimaginable damage to its body. Even so, the stone man was still extremely terrifying. It displayed heaven-defying combat strength. Slash, under Lin Feng's control, the three stone swords flew out and attacked the stone man. The stone golem had no choice but to face Lin Feng's three stone swords. Its gigantic hands moved towards the three stone swords. At that moment, the three-headed viper's tail's attack. A tail as thick as a mountain viciously whipped the stone man's body. Instantly, the stone man's body's abdomen. Bang! The stone man's huge body slammed into a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. The 10,000-meter-tall mountain couldn't withstand the force of the impact and directly broke apart. This was the use of mounts. Mounts, of course. The greatest use of a mount was that it could play a supporting role in a big battle. The dragon clan's cultivation was powerful. If he had a dragon as his mount, how powerful and terrifying would he be when he became one with the dragon during a great battle? Although Lin Feng's three-headed viper was not a dragon clan, it was still extremely terrifying. It cooperated seamlessly with Lin Feng. Roar! Roar! After the stone man was repelled, it let out an earth-shaking roar of anger. Rumble! In the other direction, a 3,000 to 4,000 meters tall giant stone ape stood up. It was about the same height as the stone man. Its cold eyes looked towards Lin Feng's direction. Then, the stone ape stepped forward. After seeing the stone ape, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The stone ape's body was intact. Unlike the incomplete stone man, the stone ape was more powerful. Dealing with the incomplete stone man was already not an easy task. If such a terrifying existence was added, how could he fight this battle? Go, Lin Feng ordered the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper carried Lin Feng and quickly flew into the distance. The incomplete stone man was not good at speed. And the stone ape was still a certain distance away, so they were unable to stop Lin Feng and the three-headed viper. Night. The Demon Emperor's secret realm was not peaceful. Beast roars shook the sky. There were many terrifying creatures roaming around at night. Lin Feng rested in front of a huge pool. As for the huge body of the three-headed viper, it submerged into the pool. Only 3 huge and ferocious heads were exposed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Lin Feng hurriedly hid. The three-headed viper, on the other hand, dived its huge head into the pool. 3 figures flew over. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Lin Feng actually knew those 3 cultivators. One of them was Lady White Snake. One of them was Emperor White Eagle. The third cultivator was also an Emperor Lord level cultivator. He was an Emperor Lord level expert from the Magic Beast Mountain range. This person seemed to be transformed from a blood bird. He was called Blood Bird Emperor Lord. Both Lady White Snake and Emperor White Eagle's faces were very pale. It seemed that their injuries had not recovered yet. Back then, the mutated lightning bird was extremely terrifying. Goddess White Snake and Arch White Eagle had probably injured their origins or souls. Origin source and divine soul injuries were the most difficult to recover. It was almost impossible to heal them with medicinal stones. The 3 of them quickly flew over. He wondered if their subordinates, other than those who had escaped, had all died. Lin Feng felt that it was very possible. These 3 people are in a hurry. Where are they going? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Lin Feng let the 3-headed viper temporarily enter the time and space. Then, he quietly followed behind the 3 experts. Following Emperor Lord level experts, especially 3 Emperor Lord level experts, was an extremely dangerous thing to do. This was because experts of this level had extremely strong senses. It was very easy to be discovered. If he was discovered by the 3 Emperor Lord level experts, wouldn't he be courting death? However, Lin Feng was proficient in the Tao of space. Therefore, his tracking technique was also very strong. Therefore, the 3 Emperor Lord level experts did not know that he was following them. Lin Feng followed behind the 3 Emperor Lord level experts. In the end, the 3 Emperor Lord level experts actually entered a huge abyss. That abyss spewed out endless demonic light. It was eerie and terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. After the 3 Emperor Lord level experts entered the abyss, Lin Feng also entered the abyss. Not long after, he arrived at the abyss. Lin Feng then flew into the depths of the abyss. In the abyss, there was a distorted void. End of chapter 38-33. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.